Chapter 51. A month later, except for some low-lying areas, floodwaters on most roads have basically receded. People's pace of life has gradually returned to normal, with people going to work and going to school. Everything that was gloomy began to slowly come to life as time passed. As for those who disappeared around them, everyone tacitly stopped mentioning them. The post-disaster repair and reconstruction work across the country also began to proceed in an orderly manner, and troops and relief supplies were dispatched to various provinces and cities. In order to better coordinate the work, the troops of Nanshire moved from their original base to the urban area. Lee was also familiar with the location, which was at the Convention and Exhibition Center. The temperature at the end of May was already comparable to that of previous hot summers. With a temperature of nearly 40 degrees and the scorching sun in the sky, Lee felt that he was being smoky from the sun through the glass. Of course, people who suffered from the floods would only think that the brighter the sun, the better. Lee had to replace the van with an off-road vehicle. After all, the van was a 10-year-old car, and the air conditioning was not very good. The wind was hot, and the leather seats that were in contact with her skin were left with sticky sweat stains. After switching to an off-road vehicle, the car became cool in a few minutes, and the ends of her hair that were wet with sweat were blown dry, and the windshield soon fogged up. Turning the cooling and defogger to the maximum, I stepped on the accelerator, and the fuel level dropped by 1 level after driving for a while. Fortunately, Nyolan village is not far from Nanshire, and there are not many vehicles on the highway. There was no one when passing the toll station. Lee drove at full speed, ignoring the speeding warning of the navigation system. The original 2-hour journey now arrived near the exhibition center in 1.5 hours. Compared with the last time I came, there are broken houses and people in a hurry everywhere. Some severely damaged houses are still waiting to be repaired, and the hideous steel bars are covered by pieces of red and blue plastic sheets. The construction waste on the road has been cleared, and the walls of the buildings that have been soaked in water for 2 months have also been dried by the hot and sunny weather for a month, leaving only traces of varying depths. There were several large shopping malls near the Convention and Exhibition Center, but when the flood came, the shopping malls and supermarkets were the hardest hit areas for looting supplies. The former bustling traffic has now been completely closed due to poor management. Passing by the Hunan restaurant that I went to last time to see the exhibition, Lee saw that the store was closed. I don't know if it was temporarily closed or if it had met with an accident. Lee first drove around the area and saw many people in military and police uniforms with guns in their hands from a distance. With her eyesight, she could see the many checkpoints in the military base, and it was not easy to get in. It was already past 6 o'clock, and Lee decided to wait for another half an hour and take action when the sun went down. She parked the car under the overpass in front of the exhibition center. If there were people or vehicles entering or leaving the station, this was the only way. Lee's passenger seat had a lunch box made by Ball for her. Although he knew that she could copy food infinitely, Ball never omitted the steps of preparing meals for her. In order not to disappoint this kindness, Lee did not copy the lunch box into the black hole, but opened it directly. Today's lunch box is Sakura cuisine, with a total of 3 layers, one of which is filled with meat floss, eel sushi, and special soy sauce and mustard. The second layer is fried crispy tempura. The skin is crispy and fluffy, light and not greasy. The third layer is tamagoyaki. The light yellow color is very healing. Sugar is added to the egg liquid, and the taste is dense. Lee, who had a little appetite due to the hot weather, couldn't help but be hungry when he saw the contents of the lunch box. After eating, he drank a cup of barley tea brewed by Ball to cool down and quench thirst, and his hot mood suddenly calmed down. After a full meal, the sun just set. Vehicles began to appear on the road, carrying batches of soldiers away. Judging from the direction, they should be heading to nearby subway stations. The Nanshire subway has been built for 10 years, and the equipment is somewhat aging. The drainage system has been damaged after a long period of flooding. The sewage cannot be discharged from the platform, and a screw pump is needed to pump the sewage in the station into the city sewage pipe. But after all, there are many platforms, so a lot of manpower and equipment are needed to assist in flood drainage. It should be the time for the shift change. One after another, military green pickup trucks are slowly driving towards the garrison. People on the trucks get off like dumplings. The soldiers waiting at the door take turns to get on the trucks. The trucks, which are full of food, go to where they are needed again. Lee thought about it, and drove the car to a secluded place, and changed into the military uniform he had just copied. Then he put away the car, and followed a group of soldiers, who had just got off the car. The soldiers around him looked a little tired, but their postures were still upright. 3 squads, assemble. A voice sounded, powerful but not harsh, like the moon in winter, quiet and cold. The group of soldiers who had just got off the car seemed to have received a command, and they quickly lined up in a row. Xian Li followed behind and lined up in the queue. Like everyone else in the team, Xian Li looked straight ahead. She could barely see a man standing in front of the team from the corner of her eye. The badge on his shoulder was much more complicated than others, at least at the level of a major general. Count. 1, 2, 3. The black-skinned guy next to Xian Li shouted 10. She followed calmly 11. Suddenly, the whole team fell silent, and even the black-skinned guy next to her looked at her. A class is full of 10 people. Where did the extra number 11 come from? And the man standing in front of the queue also walked towards her. A pair of black muddy leather boots stopped in front of her, and Xian Li could see his appearance clearly. His eyebrows were very high, which made his eyebrows and eyes look deep. His eyes were more like an unfathomable winter night, which made people feel cold and oppressive. Are you number 11? Xian Li's fingertips behind his back were blue, and he looked back at her without showing any weakness. Report, I'm a trainee who was transferred from Linchuan City this morning. Before coming, Xian Li had learned that due to the shortage of manpower, the military would dispatch support troops to various places depending on the situation. Linchuan City was not hit too hard by the disaster, so it was normal for trainees to be transferred here. All of a sudden, the soldiers in the 3rd squad seemed to remember, oh, it seems that this is the case. And the black-skinned guy next to Xian Li suddenly remembered that the squad leader next door told him in the morning that they didn't lack manpower, so they transferred a trainee here. But he seemed to have forgotten to tell the squad leader. He immediately reported nervously and told the whole story. I arrived in the afternoon. I forgot to report it. The man glanced at her calmly, said nothing more, reorganized the team, and finally said, let's go eat. Everyone dispersed, but they still walked in unison towards the cafeteria. Xian Li breathed a sigh of relief and followed the dark-skinned boy inconspicuously. Xian Li was stuck as soon as she opened her mouth. Although she gave the other party the idea that she was a real trainee sent here, she didn't know how to address him, so she had to say, brother, our squad leader looks so serious. This is just the beginning. You will have to bear it in the future. Xiao He felt sympathetic, and then remembered something and reminded, don't call each other brothers in the army, just call me Xiao He. Xiao He was a chatterbox. He had already told Xian Li everything about the squad leader along the way, but this was not a secret in the team, and he told Xian Li clearly because he was afraid that she would say the wrong thing. It turned out that the man was called Shui Zhu, who was a major general in the Central Army and served in the Beijing area. But a few months ago, I don't know what discipline I violated, and I was sent to Nanshur and became a squad leader. Although Nanshur is not a small place, it is far away from the political, military, and economic center of Jiging. If you are transferred here without making some military achievements, it will be very difficult to be transferred back. As a result, it happened to hit the typhoon in flood. Shui Zhu led the 3 squads to make extraordinary achievements in flood control and rescue, saving tens of thousands of people, and risking their lives to rescue hundreds of millions of important materials and properties for Nanshur. Everyone in the army said that when the reconstruction of Nanshur is roughly completed, Shui Zhu can be transferred back and resume his original position. He was sent to Nanshur and returned with great military achievements. This is the first person in the army. Xian Li was stunned when she heard his name. It turned out that he was Shui Zhu. In the end times, Shui Zhu's name is well known. He is the strongest awakener among humans, and the sharpest knife in the hands of the military. After the solar storm, he will awaken the talent of clones. When the talent is activated, he can release multiple clones. Each clone can master different talent effects. He can really fight against hundreds of zombies with one person. Killing zombies is like cutting vegetables. When the 2nd level zombie appears, the awakened people with ordinary abilities are completely helpless against it. Compared with the 1st level zombie, the speed, defense, and attack power of the zombie drive have been improved by more than a little bit. Its skin is like steel and iron, and every inch is covered with viruses. As long as it touches anyone, anyone will be captured by the zombie virus and mutate within 10 seconds. However, Shui Zhu's clone is not afraid of viruses, so such a terrifying existence will only be killed in seconds when it touches him. Xian Li is somewhat fortunate. If she appeared after the solar storm, she might not be able to escape his attention. But at this time, he was just an ordinary person. During the conversation, Xian Li followed Xiao He through the outer area surrounded by warning tape and isolation protection nets, and successfully entered the interior of the base. In the originally empty square, military tents were arranged neatly like mahjong. When passing the square in front of the door, she could see a platform built there, with a solid circle painted with green paint in the center of the platform, and lighting and obstacle lights were laid next to it, serving as a temporary helipad. At this time, a military helicopter was parked on it, which was Xian Li's target. Her talent has a range of activation. The current maximum distance is about 15 meters. It will be nearly 500 meters away from the helipad, and she must get closer. At this time, she saw with her sharp eyes that there were several people carrying supplies on the truck not far ahead, and it seemed that they were walking towards the helipad to transport the supplies to the cabin. It's a good opportunity. Xian Li looked at Xiao He beside him. You go to the cafeteria first. I'm going to the bathroom. Then you have to hurry up. The cafeteria will be out of food if you're late. Xiao He was a little worried about this new recruit, feeling that he didn't know anything. How about I help you get one? No need. Xian Li silently said in his heart, you won't remember me later. Chapter 52. She approached the supply trucks quietly, and then followed the others naturally. There were several people in front, lined up, and took the supply boxes thrown from the trucks one by one. Xian Li followed at the end. The man in the car was about to reach out to hand over the things, but was stunned when he saw her. Why do you look a little unfamiliar? Xian Li was quick to follow, training soldier, here to help. Oh. The man in the car didn't think much, and put the things in her hand. There are many new recruits recently, so it's not surprising. It's just that they are not busy here, so why did they send people over? Is it because the superiors think they are too inefficient? The people in the car became a little nervous, and handed things over much faster. Xian Li didn't care what he thought, and took the supplies, and walked towards the apron like everyone else. This helicopter is a heavy armed helicopter. It not only has high performance and high speed, but can also bear nearly 3 tons of weight, which is most suitable for transporting supplies. 2 armed soldiers stood on both sides of the helicopter hatch, and another person was waiting inside the cabin. The person transporting the supplies handed the supplies to the person inside the cabin and left. Xian Li followed behind with her eyes downcast. Just as she handed the supply box in her hand to the person in the cabin, her fingers moved slightly, and then shrunk into her pocket. The person behind her was faster than her, and grabbed her wrist. Xian Li turned around, and saw Shuezhu looking at her coldly. Who asked you to come here? His tone was like a piece of ice, chilling. The appearance of this training soldier was strange. He noticed it when he was at the door, and he did not dispel his suspicion when Xiao He said he forgot to report. So after the group was dismissed, he followed him, and Xiao He from a distance. Just now, he saw him running towards the supply truck when no one was paying attention. He followed him secretly for fear of alerting the enemy. As a result, when he arrived at the apron, he saw him taking something and putting it in his pocket. Sure enough, he was caught red-handed. This new recruit was not clean and actually set his sights on the supplies. Xian Li seemed to be startled and stared at him blankly without saying a word. What's in your pocket? Shuezhu touched her waist pocket without saying anything. To his surprise, there was nothing in it. He continued to search her shirt pocket, which was also empty. Xian Li said innocently at this time, my palms sweat easily, and I just wiped my hands in my pocket. Shuezhu did not expect this reason, but he suddenly realized the content of his words, so he felt sweaty on his hands just now. Thinking of this, his expression froze. He tried to control the urge to wipe his hands on his clothes. Then why did you come here? Xian Li was like a new recruit who had never seen the world, and said honestly, I have never been on a plane in my life, so I wanted to come and see and help. Shuezhu's eyes were suspicious, but there was indeed no other evidence. I don't need your help here, go back. Oh! Xian Li saluted and left like a young man. After Xian Li left, he picked up the supplies she had just touched and checked them. Until she left Shuezhu's sight, Xian Li's mouth curled up slightly. When she walked side by side with Xiao He, she found that the strongest awakener had been following her quietly. Perhaps because of his strong will, her implantation of the idea file in him was always a little slow, as if the file was damaged. She discovered it when she first tried to sneak in through the entrance, so she had to join the team. Since she couldn't escape, she simply faced the challenge and dispelled his doubts. When he reached out to check her pocket, when he touched her, she took the opportunity to implant another idea in him, which was that the new trainee was soon transferred away. The closer the distance, the deeper the idea file was implanted, and this time it was finally successful. This matter would be forgotten by him soon. It was much easier when she went out. Without Shuezhu's surveillance, Her idea file ignore her could automatically cover the surrounding area of 15 meters. The simpler the command, the faster it would be operated, and it could even cover the range like AoE. Xian Li quickly returned to his off-road vehicle, took off his military uniform and changed into light clothes, and drove to a place with fewer people. When she copied the helicopter, she also copied the helipad, and needed to find an open place to take off. It took less than half an hour to walk around the base. It was almost 8 o'clock now. If everything went well, she could reach Mingxi City at 10 o'clock in the evening. Xian Li found an unmanned place to set up the helipad, and then copied the military helicopter Flying Eagle from the black hole. She opened the hatch and walked into the cabin. There was enough space in the cabin, and she could even move all the furniture into the cabin to turn this helicopter into a flying room. She walked into the cockpit. Although she was not so versatile that she could directly operate the helicopter, she searched the model of the helicopter and found that it had a cockpit automation system that could achieve unmanned flight. She tentatively opened the throttle and pulled the helicopter's rotation system to the highest position, which would allow the helicopter to fly in the air at the highest speed. With Xian Li there was no need to worry about fuel consumption. The complex dashboard lit up, and she searched for a long time on it, and finally found a green button. After pressing it, a line of text appeared on the electronic screen in front of her, and a mechanical electronic sound rang out. "Do you want to switch to the autopilot system?" Xian Li pressed yes without hesitation. Autopilot has been switched. The automatic navigation system has been activated. Please select the route. Xian Li determined the destination on the displayed map. Mingxi City is also a first-tier city with ready-made routes. Destination Mingxi City, the flight is expected to take 1 hour and 50 minutes, and the Eagle will take off in 10 seconds. Success? She immediately fastened her seat belt. 10, 9, 8, 1. The plane has taken off. Please do not leave the cockpit. The rotor blades and tail rotors turn slowly, and then faster and faster, almost turning into a disc, bringing up the airflow around them. After a while, Xian Li felt a sense of weightlessness, and the fuselage left the ground. When the helicopter rises to a certain height, and the fuselage flies steadily, Xian Li can leave the cockpit and walk around in the back. Xian Li inspected the area like a lord, feeling very satisfied. Now that all the means of transportation by sea, land and air are available, the helicopter can be said to be invincible when dealing with zombies. Even the second-level zombie driver can't do anything to her. She can't grow a pair of wings, right? As long as she wants, she can even stay in the air as long as the helicopter is not damaged. After a circle, Xian Li decided to decorate the interior of the cabin in these 2 boring hours. She copied some supply boxes from the tail wing, and she was not going to move them now, as she might need them someday. The fuselage is about 30 meters long and 8 meters high. Excluding the cockpit, the usable area is about 60 square meters. Because she was afraid of instability during takeoff and landing, Xian Li did not choose to put a bed, but built a tent inside, fixed with ropes around. In addition, she put a lazy sofa outside, just for her to sit and play games. In order to match the environment, Xian Li chose a 3D helicopter airstrike game. Not only can you operate the takeoff and landing of the helicopter in the game, but you can also attack the target while the helicopter is hovering and complete the escort mission. Soon, in the system prompt, Mingxi City appeared at her feet. It was nearly 10 o'clock, and there were only a few scattered spots of light in the night that should have been full of lights. Xian Li found a tall building on the map and flew in that direction. The entire building was dark. Even the spotlights and high-altitude obstacle lights were not turned on, and there was no light around. However, Xian Li's good eyesight allowed her to see that there was nothing on the roof. She let the automatic flight system control the fuselage to land, and hover just above the building 15 meters high. She opened the cabin door, threw down the ladder she found in the cabin, and climbed down from the cabin. When her feet landed on the ground, she put her hand on the ladder and activated her elimination talent. The ladder and the entire helicopter were taken into her bag. This place was not far from the location Zhong Jun sent her. The power supply of this building has been cut off, and the elevator cannot be opened. Xian Li did not want to take the stairs. She took out a safety rope and tied it around her waist. The buckle on the other end was fastened on the rooftop fence. Then she leaned out and activated her talent. The safety rope, which was originally only 10 meters long, was infinitely extended downwards by her. In less than 10 seconds, she fell to the ground. After putting away the safety rope, she took out the off-road vehicle from the black hole and drove to where Zhong Yun was. Zhong Yun was staying in her temporary residence at the moment. This was a village in the city. Because most people had moved out, She broke the door lock to sneak in. For several hours, she kept checking the messages sent to her by the other party. The last one was fixed on the location she sent to the person, and then the person never responded again. She was a little stunned. She didn't know what the other party's attitude was. Was it a default rejection? It was clear to think with her brain. She could see that the person's IP was in Linchuan City on the niche website. Now all traffic is paralyzed. If you want to come here, it will take at least 10 hours by car. Who would be willing to run so far for a stranger? Not to mention that she is notorious now. Just search on the internet, and you will see countless people condemning her. Maybe the other party saw those messages, and didn't want to waste words with her. She was originally moved by Xian Li's words, but after calming down, she felt that the other party was coaxing her. The survivors after the flood were lucky to live their own lives. How could they have the energy to help a stranger like her? What's more, she didn't even say what she wanted to help, and the other party didn't even ask. The more Zhongjun thought about it, the more she felt that her guess was right. She was too naive, thinking that there were many kind people in the world, but reality had dealt her a fatal blow, and she was now almost a street rat. Even when she went out to collect supplies, the other party told her that she was not eligible. She still stole a portion of white rice when no one was paying attention, and that's how she managed to survive. But it had been a whole day since the last meal. The power supply in the village and the city had been cut off, but fortunately the tap water supply had not stopped. When she was hungry, she drank tap water like crazy. The battery of her mobile phone in her hand had run out, and there was only one bar left. She knew that she should turn it off and survive tonight, and find a place to charge it tomorrow. But she couldn't help but click on that person's dialogue box again and again. Wake up! There was a little man jumping up and down in her heart. Don't dream. There's no way anyone will help you. But the other villain weakly retorted, what if? But after half an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, the other party still didn't reply. Zhongjun was a little angry. Even if he didn't come, he should at least tell her. She's not the kind of person who would pester him. Just when she was about to turn off her phone, the avatar that she had stared at lit up. Pythagorean theorem, I'm here. Chapter 53. Zhongjun was stunned. She could hardly believe her eyes. Looking at those 3 simple words, her brain seemed to be insufficient. She could not understand anything. Arrived? Where? To Mingxi City? Impossible. It was only a few hours ago. It had been more than 4 hours since she set the location. Even if she flew, she couldn't be that fast. Her fingers were shaking. The keys were not flexible. She simply sent a voice message. Xian Li waited for a long time at the location where Zhongjun was located before she saw the other party reply. A female voice stuttered, arrived, where? Xian Li pursed her eyebrows. Why did this reporter seem to be not in a good mind? She simply dialed the voice call. Zhongjun was stunned for a long time before she saw the call from Pythagorean theorem on the screen. She tremblingly clicked to answer the call. A slightly cold female voice came from the other end of the phone. I'm at the location you sent. Where are you? I'll be there right away. Xian Li heard a crackling sound on the other end of the phone, as if it had bumped into a lot of things, and then the other party hung up the phone. Zhongjun hurriedly got up to change clothes, and rushed to the bathroom to wash her face and smooth her hair. Hearing the news that Xian Li had arrived, even if she hadn't eaten for a day, she seemed to be full of strength. Although she didn't know how the other party could fall from the sky in more than 4 hours, she didn't doubt the truth of her words at all. Because just in case, she sent the other party the location of the bell tower about 200 meters away from her temporary residence. This bell tower has a history of more than 300 years since its establishment. It has survived countless natural disasters and still stands tall. It rings the bell every hour. When Xian Li called her, it was exactly 10 o'clock, and she clearly heard a ding from the other end of the phone. Xian Li waited for about 10 minutes before she saw a figure running over from a distance. She didn't mind the other party's false location. After all, in the end times, one must be on guard against others. Being on guard against her at least means that the other party still has some brains. The person tied her hair into a ponytail. It can be seen that she was in a hurry to go out. A strand of hair fell on the back of her neck without being tied up. Compared to Zhongyun in the photo, her face, which was originally a little chubby, is now much thinner, but you can still see the dimples that appear and disappear on both sides of her mouth. She stopped in front of Xian Li, propped up her knees, and panted for a long time before she stood up. The person in front of her was completely different from what she imagined. She thought the other party would be a good person? At least, he should look kind and easy to talk to. Unexpectedly, The other party had light eyebrows and a cold temperament. When she stood there, she looked like a bamboo leaf, with a sharp feeling, making people feel that she was not easy to mess with. But when he looked at her, the sharpness faded a little and became much softer. You can't judge a person by his appearance. There was still water stains at the end of her eyebrows. Her almond-like eyes were slightly narrowed. Her smile was as bright as the peach blossoms in March, and the dimples at the corners of her mouth were the pistils. She stretched out her hand to Xian Li. I am Zhong Yun. Xian Li. The two hands clasped, and Xian Li's hands were slightly cold. 15 minutes later, the two appeared in the village in the city. Xian Li watched Zhong Yun reach out from the broken window to the back of the door to unlock it, and then explained a little embarrassedly, I came to Mingxi City alone, and I have no place to live. She thought the other party would condemn her for occupying someone else's nest, but the other party just nodded lightly, and didn't ask any more questions. The embarrassing feeling was relieved immediately. The room was simply furnished. There was a bed on the left-hand side of the door, and a small round table on the right. Zhong Jun took out 2 folding stools from under the round table, and placed them on Xian Li. Sit down. Xian Li didn't look disgusted at all, and sat down as he said. The two sat face to face, and Zhong Jun suddenly didn't know what to say. It was Xian Li who broke the silence. What is the matter you said you need help with? Here it comes, she finally asked. Zhong Jun was so excited that she felt a little dizzy just about to answer. After being hungry for a day, and running 200 meters just now, she was already exhausted and had hypoglycemia. This time, before she could explain, the gurgling sound from her stomach said it all. The room suddenly fell into an even more awkward silence. Xian Li understood a little. She could see that Zhong Jun was in a bad situation. So she took off the backpack behind her, and took out a bag of bread, 2 sausages, and a bottle of water from the backpack. Seeing the food on the table, Zhong Jun couldn't help swallowing, and looked up at Xian Li. The latter didn't have any contemptuous expression on his face, still looking straight into her eyes. Eat first. Zhong Jun's face had turned green from hunger, but she still restrained herself, and picked up 2 slices of bread and a sausage, and pushed the remaining food back in front of Xian Li. She said softly, her face flushed, thank you, this is enough. Xian Li didn't force it. People who still retain their self-esteem in desperate situations often retain their bottom line. Zhong Jun tore the ham sausage in a hurry, licking the little bit of residue on the outer packaging. Then she sandwiched the ham sausage between 2 slices of bread and ate it in a hurry. Halfway through, she suddenly covered her throat and kept beating her chest with her other hand. She was choking. Then she rushed to the bathroom, put her mouth to the faucet, and drank a few mouthfuls of tap water, and then swallowed all the food. She didn't dare to eat the rest so fast, but ate it quickly in small mouthfuls. After a while, Zhong Jun finished her meal. Although she was not completely full, she finally had the strength to speak. Because she was choked just now, her face was still a little ruddy at this time, and she apologized to Xian Li, not knowing whether it was for her impoliteness just now, or for her free behavior. Xian Li didn't care. Okay, now you can tell me what happened. Zhong Jun lowered her head, as if she was thinking about how to organize her words. When she raised her head, her face was full of seriousness and pleading, I want you to help me save those animals. Animals? Xian Li was really surprised now. She had been prepared, thinking that she would say something like help her tell the truth about the end of the world, or help her punish those black fans on the internet, or even help her find a safe place to spend the end of the world, all of which she could do. And now she can't even protect herself. Would she care about the life and death of animals? After telling the story, Zhong Jun seemed to open up and told Xian Li where her idea came from. 2 years ago, Zhong Jun had just graduated from college and was lucky enough to get a job at a TV station. However, a field report she made by chance became a hit on the internet. Because of her innocent and sweet appearance, she was called the sweetest female reporter. Before she started to enjoy the benefits of this wave of traffic, someone on the internet claimed to be her college classmate. It was said that she obtained the internship qualification of the TV station by selling her sex in college. Otherwise it should be another celebrity in the school who got this opportunity. Although Zhong Jun did not have the best grades among all the candidates, she performed the best in the interview. However, those who slandered her posted her transcript to prove that what they said was true. Some people began to question whether there was an inside story of connections at the TV station, and criticized her professional level, saying that she had nothing to do except her good looks. Some people even reported it to the central television station, and asked to send someone to investigate. However, because of her identity as a reporter, she could not clarify. The TV station was also helpless. Fearing that the matter would become a big deal, in order to calm things down, they could only suspend her. After being suspended for 3 months, she returned to the TV station, and was no longer as glorious as before. The original position had been replaced by the so-called celebrity, and she was transferred to the Animal Channel. She was not discouraged. Mingxi City has the largest wildlife park in the country. June wandered around the parks every day to dig out cute news about animals. In the darkest days, it was those inhumane wild animals that healed her. She spent almost the whole day with animals. A few days before the typhoon was about to come, she felt the restlessness of the animals. A monkey knocked over her water cup when she was drinking water, and chirped and said something. It was not until she saw the warning about the typhoon the next day that she knew the reason for the restlessness of the animals, but she did not pay attention to it at the time, and still came to the zoo to check in every day. On the last day, the animals who were already familiar with her kept pushing the food in their hands to her for some reason. One giant panda even stuffed bamboo into her arms. She went home confused. On the way home, she saw that the nearby supermarket was still open. She walked in for some reason and bought 2 carts full of grain, oil and fast food. When she was checking out, she was shocked and laughed at her behavior. What happened to her? Was she really influenced by the animals? But after buying everything, she still took the big bags back. Soon, she knew how wise her decision was. When others were fighting for food, she spent the most difficult month by hoarding food, and during this period, she did not forget her animal friends at all. When the first wave of typhoons passed, she returned to the zoo and found that because the staff had gone home to take shelter, the park had been flooded for most of the time, and more than half of the animals died in the flood. She was heartbroken. Perhaps because she often stayed with animals, she was particularly sensitive to the creatures around her, and soon discovered that some insects and plants had mutated. When the second wave of typhoons hit, she did not continue to hide at home, but took on the responsibility of a reporter and filmed the disasters in various environments. At the same time, she also collected information and shamelessly asked those well-known professors for advice through her parents' relationship. When she integrated the information, she concluded that the end of the world is not over, it is just the beginning. At first, she told the news to her friends and relatives, and they were skeptical. June felt that this was not enough. She had to tell the whole world. So she logged into Weigo and posted the organized content on the internet, but she didn't expect that all her accounts would be gone an hour later. She once again fell into the cycle of online violence and was speechless. Just because of the calmness of this month, could she conclude that what she said was wrong? She had done what she could, but she couldn't wake up the person who pretended to be asleep. But the animals were different. They warned her first, and she couldn't just watch them die. But she is just an ordinary person. How can she protect these animals? She can't even find a stable place to live. Although her family believes her, they don't understand her behavior of wanting to rescue animals. To rescue animals, not only does it require kindness, but also a lot of money. Not to mention that their family is just an ordinary scholarly family. Even if they are rich and powerful, can they save so many animals? Parents said, even if you want to be kind, don't use our money to mess around. My best friend said, people can't survive. Why do you care so much? Don't be a saint. My boyfriend said, who cares about the life and death of these animals? You may have a problem with your brain. She said stubbornly, I care, and they care too. They are also part of the blue planet, Siberian tigers, brown bears, peacocks, red-crowned cranes, giant pandas, even every small fish, they care. Chapter 54. Xianli was somewhat silent. She thought of the peanuts that were bitten to pieces by zombies in her previous life, the baby elephants that grew wild in the mountains, and the many animals that disappeared without a trace after the end of the world. The creatures that did not evolve with the blue planet, like the countless people who died in the natural disaster, were abandoned by this world. But now there is still one person who refuses to give up on them. Xianli's reply this time was also very simple, I'll help you. What? June was stunned again. She felt that she might have saved the world in her previous life. Otherwise, how could she meet someone as crazy as her? Not only did he come to Mingxi City alone, but he was also willing to support her unconditionally. Wait, is it really unconditional? The boiling blood in June's body thought of this, and calmed down a little. What reward do you need? She mustered up the courage to say, I will do my best. Reward? Xianli paused. Although she didn't expect to get a reward, since she asked so, she wouldn't be polite. I'll owe it to you first, and I'll talk to you when I think of it. June was relieved. Helping someone for no reason always makes people feel uneasy. She felt that the other party did not refuse the reward, so she felt that it was a little real. What do you want to do? Xianli asked the key point. Being kind does not mean that you can just act on impulse. You have to give specific ideas and implementation measures, otherwise it will only be empty talk. Zhong Jun calmed down and said slowly, there are 3,978 animals in the zoo now. I just went to count them the day before yesterday. Originally, there were tens of thousands of them, but most of them died in the typhoon and flood. Most of the houses and exhibition halls in the zoo were also damaged. According to the data, a solar storm will arrive in about a week. If the animals don't have a safe place to hide from the sun, they may be wiped out. I know there is a container camp 500 meters outside the zoo. There are about 500 abandoned containers, with a total area of about 10,000 square meters. If the animals can be taken in, they will have a place to hide, she said anxiously. As long as they can safely survive the days when the solar storm erupts, it will be fine. Even if there are only a few hundred, no, dozens are fine. Animals can sense the coming of danger earlier than humans, and thus respond by escaping or avoiding it. But the animals in the zoo are different. They are surrounded by protective nets and high walls and cannot escape. Not to mention that there are still staff members who have returned to work in the park. Of course, they cannot be allowed to transport the animals out privately. In fact, Zhong Jun originally wanted to expand the zoo area and surround the container camp as a temporary shelter for the animals. But the problem is that even if it is only 500 meters away, such a huge project cannot be completed by just the two of them. So she compromised and tried to transport the animals as much as possible. This idea sounded feasible. If Zhong Jun had met someone else, this would have been impossible. But when she met Xianli, this problem was solved. She could remove the protective net and wall between the zoo and the container, and then use her copying talent to directly replicate a circle of protective nets to enclose the container camp. This would not even take a day. Although Xianli thought so, she couldn't say it out loud. She just said, take me to the zoo first. Xianli's car was parked outside the bell tower. It was difficult to drive into the village in the city, so they walked over to drive. The village in the city is about half an hour's drive from the zoo, and the gate is closed at this time. But because Zhong Jun often comes here, she knows a small door for internal employees to enter and exit. The zoo covers an area of more than 2,000 acres. When the flood came, many animals escaped and drowned in the rising flood. Even if some of the escaped animals did not die, they would go crazy and start attacking people, and were shot by the military who came to rescue them. At this time, the park was in a mess, and there was not enough manpower to properly repair the facilities in the park. In order to unify management, some animals were forced to be fenced with wire mesh. Xianli also saw a black bear squeezed in a half-man-high cage, biting the cage with its teeth bared. It had a sad face, like a prisoner who never saw the sun, and its hair became dull. The deeper you go, the more animals are imprisoned like this. Even the national treasure giant panda, with dry mud on its body, kept walking around in the wire cage, shaking its head, showing signs of stereotype behavior. In order to better rebuild the zoo, it is actually a helpless move. But people don't know that there are less than 72 hours left before the super solar storm. In the first 3 days when the sunspot activity is the most intense, any creature standing outdoors will be irradiated, and countless plants will die. Some areas with sparse vegetation will directly enter desertification, and the probability of sandstorms in the later period will greatly increase. Humans have their own homes, at least they have a place to hide from the sun. Animals can only be exposed to the sun, and die in large numbers. Except for some creatures with simple cell components or special talents that can pass the test of this solar storm, and have genetic mutations, most animals will die because of this disaster and become completely extinct on the blue planet. Zhong Jun saw these locked-up animals with pity in her eyes. Halfway through the walk, she met a chimpanzee, who stretched out his hand when he saw Zhong Jun. The latter naturally took out 3 or 4 slightly damp melon seeds from her pocket carefully. She smiled and explained, Bobeo likes to eat melon seeds the most. Later, I would bring a bag for him every time I came. But now there are only these few. Going back, there are red pandas, sloths, rhinos, ostriches, alligators, etc. Zhong Jun is like a tour guide, and knows all these animals well. The zoo is too big, and they can't visit the entire park. They just drove around and came out. Then the two of them came to the abandoned container camp that Zhong Jun mentioned. Various large and small containers were stacked together, like a maze. Containers are not afraid of flooding, so they are still intact. They can be used as temporary shelters for animals. It should be no problem to stay there for a few days. After the first 3 days of the super solar storm, the radiation will be much smaller for animals. They can even slowly change their genes through radiation, thus achieving the purpose of evolution. Jong Jun looked at Xian Li, with some hesitation in his eyes. If we can get a truck, we can secretly transport the animals out at night. There were people in the zoo during the day, so it was impossible for them to enter the zoo and steal wild animals. Xian Li shook her head, not agreeing. Not enough time. She looked at the time. It was past midnight. On July 2nd, the super solar storm will come, and we only have 2 nights left. Jong Jun was stunned. She didn't even have time to think about the truth of this sentence. She now had an inexplicable trust in Xian Li. Her expression was a little stunned. 2 nights. How can that be enough? Originally thought that the solar storm would not break out for at least a week, but now there were only 2 nights left. In 2 nights, even if they could successfully find a suitable truck, they could not pull many animals one by one in 1 night. Is there really no other way? Xian Li didn't say anything. They came too hastily today, so the two could only go back to the village in the city and rest for a night before discussing it. Except for the room where Jong Jun lived, the entire self-built house was empty, and they could live wherever they wanted. Xian Li chose to live next door to Jong Yun, just to stay for 1 night. No need to be too particular. The next morning, Jong Yun woke up early, probably because she had something on her mind. She saw that Xian Li had not made any movement, and thought that she had eaten his food yesterday, and it was too embarrassing to eat and drink for free today, so she decided to go downstairs to Huamindian to try her luck. Maybe she could get some supplies and charge her phone at the same time. As a result, when Xian Li woke up, she saw Jong Yun coming back dejectedly. After asking, she found out that Huamindian refused to give her relief supplies. And this time is even worse than last time. Last time she could queue up to charge in the relief hall, but today she was driven away and couldn't even charge. Xian Li handed her the power bank in his backpack and frowned. Every citizen is eligible to receive relief supplies. Why does Huamindian refuse? Jong Jun opened her mouth, but couldn't say a word. Yes, she also wanted to know why. Ever since she published the doomsday theory on the internet, it seemed that she had been unlucky. Xian Li took Jong Jun downstairs again. After turning around in the village in the city, the two came to a main road. The originally dilapidated and depressed street scene suddenly became much more modern. Huamindian is just across the road. Huamindian was transformed from a telecommunications business hall. The place is not big, but there are many people, and the hall is packed. The benefit point is a unit set up by the Emergency Rescue Department to distribute relief supplies uniformly after the disaster. Ordinary people can receive a free supply with their ID card and disaster certificate. Although the rules are like this, because there are so many disaster victims, they generally do not verify the disaster certificate specifically, and can receive it with just their ID card. The application for the disaster certificate is actually very simple. You only need to log in to the official website to fill in your ID card and household registration address, and you can display your identity as a disaster victim on the mobile phone app. But the strange thing is that Jong Yun's disaster certificate has been stuck for a long time, and it has not been issued. When she received the supplies for the first time, the other party swiped her ID card and said that she was a high-risk citizen and could not receive the supplies without a disaster certificate. Jong Yun was rejected again and again for this reason. Xian Li asked Jong Yun to wait for her outside first, and he went in to queue up. About an hour later, it was finally Xian Li's turn. She handed her ID card to the staff behind the counter and said with a somewhat uneasy expression, "I haven't applied for a disaster certificate yet. Can I get it?" The other party took her ID card and swiped it through the card machine. "Just go back and get it." She spoke quickly and stuffed the cardboard box with supplies into her hand without even looking at Xian Li next. Before Xian Li left the team, she glanced at the boxes of supplies stacked in the back, and the logo on them made her particularly familiar. She walked outside and found Jong Jun. The latter was somewhat relieved when she saw that she had successfully received it. Fortunately, she was not as unlucky as herself. Xian Li asked, "Where do the supplies here come from? Even if the government came forward, it would not be so generous." Jong Jun was stunned, thinking that Xian Li's ruddy face did not look like someone who was short of food and drink, and he should not have gone out to get official supplies. Most of them were donated by Ark creatures, she explained, pointing to a building in the distance. They are really rich. The materials donated after the disaster are at least this much. She pointed out an astronomical figure. Jong Jun sighed. No domestic consortium or enterprise can be like Ark biology, willing to hold up an umbrella for all citizens. After 2 months of storms, the building is like the guardian of the city, standing still. The 4 characters arc biology on the top are as bright as new. The horizontal line of arc is the wave, and the point below the wave is the reflection of a small boat. Chapter 55. Back in the village, Xian Li opened the cardboard box containing supplies. 2 boxes each of luncheon meat, beef, yellow peach, soybeans and tomato sauce, canned corn, 3 boxes of self-heating rice, 5 bags of instant noodles with pickled cabbage, 1 bucket of 1L mineral water, and 1 box of emergency medicine box. The quantity is sufficient, enough for an adult to eat for 3 days, and a family of 3 to eat for 1 day. In addition, Xian Li also found an emergency medicine box, which should have been specially distributed when the supplies were first received. The medicine box contained some household medicines for colds and fevers, as well as Fingiaging, Band-Aids, iodine, medical alcohol and gauze. Xian Li checked and found that these foods were all edible, with production dates and addresses, and the dates were even very fresh. In short, it was normal, and even a little abnormal. In recent years, Fangzhou Biology has almost monopolized all domestic pharmaceutical channels, replacing all imported drugs with low prices and higher quality, and many pharmaceutical factories have gone bankrupt and been forced to close down. According to the company's financial report, ArcBio has become the largest company in China, and its business territory has shown a global expansion trend. The name of the founder Tan Qizhou is even higher on the wealth list. Such a company sets an example, and takes the initiative to assume social responsibility. The donated materials are delivered to every province and city in the country, saving more than 100 million people, and the company's reputation is unprecedentedly high. Maybe she is a conspiracy theory, but she always thinks of the mysterious man who appeared at the previous K82 press conference. The badge reproduced from him is exactly the same as the logo of ArcBio, and it must be closely related to the latter. This shows that long before the natural disaster, ArcBio had research on awakening talents and mental power. She searched the internet for the process of applying for disaster certificates. Except for some people whose ID cards were lost or whose faces were damaged in the disaster, they basically passed the process within 1 day, and there were few cases of being stuck in the process. Xian Li continued to search for high-risk citizens, but there was little information about this term on the internet until she entered this term on Weigo, and saw a dynamic. Bo Lin Weidong, I have been unemployed at home for half a year. Yesterday, I went to the hospital to swipe my medical insurance, but found that I had become a high-risk citizen and my bank card was restricted. Only Fantang Ecology could do such a despicable method. I would never give in even if I died. The dynamic was posted half a year ago. Clicking on the person's homepage, the latest content was this one, and there has been no new dynamic since then. There is also little other content in the account, most of which are forwarded entertainment news, but one of them caught Xian Li's attention. It was a report by the Free State Media on the research of artificial genes. According to the website of Science Weekly, Professor Marty Corey of the Department of Biology at the University of the Free Federation successfully modified the genome sequence automatically with the help of the Super Artificial Intelligence algorithm. Researcher Yuri explained that previous attempts to synthesize genomes were limited to copying a single natural gene code, but now this method can eliminate inferior genes and rewrite the gene sequence. Through calculations, several different combinations can be formed to replace 83.21% of the junk DNA and finally achieve the ideal gene sequence. Professor Marty Corey said, the study proves that biological systems can be rebuilt in this way. In the future, we can even customize biological genes and achieve mass production. Bo Lin Weidong forwarded the news and added 4 words. Absurd. Humans seem to have a natural interest in genetic research and have never stopped exploring the mysteries of life. However, there are not many comments under this news. In addition to various obscure professional terms to discourage people, it seems that someone behind the scenes is deliberately reducing the popularity of this news. Human genes are not perfect. If genes can be artificially modified through gene optimization, screening, and recombination, does it mean that superhumans will eventually appear? Then the existence of awakened people is undoubtedly an announcement that superhumans have become a reality. And the keywords in this news report made her subconsciously connect with the underground laboratory of Yao Lin's resettlement site. It is also artificial genetic evolution. At this time, she suddenly remembered that before leaving Yao Lin's resettlement site, she had emptied the entire underground laboratory and recycled the computer into the black hole. Xian Li immediately entered the black hole. Because there was no way to power up the black hole, she only took out the tablet computer used by the male doctor. She turned on the touch screen, and there was still power in the upper right corner. A login page was displayed on the screen, and a 6-digit password was required. Xi pondered for a moment, and entered 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The result was of course a prompt that the login failed. Xi was a little confused, and tried her luck to enter a few passwords, but none of them passed. She sighed, knowing that it was not that simple, until Xi entered a password again. A dialog box popped up on the screen. Wrong password, login failed. Tip: if the password is incorrect for more than 10 times, the system will automatically format. Please re-enter. Xi did not dare to move again. Excluding the few random attempts just now, there were only 3 chances left. She looked over and over on the tablet, almost drilling a hole in it. Finally, her eyes fell on the username, which showed a few English letters. FTST. Xi muttered it several times in her mind, and suddenly reacted, took out her phone again, and pulled the homepage of Bo Lin Weidong's account to the top. Isn't this the abbreviation of Fantang Ecology? She immediately opened the web page to search for these 4 words. The search results showed that from the personnel composition to the corporate structure, nothing told Xi that this was an ordinary aquaculture company. But the name of this company was very unusual. This is a term in the aquaculture industry, which means that when the dissolved oxygen content in the aquaculture water is lower than the minimum limit, it will cause large-scale suffocation and death of fish. If it is really an aquaculture company, how can it have such an unlucky name? Think about it. Those who died in human experiments with high failure rates are like fish that died with their bellies turned upside down in the water. When she injected Jiang Ning with the drug, he obviously stopped breathing for a few minutes, and then awakened his mental power. Thinking of this, Xi felt a chill on her back. She was almost certain that there must be some subtle connection between Fantang Ecology and Arc Biology. Judging from the dynamics released by Bo Lin Weidong, the reason why he was classified as a high-risk citizen should be that he provoked someone from Fantang Ecology. Then Zhong Yun was also listed as a high-risk citizen. Does it mean that she provoked one of Fantang Ecology or Arc Biology? Xi looked at the box of supplies on the table, thought about it, and had to be vigilant. She replaced the contents inside, and then carried the cardboard box to the next door. She put the supply box on the small round table, interrupting Zhong Jun's subconscious refusal. I have a lot. Seeing that Zhong Jun wanted to say something, she added, you will have the strength to work only if you are full. Zhong Jun thought about it, and it was true. There was still a tough battle to fight in the evening. He then walked to the table reluctantly, picked up a can of beef and a box of self-heating rice, and started eating. Watching Zhong Jun eating, Xi asked casually, do you know about Fantang Ecology? After almost a month of hunger and fullness, Zhong Jun's attention was now all on meat. She stuffed a big mouthful of rice and beef into her mouth, and said vaguely, Phuket Island. Excluding the Fantang ecosystem, then only. What about Arc Biology? Do you know much about it? She swallowed the rice in her mouth. Arc Biology? I have collected some information, but I can't say I know much about it. But speaking of it, I was almost sent to Arc Biology for an interview. Do you know Tan Qizhou? Zhou Shen. This is a hard-won opportunity. It's a pity that I was suspended the day before I went to the headquarters of Arc Biology. After she left, there was no follow-up to the interview, and the director finally let it go. This made her unbalanced psychology calm down a little, and she didn't pay attention to it later. She looked a little regretful. At that time, there were almost no interviews about him on the internet, until later he participated in a live variety show. Speaking of this, she suddenly remembered something, and her almond eyes stared at Xi again and again. In that live variety show, Zhou Shen had a junior sister named what? Xi looked at her with a half-smile. Zhong Jun was stunned, and the piece of meat in her mouth fell to the ground. You are not. Xi touched his face. Am I so recognizable? Although Xi showed her face in that variety show, her outfit was completely different from now. And she was only out of the screen for less than 20 minutes from beginning to end, and she was always a background board. She watched the recording, and she didn't even get a shot of her, and later all her scenes were cut off. She didn't expect that someone would recognize her now. Xi suddenly felt a little dangerous, and decided to disguise her face when she went out in the future. In fact, Xi idea was not wrong. It was just that during the typhoon, Zhong Jun was bored and watched variety shows at home. She was a fan of Zhou Shen, so she watched the scenes of Zhou Shen over and over again. Although the program team cut out Xianli's scenes, it was she who brought Zhou Shen out, and the voice could not be cut, and the subtitles were her name. In addition, Zhou Shen mentioned Xian Xueme, which is a relatively rare surname, so I only remembered it when it was mentioned. Zhong Jun, This is not a question of whether it is recognizable or not. So you also know Zhou Shen? She was a little excited, propping herself up from the round table, and the dimples on her lips were faintly visible. Is Zhou Shen a good person? Was he so awesome when he was a student? Did he really pursue Su Yuqing for several years? Questions were thrown out one after another. Xian Li was a little overwhelmed, and made an interrupting gesture. I don't know, I'm not familiar with him, I don't know. Oh. It can be seen that Xian Li didn't want to mention it, and Zhong Jun was not the kind of person who couldn't read people's faces. She didn't continue to ask questions, and sat back in her original position blankly, then looked at the ground and screamed, my meat. She looked at the piece of beef on the ground that had rolled a few times, and was covered with dust, and decisively picked it up and rinsed it under the faucet, then put it back into the beef can, dipped it in sauce, and stuffed it back into her mouth. After this incident, Xian Li couldn't ask any more questions. Zhong Jun was suspended just before she was going to interview Tan Qizhou. After Xian Li noticed the tip of the iceberg of art biology, she had to think that this was a man-made coincidence. If she didn't want to be interviewed, she could just refuse directly. Why did she suspend a new reporter? She put this question aside for the time being. Judging from Zhong Jun's attitude, she obviously had a positive impression of art biology and Tan Qizhou. So she should know nothing about human experiments, genetic modification and mental power, and it is unlikely that she would take the initiative to provoke the latter. Then, the only possibility is that Zhong Jun, without knowing it, mastered some information about art biology, which made the latter feel threatened, but the importance of this information was not enough to directly eliminate her. This is why she was listed as a high-risk citizen, just like Bolanidong's unemployment, using the method of boiling a frog in warm water to let her die. Chapter 56. The most special thing Zhong Jun did was to make public her doomsday idea on the internet. Xian Li suddenly said, Zhong Jun, let me see the information you collected about doomsday. After Zhong Jun's account was banned, she could no longer find the content she had posted at night. Zhong Jun, who had just eaten, burped, okay, the information is all in my laptop, wait a minute. She dragged a backpack from under the bed, took out the laptop, and said while flipping open the display screen, fortunately, when I took the laptop to charge it a few days ago, the people at Humindian didn't kick me out, otherwise I can't even open the computer now. Xian Li felt something was wrong after hearing this. Soon Zhong Jun said, why can't it be opened? Did it run out of power so quickly? She looked over, and saw that the computer screen was dark, but the power indicator light was on. She turned it off and on again, but the result was the same. I'll try. Xian Li tapped on the keyboard a few times, trying to enter the safe mode in BIOS, but it was all ineffective. Her heart sank. It's infected with a virus. How could it be? I don't even want to turn on the hotspot to save power. Zhong Jun was a little flustered and pressed the restart button several times, but the dark screen seemed to be laughing at her stupidity. Who else has touched your computer? No, only me, except when I charged it last time. She suddenly remembered something and her face turned pale. That day, she took her computer to the Huimin point, and the free charging area was already full. Just when she was at a loss, a kind person said that he had an extra USB port and could charge another device, but the speed was a bit slow. Of course she didn't mind, so she thanked him profusely and plugged the computer in. Apart from that, her computer had never been touched by anyone else. She hit her head in annoyance. I was wondering why I was so lucky that day. Xian Li didn't say anything. Most likely, Zhong Yun's computer was infected with a virus at that time, but this also shows that her idea was right. The other party was indeed afraid of the information in Zhong Yun's hand. Thinking of this, Xian Li suddenly felt something strange in her heart and looked at the computer at hand. The screen was still dark, but the position of the camera flickered. Xian Li's hands reacted much faster than her brain. Before she could think, her hand reached above the screen like lightning and crushed it before the camera was completely lit up. Zhong Yun was startled by Xian Li's action and looked at her blankly. The two looked at each other. Xian Li looked at the computer fragments in her hand, and then looked at the computer residue with only half of the screen left on the table. At this time, the power button of the notebook was still on, and she punched the battery without hesitation. With a bang, Zhong Jun's notebook was completely shattered. Zhong Jun finally reacted and threw herself on the wreckage on the table with a sad face. My computer. Xian Li felt a little guilty, but still explained what happened just now. I suspect someone wants to monitor us through this computer. Zhong Jun stopped crying and looked back at Xian Li blankly. It was a hot summer day, but her body felt as cold as the cold winter. No matter how stupid she was, she knew that all the situations she was facing were so unusual. Someone was targeting her, not only her, but also the information in her hands. Who is it? She was in a state of confusion. For the first time, she felt a chill when she thought of the disaster certificate that she could not get, the repeated rejections at the welfare points, and the computer that was inexplicably infected with a virus. But she had no idea who she had offended. Xianli silently found the computer's hard drive from the fragments, and a blue light flashed on her fingertips. As long as the data is still there, there should be a way to recover it. She recalled the conversation after turning on the computer just now. She did not mention the information inside, and there was still time to remedy it. What they have to do now is to leave here. The village in the city is no longer safe. The two of them sorted out their backpacks. Fortunately, their important items were kept with them, so they didn't need to pack much. She asked Zhong Jun to wear a mask and a hat, avoid places with people, and leave the village in the city. When they were about to reach the parking spot, Xianli wanted to divert Zhong Jun's attention and asked casually, "What brand of computer do you like? I'll compensate you with a new one." Zhong Jun's low mood immediately cheered up, and he looked back at Xianli excited. "Really? Then I want." She mentioned a well-known brand, and also detailed the graphics card, CPU, and screen. While she was chattering about the computer configuration, Xianli took advantage of her inattention to recycle the SUV that was originally parked on the roadside into the black hole, and quickly copied an SUV from the mother body in the space. The other party has noticed them, so she needs to be vigilant. After Zhong Jun got in the car, she felt that the decoration on the car was a little strange. Strange. It seems that we didn't drive this car yesterday? Xianli fastened his seat belt, and said lightly, "You remembered it wrong." She drove the car to the side of Huamindian, and asked Zhong Jun to wait for her in the car. At the same time, she completely released her mental power, covering the 1-kilometer range with Huamindian as the center. Seeing her return to Huamindian, Zhong Jun was a little confused. Xianli just said, "Don't ask, just listen to me." Walking to a place where Zhong Jun couldn't see, she took out a wig from the black hole and put it on, then put on glasses and a mask, and disguised herself as a thin young man. With a halo that no one noticed, she entered the front desk of Huamindian as if she was in an empty space. There were many people around, but no one was surprised by her dress. The girl was still standing at the front desk, swiping the ID cards of the disaster victims. Xianli walked to her side, his fingertips bluish, and said to the girl at the front desk, "Hello, I'm new here." The girl at the front desk was stunned, turned around, and saw Xianli's appearance, as if she remembered something. "Oh, you are finally here. Please take my place. I'm in a hurry to go to the toilet." Xianli stepped aside, and ran quickly towards the direction of the toilet. She took over the operating system, and tapped the mouse with her fingers. At this time, an uncle in front of him tapped his fingers on the table impatiently. "What are you doing? Hurry up. I'm still waiting to receive supplies." Xianli glanced at him lightly, and directly added a thought file to him. "Don't mess with him, you will die." The uncle's originally arrogant expression instantly became timid, and he dared not say a word. Xianli's attention returned to the system. The communication network was not fully repaired after the disaster, the speed was slow, and the official system was outdated, so the operating system would automatically save the records of material collection locally and upload them every hour. She looked at the time. It was less than an hour before she received the supplies. She breathed a sigh of relief, found her ID number, and lightly clicked her hand. The record disappeared in the system. There was still time to spare. She continued to open the background and found the supplies belonging to Arc Biology in the source of supplies. Since the end of May, a fixed batch of supplies will be delivered to various welfare points at 9 o'clock every night, but the transportation plan is only counted until tomorrow. The records after the solar storm began the day after tomorrow are all blank. She recorded the shipping place of Arc Biology supplies, then pulled down the brim of her hat and left. After the girl at the front desk hurried to the bathroom, she stayed for 2 seconds and suddenly felt that the surging urge to urinate just now was held back. Suddenly confused, she had to go back to the front desk and yelled at the uncle, who was in the first line, "What are you daydreaming about? Take out your ID." The latter suddenly reacted after she yelled at him, and hurriedly handed over the ID he had been holding in his hand. The two of them had completely forgotten what happened just now. Do good things without leaving a name. After confirming that there were no suspicious people and cameras around, Xianli returned to the car. Seeing her come back, Zhong Jun handed her a bottle of water from the supply box. "Is the matter done?" Seeing that Xianli nodded, but did not mean to explain to her. She silently repeated in her mind 10 times, "Don't ask what you shouldn't ask." Xianli fastened his seat belt, and the two drove in a more remote direction. On the way, Xianli broke the silence. "Do you remember what those materials are?" Although the computer had been destroyed, she had handled every piece of information, so of course she had an impression. This time Zhong-jun answered quickly, "There are statistics on the movement of sunspots, changes in the Earth's magnetic field, abnormal weather, as well as hundreds of professional papers, tens of thousands of pictures, and yes, some videos shot on site." Videos? Xianli remembered that when Zhong-jun posted the news, he edited the videos together one by one. "Do you still have the original video?" Zhong-jun wanted to shake his head, but suddenly an idea flashed, and he quickly took out his mobile phone. "Because the memory is not large enough, I save the video of the day to the computer every day. Now there are a few clips I shot on the last day on my mobile phone." Zhong-jun's last day of shooting was in Cheong City, where there is the largest disaster refugee shelter in the southern region. Xianli drove the car in the direction of the helicopter landing. There was almost a ruin there, and there were few people. She stopped the car in front of the tall building. "Let's stay here until night." The lower floors were soaked by the flood, and the ground was messy. The two climbed up more than 10 floors before finding a clean room. After unloading the backpack, Xianli and the others opened the video shot on Zhong-yun's phone. There were 13 short clips of no more than 1 minute in total. The content was nothing special. Most of them were shot at the shelters to show the miserable conditions of the victims. However, because the shelters were large in scale, and the conditions were relatively good, they were much inferior to other video clips on Weigo. Xianli watched each video carefully. Except for seeing the medicine boxes and injections in the hands of some medical staff, which looked like they were produced by Arc Bio's Freemasonry Pharmaceuticals, he did not find anything unusual. But this does not mean anything. Freemasonry Pharmaceuticals' full range of drugs is in short supply in the end times, and it is normal for the shelters to have corresponding medical resources. Could it be that all the important information is in the computer? She unconsciously pulled the progress bar back, but saw a movement at the end. It was an old man with a naked upper body, lying on a straw mat with gauze wrapped around his body. The nurse was about to give him an injection, but strangely, although one of his arms was broken and he couldn't lift it, his other intact hand would fan around from time to time. She tapped the screen. "What is this person doing?" Zhong-jun came over to take a look. "Oh, hitting mosquitoes." Cheong City is located in the south, and the temperature is hotter than Mingxi City and Linchuan City. There are mosquitoes everywhere in the hall of the shelter. The pixel of the mobile phone is not high, so I can't take pictures. Chapter 57. Xianli watched the video again from the beginning, and found that almost every person in the clip was scratching their skin. Is there something wrong with this mosquito? Something wrong? Zhong-jun thought carefully, and said affirmatively, "The mosquitoes in Cheong City are particularly poisonous. By the way, I took photos of the bites. The weather in Cheong City is warm and humid, which is easy to breed snakes, insects, rats and ants. There was also an outbreak of dengue fever due to the increase in the density of mosquito vectors. Now that the temperature is rising and the rain is continuous, the mosquitoes in Cheong City will become more rampant." Zhong-jun slid left and right on the screen. When Xianli saw the photos, he felt his scalp tingling instantly. That should be the back of a middle-aged man. A dense patch of irregular bulges covered his back. Some of them were of different sizes, and almost connected together. The skin on his back had turned red, and the largest one was even the size of a walnut. There are some transparent reflections in the center of those protrusions, and there are long scratches on the back. The scratched areas have broken the skin and transparent water is flowing out. Just looking at the picture can make people feel physically uncomfortable and suffer from intensive phobia. These symptoms and signs all correspond to the poisonous mosquitoes that can spread the zombie virus. But the time when these poisonous mosquitoes appeared is too early. The mutant victims in the Yaolin resettlement site have been blown up by her, and the transmission route has been forcibly cut off by her. But she can't guarantee that the same thing won't happen in other resettlement sites and shelters. This is a dead end. As long as the human experiments are not stopped, the zombie virus will always break out. Is the appearance of these poisonous mosquitoes related to the creatures of the Ark? Their people were so nervous that they destroyed Zhong-yun's data and planted viruses in the laptop to secretly monitor her, which shows that they did not get what they wanted. Is the key point really these mosquitoes? At this time, the clues in front of Xianli were like incomplete puzzles, and they could not be put together. Before she could figure it out, her mental power suddenly sensed something unusual. Xianli stood up and walked to the window. Her mental power extended forward like a tentacle, and she saw a jeep coming towards them on the main road 500 meters away from them. She could sense that there were 3 people sitting on it, 2 men and 1 woman, and the woman sitting in the co-pilot radiated an unprecedentedly strong mental power. When her tentacles were about to touch the woman, she felt that the other party seemed to have noticed and looked over here. Almost at the same time, Xian Li withdrew her mental power. "What's wrong, Hung Li?" The man was about 30 years old, holding the steering wheel in his hand. He felt her movement and asked with concern. "Nothing." The woman called Hung Li retracted her gaze and spoke in a cold tone. She had a cold face, long and thin eyebrows, and a head of dark red short hair that weakened the beauty of her facial features and added a touch of coldness. Just now, she inexplicably felt a little bit of being spied on, but she felt nothing when she looked in that direction. She rubbed her forehead. Could it be an illusion caused by being too tired recently? The man held the steering wheel and turned his head slightly to look at the person in the passenger seat. "Speaking of which, this should be our last mission before the Japanese explosion." "Great. I can take 3 days off." The man sitting in the back seat had a baby face and looked like a teenager. He cheered while lying on the headrest of the passenger seat. The boy's approach made her feel uncomfortable, and she unconsciously said with a hint of admonition, "Sit tight." "Oh!" The boy sat back in the back seat aggrievedly like a rabbit being scolded. The car fell into silence for a while, as if to ease the atmosphere. "Today's task is simple. Maybe I can get off work early," Hung Li said coldly. "The last time, the minnow said the same thing." Hearing this, the boy in the back seat raised his head, and the midday sun fell on his face through the glass. He could see the fine fluff on it, which looked like some kind of stuffed animal. The minnow is really useless. For a while, the 3 people in the car didn't speak. More than a month ago, Lionfish was on a mission as usual. It was White Whale who first noticed something was wrong. When he contacted Lionfish, he found that the phone was picked up by another woman. The headquarters immediately sent people to investigate, and only then did they find his charred body in the charred laboratory. The skin and flesh had turned to ash, leaving only half a skeleton. The stingray also died with him. Even the Yaolan resettlement site not far away was blown up, and the method was exactly the same as the burning laboratory. It can almost be concluded that it was done by the same person. The strange thing is that Yaolan, which is nearly 10,000 square meters, was almost bombed into ruins. After identification, there were traces of hundreds of grenades exploding at the same time at the scene. They investigated the woman who answered the phone. An ordinary little star, she actually had an unknown past with Tan Chijo of arc biology. But who else but the military could have such a huge amount of military supplies? It was obvious that the military had noticed them, and used Su Yoqing's hand to give them a warning. So they were forced to change their plan. But in the process of implementing the new plan, an inexplicable female reporter appeared again, not only spreading doomsday rhetoric on the internet, but also almost exposed their new plan. I thought that under the pressure of the people below, this female reporter would soon disappear silently from this world. But I didn't expect that she could hold on for so long. Today, the people who were monitoring her found that she had left the monitoring area, lost her whereabouts, and had helpers. She had to go out in person. They were all a bunch of rubbish. Hung Li felt irritated, and even her right eyelid jumped wildly. Fortunately, they had a way to locate her location. Even if she had wings, she couldn't fly out of Mingxi City. Xian Li withdrew her mental power. The 3 people were clearly coming for them. She was a little confused. She had already cleared all the exposed clues, and even the laptop that might have carried the positioning device had been destroyed. No one else followed her on the way here. How did they get their location out of thin air? Xian Li ruled out one possibility after another, thinking that he had been careful enough. Zhong Jun was still searching for information about Chongqing mosquitoes on her phone. Some people with sensitive skin may even have a low fever after being bitten by mosquitoes. She pulled up her sleeves after saying that. I was lucky. I was only bitten once. Although more than half a month had passed, the ulcer still hadn't completely disappeared. Xian Li was startled, and saw a black and red blood spot on her arm, and immediately the alarm bells in her heart went off. Zhong Jun was also bitten, but she lived well for a month. She could feel that she was still a living person, and there was no zombie smell on her body. Xian Li suddenly thought maybe she had been in a misunderstanding before, thinking that people who were bitten by mosquitoes would become zombies. In fact, they just wanted to artificially give birth to awakened people in some way, and those failed test subjects were transformed into zombies. It's just that there are only one awakened person in a million, and the failures account for the majority, which makes people mistakenly think that poisonous mosquitoes spread the virus to humans. And if those mosquitoes were deliberately released by someone, it means that all people who were bitten by mosquitoes have become experimental subjects. What if they can locate the location of the experimental subjects through biological information? At this time, Xianli seemed to have opened up the key, and the fog in his mind gradually had an outline. If it was as she thought, then no matter where Zhong Jun went, the other party would stick to him like flies smelling something, like a dog-skin plaster. After thinking this through, Xianli walked towards Zhong Jun without hesitation. Zhong Jun had not yet realized the danger of this matter, and looked up at Xianli, these mosquitoes. Before she finished speaking, she felt a sharp pain in the back of her neck, and then her body fell softly to the ground. Xianli knocked her out with a knife, then took her back to the black hole and stopped time. Her black hole can isolate all the smells of living things, which is the only way to get rid of those flies at present. The jeep has arrived downstairs, but Xianli and the other party have gone up more than 10 floors. Even if the other party can locate them, they will not know which floor they are on for a while. She quickly cleared the traces of the two people's visit, and at the same time she entered the black hole. Before the matter is clear, she cannot expose herself. Hongli and the other two came to the bottom of this abandoned office building, and searched from the first floor to the top floor, but found nothing. The higher they went, the gloomier Hongli's face became. The man finally couldn't stand the cold air emitted by Hongli, and took out an electronic device the size of a mobile phone, ready to check Zhong Jun's location again, but the result surprised him. When they arrived downstairs, the blue dot was clearly located in this building, but at this time, the screen was empty, and no matter how he clicked, there was no response. He frowned. Is this thing broken? This building has more than 20 floors, and they can only get Zhong Jun's plane position, but can't find out which floor it is on. Hongli paused after hearing this. Let me see. She re-entered Zhong Jun's biometric code, and the white circle in the middle of the page kept spinning, indicating that it was being searched. What the hell? The man was shocked. He had just confirmed Zhong Yun's location for the last time downstairs, but now she seemed to have disappeared from the face of the earth, and there was no way to find her. The boy was jumping and skipping on the edge of the roof. If he took a wrong step, he would fall down and be smashed to pieces, but he didn't feel scared at all. It's over, it's over. White Whale will be angry again when I go back. Hongli's eyes were a little gloomy. Could this reporter do magic? She had fooled them all around. She took a deep breath. She had underestimated this female reporter. There are only two possibilities for someone to disappear out of thin air. One is that the female reporter has awakened her talent, and there is a chance that the positioning on her body will become invalid. The other is that her helper is also an awakener. And both possibilities are very tricky. The new plan is still not mature enough. Although it can expand the number of experimental subjects, it is also because too little medicine is injected, and the awakening time is prolonged, which increases the uncontrollability and makes it impossible to grasp the physical data of the experimental subjects in real time. If the other party awakens his talent before they recall him, then it is very likely that he will be lost forever. Only one awakener can emerge from 100,000 experimental subjects, so you can imagine how great a loss this is. Her right eyelid twitched even more, and she had a vague sense of foreboding in her heart. But there was no emotion on her face. She turned around and went downstairs. Let's go! Although she came up empty-handed, she didn't believe that this female reporter could disappear forever. Chapter 58. While waiting in the black hole, Xianli took out the Arc Creature supply box and checked it again. This time, she finally found some clues. The problem was not the food, but the emergency treatment medicine box. In addition to the commonly used medicines, there were also several ointments for relieving mosquito bites in the medicine box. The original manufacturer belonged to Freemasonry Pharmaceuticals. She didn't care before. After a disaster, there was a big epidemic. After a flood, mosquitoes were born. Rotting corpses, plants and polluted water sources can make mosquitoes grow rampantly. It is normal to prepare some mosquito repellent. But now it seems that the problem may be with these ointments. She sniffed the bottle mouth. The ointments that can repel mosquitoes and relieve itching are usually spicy or mild and cool, but Xianli's 5 senses are superior to ordinary people. Under the cover of the strong mint smell, she can still smell a sour and salty taste. There is a respiratory stimulant called ethylamine hydrochloride, which smells like this. It can stimulate the respiratory center, causing people to increase their breathing rate and breathing amplitude, and the poisonous mosquitoes may locate people through the excessively fast breathing rate and the resulting high concentration of carbon dioxide. Even if Xianli was not tricked, She felt that these people were vicious. When the sun was about to set, Xianli came out of the black hole. And she also left Zhong Yun in the cave. Now Zhong Yun is like a walking human GPS. Once he appears, he is likely to be discovered by the other party. The mental power of that woman can be said to be stronger than the lionfish and stingray she encountered before. She wanted to avoid the edge for a while, because she now has another more urgent thing to do. She has not yet done what she promised Zhong Yun. On the way back from the zoo the day before, she asked Zhong Jun, "If you find out in the end that you not only can't save them, but also sacrifice yourself, will you regret your choice today?" Zhong Jun was silent for a while, then said yes. She laughed at herself. "What I regret most is that I didn't make myself stronger, so I was helpless when facing all this. Now I am like a boastful clown. Strip off the hypocritical coat, only the weak body is left." Xianli said lightly, "Being extremely ugly is also a skill." Zhong Jun was stunned for a moment, then laughed out loud. "I thought you would comfort me." Xianli said innocently, "No." Although Zhong Jun didn't speak again, the haze in his eyes had gradually dissipated. In order to avoid more trouble, the action was set on the last day, the eve of the super solar storm. 10 o'clock in the evening, Mingxi National Zoo. Although the solar storm will fully erupt after dawn, it is surprisingly calm on the eve of the solar storm. Even the temperature at night was nearly 40 degrees. But this was not unusual for people in the southern region, who were used to the heat, and they turned up the air conditioner at home to the maximum. During the day, people who did not know the truth would die of carbonization as long as they stepped out of their homes when the first ray of sunlight appeared in the morning. When Xianli arrived at the park, it was no different from when she and Zhong Jun came yesterday. There were only a few breeders on duty in the office building. Xianli sneaked in and implanted the want-to-sleep thought files one by one. Then, she went to the abandoned container camp. Her fingertips turned slightly blue, and a container appeared in the black hole. Then the next step was to replicate the container in every park. She walked deeper into the park, and soon, she saw the gorilla named Bobeo, who naturally reached out his hand when he saw Xianli. He was not shy. Fortunately, her black hole had everything. A bag of melon seeds appeared in her hand, and she tore open the package and put it in Bobeo's hand. Bobeo drooled, danced with excitement, and blew a kiss to Xianli, and then cracked the melon seeds in a very realistic way. Xianli watched it eat, and suddenly a bold idea popped up in her mind. She implanted the idea file into Bobeo's mind. Bobeo, who was cracking melon seeds, was stunned, and stopped eating the melon seeds. He clenched his fists and hit his chest a few times, panting at Xianli with red eyes. It seemed a bit too much. Just now, she tried to implant the thought file of "Do you want to fight?" into Bobeo's mind, but she didn't expect that Bobeo's reaction was far more intense than she thought. It turned out that it was much easier to implant ideas into animals than into people. Perhaps it was because animals' minds were simpler, and their wills were relatively easy to control, so she could make the animals obey her orders without any effort. Now things were much simpler. Xianli took out the SUV and released his mental power while driving. And in every place where the wheels rolled over, the iron cages holding animals disappeared one by one into the air. Then, containers of varying sizes appeared out of thin air in every park in the zoo. For social animals, if one of them could receive Xianli's instructions, it would convey them to nearby companions. The message she sent was simple: the box is safe. Xianli was like a walking signal transmitter. For some reason, animals gradually began to follow Xianli's car. When passing the bird park, dozens of colorful and large birds hovered above her car roof. Xianli could even see a few bird droppings falling on the car window. When passing the large zoo area, a fast-running jaguar deliberately ran forward for more than 10 meters, and then proudly turned back to wait for her. When passing the wolf and canine zoo area, wolves and foxes coexisted peacefully and ran side by side. When passing the monkey zoo area, primates followed her direction with their families, constantly hooking the branches in front of them and swinging forward flexibly in the grove. A little monkey even jumped onto the roof of her car, chirping and saying something. In the reptile zoo area, Xianli's car was far ahead of others, and the short-legged crocodiles climbed ashore from the water and took a mouthful of exhaust gas. All the animals in the zoo seemed to be separated from the food chain and existed independently. They did not affect each other, but worked together. They seemed to have a common goal, and followed the glowing human woman involuntarily. The park was very large, and it took Xianli almost 4 hours to send the instructions. At this time, the time just jumped to 0. Xianli did everything he could. All things have spirits. There was no need for Xianli to explain. Before the sun rose, they would find a safe place by themselves and wait for the solar storm to pass. In more than 6 hours, it would be dawn, and she wanted to go home. Just when she wanted to take out the helicopter and rush back overnight, she suddenly felt a strong spiritual force approaching her. It's really haunting. One day ago, Hongley checked the whereabouts of the female reporter for nearly half a month and found that she frequently went to the zoo. The day before, she even went to the zoo with a mysterious helper. Combined with Zhong Jun's doomsday theory, it is not difficult to imagine what she would plan. Hongley felt shocked and funny. At this time, there are still people who are so naive. They can't even protect themselves, and they still have the leisure to do such unnecessary things. Do they really think they are the savior? In the past 2 days, she arranged people in the park to keep an eye on the movements in the zoo, but today there was no news for 4 hours. She realized that something was wrong. She didn't expect that the other party had the ability to prevent those people from issuing warnings. As soon as she entered the zoo, she found something unusual. The containers of various sizes almost filled the entire park, which was obviously incompatible with the environment of the zoo. There was no other possibility except that the awakened person did it. The unique ability displayed by this person did not belong to any kind of artificial awakening. He was undoubtedly a native awakener. Compared with artificial awakeners, the spiritual power of native awakeners would be more pure. The corners of Hongley's mouth curled up slightly. The genes of the original awakened ones are more than 100 times better than those of the artificial awakened ones, but it will soon be hers. She fully opened her mental power and arrived at the center of the park. She saw a person standing still, as if waiting for her. The man's back was slender and tall, and she could feel the explosive power condensed under his skin. She has always been sensitive to mental power, which is her advantage. If her mental power is a deep flame, then the other party's mental power is like a calm lake. Are you Zhong Jun's helper? The other person turned his head, and she saw a clown mask, which looked weird and scary against the night. Yes. Hongley was a little surprised that it was a female voice. But she didn't react too much. Even if the other person was a she-male, it wouldn't have much impact on her. She never liked to talk too much nonsense with the enemy. After all, he would soon be dead. At this time, her whole body was glowing red, like a human-shaped flame. No matter how this person hid Zhong Jun, as long as she died, Zhong Jun would naturally appear. And Hongley could also absorb her mental power, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. You are unlucky today. Xianli felt the temperature around him rising, which might not be a big deal at ordinary times. But on the eve of the solar storm, the already hot air became even hotter, making Xianli feel like she was in an oven, almost burning the air around her. This is a fire talent. Among all the elemental talents, only the fire talent is the most difficult to control, and the most violent and dangerous, so it is also more powerful than other elements, which is why Hongley can deal with it confidently. Xianli even had the illusion that sparks came out of her hair. No, it was not an illusion, her hair was really on fire. Hongley was too lazy to take another step forward. One of the effects of her fire talent is burning. Not only the hair, but also the skin and internal organs can be burned to ashes. You are really uncultured. Xianli said expressionlessly. Her fingertips were blue, and clear water flowed continuously from the palm of her hand, pouring on the burning hair. Although her movements were very fast, her hair still burned off a centimeter. The skin on other parts of her body was intact under this high temperature, all thanks to her firewall effect, which is of course used to prevent fire. But what made her angry was that her hair didn't seem to be included in this list. Water talent? Hongley was a little uncertain. Water talent can indeed restrain fire, but it can only restrain ordinary fire talent. She released her mental power, and the red light around her materialized, and a fist-sized flame appeared in her hand. The black flame core released a dangerous breath, and the outer flame was sky blue, and the actual temperature was over 3,000 degrees Celsius. Not to mention water, even ice would have evaporated before it touched it. And this flame, that burns everything, doesn't even need to touch Xianli's skin. As long as it is within a meter of her, her whole body can be directly refined into a pool of blood by the high temperature of the outer flame. She almost couldn't wait to see the other party helpless after releasing the water effect. The clown in front of her didn't react to her flames at all, and she didn't see how she moved, but she saw a huge fire extinguisher in her hand. The clown tilted his head, his eyes were like 2 black holes, like an adult looking down at a naughty child. No, I have the fire extinguisher talent. Chapter 59. In previous battles, Hongley had encountered tough opponents before. That was during the typhoon period. He was also a native awakener. Although he was not gifted in water, He cleverly used the talent of space transfer to turn the endless rain into his own use. The large amount of rain prevented her burning effect from taking effect normally, but when he thought he had won, she used her burning mental power to generate flames. But the man thought she had run out of tricks, so he mobilized the accumulated water again to try to extinguish her flames. And every drop of rain that fell on the flame evaporated instantly, generating a large amount of high-temperature steam. The accumulated water within 10 meters of his feet boiled up, and finally scalded his skin and flesh, and even his body was covered with bumpy blisters, and he died in extreme pain. She thought that this woman with a clown mask would die in the same way. But when she saw the fire extinguisher, she was a little unconfident. Exionly took out a dry powder fire extinguisher. Water can certainly lower the temperature of combustibles, but for ultra-high temperature flames, cooling and extinguishing fires is completely unfeasible. Dry powder fire extinguishers are different. They extinguish fires by isolating air. Dry powder can not only form a covering film to isolate air, but the volatile decomposition products in it can also react with the substances produced by combustion, forcibly interrupting the combustion. Even if it is a sky fire, it cannot spontaneously ignite without air. Moreover, this is a fire extinguisher that she has magnified by multiples. She smiled slightly under the mask, pulled out the safety pin, and held the spray hose tightly to aim at the red carp. Homely's face turned pale, her flame seemed to have legs, constantly moving in the air. This was the ability she absorbed from the original Awakener before, to avoid the dry powder sprayed like snowflakes. Once the flame generated by mental power is extinguished, it will enter the cooling CD and cannot be used. She struggled to manipulate the flame to avoid the dry powder in the sky, but she couldn't avoid it. Homely had never been so embarrassed before, and felt that even her nasal cavity was filled with things, making her want to sneeze. Her cold face was also covered with powder. When she blinked, dry powder kept falling from her eyelashes. Her short and cute hair was already messy. She looked more funny than a clown at this time. Fortunately, the flame was approaching the other party little by little under her operation. The fire extinguisher will always run out. With her persistence, the amount of powder sprayed by the hateful fire extinguisher has become less and less, and finally it can no longer spray anything. Exionly picked up the fire extinguisher and shook it. It was empty. The opportunity has come. Before Homely could be happy, she saw a pile of things suddenly appear in front of Exionly. She looked closely, and almost vomited blood. They were 10 bottles of fire extinguishers, exactly the same as before. At this moment, her thoughts suddenly became clear. Thinking of the countless containers in the park, the water coming out of her hands, and the fire extinguishers that she could use at will, the talent of this woman in front of her was undoubtedly the space talent that could store items. Homely was less panicked. Although the space talent was amazing, it was weak in attack power. Even if she had unlimited supplies, what would it matter? She had no means of attack, and there was no way to deal with her. The strongest point of the fire element talent is the attack power. Thinking of this, she put away the spiritual power flame and reactivated the talent. Another talent of Homely is high temperature burning. When she used it just now, the opponent's hair was obviously burned, which proved that this method is useful, although the effect of this talent is a bit slower than that of fire. Things are just as she expected. Seeing Homely release high temperature, the spray hose of the fire extinguisher in the hands of the woman wearing a clown mask melted under the high temperature, and she ran back quickly as if she was in a panic. Exionly of course had to run. She didn't want her hair to be burned again. The high temperature of this woman is probably limited to a certain range. She ran 50 meters, and the heat wave disappeared. But Homely can also move. She can easily catch up with the clown mask, and the powder that fell on her body during the movement also fell down, making her look like a moving snowman. Homely felt this, and the cruelty in her eyes became stronger. How could she have looked so ugly? It was a great shame. She must burn this woman alive. The red carp catalyzed the spiritual power in her body, and the heat wave extended forward 100 meters. As she moved, her spiritual power was rapidly lost. Her high temperature effect consumed spiritual power, according to the range. The larger the range, the faster it consumed. At this time, the plants within a range of 150 meters in front of her began to wither and shrink, and the animals had already hidden. Although she could only maintain this range for 1 minute, the temperature of nearly 200 degrees Celsius would suffocate the opponent even if he did not die of heat. And within this range, Exionly had nowhere to escape. Seeing Exionly stop, Homely finally felt a little satisfied. Just surrender? It's too unchallenging. As she thought so, she found that the white powder fell again in the air, and it was all over her. Homely laughed in anger. It can be seen that the other party has broken the jar and given up. You don't think you can use the same routine again? Fire extinguishers can only act on burning objects and have no effect on high temperatures. Exionly didn't say anything. She just wanted to leave the range of the dry powder sprayed by the fire extinguisher. She raised her hand, and a ball of flame appeared on her palm, exactly the same as the one Hongli had just released. Hongli was shocked. Before she had time to think about how she could have the same talent, she saw Exionly sending the ball of fire to her, and she subconsciously said, "It's useless. My body is not afraid of fire at all." Really? Soon, she found that the other party was not holding a fire extinguisher in his other hand, but a bag of something. Without waiting for her to react, Exionly threw the torn bag in his hand at her again. The bag spilled white powder in the air, which looked very similar to the dry powder in the fire extinguisher, but without the pungent smell, instead exuding a weed aroma. Hongli suddenly discovered that it was not the dry powder in the fire extinguisher at all, but flour. You? She finally couldn't maintain her cold expression anymore, and a trace of fear appeared in her eyes. Exionly sprinkled flour at her, and activated the copy talent at the same time. It seemed as if heavy snow fell around Hongli. Exionly pushed the fire in his hand forward. The flour suspended in the air encountered an open flame, and it oxidized rapidly and released heat. A grain of dust quickly burned up and reacted like an atomic bomb, causing a dust explosion, which was as powerful as explosives. The red carp was instantly engulfed by the flames of the explosion. Boom, with a loud bang, along with the falling of charred dust, there were countless corpses. Exionly turned around and ran away at the moment she sent out the fire, and then threw herself on the ground, so that she was not affected by the shock wave of the explosion. Looking back at this time, a pit was even blown out 100 meters away, and several trees next to it were burning. Exionly quickly reproduced a fist-sized water column in the palm of her hand, and poured it on the burning branches and leaves. After a long time, the fire was extinguished. Exionly wiped the sweat off her face, saw the mess around her, and shook her head. It's really playing with fire and getting burned. At this time, half of the short-sleeved t-shirt she was wearing had been burned, and the mask was about to melt, but the skin underneath was still white and smooth, without any signs of damage. She took off those clothes and changed into clean clothes, missing the bathtub at home very much. After finishing her appearance, she finally had time to shift her attention back to the long-lost electronic sound that had just sounded in her mind. Talent, control. Effect obtained, light and shadow, B-level. Light and shadow, B-level. You can adjust the brightness of the vision. How to use: press Shift plus Alt plus Y, and use the scroll wheel to adjust the brightness. This is the first time that Exionly has obtained the B-level talent effect, and the difficulty of operation is also increased accordingly. The first time requires 4 fingers. Thanks to Hongli's powerful fire spirit, after absorbing her fire talent, it is combined with Exionly's control, thus producing a special effect. As a designer, she is also very familiar with this shortcut key. This is a combination key in the PS image processing software, which can adjust the brightness of the picture after use. She used her left hand to bring up the keyboard. Fortunately, the size of the keyboard was about the same as her palm, just enough to press the 3 keys. At the same time, her right hand also slid the wheel up and down. Suddenly, the picture in her eyes lit up with the movement of her right hand. When it was adjusted to 60%, the zoo in the dark became like daytime. Her eyes were like an automatic night vision device, and no matter where she looked, it was clear. Then she slid the wheel down to the bottom, and suddenly her eyes were like a blind person. It was pitch black, and she couldn't see anything. When she moved the wheel to the top, her vision suddenly turned completely white, as if a strong light suddenly shone into her eyes, making her dizzy. Exionly understood that this extreme darkness and extreme brightness could be used against the enemy, making the opponent lose vision all of a sudden. The range in the middle could be left to her, with the functions of night vision and light blocking. The practicality of this effect is no less than that of replication, because a solar storm is coming soon, and after the solar storm, the polar day will come. If you need to go out, you must wear sunglasses, otherwise it is likely to damage your eyesight or even blind you under strong light. She doesn't need to say much about the role of night vision, which makes her actions in the dark much more convenient, without having to wear a night vision helmet. Finally, her hair that was burned by 1 centimeter was not wasted. Exionly raised her hand and took out a strand of hair to take a look. There were obvious signs of burnt and split ends at the ends of the hair. She suddenly felt a little itchy and wanted to blow Hongli away once. She looked at the time. This battle took her half an hour. But if she rushed back to Nyolan village now, she would still have time to get home before sunrise. But she didn't forget that in addition to Hungly, there were 2 men with her in the car that day. They didn't come with Hungly, and they were probably waiting somewhere nearby. Just as she was about to start looking for the 2 people, she found 2 people sneaking towards this direction. Her mental power probed forward and saw that the 2 people, a man in his early 30s and a pale-skinned teenager, were the other 2 people in the car. Chapter 60. When Red Carp received the news that something was wrong with the zoo, he asked Star Bream and Sea Anemone to wait outside the zoo. Star Bream took a puff of cigarette, and when he blew smoke rings, it was like a fish blowing bubbles. Sea Anemone next to him covered his mouth and nose, with a little anger in his beautiful eyes. Star Bream was stunned, and apologized to put out the cigarette, but I forgot. He has a talent for the auxiliary system, and can hide his body in breath. He often follows Red Carp to assist, run errands, and clean up the battlefield. And Sea Anemone is a new member of their team. Star Bream still doesn't know his specific talent. He only knows that his vision, hearing, and sense of smell are more sensitive than ordinary people, and he probably can't stand the smell of smoke. I don't know what's going on over there with Red Carp. He looked in the direction of the zoo, but because the distance was too far, he couldn't hear any movement. It has been 10 minutes since Red Carp left, and he should have found someone. When she felt the smoke in the air dissipate, High Anemone put down her hand. Her small nose twitched. She could smell something burning deep in the park. It smells like burning. Shanghai nodded. It's hot today. Unlike her cold personality, it's hard to imagine that she has a fire talent. The attack method is simple and crude, but it has always been very effective. High temperature burning is her most commonly used method, and it is not troublesome to clean up afterwards. At the fastest time, she can even call them over to clean up the battlefield in 5 minutes. Waiting was a bit boring. Shanghai tried to find a topic. I never asked you. How did you know Hungly? After the death of the lionfish, Hungly directly brought High Anemone to replace him. Although the ice talent of the lionfish is also powerful, it is completely suppressed by the Red Carp. As an awakener of the auxiliary system, his attack power is relatively weak, so naturally he has no say. So the Red Carp has always been the one who has the final say in the team. It is impossible not to be curious about the Sea Anemone, who came on as a substitute. The Sea Anemone sat on the edge of the rooftop, his feet swaying in the air. His skin is white, the kind of paleness that has not been exposed to the sun for a long time. And the color of his pupils is lighter than that of ordinary people, like 2 pieces of brown glass. He tilted his head to think about it, and seemed to be entangled for a while, and still said, Hungly won't let me say it. The Star Bream is used to being cold to the Red Carp, and he didn't get angry when he heard it. Who is this guy Hungly defending against? Hungly has always adhered to the principle of never talking too much when he can take action. Not only is he especially quiet when fighting, but he doesn't like to talk at ordinary times. They have been together for several years, and he seems to be indifferent to him. He didn't need to think about many things, he just followed her instructions, and over time he felt that his brain was rusting. He looked at the time. Good, another minute had passed. At the latest in 4 minutes, they would receive a message asking them to go over and clean up the battlefield. It stands to reason that the invisibility talent is not suitable for cleaning up the battlefield. But his most important role is not in cleaning, but in remediation, but this use has never really played a role. With the strength of the Red Carp, it should be difficult to use it. A familiar breath of fire came from the depths of the park, and the Sea Anemone was like a diligent battle commentator, using fire. Hearing this, the Star Porgy just nodded. This guy is pretty powerful. The opponent, who can make the Red Carp burn his mental power to produce flames, is generally not weak. He mentally added 3 minutes to the opponent's survival time. Using ultra-high temperature flames will cause some troubles later. After being burned into a mummy, the cells in the body are completely dead, and it is not convenient to extract genes. The last time he fought with a native awakener, he was scalded to death in the water, which was relatively easy. He was still thinking about something else. His feet stopped swinging in front of the rooftop. Anemone covered his nose again. There is a strange smell. Star Porgy is somewhat accustomed to the sensitivity of his nose. Sometimes, even if he let out a silent fart in the car, Anemone would quickly open the window and stick his head out to breathe fresh air, which made him very embarrassed. What strange smell? Anemone didn't know how to describe it. It was a bit like paint, and a bit like gas. Did the gas explode? I didn't hear any noise. Haikue covered his nose and didn't speak for a long time, but he could still hear the noise over there. When the flame burned, there would be a slight crackling sound, but now the sound disappeared. The fire is out. Shanghai finally perked up. It looks like we're going to get off work soon. Hong Li stopped, which meant the fight was over, and they could go over to clean up the battlefield. Haikui nodded, looking excited. It's time to get off work. Before he got off the platform, he heard some other noises and paused. It seems it's not over yet. The smell of burning came again. Shanghai was a little surprised this time. If Hong Li was still using high-temperature burning, it meant that the ultra-high-temperature flame was extinguished by herself. Is the opponent this time so tough? Haikui listened to the movement deep in the park and felt something strange. He stood up, his thin body on the edge of the rooftop teetering. His brown eyes slowly became transparent, and his sight gradually passed the tall buildings and trees in front of him, passing through a distance of several kilometers, and came to the center of the battlefield. He saw the appearance of Hong Li. Strange, why was Hong Li covered with white powder? Hong Li paid the most attention to appearance. If he accidentally messed up her hair, she would be angry. But now she was made so dirty by someone, the other party must be in trouble. Before he shifted his sight to the other side, he saw a little fire in his peripheral vision. As if in slow motion, the fire gradually spread to the entire area of his sight, bursting out dazzling light, making his eyes hurt violently, and he closed his eyes instantly. A second later, his ears moved like some kind of animal, and then a huge explosion came from the depths of the park. The movement was so loud that even the starfish next to him could hear it clearly. What happened? Did the gas really explode? Starfish was reluctant to throw away the extinguished cigarette, so he just held it in his mouth. He was so shocked that the cigarette butt fell out. Sea Anemone reluctantly opened his eyes. Just now, his eyes seemed to be stimulated by the light and impact of the explosion. At this time, his eyes were a little red, and he could no longer use perspective. But his nose was still sensitive. He could smell something burnt in the distance, the smell of burning paper, the smell of burning wood, and a little wheat. And most importantly, he could no longer sense the breath of red carp. His expression changed slightly. Red carp was blown to death. Star Snapper's rusty brain couldn't figure it out for a moment. Who was blown to death? Red carp. Sea Anemone turned around with a blank look. Red carp lost. Star Snapper opened his mouth and looked into the depths of the park. After the explosion, there was an eerie silence over there. That person. Is he so powerful? But he soon realized that Red Carp lost. So did that mean he was finally going to play? Sea Anemone obviously thought so too. Seeing Star Snapper turn around, he flexibly climbed onto his back. Star Snapper carried him on his back and jumped out from the roof of the 18th floor, landing easily on the next building 15 meters away. His figure shuttled between the tall buildings, and he arrived outside the park in less than 3 minutes. At this time, his movement slowed down. He did not continue to move forward at the same speed as before, but covered the surface of his and Sea Anemone's bodies with his mental power. The bodies of the two people gradually became transparent and soon disappeared into the air. Their breath was also covered by the spiritual power of the Star Porgy. The anemone on his back smelled the air and pointed him in the direction, and he moved towards the battlefield. This was the first time he used his talent after the battle. In the past, he often used it to do some petty thefts. He had always doubted the meaning of his existence. He felt like a useless leg pendant beside Hong Li. After all, she was so strong, how could she fail? Now he knew how foresight Hong Li's decision was. She had prepared a way out for herself early. If she made a mistake one day, she would have a chance to start over. That's right, Hong Li has another talent effect that has never been activated, spontaneous combustion. Although the condition for spontaneous combustion to be activated is when her life is in danger, and it is equivalent to using all her mental power to make wedding clothes for the other party, she can give up her body in exchange for a life. In the ashes after she burns, her gene fragments will be left. As long as she gets that thing, and returns to the headquarters to replicate her genes, she can come back to life. At that time, she will still be the same as before when she is reinduced by mental power. After all, she already has the genes of an awakener, and the success rate after induction is also 100%. He carefully concealed his breath and walked stealthily in the direction pointed by the anemone. Although he knew that his breath had been completely concealed, he still subconsciously slowed down his pace, and his movements were a bit sneaky. How could he not be sneaky? After all, before he met Hong Li, he had always been doing sneaky things. Of course, this time was no different from sneaky things. If the other party discovered the existence of the two of them, killing them would be a small matter, but discovering Hong Li's secret would be a big matter. So Xingpi had to be cautious and move slowly towards the battlefield. Has the person left? He asked silently, but with the hearing of the sea anemone, he should be able to hear it. Sure enough, the sea anemone responded to him. Not yet, wait a little longer. For some reason, the man did not rush to leave after Honley died, but was in the mood to put out the fire. He could hear the sound of water washing against the tree. Although his eyesight was temporarily ineffective, and he could not see the man's appearance, he could grasp the other party's every move just by hearing and smell. Star Snapper squatted behind the tree, patiently waiting for the man to leave, and then he would go over to pick up the spoils. A huge Siberian tiger came over at some point, but even the animal could not see him, which made him feel much more at ease. But soon he found that he was too relieved too early. The large cat walked straight towards him, and the pads of its flesh made a slight friction sound when walking. He was a little nervous. Could it be that his talent had not been used for a long time and had failed? Just when he was thinking about whether to change places, the tiger turned its back and aimed its butt at him, and then its butt fired a water arrow. Urine splashed all over him. Star Snapper almost screamed, but restrained himself in time. He regretted why he put the anemone off his back, otherwise he could have blocked it for him. Star Snapper wanted to cry, but had no tears, and hated the original awakener in his heart. If he hadn't refused to leave, he wouldn't have squatted here and been splashed. The anemone focused on the distance and didn't care about the movement around him. He listened carefully. There was no sound or smell at the explosion site. He thought the man had left. Just as he was about to tell Xingpi that the man had left, his little nose moved, and he soon smelled the urine smell on the former. His face changed again and again, and he quickly took out a mask from his pocket and put it on. This mask was specially made for him, which could block 90% of the smell, so that he would not be killed by the stink. Hi, Anemone said in a muffled voice through the mask, "Let's go." Then, he did not let Xingpi carry him, but walked in front by himself. Starfish wanted to cry, but he still resigned himself to his fate, and drew out a little more mental power to cover the sea anemone. Using mental power separately like this would weaken the effect of hiding the breath, but since the sea anemone said that the other party had left, it should be fine. The two quickly came to the explosion site, and the area within about 100 meters was charred black. You can imagine how powerful the explosion was. Did the other party prepare a bomb in advance? He was a little confused, but still came to the center of the explosion. The ground was full of gray-black dust and black soil that was blown up, and his nose was full of burnt smells. The gene fragments of the red carp should be in the dust. Although he had never seen the real thing, according to the description of the red carp, it should be a blue chip the size of a thumb cap. At this time, the sea anemone stood far away from him. Even if 90% of the smell was blocked, his nose still itched, so he wanted to be as far away from the center of the explosion as possible. Anyway, there were two young masters and young ladies in the team, and he was the only one who worked. Starfish was used to it. He squatted down and used his hands to dig on the ground, carefully looking for the blue chip. Just when he was almost dizzy from searching and wanted to ask the sea anemone to help, a voice sounded beside his ear. Looking for this? He subconsciously looked back and saw a thumb-sized blue chip was clamped between two fingers. It was just as Red Carp said. He showed joy in his eyes, and his eyes followed the two slender fingers to look at the person next to him. The joy in his eyes quickly turned into horror. A person wearing a clown mask appeared in his sight. Chapter 61. After absorbing Honley's spiritual power, Xian Li's spiritual power perception can already cover the entire zoo, so she already knew when the two appeared at the door. But she soon discovered that they could not sense their existence after entering the zoo, which also made her know that one of them had the talent to shield spiritual power and hide his body. Honley was the one with the strongest spiritual power among the three. If even she was not Xian Li's opponent, then there was no need for the other two to appear, and even if they turned around and ran away, Xian Li would not notice. Why did they still risk coming back? Xian Li's eyes fell on Honley's scattered limbs. She always had a good habit of cleaning up the scene, so this time she still put all the charred blocks into Suju's pocket watch space. When cleaning up the mess, she subconsciously increased her visual brightness. Soon she found that in the center of the explosion area, there was a small thing that was a little reflective under the blessing of brightness. She walked over and pushed away the blackish covering the surface, and found a small blue chip. Xian Li tried to scan it with her mental power, but she didn't feel any spiritual power. If she didn't have enhanced vision, she might not have found this small chip. She realized that this should be the reason why the two came back. Xian Li simply entered the black hole and waited for the two of them to fall into the trap. Star Snapper looked back. Anemone was still standing there, but he opened his eyes and his vision was white. He could only hear someone talking to Star Snapper. Starfish, who's talking? He waved his hand in front of his eyes blankly, and could only vaguely see a little shadow. Starfish calmed down and looked at the clown mask. It was she who killed Hung Lee. What did you do? The clown mask tilted its head. The shell was half melted by the high temperature, and the original facial features were out of place, which looked even more weird. Tell me what this is first. She pointed to the blue chip in her hand. Starfish felt so dry that he couldn't say a word. He wanted to inject his mental power into the anemone and start holding his breath to let him escape from here, but he immediately found that his eyes were black and he couldn't find the location of the anemone. It doesn't matter if you don't want to say it. After I kill you and absorb the mental power, I will slowly study it later. Exionly smiled under the mask. The talent of hiding her body was still useful to her. Starfish simply closed his eyes and made up his mind, then kill me. He had almost no attack power, and had no chance of winning when facing the enemy head-on, not to mention that the opponent was a powerful opponent who could beat Hung Lee to spontaneous combustion. He had always been following Hung Lee, without any great pursuit, just wanting to live in peace. But if he was asked to betray his companions, he couldn't do it. The expression on Starfish's face was like that of a righteous person, who could not bend in the face of might and power. Exion Lee, the real villain, Although his reaction surprised her, Exion Lee would naturally not be soft-hearted. A gun appeared in her hand, and she said lightly, "You have backbone, I will give you a quick death. To kill him cleanly and neatly is the greatest respect for him." Just before she was about to pull the trigger, the sea anemone beside her spoke, "Wait!" Exion Lee looked at the boy. He looked in Exion Lee's direction accurately. If Exion Lee hadn't been maintaining the light and shadow effect on his eyes, he would have thought that the other party had recovered his vision. Haikue seemed to have gotten used to this visual brightness. His ears could hear Exion Lee's location, the sound of her fingertips rubbing against the gun, and the steady and powerful heartbeat in her chest. Haikue's hearing was outstanding. Even without vision, he could identify the other party by the frequency of his heartbeat. But that person's heartbeat had a special frequency that could not be recorded. The other party was right in front of him, but Haikue had no idea who the other party was. In addition, that person had absorbed the spiritual power of the red carp, and his spiritual power should be unprecedentedly strong now. If she got the ability of the Star Porgy, and could hide her whereabouts anytime and anywhere, then it would be even more impossible to know her identity. "I can tell you what this thing does," Haikue said slowly. He could only see a circle of black shadow where Exion Lee was, with two big holes on the top of his head, staring at him without blinking. The other party seemed to be pretending. "No!" Starfish was stunned. His first reaction was to refuse, and his second reaction was to be moved. He almost cried with joy, showing an old father's expression of the child has grown up and knows how to care for others. Anemone actually made such a big sacrifice to save him. It was worth it for him to love Anemone as a brother. He died without regrets, he said righteously. "Don't listen to her, Anemone. I am willing to sacrifice my life for the organization. Although I can't see his expression, I can guess what he is imagining with my feet." Anemone, Exion Lee didn't put away the gun, but he didn't pull the trigger either. Finally, someone who knows what's good for him. "Then tell me." Haikue showed a tangled expression, as if she had made up her mind. "If you promise me that you can let us go, I'll tell you." Playing this trick? Exion Lee sneered in her heart. She hated bargaining the most. "I don't agree." After that, a gunshot rang out, and the bullet hit the top of the Star Porgy's chest. The impact made the Star Porgy lose its center of gravity and fall to the ground. He didn't feel the pain at first, and it took several seconds for his brain to react. The blood in his body flowed frantically to the wound, and his heart rate and breathing also accelerated. Exion Lee slightly deviated the angle, and shot the bullet below his shoulder. He forced himself to sit up. "I can do it." The unexpected shooting made Haikue stunned for a moment, a little flustered, and the other party's calmness exceeded his expectations. Did she see that he was stalling for time? Although Exion Lee could see through his tricks, she was too lazy to expose them. Killing them was just a matter of moving her fingers. "Let me guess. Does this chip contain some important information, or is it a medium for something, or is it?" She pointed the gun at the Star Snapper again. "The person is not dead at all. Is this a prop for resurrection?" Exion Lee was actually not sure, but just guessed. Apart from these, she could not think of the possibility that the two of them would fall into the trap. But she didn't expect that every sentence was on point, and when she said the last sentence, she saw Haikue's pupil shrink slightly. It was obvious that this was the real function of the chip. Haikue's breathing was a little rapid, but after all, she had too little social experience, and denied it. "No." Star Snapper felt the blood gradually flowing out of his body, but he was still forcing himself to stay awake and shouted, "Anemone." But it was too late. Anemone's denial was no different from covering one's ears and stealing a bell. Exile thought silently, this is much more interesting. From herself to Suja, and then to this red carp. What is the commonality between them? Even death is not the end. She suddenly changed her mind, and didn't want the two to die. She had to figure out the secret. Star Snapper fell to the ground, and the severe pain in his shoulder made his consciousness gradually blurred. Feeling a cold hand reaching out and putting it on his head, he tried to open his eyes. But the person in front of him was not the melted clown mask, but a face with a cold expression. Exile opened her 10 fingers and pressed them on his head. The larger the contact area, the deeper the idea file was implanted. With the nourishment of the red carp's mental power, her mental strength is far beyond that of ordinary awakeners, and she can completely brainwash Star Snapper. Star Bream, who had lost too much blood, was obviously unable to resist this powerful mental force. He could feel that his brain was like an open door, and the mental force rushed in without paying attention to anyone, harvesting his thoughts one by one. Star Bream's mind suddenly became chaotic, and he could not think normally. His will was as fragile as a noodle that would break at the slightest fold in front of the mental force, which reshuffled his consciousness. Star Bream? High Anemone could not see anything, and there was no movement from Exile, so he became nervous, and could hear the Star Bream's breathing gradually becoming rapid. After a full 10 seconds, the Star Bream fell to the ground, his eyes closed, and his breathing was weak. High Anemone's face turned pale. He kept calling the name of the starfish. Although it was close at hand, the starfish did not respond at all. The footsteps of the man stopped in front of him, and then a cold hand was placed on his head. He heard the man's voice was so cold that it froze the blood in his brain. It's your turn. Before he could figure out what this meant, he lost consciousness. An hour later, Exile left the zoo, and the two were left there by her, waiting for rescue. At this time, the temperature outside had risen a little compared to before midnight, and it was now over 40 degrees. Almost every breath could feel the resistance in the air, as if a ball of hot sand blocked the nostrils, and there was a suffocating feeling of heat. The cement floor under his feet was even hotter, and he could feel the vigorous heat through his sneakers. The clothes he had just changed were already soaked in sweat again. Exile felt a little disgusted, rummaged around in the black hole, took out a cooling spray, sprayed it on her forehead, neck, armpits, and ankles, and the temperature of her skin immediately dropped by several degrees, making her feel much more comfortable. After such a delay, there were only 4 hours left before dawn, and time was very tight, so the plan to go home had to be put on hold for the time being. It seemed that she would have to spend the super solar storm outside. But Mingxi City was not a good place after all. If she stayed here, it meant that Joan Jun had to stay in the black hole and could not come out. However, the impact of the super solar storm on the magnetic field of the blue star might make her mental power unstable. In order to be on the safe side, Exile decided to go home as soon as possible before dawn. The best place was Giga City between Linchuan City and Mingxi City. It was located in the southwest, with thick clouds, low altitude, weak ultraviolet rays, and relatively small impact of the solar storm. Moreover, the terrain was complex, and there were many ancient villages with few people, which were suitable as temporary hiding places. The important thing is that it only takes 2 hours to get there by helicopter. She did not hesitate, and chose an unmanned high-rise building nearby, climbed to the top of the building, took out the helipad and helicopter, and started the flight directly. When the helicopter flew into the sky, she could just see the whole picture of the zoo. Between the woods and the grass, there were squares dotted around, which were the containers she placed. With her eyesight, she could see that the animals had gathered around the containers, and could hide in them at any time. She took out her mobile phone, turned on the night shooting mode, and took a picture of this scene. Chapter 62. Half an hour after Exile left, a group of people appeared in the zoo area. Those people were dressed in uniform, holding filming equipment and detectors in their hands. After finding the location of the spiritual power in the park, they immediately rushed there. After arriving at the scene of the accident, they each performed their duties, photographing and collecting evidence at the scene. For people who looked like doctors lifted the unconscious starfish and anemones on the ground onto stretchers and sent them into the car. There was a person next to the center of the explosion. He was an albino patient. Almost all of his body was flawless white, his hair, eyebrows, and even his eyelashes were silver white, his eyes were like faded glass beads, and the ciliary body in the middle was clearly visible. His skin was white glaze, seamlessly blending with the white hospital gown, like a hazy cloud. After inspecting the traces at the scene, a person, who looked like a team leader, said something respectfully in front of him. "Flower?" His expression was harmless, but his voice was gentle yet sharp. He raised his voice slightly, and the person on the other side broke out in a cold sweat. Yes. There were traces of explosions at the scene. It should be the dust explosion caused by the burning of flour by open flames. Red carp skin tissue can be found in the explosion area. The battle should have lasted about 30 minutes. It is preliminarily determined that the opponent is a native awakener with strong strength. Red carp was defeated and started to self-ignite. Where is the chip? Haven't found it yet. He didn't say anything else. It was a hot night, but the leader felt that the temperature around him had dropped by several degrees. Yes, he was angry. The sweat on the leader's head was almost dripping into strings. Just when he thought he was going to suffocate to death, the other party let him go. Go back. The team leader didn't even dare to wipe the sweat off his face, feeling relieved that he had escaped a disaster. Yes. 4 a.m. Gigu City. Xian chose a relatively remote village on the map and found a high ground to descend. As soon as she got off the helicopter, she felt the heat wave coming like a tide, and her skin felt like it was pricked by needles when it touched the air. There were still 2 hours before sunrise, and she had to find a suitable open space to replicate a safe house as a temporary residence. However, the nearby jungle was dense, and the mountains were undulating, so if she wanted to set up a complete set of safe houses, she had to go down the mountain. She kept walking, like a flexible deer shuttling through the forest, and arrived at the foot of the mountain in less than 10 minutes. The ancient village at the foot of the mountain is called the Rock Sheep Village, because it is backed by a stone wall, and often has rock sheep, so it got this name. Before coming here, Xian learned that the ancient Rock Sheep Village has a history of 800 years since its formation. Nowadays, most young people have moved away from their remote hometowns to settle in the city, and only a dozen elderly people over 70 years old are left in the village. Xian's spiritual power can easily cover an entire mountaintop, and dozens of blue-tiled houses can be seen scattered at the foot of the mountain. She has a rough idea of which houses in the village are occupied. It is still early in the morning, and most villagers are still asleep. Across a small earth slope, Xian found an abandoned yard. It was the largest house in the village, but the yard was already covered with weeds and cobwebs, and it was obvious that the owner had moved away long ago. This was exactly what she wanted, and she sneaked in quietly. Compared with ordinary village households, the furnishings in the house are already rare luxury. The door is made of a whole piece of mahogany, and even if no one has lived in it for a long time, it does not make any sound when it is pushed open. There was a Buddha statue in the center of the house, but it had not been burned for a long time, and even the golden body was tilted on the platform. Xian stepped forward to straighten the Buddha statue, took out a clean rag, soaked it with mineral water, and wiped the dusty altar and incense table. Then she respectfully placed fruits and fried chicken on the offering plate, and put 2 cans of iced cola on it. Xian clasped her hands together and bowed 3 times devoutly. Amitabha, I am passing by your village and would like to stay for a few days. A little thought, I hope you can bless us with good health and peace and smoothness. Then she walked out of the house and replicated the safe house in the yard. Back to the safe house, Xian entered the door. She always updated the backup in the black hole in time, so the furnishings in this safe house are exactly the same as those in Nyolan village, but there are no peanuts and longans to welcome us. She disinfected the entrance first, changed into light clothes, and removed the clothes full of sweat and dust, and threw them directly into the pocket watch space. It must be said that this space is very qualified as a morgue and garbage disposal station. The power system in the house has been automatically activated. She went to the basement to refuel, and then returned to the first floor. Before, with Ball here, Xian had not done anything for a long time, and she was still a little uncomfortable. The constant temperature system has adjusted the indoor temperature to 26 degrees, which is the most suitable for the human body, and the heat all over her body has been relieved a lot. She went to the attic and emptied the room that should have been Ball's room, just enough to put a single bed. Xian released Zhongyun, who had been unconscious in the black hole for 2 days. The latter's condition was no different from before entering the black hole. His breathing was stable and his heartbeat was normal, except for a bruise on his neck. Because she stopped the time of the black hole, it seems that Zhongjun will not wake up for a few more hours. Xian installed the password lock of the warehouse on the door, then closed the door and went downstairs. Xian. A voice sounded in the house. It was Ball's voice. You at home on time. The sentence structure is not a question sentence, but an affirmative sentence. Because the whole house smart system is connected, after the safe house is replicated, the system is also synchronizing data. After the update, Ball, who is far away in Yolan village, can also connect online. At this time, he is talking to Xian Li using the speakers in the safe house. Well, I'm back. Xian Li's eyes had a smile. Is the mission going well? Everything went well. I'm glad to see that you are safe and sound. The bath water will take another 15 minutes. Ball knew Xian Li's habits very well, and the sound of running water came from the bathroom. Xian Li sat at the bar, and a half-person high cylinder slid over. It was the restaurant's food delivery robot. There is a semicircular switch on its head. When it walks to Xian Li, it automatically opens, and a bottle of iced lemonade is placed inside. The health test shows that your physical strength and mental state are excellent, but your body is not hydrated enough and needs to be replenished in time. Thank you. Xian Li picked it up and drank the whole bottle with his head tilted back. Then he sighed comfortably and felt a little like home. When he stopped at this time, he felt empty in his stomach. In the 2 days in Mingxi City, she hardly ate well. She declined Ball's kindness to provide her with a microwave meal. She took out a basket of steamed buns, 2 tea eggs, a lotus leaf glutinous rice chicken, a box of fried dumplings, and a cup of soy milk from the Black Hole. This was bought at a breakfast stand near the rental community when I was still in Nanshire. It was just hot out of the oven. The skin of the steamed bun was thin, and the filling was thick. The gravy seeped out of the skin, and the mouth was full of oil after a bite. Glutinous rice chicken is a local specialty. The chicken pieces marinated in sauce are wrapped in glutinous rice, wrapped in lotus leaves and steamed. The aroma of meat and lotus leaves penetrated into the glutinous rice, which was smooth and delicious. The chicken pieces were firm, tender and juicy, and the mouth was filled with a faint fragrance when eating. The soy milk was just the right temperature, not too hot, nor too cold. Xian Li finished her breakfast almost like a whirlwind, and the water was also ready. The food delivery robot put all the toiletries in order. The bathroom was full of steam. The display screen opposite the bathtub was playing the costume drama that Xian Li was chasing, and the progress bar was pulled to the episode she had watched before. 20 minutes later, Xian Li, who had finished her bath, felt refreshed and walked out of the bathroom. Soothing music was playing in the living room, making people drowsy. Her hair was wrapped in a towel, and before she had time to blow dry it, she changed into cotton pajamas, which were close-fitting and soft, and exuded the scent of lavender. She walked to the window, and the curtains of the French window opened automatically. Looking out from the house, she could just see a faint light in the sky. It would be sunrise in less than half an hour. There was already movement in the village. The old people always woke up early, and some people were out. Xian Li's mind moved. Everyone in the Rock Sheep village suddenly found that the visual range was reduced, and the sky, which was already dim, suddenly darkened. Is it going to rain? Old Man Yu at the entrance of the village looked at the sky in confusion. It was almost dawn, but now it was like late at night, and even the road under his feet was almost invisible. I think so. Old Man Jing next door put his hands behind his back and squinted his eyes to look at the sky. His eyesight was not good to begin with, and he couldn't see anything clearly because of the light and shadow. Go back to the house and sit down, so as not to get wet in the rain, and the old woman will nag again. Old Man Yu nodded when he heard it. Go back, go back. The elderly people who were doing morning exercises and walking outside returned to their rooms one after another. Xian Li looked for a while, and pulled the blackout curtains again. She returned to the lazy sofa in the living room. Soothing music was playing in the room, which made people drowsy. But Xian Li didn't want to miss the moment when the solar storm came, so she forced herself to chat with Ball. Bear, how are you these days? Is there any change at home? I'm very good, and Peanuts and Longans are also very healthy. Longan seems to have reached the period of tooth replacement. I picked up its fallen milk teeth on the sofa. The TV screen in front of Xian Li turned on automatically, showing a picture of a small tooth in the palm of her hand. Peanut has a poor appetite recently, and can only eat 2 cans a day. I found a fallen whisker on your computer keyboard. The picture switched, and a white cat whisker lay in the palm of his hand. It is said that those who pick up the cat whisker will be favored by the cat god and blessed by the cat god. It is a very cute saying. I will make a cloth bag, put the cat whisker in it, and make a talisman to bring you good luck. Thank you. I really need it. Bear's voice fluctuated slightly. My honor. Through the outdoor monitoring of the safe house, Xian Li could see that the sky was getting brighter and brighter, and a 3-day super solar storm and a completely ineffective communication network were about to come. Xian Li hugged the pillow, resting his head on the back of the chair, and his eyelids were fighting up and down. It's about to enter the disconnection period. The arrival of the disconnection period also means that the external network of the safe house is disconnected, and Ball cannot connect to the server of Xian Li's safe house through the network. It's time to say goodbye, Xian Li. Bart paused and added, I hope to see you soon. Xian Li smiled, yes, see you in 3 days. See you in 3 days. At 6:42, the sun rose. Chapter 63. On July 2, 2053, a supersolar storm swept across the blue planet. The sun suddenly woke up from its dormant period, and sunspot activity reached a climax within an hour, ejecting a large number of charged particles into space. This was the most severe, destructive, and longest-lasting solar storm in the history of the blue planet. People in various regions on the surface of the blue planet can observe large-scale coronal ejections, which reach their peak at sunrise in various places. The huge flash engulfed the entire blue planet, equivalent to the explosion of 10,000 hydrogen bombs, and the shock wave generated instantly hit the blue planet's magnetosphere. At the same time, the power system of the entire blue planet could not be supplied, the communication system was paralyzed, all electronic equipment was shut down, the ozone layer was destroyed, and the outdoors was filled with super-strong ultraviolet rays and radiation of various wavelengths. People found that hospitals, banks, airports, mobile phones, computers, etc. could not operate at all, and satellites were also affected and could not use the positioning system normally. The blue planet officially entered the period of loss of contact. Although the glass of the safe house is specially made to block most ultraviolet rays and radiation, just in case, Xian Li also closed all the blackout curtains in the house when the sun rose. Although the power system outside cannot generate electricity normally, the power generation equipment built into the safe house is not affected by it, and has its own set of circulating power generation system, so Xian Li can still use household appliances and electronic devices normally, but there is no signal on mobile phones, computers, and TVs. Fortunately, since the safe house was built, the server in the house has been continuously updating and downloading massive electronic resources, so for Xian Li, the only difference is that he can't access the internet and send and receive messages. She glanced at the temperature display, which indicated that the outdoor temperature had reached 52 degrees Celsius, and the perceived temperature reached an astonishing 58 degrees Celsius. And this was just the beginning. The temperature continued to rise at a rate of 2 degrees Celsius per hour. It was expected that the outdoor temperature would reach its peak of the day at noon, exceeding 70 degrees Celsius, and this process would last for an hour. Perhaps because of God's mercy, the limit that the human body can withstand in a high temperature of 70 degrees is only 1 hour. After 1 p.m., the temperature will slowly drop. Until sunset, the temperature suddenly dropped to freezing point, and within an hour, it plunged sharply until midnight, when the temperature reached the bottom of the day, nearly minus 100 degrees Celsius. The extreme Z-shaped day and night temperature difference will last for 3 days, causing the death of 1/3 of the population on Blue Star. This is also the natural disaster with the highest number of human deaths since the end of the world. So in these 3 days, Xian Li has been fully prepared to stay at home and will never step out of the house even if he dies. Xian Li went up to the attic to check on Zhong Yun's condition. Her hand seemed to be a little too strong, and the latter was still in a coma. Xian Li thought about it, and injected Zhong Yun with a tube of glucose. Zhong Yun had been sleeping in the open air for more than a month. If he didn't replenish his energy in time, he might have some problems. She prepared food and water for Zhong Yun, then closed the door, and returned to the bedroom. The hard wooden bed in the urban village where she had been sleeping in Mingxi City was not very comfortable. At this time, she finally lay down in the comfortable and soft quilt, and fell asleep almost as soon as she closed her eyes. When she woke up, it was already noon, just when the temperature was the highest. The temperature showed that the outdoor temperature had just reached 70 degrees Celsius, and the room temperature was maintained at 29 degrees, so Xian Li didn't feel too hot. This safe house had just been built, so there was no time to store solar and wind power, and it used diesel generators to generate electricity. Although there was a thick insulation layer inside the wall, the constant temperature system of the safe house was still trying hard to adjust the indoor temperature. Xian Li could almost hear the roar of the underground power generation equipment running frantically. She went to the basement, and less than half a day had passed, and the diesel in the tank was almost exhausted. She refilled the tank, and set a timer on her mobile phone to remind herself to refuel every 6 hours. Xian Li listened to the movement in the attic, and it was obvious that Zhong Jun had woken up. But she did not go upstairs immediately, but connected the intercom she placed next to Zhong Jun's bed. In the attic. When Jong Jun woke up, she first felt a sharp pain in the back of her neck, and then found herself in a small room of 10 square meters. She recalled what happened before she lost consciousness, and soon remembered Xian Li and their plan, and hurriedly sat up and wanted to open the door to go out. But she soon discovered that a smart lock had been added to the door, and she was locked in here. She was a little panicked, muttering, "Have Xian Li and I been arrested?" She looked back into the room, a bed, a table, a chair, and a portable toilet. The only window was blocked from the outside by something, and the scene outside could not be seen. Her own backpack was placed on the bedside, 2 bottles of water, and a box of self-heating rice were placed on the table, and there was an intercom next to it. It was obvious that the person who locked her up had no ill will towards her, otherwise he would not be so considerate to prepare food and water. She picked up the intercom and looked at it, but didn't see anything. Jong Jun remembered something and touched the edge of her jeans, and sure enough, she touched the phone. She breathed a sigh of relief and turned on the screen, but found that the phone had no signal. It had basically become a brick that could only show the time, but the time on it showed that today was July 2. Jong Jun stood up suddenly. Isn't this the day when the super solar storm broke out that Xian Li said? She has been unconscious for 2 days? Her eyes turned to the intercom on the table. It seems that the other party also knows about this. This intercom should be used to talk to her. Jong Jun was slightly relieved, but when she thought of Xian Li bringing it up again, she wondered if she was still safe. Was she also imprisoned somewhere like her? She walked around a little anxiously, and found that there was indeed no other way out. She simply sat down at the round table, and decided to fill her stomach first, and then think of a way out. Just after she finished her meal, the indicator light of the intercom on the table lit up. Jong Jun was stunned for a moment, and nervously took the intercom in her hand, took a deep breath, and then answered it tremblingly. Hello? The moment she pressed the answer button, before the other party could speak, she mustered up the courage to quickly say, "Although I don't know who you are, I warn you to let me out quickly. Otherwise, you will be in trouble when my companions come." Xian Li, who was forcibly classified as a companion, awake? Jong Jun wanted to say something, but when she heard the other party's voice, she swallowed the rest of the words. Xian Li? Xian Li was a little speechless. Who else could it be? I knew you would be fine. Jong Jun was overjoyed. Her dimples were exposed. Where are you? Are you injured? Did that group of people take us away? What's the situation outside now? Has the solar storm come? How is the zoo? Questions were thrown out one after another. Xian Li had a headache. Stop. Oh! Jong Jun pursed her lips, but since Xian Li could talk to her, it proved that she should be fine, and she was relieved immediately. Xian Li paused. Too many things happened in the past 2 days. She only answered the first question. I'm fine. I have dealt with that group of people. The calm tone seemed to say that it was as easy as stepping on an ant today. Jong Jun gave a thumbs up in her heart, but soon had a new question. Since it's not that group of people, then where is this place? Wait a minute. Before Jong Jun could reply, Xian Li cut off the call. Before she could react, she heard a noise at the door. She became nervous. Was Xian Li in danger? She grabbed something as a weapon, and prepared to hit the man head-on when he came in. With a slight sound, the door opened. Xian Li, who was wearing home clothes, and Jong Yun, who was holding a pillow, looked at each other. There was an awkward moment in the room. Jong Yun's hand froze in the air, and her expression was full of shock. Xian Li. Why is it you? She quickly realized what she was doing, threw the things in her hand behind her, and smiled awkwardly as if nothing had happened. Xian Li was too lazy to argue with her, and said 2 words briefly. Go downstairs. Jong Yun didn't dare to say anything more, and followed Xian Li step by step. After walking down the stairs, she realized that this was a suite. The decoration inside the house was warm and exquisite, and all kinds of home appliances were available. Xian Li walked to the sofa in the living room, and sat down leisurely like the owner of the house. Jong Jun felt that the scene in front of her made her brain confused. Weren't they just discussing mosquitoes in the abandoned building? Why did they change places as soon as they woke up? Seeing that Jong Jun was still standing there, Xian Li frowned. You don't want me to ask you to sit down, do you? Oh, okay. Jong Jun woke up from a dream, quickly ran to the designated place of Xian Li, and sat down, then opened her mouth to say something, but was interrupted by Xian Li. I know you are in a hurry now, but don't be in a hurry. Xian Li picked up the teapot from the table, poured tea into the cups, and pushed one of the cups in front of Jong Jun. Xian Li took a sip of tea before saying, First, this is the Rock Sheep Village in Giga City, and it's also my home. Second, the solar storm has arrived. It's at least 70 degrees outside now. Once you go outside, you will melt. Jung-jun rubbed the corner of her clothes. She seemed to understand what Exionly said, but she also seemed not to understand. In short, she was full of doubts and her mind was in a mess. There is one last question. Ask it. Jung-jun's hands tightened and then relaxed. Since Exionly could be so relaxed, it proved that they were safe now, and this question could be skipped. She also had little interest in the group of people who were monitoring them. She hesitated for a moment, but still carefully asked the question she wanted to know most. Where is the zoo? Hearing this, Exionly's eyes showed a hint of understanding. I knew you wanted to ask this. She took out her phone, opened the photo she took on the helicopter last night, and handed it to Jung-jun. Jung-jun was a little puzzled, but she still took the phone. When she saw the photo on the screen, she stared at it for a long time. The more she looked at it, the more familiar it became. Finally, she recognized it as a bird's-eye view of the zoo. It's just that there are some large and small squares in it, which makes the zoo look a little different. She enlarged the picture and carefully identified it for a long time, then she was uncertain. Is this a container? Exionly nodded. Jung-jun finally understood why she wanted to show her this photo. Exionly was telling her that the animals in the zoo already had a place to avoid light, and were properly settled, so she didn't have to worry anymore. Jung-jun's expression was blank. This result was much better than she thought. With those containers, the animals had a home, and the survival rate would be greatly increased when facing solar storms. As for what will happen in the future, it is no longer something she can control. This is obviously a big project. Although she doesn't know how Exionly did it, she is not going to ask again at this time. As she looked at the photo, the heavy stone in her heart that was suffocating her disappeared without a trace, and her eyes gradually became wet. She felt that everything she had done so far had meaning. She rubbed her eyes with her hand, then looked up at Exionly, her red eyes full of sincerity and gratitude. Thank you. For the animals, and for herself. The next day, Jung-yun also gradually gained a certain understanding of the current situation outside through Exionly. In this case, Exionly not only provided a safe place to live, but also allowed her to fill her stomach. Jung-yun was even more grateful, and took the initiative to offer to do housework to offset part of the rent. Exionly was happy to see this happen. Since she had ball, she had not been asked to do housework. She wanted to be a lazy person who didn't work hard at home. Now the network was down and Ball was not around, which made Exionly a little worried. Now Jung-jun took the initiative to propose, and she agreed happily. Jung-jun was born in a scholarly family. Her parents and grandfather were either teachers or professors. They paid more attention to the cultivation of their children, and never spoiled them. This also made Jung-jun develop the habit of living independently since childhood. When she was in college, she also worked part-time, and had the experience of hiking in Tibet. So when she worked, although she was not as careful and thoughtful as Ball, she was also quick and nimble, which solved Exionly's worries. What made Exionly even more satisfied was that Jung-jun could cook well. Whether it was the heavy-flavored Rhone cuisine and Shu cuisine, or the light Zhejiang cuisine and Hui cuisine, as long as Exionly could provide the recipe, they could cook it well, and the taste could be basically restored to the original 1-to-1. But the next night, at Exionly's request, Jung-jun prepared hot pot. She hadn't eaten hot pot since she was reborn. First, time was tight, and there were too many things waiting for her to do. Second, it was always a bit unpleasant to eat hot pot alone. Although Ball was there before, it was a robot after all and couldn't eat with her. Now with Jung-jun, she finally couldn't suppress her desire for hot pot. What could be more enjoyable than eating hot pot in the house with sweat all over your head in the snow outside? After sunset, Jung-jun was busy preparing hot pot ingredients and base. Exionly, who had nothing to do, came to the French window. She blew a breath at the glass, and soon a cloud of water mist appeared on the glass, which was then cleared away by the defogging function in the house. There is no solar radiation at night, so she could open the blackout curtains and just see the moon through the edge of the courtyard wall. The moon in the apocalypse is no different from before, even bigger, rounder, and brighter. People who stay at home during the day to avoid radiation usually go out at night to find food for the next day and ice cubes to cool down, so that they can survive the high temperature of the next day. Even if it is freezing outside, they can still survive for a few hours. Of course, Exionly has no such concerns. She has enough food and drink, and she only looks at the moon at home at night. It's time to eat. Jung-jun brought out a bubbling hot pot from the kitchen and placed it on the induction cooker on the dining table. She is now accustomed to the new things that appear in the house from time to time. Exilely responded and walked to the dining table. When she sat down, she found that Jung-jun was a little different today. Seeing her looking at her, Jung-jun turned around proudly. "Does it look good? I found it in the attic warehouse." In order to facilitate work and cooking, she found an apron from the warehouse. Although the style is simple, it matches her original black skirt and looks like a dignified British maid. Exilely nodded, remembering that Jung-jun still lacked clothes to change. "I remember there are a few sets of home clothes and sportswear in the attic warehouse. You can wear whatever you want." Jung-jun put the meat slices and meatballs into the pot, nodded, and smiled. "This is also good." Seeing that she liked it, Exilely let her go. There are probably dozens of different brands of hot pot base in Exilely's warehouse. This time, a well-known brand in shu was used, which has a rich and spicy taste. Jung-jun also added several spices according to the recipe, and stir-fried it to stimulate the taste of butter, which is even more fragrant. A lot of frozen meat and fresh vegetables were also stockpiled. Exilely took out the yellow beef that he had stockpiled in Yolan village before, and asked Jung-yun to cut it into thin slices, marinate it into spicy beef, and put it in the pot. In addition, there were more than a dozen plates of meat, including fat lamb rolls, tripe, duck intestines, thousand-layer tripe, bullfrog, etc. Afraid that the meat would be too greasy, she washed a full basin of lettuce, baby cabbage, corn, potatoes, and lotus root slices. Soy products were also indispensable. Tofu skin, potato skin, frozen tofu, vermicelli were also put in small bowls, and the bean curd sticks she liked to eat. After being boiled in the soup and soaked up the soup, one bite was satisfying. Happy water is indispensable for hot pot. Jung-yun added ice cubes to the cup, and half a cup of bubbles emerged as soon as the cola was poured in, splashing a little on the back of the hand, and the ice cubes also sank and floated in the cup. The two clinked their cups. Through the mist from the hot pot, Exilely's face was also hazy. Jung-jun had a feeling of peace and quiet, and couldn't help but say, "It's great." Exilely ate a piece of freshly fished shrimp paste, which was bouncy, and seemed to dance on her teeth. Hearing Jung-jun say this, she raised her eyes. "Why? It's great here." "Thank you, Exilely," Jung-jun said sincerely. Jung-jun felt from the bottom of her heart that this small house was as beautiful as a fairy tale world, and life was also very simple. Every day, she only had to think about what to eat and what to do. Of course, she would not expect Exilely to take her in forever, but as long as Exilely did not despise her for being useless, she was willing to let her drive her. Exilely was now like an omnipotent god in her heart, and she was the luckiest believer who received God's mercy. Exilely was obviously not good at dealing with such a warm scene, and just raised his chin at her. "Eat quickly." Perhaps it had been too long since they had eaten so happily, and both of them were very full. But one stomach was for meat, and the other was for ice cream. She took out 2 cups of ice cream from the bottom freezer of the refrigerator, one for each of her and Jung-jun. After eating, Jung-jun collapsed in the chair and did not move. "I can't eat anymore. I can't eat anymore." Even Exilely, who had always been restrained, felt that his stomach was swollen, and he planned to practice more in the black hole later to consume the excess calories. After resting for more than 10 minutes, Jung-jun consciously began to clean up the leftovers on the table. The cold hot pot exuded a greasy smell, but it was quickly removed by the air purification system in the house. Exilely moved around in the house to promote the digestion of food in his stomach, and unconsciously came to the French window while walking. It was already 11 o'clock in the evening, and the temperature showed that the outdoor temperature was nearly minus 90 degrees Celsius. In another day, the super solar storm will be over, and she can return to Yolan village and her original life. As for Jung-yun, Exilely will give her 2 choices. The first is to stay in Yinong village. She will find an empty house in the village, and leave her enough supplies for a month. The second is to send her home, and let her go back to her parents and relatives. Exilely also thought about whether to let Jung-yun go back to Yolan village with her, but finally gave up. Although they have been getting along very happily during this period, they are 2 different individuals after all, and cannot be tied together. Jung-yun must learn to walk alone in the end of the world, and find her own opportunities. Exilely felt that she was a good person for being able to do this after a chance encounter. She stared out the window in a daze. She didn't know if it was her illusion, but she always felt that the moon tonight was a little bigger than yesterday, and the distance between the moon and the blue star seemed to be getting closer day by day. She was still studying the changes of the moon, but she found that there seemed to be some movement on the wall. Xian Li released her mental power outside the house, and a black figure was climbing over the courtyard wall to climb into the courtyard. Probably because she sealed the door after entering the house, the person outside couldn't get in, so he thought of climbing the wall. Xian Li was shocked. No way, there are thieves in such a cold day? It's okay to have thieves, but they dared to steal from her. She stood still in front of the window. Her window was a single-sided glass, and the outside couldn't see inside. The wall of the safe house was also turned on by her to refract light. As long as he didn't touch it, he wouldn't know there was a house here. The man walked in the snow with 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow, staggering, and his body was frozen stiff. She saw him holding his chest, as if blood was frozen in his hands. 2 more steps, and he would be able to reach the safe house. But these 2 steps were like a chasm, and he had no strength to go on, and fell straight into the snow. The moment he fell, she saw his face in the moonlight. It was the strongest awakener in the human race, Shuizhu. Chapter 64. How did he appear here? Xian Li was curious, but she didn't want to understand. So she quietly pulled up the curtains and went back to the room. Being able to become the strongest awakener in the previous life meant that he was not so easy to die. After all, she and Shuizhu were just strangers who had met once, and she didn't intend to meddle in other people's business. Xian Li entered the black hole. Her recent learning plan was to master the enemy-catching fist and the explosion-proof fist. Both of them were both offensive and defensive, short and powerful, and belonged to practical fighting skills. Perhaps because she had a foundation, she learned very quickly, and could sort out all the moves in one day, but she needed more practice to apply them flexibly. She practiced in the black hole for a whole day. When she came out, 8 hours had passed in the real world, and the sun was about to rise. At this time, she just heard Zhong Jun knocking on the door outside. She opened the door, and Zhong Jun was standing outside with a cup of hot milk. "Thank you." Xian Li took the cup and drank it all, then put the empty cup back on the tray. Just as she was about to close the door, she saw that Zhong Jun had no intention of leaving. Zhong Jun hesitated for a while, and said, "There's someone outside." Xian Li got up early, and she wanted to get up early to prepare breakfast for her today. Just when she was heating milk in the kitchen, she heard a noise coming from the window, so she ran over to take a look. She saw a man lying on the ground, knocking on the glass weakly with his hands. From the clothes, he didn't look like a thief, but a military man. His uniform was already stained with blood. Perhaps it was the nature of a reporter. She couldn't just stand by and watch the injured die. But she also knew that this house belonged to Xian Li. Even if she wanted to save people, she had to get Xian Li's consent. She had no right to make this decision. Xian Li was not surprised. He was worthy of being the strongest awakener. He survived the cold all night without dying. She walked out of the room and came to the French window. Shuizhu's upper body was leaning against the French window. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Her mental power reached out. Shuizhu's chest was bloody, and there seemed to be a big hole in the position of his heart. The blood that flowed out coagulated around the skin and stuck to his clothes. At this time, he still had a weak breath, but he was breathing out more than breathing in. Because of excessive blood loss, and he had been lying outside all night, he had already developed a serious state of hypothermia. It's almost sunrise now. If he continues like this, he may die. Zhong Jun stood beside her and said softly, "You want to save him?" Zhong Jun pursed her lips. "I know I'm not qualified. But Xian Li, this is a life after all." "Zhong Jun, do you know that in the end times, the kinder people are, the shorter their lives are?" Xian Li turned to her with a cold and distant expression. "If you save him, he will kill both of us and occupy this place. Will you regret your choice now?" Zhong Jun was stunned. This was the second time Xian Li asked her if she would regret it. And she still remembered her answer clearly. "Yes, what I regret most is that I didn't make myself stronger. But what is the difference between her now and then? If Xian Li hadn't been there, she should have died long ago. How could she have the extra kindness to save the dying and the wounded? She knew that it was the best choice for her to close the curtains and pretend that she saw nothing. But just like she couldn't stand by and watch an animal die, how could she bear to see a seriously injured person lying in front of her? Zhong Yun didn't speak for a long time. Xian Li never wanted to influence anyone's thoughts. She turned and walked back to the room. "I gave you one-way access. You can take anything in the warehouse." One-way access means that as long as she leaves this door, Xian Li will not invite her in again. Zhong Yun stared at Xian Li's back blankly, her lips stammering as if she wanted to say something, but she couldn't say a word. But time waits for no one. Seeing that the sky has become slightly brighter, the sun will rise in no more than 5 minutes, and then the person will be completely hopeless. As if she had made up her mind, she bowed deeply in the direction of Xianli, hiding the emotion in her eyes. Xianli, thank you. If you need me in the future, just let me know. Xianli leaned against the door and watched Zhongyun take clothes and charcoal basins from the warehouse upstairs, then took ice cubes and some food from the refrigerator, and finally rushed upstairs to get her own backpack, and left the safe house without hesitation. When Shueju woke up, he felt like he was soaked in boiling water. The blood and sweat made him feel uncomfortable, so he opened his eyes with difficulty. The surrounding environment was very familiar. The windows had been sealed with newspapers, but he could still feel the scorching sun outside. He clearly remembered that he fell in the snow in the yard. He woke up once in the middle of the night and crawled forward 2 steps, but found that there seemed to be a layer of air wall between him and the house, and he couldn't get through. His physical strength was not enough to support him to stand up and go around, so he could only subconsciously lean against the wall. For some reason, the air wall was unexpectedly warm, which made him breathe a sigh of relief. Before he could figure out how he got back to the house, he heard a female voice in the house. Are you awake? Shueju looked over and could barely see that the person was using an ice towel to cool him down. Who are you? As soon as he opened his mouth, he found that his voice was very hoarse. The girl paused for a moment, and quickly took a few things and fed them to him. It was ice cubes, which melted on the tip of his tongue and made his hot body feel a little more comfortable. My name is Zhongyun. Zhongyun put the towel that had become warm after use back into the ice water and rubbed it. I saw that there was no one here before, so I stayed here temporarily, and then I found you lying in the yard at dawn. She was quite lively, and the dimples on her lips were faintly visible when she spoke. Why are you here? How did you get here? This is my ancestral home. Zhongyun was stunned for a moment, a little embarrassed. Is this your home? Then didn't they break into someone else's home? From extreme cold to extreme heat, Shueju was still a little weak, and said with a weak breath, thank you. It was probably this girl who saved him, otherwise he should have been melted by the sun. Zhongyun shook his head. I didn't do anything. Because of the increase in temperature, his hypothermia disappeared quickly, but the cold and heat made him have a fever. She looked a little worried. Your injury is very serious. Shueju looked down, and saw that the clothes near his wound had been cut open by her and bandaged simply. That's good. But the wound is in the heart. Shueju didn't care too much. My heart is on the right side, it's fine. This is also the reason why he survived. Zhongjun was relieved and fed him liquid food in small sips. By the way, what's your name? Shueju. Shueju. With his military uniform, it was not difficult for Zhongjun, a reporter, to guess his identity. He was transferred from the Central Army to Nanshur. He was thought to be unable to recover, but he made great achievements during the typhoon period and his reputation spread throughout Yin country. He was about to be transferred back to the Central Army. The young Major General. But I didn't expect him to be so handsome. After saying these words, Shueju was exhausted and fell asleep again. He had a long dream. In the dream, he awakened a powerful talent. People called him the strongest awakener. He was almost invincible and invincible. He killed the zombie king and the artificial intelligence mastermind who were in collusion with each other. When Shueju woke up again, it was already dawn. On July 5th, the super solar storm came to an end. An hour before sunrise, Xianli took the safe house back into the black hole. The most dangerous time had passed. Although the temperature outside was still -30 or 40 degrees, it was nothing to her. Before leaving, she put a large bag of supplies outside the house, enough for 2 people to eat for a week. This was her last mercy. The snow at night had not melted completely, and there was still a thick layer of ice on the road. Xianli walked back to the forest where he had landed before, found a clearing to place the helipad, then took out the helicopter and automatically navigated back to Linchuan City. When he returned to the helicopter, the pre-dawn gloom had disappeared without a trace, and the drifting clouds were cut by a ray of sunlight, revealing the position of the sun. At the moment when the 2 clouds were completely cut apart, the sunlight burst out, and the dead earth was reborn. After the super solar storm, the radiation in the air began to decrease. Although the temperature remained at around 50 degrees, the survivors who had experienced the extreme temperature difference between day and night were no longer afraid of such a temperature. Humans began to move out again, and gradually, people discovered that the 3-day solar storm had created countless mutant creatures beyond imagination, and at the same time, humans also ushered in the first awakening. On the helicopter, Xianli placed a small table in the cabin, on which was her breakfast today, soy milk and fried dough sticks and soup dumplings, as well as the special hot sauce packed by the store. She carefully picked up a soup dumpling with chopsticks, caught it with a spoon in her other hand, then pierced the skin with chopsticks, and then carefully sucked the soup inside. The delicate skin tasted thin and soft, and the soup was pure and fragrant, not greasy. Finally, put the whole dumpling into her mouth. Although it had been blown cold, it was still hot in her mouth. Xianli breathed in and out of her mouth while drinking a sip of iced soy milk. There was also a tablet in front of her, one end of which was connected to a power bank. A movie was playing on the screen, called Earth's Crisis. The movie took place on an ancient planet Earth. After a geomagnetic storm, scientists discovered that the Earth's movement trajectory had changed over hundreds of billions of years, and it was getting closer and closer to the sun. I thought the day of the Earth's demise was coming, but I didn't expect that the crisis was also full of opportunities. The protagonist of the Antarctic expedition had superpowers after experiencing the polar day, and thus launched an action to save the Earth. Xianli suddenly remembered an important thing. In the previous life, someone once asked Shueju if there was any abnormal performance when he awakened his talent. Otherwise, how could he have both a natural talent and a spiritual power as endless as the seawater? Shueju smiled and said that he had been frozen in the ice and snow for a night, and was exposed to the sun under the solar storm for a whole day. When he woke up, he found that he was not only alive, but also had the talent of clones. At that time, Shueju cleared a city of zombies alone without any damage, and returned triumphantly, and the whole country was shocked. The story of Shueju's awakening also spread. Some people said that Shueju's body was different from that of ordinary people, and the solar storm actually caused Shueju's gene mutation, which was a blessing in disguise, and was called an unrepeatable miracle. Chapter 65. Back in Yolan village, when the helicopter was hovering in the sky, Xianli discovered that something was wrong in the village. Yolan village seemed to be shrouded in a ball of earthy yellow dust. When she adjusted the helicopter to lower the altitude a little, she found that it was not dust, but a swarm of locusts that were so dense that they could not see the sky. Almost every locust was the size of a child's arm, flapping its wings in the direction of the airflow, and crawling all over the houses and fields in the village. Some of them flew high enough to even be flush with the helicopter, and were sucked into the rotor by the airflow generated by the rotation of the rotor blades, and were not dizzy and fell on the fuselage with a pop. 2/3 of the fertile land was already flooded by the flood, and after these countless locusts passed through, there was no grass at all. Xianli knew that the global high temperature would soon usher in an insect plague, but she didn't expect it to come so soon. Lichuan City is located in the southern region, and it likes to grow corn and rice, which are the food sources of locusts. After the floods during the typhoon period, the high temperature lasted for another month. The alternation of the two provided a good breeding environment. In addition, the subsequent solar storm gave the locusts an opportunity to mutate. The locusts that had undergone gene mutations after the solar storm had a stronger reproductive capacity, and a locust plague occurred on the first day after the storm. She anxiously searched the sky with a telescope and saw that the safe house was also not spared, and the entire roof was covered with locusts. Some villagers in Yolan village took brooms, tied clothes on bamboo poles, and waved them in the fields to drive away the locusts. Others took pots and pans and knocked them vigorously, or set off firecrackers to cooperate with each other. Some carried pesticide barrels and kept spraying pesticides on the fields. But these had little effect. Even after the crops were eaten up, the hungry locusts began to attack humans outdoors. It hurt so much. Help! One person was covered with locusts and rolled wildly on the ground. When he got up from the ground, the skin on his face had been bitten in several places, and the wounds began to fester rapidly. More locusts were attracted by the bloody smell and densely wrapped him like a zongzi. Dongzi! Xianli saw her cousin Liang Shatong, and rushed to the man on the ground with bloodshot eyes, and slapped the clothes in her hands on him randomly, crying desperately, "Think of a way! Save my Dongzi!" But everyone else wanted to hide far away, for fear that they would also be affected. Just when Liang Shatong was desperate, she saw a spark suddenly appear on Dongzi, who was almost devoured by locusts, and then the spark spread all over his body in an instant, burning all the locusts on his body. Although Dongzi was saved, his skin was burned and he looked like a human. Liang Shatong was happy and sad, crying while calling Dongzi's name. Dongzi in her arms stared at a certain place, and his hands, which were blistered by the burn, trembled and pointed to the sky. Liang Shatong still had tears in the corners of her eyes. Seeing Dongzi like this, she subconsciously looked in the direction she pointed. I didn't pay attention just now, but now that I stopped, in addition to the sound of locusts flapping their wings, I could also hear the roar of something. When she saw Xianli hanging on the ladder under the helicopter, she understood the source of those sounds. She opened her mouth in disbelief, staring blankly at the godlike person in the air. Li? Xianli hung on the ladder with one hand, and with the other hand, he used the fire left by Hongli on Dongzi. She looked at the villagers, who were stunned on the ground, and said coldly, "Why are you in a daze? Go back." The villagers woke up from their dreams. They were not familiar with Xianli, and Xianli almost never went out. At this time, no one except Liang Shutong recognized her. But they could see the helicopter Xianli was riding in, and they knew at a glance that she was not an ordinary person. Maybe it was a rescue team sent by the upper level? So they didn't say anything more, directly carried the injured and retreated to the room. Seeing that everyone who should leave had left, Xianli looked at the locusts below that were like covering the sky and the field and felt a little troubled. There were too many locusts. If they were set on fire directly, they would definitely burn the entire village and even the entire mountain, which would be equivalent to injuring 800 enemies, and 1,000 of their own. We have to find a way to lure them all away and gather them together. Insects are generally phototropic. Xianli tried to turn on a searchlight on the helicopter, and indeed saw several locusts sensing the light and moving towards the beam of light. It was just that it was daytime, and the sun was shining brightly, and the illumination of the searchlight was not high, so the attraction to locusts was very limited. We have to think of other ways. In a flash, she thought of the supply package she got in Mingxi City, and the mosquito repellent ointment in it. Since Free Aid Pharmaceuticals wants users to attract as many mosquitoes as possible, then maybe it contains not only respiratory stimulants, but also insect attractants. Without caring about much, she copied and enlarged a box of ointment from the medical kit, applied it on the ladder, and climbed into the cabin. The 50-degree high temperature made the ointment melt quickly, and the strange fragrance gradually dissipated. About a minute later, a small wave of locusts rushed to the ladder as if guided by something. Xianli looked down, and saw that the empty ladder was already filled with dense locusts. The mouth parts of those locusts were like boning knives, chewing the ladder coated with ointment. Soon the ladder could not support it, and broke from the middle. It worked. Xianli was happy, but the area applied on the ladder was too small after all, and it could not attract all the locusts. She thought about it, and simply hung a safety rope on her body, holding a large mop in her hand, which was full of ointment. She quickly applied the ointment to every corner of the fuselage, and then retreated into the cabin. The strange fragrance of the ointment spread to every corner of Yolan village along with the airflow generated by the rotation of the helicopter's rotor blades, like a large incense machine. Xianli felt that the locust swarm seemed to be quiet for a moment, and 3 seconds later, it was completely crazy. Countless locusts moved at the smell and flew towards the helicopter almost at the same time. Xianli subconsciously pulled down the lever and controlled the helicopter to slowly rise and fly towards the distant mountains. The locusts covering the sky and the sun were a gray cloud moving with the wind. The edge of the cloud kept changing shape as they moved, like a devil's hand with thousands of fingers, trying to grab Xianli's helicopter. The locusts hit the fuselage like shells, making a chilling impact sound. Xianli controlled the helicopter while looking for a suitable position. The helicopter stopped at the edge of a cliff. The locusts behind him surged and surrounded the helicopter completely into a huge sphere in less than a second. The rotor blades and tail rotors became more and more difficult to rotate under such attacks, and sparks flew. Countless red lights lit up on the operating console, the amber gov warning light lit up, and the electronic sound also issued a prompt. Level 1 warning, engine failure, fuselage overload, will stop working in 30 seconds, please abandon the cabin immediately. Countdown 30 seconds, 30, 29. 3, 2, 1. Before the last countdown sound ended, the huge ball in the air vibrated uncontrollably, and the next moment, a huge explosion resounded over Nyolan village. Xianli copied 100 packs of ignited explosives in the helicopter cabin, and then quickly hid in the black hole. She counted silently for 30 seconds in the black hole before coming out of it, parachuting down from the air, and then landing steadily on the other side of the mountain. Below the original cliff, thousands of charred locust corpses almost flattened the bottom of the cliff, emitting a tar smell. The wreckage of the helicopter was scattered around, and even the hill next to it was blown off in half. Xianli didn't feel bad. She always had a good backup habit, and at this time she silently saluted the glorious retirement of the helicopter in her heart. When Xianli returned to Nyolan village, A large circle of villagers surrounded her courtyard that had been deserted for a long time. Xianli approached the crowd and saw a person with blisters all over his body and a disfigured face lying at the door of her house, and her cousin Liang Shutong was crying and screaming. What a sin! How can my son live after being burned like this? Some onlookers echoed, alas, a good child has lost his human form. Ollie was too cruel. This is her cousin. Dongzi finally got a chance to make a living. Now it's hard for him to survive. Some couldn't stand it. If it weren't for Ollie, Dongzi would have been bitten to death by locusts. Some people were skeptical. Is that really Ollie? When did Ollie learn to fly a plane? When Xianli walked into the crowd, the people outside saw her coming back and automatically made way for her. Liang Shutong, who was crying loudly inside, saw her coming, and her voice was amplified several times, my Dongzi. Xianli looked at her acting with a smile, standing with his arms folded and not saying a word, wanting to see what she was doing. Liang Shutong cried for a long time. Seeing that she didn't say anything, he rolled his eyes and took the initiative. Xianli, you made my son look like a ghost. Didn't you do it on purpose? The villagers behind him were talking about it, saying all kinds of things. Xianli said calmly, why, aren't you here to thank me? If it weren't for me, your son would have been eaten to the bone now. You're talking nonsense. My son is obviously controlling the insects well. Why do you have to meddle in other people's business? I didn't see the insects being controlled, but I heard your son shouting for help. That was his moment of urgency. If you don't believe me, ask the villagers if Dongzi helped drive away the locusts in the fields early in the morning. The people who were pointed out were timid. That's right. Dongzi became like this for the farmland of our village? I don't ask you to repay my kindness. I just ask you to stand up and say something fair. Liang Shutong wiped her tears and said with some sincerity, Ollie, I know you are capable. So why didn't you show up earlier these days? If you had taken action earlier, my son and our Nyolan village would not have to suffer this kind of hardship? How could our crops and farmland be in this state? Hearing what she said, the villagers couldn't help but lean towards her. Yes, if Xianli was really so capable, why didn't she show up earlier? Come and rescue them earlier. Now that the people and the land are gone, how can we live in the future? Xianli said coldly, then what do you want? When Liang Shutong saw her say this, she thought she had given in. She was happy in her heart and said regardless, you have to be responsible. Now our house has collapsed. You have to let us move into your house, and let Dongzi recover before leaving. But it's uncertain when Dongzi's injury will heal. Not to mention that she had long been eyeing Xianli's house. This girl has been elusive since she injured Dongzi that day, and she squatted at her doorstep for several days, but didn't see anyone. As a result, when Dongzi was just discharged from the hospital, the typhoon also came. They were busy taking care of the fields and repairing the house, and had no time to settle accounts with Xianli. After the typhoon passed, they heard that prices in the city were soaring, so they were busy selling all the remaining food, leaving nothing behind, and earned a lot of money. I thought it was enough for Dongzi to marry a wife and build a house, but I didn't expect that the 3-day solar storm came, and the money I earned became waste paper, and the child's father didn't survive. Without Zhongli as the backbone, Liang Shutong put all her thoughts on Dongzi. Fortunately, Dongzi was promising. He woke up early this morning and said that he had awakened his talent. So when the locusts were raging, she was willing to let Dongzi go out with her to help in the locust plague, and it would also be convenient for her to borrow some supplies from the villagers later. But she didn't expect Dongzi to overestimate himself. He wanted to use his control talent of slowing down and fixing the body to cooperate with the villagers to kill the insects, but he didn't expect the number of locusts to increase. He didn't have much mental power after he just awakened. After the last bit of mental power in his body was drained, the locusts that had been staring at him for a long time would rush over and almost eat him clean. As long as Xianli could be forced to take them home, they would basically have no worries about food and clothing for the rest of their lives. Xianli sneered in his heart, so this was the idea. The reason why she took action just now was actually because she noticed the mental power in Dongzi. Of course, she couldn't have cherished her talent, but all her talent effects were passive: copying, zooming in and out, clearing, recycling, firewall, creating new files, refreshing status, and light and shadow adjustment, which were either backhand or auxiliary effects. She couldn't seize the initiative and couldn't completely control the direction of the battle. This made her feel very uncomfortable, thinking that even one more control talent would be good. And Dongzi's talent just solved her urgent problem. When Dongzi was eaten by locusts, she knew that he was dead. She set fire to him, not only to burn the locusts, but also to make the last blow. Xianli said coldly. Recover from the injury? Look at him now. Does he still need to recover from the injury? Liang Shutong, who was full of calculations, was stunned for a moment. What do you mean? Then she turned her head to look at her son lying on the ground, and saw that his hand covering his abdomen dropped, revealing the intestines torn out by the locusts. Before Liang Shutong could react, he died. Liang Shutong sat on the ground, her mouth wide open, her eyes dry, and she couldn't shed tears under extreme pain and sadness. All along the way, she only thought about how to coax Xianli to invite them into the house. Her son didn't say much, and she thought he was fine, but she didn't expect that he was already so seriously injured. It's all her fault. It's all her fault. She couldn't tell whether she should blame Xianli or herself. She was the one who loved her son the most in the past. How could she be blinded by these little things at such a critical moment? She regretted and hated. Under such extreme stimulation, she first muttered something in her mouth, then stood up and laughed crazily. She was crazy. At the same time, the electronic sound in Xianli's head sounded again. Talent, control. Effect obtained. Lock, F level. Lock, F level. You can select a target and lock it. How to use. Press Win plus L. The target you selected will be locked at the current position for 1 second. Chapter 66. Xianli looked at the duration 1 second and fell into deep thought. To be honest, it was a bit stingy. In addition, this was only an F-level effect, so after the opponent was locked by her, he could also activate a talent with an effect higher than F-level on the spot. It was a bit tasteless, but not completely useless. Sometimes it could be a surprise victory, and a second could determine life or death. After the villagers dispersed, Xianli saw Silly Qiao waiting outside to talk to her. Ollie, you're back. Silly Qiao had gotten used to Xianli's occasional disappearances, and was very happy to see her safe and sound. Xianli nodded, and at the same time noticed that Silly Qiao looked very healthy, unlike the other villagers, who looked pale and thin, and should not have suffered these days. Xianli thought for a while, and said, I haven't seen Aunt Hua for a long time. I'll go back with you. Silly Qiao kept chattering along the way, and it turned out that he had also gone to Wanxiang Spring to see the baby elephant before the solar storm came. He learned from the little elephant that he cannot get sun exposure in the past few days. So he moved to the cellar with Aunt Hua the night before. The cellar can cool down and keep warm, and the temperature difference between day and night is much better than on the ground. In addition, there were the food and fruits that Xianli took him to buy for free, so these days were relatively safe. When he arrived at Sha Qiao's house, Xianli saw that the house was much emptier, and the food and daily necessities had basically been moved to the cellar. Ollie! Haven't been here for a long time. Aunt Hua was busy drying the vegetables that Sha Qiao brought back, and mincing the meat to make sausages, otherwise it would go bad even in the cellar in such hot weather. Seeing Xianli coming in, she wanted to give him the whole sausage she had just stuffed. You're just in time. I made this sausage myself. Take it home, dry it for a few days, slice it, and steam it with rice. It's delicious. No need, Aunt Hua. Xianli pressed her hand. I came here to talk to you and Silly Qiao about something. What's the hurry? Come in, it's out in the sun. It was noon, the sun was 50 degrees, and it was very hot. Aunt Hua hurriedly invited her into the house, and at the same time, she took a bowl of ice corn syrup from the cellar. She used ice cubes frozen outside at night. The house was not much cooler than the outside. Aunt Hua fanned with a cattail leaf fan, and wiped the sweat off Xianli's forehead with a wet towel. If you have anything, just let Xiao Qiao tell you. It's so hot outside, why do you need to come here specially? The corn syrup made by Aunt Hua was cool and sweet, which slightly relieved the summer heat. Xianli drank the last sip and said, It's a big deal. Aunt Hua, Silly Qiao, listen to me carefully. From now on, this world will be different from before. Then, she briefly talked about what happened outside during this period. After hearing that there was even cannibalism outside, Aunt Hua's face turned pale with fear, and she shouted that it was a sin. In fact, a lot of things happened in the village during the few days when Xianli was away. Before the solar storm came, Silly Qiao said that they would move to the cellar. At first, she didn't believe it, but one night she put the leftovers in the refrigerator, and they were spoiled the next day. In previous years, even in summer, how could it be like this? On the eve of the solar storm, Silly Joe was awake all the time, and she was woken up before sunrise. The temperature in the house was nearly 50 degrees, and the water in the well was boiling hot. She always doted on Silly Joe, and thought it was better to believe it than not, so she moved some daily necessities to the cellar. Unexpectedly, not long after the sun came out, they heard terrified cries from outside while hiding in the cellar. The first person to go out was the village director. He wanted to go to the town early, but he didn't expect that he would smoke all over as soon as he went out. When he reacted, his skin had begun to melt. Before he returned to the house, his whole body turned into a pool of blood. The children at home saw this process clearly and cried out of fear. While crying, he pointed at the blood and said incoherently that it was Grandpa. Of course, the family didn't take the child's words seriously and wanted to go out to see what was going on. The result can be imagined. And those who got up late in the village heard something wrong outside, so they didn't go out and stayed at home. However, when the extreme cold of the night came, under the extreme temperature difference, some elderly people and young people with weak constitutions developed fever that night and died on the first night. Anhua and Sha Qiao were ostracized by the people in the village, but they escaped in the cellar. After listening to Xian Li's words, Sha Qiao seemed to understand. Although it was the end of the world, Niulan village was remote after all. He and Anhua didn't go out often, and they were always behind the information outside. There is one more thing. Xian Li told the story of talent and awakening one by one. Anhua was older after all, and she couldn't accept so much information at once. After listening to Xian Li's previous description of the terrible events in extreme environments, I was still frightened. At this time, hearing about this kind of superpower that I had only seen on TV, it felt a bit like a fairy tale. Xian Li took the porcelain bowl that had just been filled with corn syrup in his hand, and Anhua watched the things in his hand disappear, and her eyes widened for a while. "Ollie, are you doing magic?" She rubbed her eyes, thinking that her old eyes were blurry. Xian Li flipped his hand, and the porcelain bowl appeared in her hand again. She looked at Silly Qiao. "Silly Qiao, you are awakened too, right?" Silly Qiao was startled, and then nodded silently. He looked at Xian Li first, then at Anhua. "Mom, what Ollie said is true." Anhua was struck by lightning, because Silly Qiao's lips did not move, and his voice seemed to ring out of her mind out of thin air. Xiao Qiao, what's going on?" "Anhua, this is the talent I mentioned." Silly Qiao took a deep breath and said, "Besides, my illness is cured and I don't need to take medicine anymore." It turned out that when he awakened, his mental power traveled all over his body, and also opened up his clogged brain. He found that the vague images in his mind in the past gradually became clear, and the human relationships that he couldn't understand became easy to understand. He knew more clearly how much suffering and fatigue Anhua had endured for him over the years. Anhua looked at Silly Qiao in a daze. She had already prepared her son to be stupid for the rest of his life. She had dreamed of making her son recover like an ordinary person. Unexpectedly, not only did he realize his dream, but he also had abilities that ordinary people didn't have. Silly Qiao held Anhua's hand and said seriously, "Mom, let me worry about the future." Looking at Silly Qiao's originally dazed and silly expression, now it has become restrained and calm. The sufferings of those years have turned into wrinkles. 2 lines of turbid tears slowly slide down Anhua's face. She has always been not good at speaking, but now she is happy in her heart and just keeps repeating, "Okay, okay." Xian Li was also moved. At the beginning, she felt the mental fluctuations of Silly Qiao. In fact, there should have been clues long before. Since Silly Qiao can communicate with animals, it proves that he is gifted. Although his brain was burned before, his will is pure, and his mental power is much better than that of normal people. The ability of Silly Qiao to communicate across the air should belong to the talent of the spiritual system. This is convenient for them. Now that they cannot use mobile communication equipment during the loss of contact, he can use this ability to notify Xian Li when he encounters danger, so that she can arrive in time. As for Sha Qiao and Anhua, Xian Li didn't mind taking them under her wing, just because they treated her sincerely. After Anhua calmed down a little, Xian Li asked Sha Qiao to take her to the cellar. This cellar was not big, about 10 square meters, with a hole dug from the yard as the entrance and exit, and a wooden ladder to go up and down. It was a common cellar in the countryside. At this time, there were only 2 mats in the cellar, and there were many sacks, wooden barrels, and shelves next to them, and food and sundries were piled together. The conditions were indeed not very good. Xian Li thought about it, and decided to dig a passage underground when she had time in the next few days, leading directly to the small courtyard of her safe house, leaving a way out for the 2 of them. She didn't plan to explain this idea to Sha Qiao and Anhua for the time being, because she was afraid that they would find it inconvenient, and she was also afraid that they would think it was causing trouble for themselves, so she just did it first. After making up her mind, she prepared to go back. Before leaving, Xian Li couldn't help but tell her, Sha Qiao, if you want to protect Aunt Hua and yourself, remember 2 points. If you see someone behaving abnormally, stay as far away from him as possible. If someone wants to harm you, don't be soft-hearted. Although her brain has improved, Sha Qiao's eyes are the same as before, like a mountain spring, clear and simple. Sha Qiao nodded, a little hesitant, I know. When Xian Li was about to turn around and leave, Sha Qiao stopped her again that day. Has Ollie awakened? Xian Li knew which day he was talking about, the day she killed Suzhou. She said Sha Qiao had some sudden realization, but also some loss. Although his mind has always been muddled, on the day Ollie came back from South City, he could sense that her aura was different from others, and every time he saw Ollie, he felt that her aura was even more unpredictable. Powerful and mysterious. He didn't know why before, he just felt that Ollie was special. Until the night before, he seemed to have suddenly opened up his Ren and Du meridians, and figured out a lot of things. He realized that Ollie had left him far behind. Silly Qiao didn't say anything else, looking at Xian Li with a firm look in his eyes. I will try my best to catch up. He will try to become strong enough to stand shoulder to shoulder with her. Xian Li was a little surprised, paused, and touched Silly Qiao's head, and the third point, don't trust others easily. Even she was the same. After leaving the Silly Qiao's house, Xian Li walked back home quickly. She actually felt a little homesick. However, when the gate rose, and she saw the scene in the small courtyard, that feeling of homesickness turned into resentment. When locusts pass through, no grass grows. Now there is only a wooden frame left in her flower house, and those colorful flowers have become a mess. The vines that were originally planted by the courtyard wall are growing very well. Small flower buds have grown among the green branches, and the roots are thick and almost stick out of the courtyard. She walked over to see more clearly. The vine seemed to have life, waving its branches threateningly and about to whip Xian Li. Xian Li released his mental power, and the powerful force directly suppressed the movement of the vine, and the branches that stretched out also froze. Under Xian Li's constant pressure, she finally felt the meaning of submission conveyed by the other party. The originally flamboyant branches and vines all laid down on the ground obediently, and the small flower buds also shrank back and dared not show their heads. Xian Li's depressed expression became somewhat happy. In the end times, the mutation of animals and plants is much simpler than that of humans. Most of the plants that have not died after 3 days of solar storms have special abilities. When planting flowers in the yard, she found similar flowers based on the plants with stronger attack power in her memory and transplanted them to the yard. But she didn't expect that all the flowers in the yard would wither, leaving only this wall of vines. It looks a bit similar to the killer vine she has seen. But the size is much smaller, which should be because the degree of mutation is not enough. The appearance of the killer vine is no different from that of ordinary vines. Although they can move, they usually do not leave their original location, but are used to camouflage in the original location. The flower buds they produce will emit a strange fragrance after blooming, which has the effect of anesthesia and attraction, luring creatures to pass through the range they can reach, and then attack and strangle them. It is perfect for guarding the yard. Xian Li was satisfied. Finally, she had some harvest, and did not let down her hard work for a month. Under the pressure of her mental power, these vines also understood the principle of living under someone else's roof. In the mental power fluctuations they conveyed intermittently, they conveyed their ideas to Xian Li. If she could provide food and water, they would listen to her instructions in the future. Xian Li certainly had no shortage of food sources for the killer vines. The corpses in the garbage space alone were not enough for them to eat for a long time. Now it was equivalent to having a free cremation site, so of course she gladly accepted it. After reaching a consensus with the killer vine, Xian Li finally walked into the old house, and entered her original safe house. The moment she opened the door, Xian Li first felt a gust of cool air blowing in her face, which lifted her spirits. Then she was hit by a powerful orange ball. Peanut! Although she had only been out for less than a week, Xian Li's cat addiction had come back. She held Peanut and shook him. Peanut, you gained weight again. Peanut in her arms meowed in dissatisfaction, and pressed his fleshy paws on her face. Guiyuan was so excited that his tail almost wagged out sparks. It was a little bigger than before she left. It stretched out its tongue and licked Xian Li's face several times, making her face wet. One person, one cat and one dog were making a mess. When Xian Li stood up, she found that Ball had been standing there for a long time. He held a plate in his hand, on which were a wet towel, a cold compress and cold boiled water. His expressionless face seemed to have more emotions at this moment. His thin lips curled up slightly, and his voice was as calm as ever. Ball wore a casual cotton and linen shirt, which made him look just the right amount of relaxed. Welcome home. Exionly took a wet towel and wiped his sweaty forehead and neck, then took the cold boiled water and drank it all. Drinking ice water in an air-conditioned room after returning from a high-temperature environment can easily cause stomach cramps, and alternating hot and cold can also cause diarrhea, so Ball specially prepared cold boiled water for her that was cool to room temperature. Although it was not so cool, it was enough to quench her thirst. The cold compress is used to cool the skin. After sun exposure, the skin loses moisture. Using cold compresses can calm inflammation and reduce the damage caused by ultraviolet rays to the skin. The current outdoor temperature is 52.3 degrees Celsius, and the perceived temperature is over 55 degrees. After testing, your skin has some signs of sunburn. My suggestion is to avoid scrubbing with hot water, but use warm water of about 40 degrees and weekly acidic bath products to wash your body. The water temperature has been adjusted, and you can take a bath at any time. I see. Thank you, Ball. Exionly narrowed her eyes, and it was indeed Bale's thoughtfulness. As long as she returned home, she didn't need to worry about staying alive. She could let herself go, not think, not worry, and simply enjoy the moment of peace in the riots. She threw the sweaty clothes into the dirty clothes basket. Although the skin on her face had been applied with sunburn prevention cream in advance, it was still exposed to the sun for about an hour when killing locusts, so it was slightly red, but not very serious. The skin on her body was stuffy and not breathable in the sunscreen clothing, so she had some prickly heat. She washed her body with warm water as Ball said, and rubbed the shower gel on her hands to make bubbles before applying it. After washing, Exionly sprayed the moisturizing spray on her face, and the redness on her face was slightly better. Her body's recovery ability was originally far better than that of ordinary people, and with the protection of the firewall, she recovered quickly. When she came out of the bathroom, she saw that her lunch was ready on the table. Considering that the hot weather might make her lose her appetite, Ball first served a small dish of appetizing spicy cabbage, which was mixed with fish sauce, chili, garlic, and other seasonings. It was sour-sweet, crispy and spicy, which made Exionly's appetite open up immediately. The staple food was rice, covered with a ball of steaming scrambled eggs. The dishes included Cantonese hand-torn chicken, which was tender, and the chicken skin was chewy. There was also a piece of fried assorted beef tongue, which was tender and juicy, and almost didn't need to be chewed. Paired with homemade passion fruit drink, the dish ended with chicken taco. The combination of Chinese and Western cuisine just suits Exionly's appetite. Exionly exclaimed as she ate, "Bear, have you secretly learned to cook at home?" Ball nodded. As a life robot, there are still many imperfections. Are you a robot that pursues perfection, Ball? Of course, if you can do the best, why not? Artificial intelligence is also a product of human pursuit of perfection. After the meal, Exionly also selected some things to share with Ball about this journey. However, for arc biology and pantang ecology, Ball, as a life robot, did not have more information in his database. Exionly sighed. Now that there is no network, Ball's way of obtaining information is equivalent to being cut off. Although a lot of data has been downloaded before, it is still like a drop in the ocean in the vast network. Suddenly, she thought of something and took something out of the black hole. Bear, do you know this? Lying on her palm was the blue chip that fell after the red carp spontaneously combusted. It was only the size of a thumbnail, and looked like a blue chip. Although she knew the general purpose of this chip, neither the starfish nor the sea anemone explained it in detail. Exionly asked casually, thinking that perhaps as a robot, Ball would know something. Ball's eyes were slightly shining, and the scanner installed in his eyes scanned the chip in Exionly's hand. Ball's vision was actually a display screen, which read the information of the blue chip, and lines of text appeared on the right side of the display screen. It read out word by word according to the prompts above. Item name, gene fragment. Number, 02154. Status, to be used. Quality level, inferior. Is it used for system upgrade? Chapter 67. Exionly was stunned for a moment, and looked at the chip in her hand uncertainly. She could understand the gene fragments. Can it upgrade your system? Bear's silver mechanical code flashed, and he said, the various materials collected by the main brain system of the K82 series robot are actually the integration of various excellent genes. Although gene fragments are the difference between cow hair and cow compared to nuclear crystals, and cannot make me a complete body, but a little bit adds up to a lot. If I have enough gene fragments, it can also have the function of upgrading the system and activating the other two host modes. Xian Li's heart moved, and she tried to activate the copy talent on the gene fragments. But unfortunately, for this special item, only the F-level copy talent cannot work. It's useless for her to hold it in her hand anyway, and it's even more impossible to give it to Xingpi and others to revive the red carp. She simply handed the gene fragment to Bear. Try it. After Bear took it, he put it on his forehead, where there was a data reading device. At the moment it touched the skin, it seemed that a blue stream of light flashed. Gene fragments detected, data reading in progress. Reading completed, upgrade progress 10%. As the reading was completed, the blue chip quickly faded, and the thing in his hand turned into an ordinary transparent card. 10%? Xian Li was a little surprised. Are there any new features? Ball roughly scanned the internals, then shook his head. This gene fragment is inferior, so 10 pieces are needed to upgrade the system. If it is changed to medium or excellent, 5 and 3 are needed respectively. When the lionfish and stingray died, no such gene fragments fell out. Maybe it is because their spiritual level is not enough to generate gene fragments. So, it means that if you want to upgrade the system through gene fragments, you have to kill at least 10 awakeners at the level of captains like Hongli. Before meeting the full upgrade conditions, 99% of the progress is equal to 0 for Ball. Xian Li and Ball stared at each other, and finally sighed helplessly. Suddenly, Xian Li thought of something and took out something from the black hole. Then take a look. What is this? In her hand was a silver cone, which was what Suja tried to insert into her temple when he came to her that day. Before being distracted by other things, I forgot about this thing. Since Ball can identify gene fragments, maybe he can also understand something about it. In order to facilitate Xian Li's viewing, Ball connected the main brain to the tablet at Xian Li's hand, which could display the content on its display screen. Text and data. Ball squinted his eyes and scanned the cone. Xian Li stared at the tablet. After scanning, the 3D view of the cone was presented separately on the screen, and it could be zoomed in, zoomed out, rotated, and other operations directly on the electronic screen. On the left were the basic data of the object, such as length, width, and height, and on the right, after scanning, a line of text appeared. Item name, reset needle, disposable. Number, none. Status, unused. Quality level, ordinary. Factory, Dillon Center Electronic Parts Processing Plant. Production date, October 24, 2025. Usage, insert into the RST hole to restart the skull, and the factory settings can be restored. Xian Li was stunned. She had some impression of the reset needle. It was usually used in electronic devices. When the system was damaged and could not be entered and started normally, the reset needle could be pressed and held in a jack to restore the factory settings. But this intracranial restart is an unfamiliar term. She thought that Suja wanted to use a reset needle to prick her temple at that time. Did it mean that he wanted her to restart the brain? She couldn't tell where the bad feeling in her heart came from. Search for intracranial restart. Barton searched all the information in the database for a while, but there was no information. But he still found relevant content about intracranial restart in the outdated electronic newspapers he accidentally downloaded before. At the beginning of the 20th century, the population of Blue Star was aging seriously, the birth rate was low, and the natural population growth rate had been negative for 10 consecutive years. Experts pointed out that within 100 years, humans may be heading for extinction. It is reported that the global biological laboratory controlled by the Free State Consortium has made significant progress in the research on bionic humans. Bionic humans are completely different from the artificial intelligence robots we usually know. They have the same body and organs as humans, but their consciousness comes from the private customization of the maker. At the same time, in order to avoid unrepairable bugs in bionic humans due to system crashes, short circuits, freezes, etc., timely remedies are carried out. The laboratory recommends purchasing a reset needle at the same time, inserting it into the RST hole of the bionic human to restart the brain, and then restoring the factory settings. Perhaps in the near future, the official will consider releasing bionic humans into society. Information source. Spinach Daily. Spinach Daily is a niche newspaper in the Free State. As early as the 19th century, it was called the Burton Daily News. Its articles covered domestic, international, and local news. Its satirical and sharp commentary style made this small newspaper popular all over the world, and it once became one of the most popular newspapers of the century. But since the 20th century, the news it produced has repeatedly touched the interests of the upper class. Because of the economic downturn, after a national rectification, the Burton Daily was also suspended and renamed the Spinach Daily, which featured nonsense and fabricated reports and became a completely third-rate entertainment newspaper. Exile felt as if his head was hit hard, and he felt a little dizzy. In theory, the news published by such newspapers is either eye-catching or funny, and cannot be taken seriously. But after seeing the keywords their consciousness comes from private customization and restore factory settings, Exile had to connect it with what Suja said at the beginning. He said, "Ollie, you need to correct it." He determined that she loved his personality. Once, after rebirth, Exile also asked herself, are people really born with original sin? Otherwise, why was she never loved well in her previous life? Why did all the people around her, Suja, Exile Jixing, Exile Jojo, Zhou Ping, and even Suyuqing, treat her as a tool without emotion, ordering her around, seemingly without considering her feelings at all, and enslaving and driving her as a matter of course? Is she not worthy? Is she born to be a worthless person? Now all these have answers. Exile felt like a ball of paste in her mind. Those scenes that were originally warm or painful, when recalled, seemed to split into two of her in her mind. One half was emotional, and every review made the past more unforgettable, and deep into the bone marrow. The other half stayed out of it, effortlessly withdrawing from it, as indifferent as a bystander. And she did not forget those things because of the passage of time, but remembered them specifically in a certain year, day, month, or even a certain hour, minute, and second. Just like reading data from a hard drive, it can be easily loaded. Then she was controlled and captured by others again. Those indifference, disguise, hypocrisy, and assumptions, now thinking about it, their eyes, expressions, and words have become intriguing. She is a mass-produced item, wrapped in a human-like coat. If they want her to live, she will live. If they want her to die, she will die without stopping. Just when Exile's brain was about to be completely burned by these chaotic thoughts, a cold and soft hand grabbed her. She looked up and bumped into Ball's blue eyes, like a lake. Exile, this is an unconfirmed report. Apart from this report, no other relevant information about bionic people can be found. If it is true as reported that countries put bionic people into use in large quantities, it is obviously unreasonable that no media reported such explosive news at the time. Maybe this is just an ordinary reset needle. Suja just didn't have a suitable weapon at the time and wanted to use this method to kill her. Her sensibility was lucky, but her rationality was loudly refutation. Isn't the instruction manual of the reset needle the best evidence? The two thoughts intertwined in her heart. She wanted to dig Suja out of the grave and ask him what the truth was. But now Suja is dead, Exile Jixing's family is missing, and Suyuqing is also unknown whether she is alive or dead. Even if she wants to ask, she can't find the initiator now. Dylan's Central Electronic Parts Processing Factory. Her finger pointed at the factory address on the information. Dylan was a company she had never heard of. There was no specific address of this electronics factory on the map, and Ball searched the database, but found no relevant information. If she had to wait until the network was restored, it would take a year, which was too long, and Exile couldn't wait. Besides, she had a hunch that even if the network was unobstructed, she would not be able to find any information about this company. Was she going to walk in the end times in a daze and ignore everything? Obviously no. Even if there were thorns ahead, she had to seek a real answer for herself, a reason for existence. In the afternoon, at Ball's suggestion, Exile went back to her room for a nap. But she tossed and turned in bed, her brain seemed to be overloaded, and she never felt sleepy. She looked at the ceiling blankly, unable to figure out what was going on. After a moment of silence, she whispered, "Ball." The smart system light in the room lit up. "I'm here. What do you think of bionic people?" In the attic, Ball put one hand on the wireless charging port and supported his chin with the other hand. His eyes seemed to be looking at something, firm and pious. "This is a field I don't understand, so I shouldn't comment on it. But I think that bionic people, like artificial intelligence, have reasons to exist. Just like I won't be sad because I am an artificial intelligence without self-awareness, although I don't actually feel sad, but I think artificial intelligence has removed some of the bad things of human beings. Forgive me for saying this, but objectively speaking, humans do have inherent flaws, such as impulsiveness, arrogance, and greed, and the setting of artificial intelligence means that it always respects objective facts and makes rational judgments. Therefore, artificial intelligence is more likely to achieve perfection that humans can never reach. Assuming this is reality, I think the same is true for bionic people. Maybe it's your physical fitness, or maybe it's your spiritual power and ideology that are stronger than all the humans I have ever seen. The body is just a cage that carries consciousness. The body without consciousness is just a walking corpse, but without the body, consciousness can extend infinitely. So Xian Li, your most precious thing is not this human body, but a thought as vast as the universe. Chapter 68. Xian Li had a dream. She relived her life in her previous life from a third-party perspective. However, after she was pushed off the defensive wall by Suzhi and bitten by zombies, the dream did not end. Looking down, she saw the blood boiling in her body twisted, and her broken arms and legs supported her to walk again in a weird posture. When she opened her mouth, she let out a hoarse roar. And around her were zombies, with the same dead air and stiff limbs as her. Xian Li always thought that zombies were just walking corpses, without five senses, consciousness, and inability to think. But it was different in the dream. She could clearly sense that she had some special connection with other zombies. The whole world seemed to have become a huge polymer, and the zombies were the molecular chains in it. If the molecules were condensed or entangled, the whole body would be affected. When she woke up, it was already evening. The real feeling in the dream still made her tremble, and all kinds of thoughts stuck together like spider silk, wrapping her into a cocoon. She always thought that the end of her life would stop after being pushed down the defense wall. But now, her sixth sense told her that it was not the case. Xian Li's brain was like a sophisticated computer at this moment. She put aside all negative emotions and made a calm assumption. If she was really a bionic person, then her body was equivalent to a container, loaded with artificially customized will and locked. After being infected with the zombie virus, ordinary humans will die and the virus will take over the control of the brain over the body. Is there a possibility that after the bionic man is infected with the zombie virus, the imposed will not dissipate due to the death of the container? She was startled by the idea that suddenly appeared in her mind, but even she was surprised that she would no longer have any fluctuations for the hypothesis of the bionic man. She needed to confirm her conjecture about all this. The first end of the ball of yarn was the Dillon Center Electronic Parts Processing Factory. When Xian Li walked out of the door, he found that it was already evening, but the sun was still scorching outside. Looking out from the French window, you can see that most of the vegetation on the back mountain is withered and burnt, and wisps of steaming heat are coming out of the dry soil. The afterglow of the sunset shines through the glass into the room. After filtering layer by layer, even the hottest temperature becomes warm, casting a warm yellow filter on the room. The constant temperature system in the house is still working, and it is just right to wear a single piece of clothing. The air outlet of the central air conditioner will simulate natural wind, drive the air flow in the house, and make people feel the breeze on their faces. Good evening, Xian Li. There is a humidifier on the coffee table in the living room to adjust the humidity in the room, and it sprays fine water mist. Ball sat on the sofa, his eyes moved away from the children's cartoon book in his hand, and stayed on her face through the mist. Sufficient sleep is a good medicine for the spirit. It seems that you are much better now. Xian Li's expression was the same as usual, indeed. She walked to Ball's side, the sofa sank slightly, and she saw Ball close the children's cartoon book in his hand with the words Robots vs. God of War Shinken written on it, which was similar to Ultraman vs. Sun Wukong. Seeing her eyes stop on the cover, Ball paused and said, "Human imagination is always amazing." Then he politely handed the album in his hand to Xian Li, who shook his head. So Ball put the album away. "What's for dinner?" Xian Li, who had just slept a lot, was a little lazy. She occupied the entire sofa by herself, with her legs raised and resting on the back of the sofa where Ball had just leaned. Ball took away a sofa pillow beside her legs to help her stretch her legs better. "If there are no other special ideas, my plan is to cook 3 dishes and 1 soup: asparagus beef, steamed sea bass, soy sauce cabbage heart and seaweed egg soup." Xian Li smiled lightly. "Are you inviting me to accept your training results, Ball? You are the best taster." While Ball was preparing dinner, Xian Li wandered around the house. She first went to the basement to check the remaining fuel and water tanks in the safe house. She was only out for a week this time, and the energy consumption at home was only 1/3. She filled up the gas tank and water tank. According to the current outdoor temperature, the power consumption of the safe house is about half of that during the solar storm, and it can be replenished every 12 hours. She recorded it, and set a reminder at Ball. Then it was the consumption of food. The food in the refrigerator did not change much after she left. Most of it was consumed in Ball's cooking practice. However, due to the excessively hot weather, many foods, even if placed in the fresh-keeping layer, showed varying degrees of stink and mold, especially green leafy vegetables. The leaves turned light yellow and a little sticky, and a foul smell could be smelled if you smelled them carefully. After Ball cleaned up all the spoiled food, there was a lot of space for Xian Li to fill again. Peanut and Longan had always had enough food. Xionly took a look at Peanut's round belly, and put Peanut on the scale to weigh him. With Ball's unlimited cat food and canned cat food, Peanut's weight increased from 14 pounds to an astonishing 16 pounds in just 1 week. Peanut, you should lose weight. Xionly cruelly took away the remaining cat food in Peanut's cat bowl, and stipulated that Ball should reduce the amount of canned cat food to half a day, with no more than 1 cat strip, and no more than 20 freeze-dried cats. She also placed a wooden cat wheel toy next to Peanut's cat bed, and recorded the encouragement of Peanut to exercise in Ball's daily schedule. Peanut sat in front of the empty food bowl with dissatisfaction and shouted loudly, but it did not bring back Xionly's soft heart. And Longan, who was in the teething period, could not help but bite around the house. Although Ball stopped it every time, it still left traces on the sofa legs, table corners, carpets, and other places. Xionly gently patted its head as a punishment, and Guyuan's black eyes still showed some grievance. Then Xionly found a special chewing stick, chewing biscuits, and toys for puppies in the black hole, and played a parabolic game with it for a while, and it happily wagged its tail and circled around Xionly's feet. In addition, with Ball, everything else in the house is in order, but the yard needs to be retidied up. After dinner, about 7 o'clock. The sun has just set, there is no direct sunlight, and the night chill has not yet completely climbed up. It is the most comfortable time of the day. Xionly took this opportunity to go to the yard with Ball, and harvested the withered branches, ornamental plants, and potted plants to use as nutrients for the killer vine. Without the decoration of flowers, the sunroom suddenly became a little empty. Xionly decided to try his luck at Wanxiang Spring after nightfall. On the one hand, with a helicopter, travel is much more convenient. It takes an hour to drive, but only half an hour to arrive by helicopter, saving a lot of time. On the other hand, Xionly did not forget to check in at the hot spring. In addition to increasing mental strength, soaking in hot springs more often also has certain benefits for improving physical fitness, such as promoting blood circulation and accelerating metabolism. At 8:30 in the evening, Xionly took a helicopter to the vicinity of Wanxiang Spring. There were many dead branches and leaves on the lawn outside the resort. They were originally ornamental green plants, but they were almost wiped out after experiencing the solar storm. The green bamboos on both sides of the path leading to the Wanxiang Spring were still lush and green. Xionly dug out a few and put them into the black hole, preparing to transplant them to his own yard. The bamboo forest in midsummer should also have a unique flavor. Xionly was also unable to copy these mutated plants. Although the effect of copying is practical, it is always limited by the level. Xionly guessed that as a talent effect, copying should also be able to upgrade by absorbing the same talent, like creating a new layer. After the solar storm, awakened people emerged one after another like bamboo shoots after rain. Even if it is 1 in 100,000, there are tens of thousands of awakened people to choose from in Yin country alone. It is difficult to find a talent without attributes, but it is not impossible. Xionly walked back along the path in the bamboo forest. Wanxiang Spring was no different from before she left. The safe house behind the hot spring was still in place. There were some stains and dust on the outside of the wall. Because no one took care of the room, there was a strange smell under the extreme temperature difference. It seemed that she had to bring Ball to clean it up next time. She also saw some messy footprints around the safe house. It could be seen that the baby elephant had been there. In addition, there were some footprints of other unknown animals. The coldness gradually increased at night, and the lowest temperature was about -30 to 40 degrees Celsius. It was almost possible to turn your breath into ice. At this time, soaking in the hot spring was equivalent to a kind of enjoyment. Xionly sat by the hot spring and tested the water temperature with her feet. It was estimated that it was about 50 degrees. It might be because the surface temperature increased during the day, and the temperature of the groundwater also increased, so the water temperature on the hot spring side was higher than before. Relatively speaking, the water temperature of the cold spring was also lower than before. Xion opened the bath towel, and her skin was exposed to the cold air, and she immediately got goosebumps. She slowly walked into the water, and immersed her shoulders and below in the water. The slightly hot spring water immediately dispelled the chill. This time, she soaked for a full half an hour before her mental power stopped growing. Could it be that the effect of hot springs on the growth of mental power also depends on the strength of her mental power? Since hot springs can increase mental power, the cold springs should also have special effects. The water of the cold spring can only be described as piercing, and there is even a layer of ice floating on the surface, finding a delicate balance between freezing and thawing. Xianli soaked in the cold spring for 5 minutes, until he was shivering with cold, but his body still did not change at all, so he had to give up temporarily and return to the hot spring. 5 minutes later, the stiff body gradually regained consciousness. The effect of this cold spring still needs to wait until the temperature rises during the day before slowly studying it. After soaking in the hot spring, Xianli sat on the shore and waited, but still did not see the baby elephant. There are many caves nearby, and there are many places to avoid sunlight in the resort. The baby elephant should not be affected by the solar storm. But when she came back the next night, the baby elephant still did not appear. This made her a little uneasy, and she planned to walk around the places where the baby elephant often appeared to avoid any accidents. Chapter 69. In order to maintain the original ecology, there is a large forest behind the Wangxiangquan camping site. The outer layer is the landscape trees that were specially transplanted for the resort project. Now they are all dead trees and fallen leaves. Walking deeper along the path, you can gradually see the towering ancient trees with tangled roots and some wild killer vines. When they see someone coming, the branches crawl over like little snakes, and when they touch Xianli's mental power, they shrink back quickly as if they were burned. Xianli has seen a few times that the baby elephant came out from somewhere in the forest, which is probably where it usually lives. At this time, Xianli walked into the forest and could see round pits like wooden stakes from time to time. They should be the footprints left by the baby elephant. Xianli pulled away the branches in front of her, and a palm-sized spider accidentally fell down, and quickly tightened the spider silk to climb to the top. She looked up. It was night, and the light in the forest was not good. Fortunately, she could adjust the brightness of her vision. The lush branches and leaves covered the night sky tightly. The leaves of some trees became very large, with petioles 5 meters long, covering almost 4 square meters. If they fell, they could knock people unconscious. And behind those leaves, Xianli could feel countless eyes staring at her. These ancient trees have lived for centuries. It is common for them to mutate into spirits during solar storms. Xianli has also seen demon trees that swallowed people whole. However, in order to grow, the roots of these ancient trees are buried deep in the soil and cannot be easily moved. Therefore, as long as you stay as far away from those thick trunks as possible when walking, you will not be hurt. But these mutant insects in the forest are tricky. It's not that they are so powerful, but there are too many of them. They can drown people. So Xianli did not take it lightly, but released her mental power while walking, suppressing the complex and tiny mental power fluctuations above her head and at her feet. She lowered her head to look at the footprints on the ground. She should be able to find the baby elephant by following them. But the deeper she walked, the more Xianli felt something was wrong. The footprints outside the forest were basically the same size as the bottom of a bowl, but after she walked in for more than half an hour, the footprints changed from the bottom of a bowl to the size of a watermelon. At first, she thought it was because the baby elephant had grown up and the footprints had become larger, but when she saw deep pits with a diameter of about 2 meters and a depth of about 50 centimeters suddenly appearing on the road, she realized that things were not that simple. She imagined the body size that matched this footprint, and suddenly felt her brain was numb. If the owner of this footprint was not the baby elephant, then the baby elephant had probably been killed. If the owner of this footprint is the little elephant, then maybe she is the one who was killed. Xianli has reservations about whether the mutated creature will retain its previous memory. So she thought for 3 seconds and decided to return the same way. Just as she turned around, her mental tentacles moved slightly, and she suddenly felt a little palpitation in her heart, and a soul-crushing deterrent came from behind. Xianli rolled to the side subconsciously without thinking. There was a loud noise, and she looked back and saw a 2-meter diameter deep pit where she had just been. Before she could come to her senses, there was a sound of breaking air in the air, and a thick shadow swept towards her at an astonishing speed. In a flash, a thick rope appeared in Xianli's hand. The rope grew straight up like a life, and the other end went around a thick branch above her head and returned to her hand. Then the length of the thick rope suddenly shortened, carrying her body away from the original place. There was another loud noise, and the thick thing hit the tree next to Xianli just now. She saw that the trunk that was big enough for one person to hug was split by something in the middle, slowly falling to the ground, raising a huge wave of dust. Xianli was hanging on the tree with one hand. 20 meters away, a huge monster was roaring constantly. The sound was very similar to the moo sound made by the little elephant before, but the volume was like turning from 1 to 100. Xianli's eardrums were aching slightly, and her head felt a little dizzy under the attack of the sound waves. All the birds and animals on the mountain fled far away because of the roar. With visual adjustment, Xian Li could barely see the whole picture of the creature. It was an elephant-shaped creature with a long trunk, but its body shape was very different from that of a baby elephant. Its body was almost as tall as a 3-story building, but it did not look bulky. Its legs were half of its height, and its muscles contained amazing explosive power. Its hard black leather looked as hard as steel. Its ears were more than 3 times smaller than those of ordinary elephants. Its tusks grew on its lower lip and bent backwards. Its nose was not thick compared to its body size, but it was also the size of a bucket. Xian Li had no doubt that if she had been hit by that nose just now, she would have been the one to be split in half. This huge and terrifying strange creature has the characteristics of Proboscidea, but it reminds Xian Li of the dinosaurs that ruled the Earth in the Jurassic period. It is more appropriate to call it Deinotherium. At this time, the roar finally stopped. Its eyes were red and full of brutal beasts. Its eyes, as big as copper bells, were staring at Xian Li. In its eyes, Xian Li was like an ant that broke into its territory. It was even more angry that it missed twice. This tiny ant actually tried to challenge its authority. It raised its nose high again, and its upper body stood up straight, and its powerful feet flew into the air. There was another roar that was enough to break the eardrum. This time, Xian Li had prepared and put 2 earplugs into the ear canal. Although he couldn't resist the sound, he didn't feel dizzy at last. Although Xian Li didn't know what the Deinotherium was shouting, looking at its posture, it was not difficult to imagine that it had regarded him as an intruder. After the Dainon's roar ended, its 2 front paws landed heavily on the ground, causing the earth to tremble. Even Xian Li, who was hanging on the tree, could feel the vibration from the trees rooted in the ground, and was terrified by the power that could destroy the world. What shocked her even more was that a powerful mental force gushed out from the Dainon's body, easily enveloping her. The violent mental force was like a substance, like a mountain pressing on her body, making Xian Li feel the crushing power, and her muscles and bones made a crackling sound, and even breathing was difficult. The Dainon's front paws heavily poked the ground twice, like a bulldozer, turning over the soil underneath and piling up a small earth slope. Its huge head lowered slightly, and with its hind legs, it sank down to a depth of 1 meter. It aimed at the direction, and was actually going to crash into the tree where Xian Li was. Looking at its size, it weighed at least 30 tons. If it rushed at full force, if it couldn't dodge in time, it might not even be able to find its body. Boom! The huge force, with the force of thunder and lightning, flattened the area 30 meters in front of it like a broken bamboo. More than a dozen thick trees were flattened to the ground, and a large piece of the sky above was blocked by branches and leaves. The branches and leaves that covered the sky seemed to be torn open, and the moonlight poured down from them. The Deinonychus, which knocked over more than a dozen giant trees, was panting. There was no movement behind it. The Deinonychus, as if victorious, slapped deep marks on the ground with its nose. The tiny human beings were vulnerable. Just when it was about to turn around to check the results, the opponent's disappeared mental power suddenly appeared out of thin air. The small figure like an ant fell freely from the air. When it was about to fall to the ground, it rolled forward, relieved the force, and stood up easily. Just now, Xian Li retracted herself into the black hole at the moment when it rushed over. She originally planned to avoid the limelight in the black hole, wait for the elephant to leave, and then quietly come out and leave here. But what she didn't expect was that she was kicked out by the black hole after only 5 seconds. It turned out that the roar of the elephant was not a demonstration of occupying the territory, but a sound wave that made her mental control unstable. Even if she hid in the black hole, it could only last for 5 seconds at most. The surrounding trees had been cleared by the elephant. Before Xian Li found a place to hide, the elephant turned around and came towards her again, and the ground under her feet trembled every time she stepped. Its impact force could not only shake the earth, but also move as fast as fire and wind, and it arrived in front of Xian Li in almost the blink of an eye. Xian Li had nowhere to hide from the dust and smoke raised by the 4 legs, and could only use the same trick to enter the black hole. 5 seconds later, she appeared in the same place again. The moment she appeared, she ran towards a huge tree that was big enough for 3 people to hug, which was located at 6 o'clock in her memory. But the collision behind her was a few points faster than her. How could Xian Li's 2 legs outrun 4 legs? Before being hit, she had no choice but to retract herself into the black hole again. 5 seconds later, Xian Li appeared in the same place again. And this time, before she stood firm, she felt that the airflow around her body had produced dangerous fluctuations. She subconsciously activated the light and shadow adjustment, and at the same time, she used all her strength to roll several meters to the outside. The monster's vision suddenly darkened, and the charge lost its aim. Its huge front feet almost brushed Xian Li's head, almost crushing her into a pulp. Xian Li's eyes were solemn. This Deinonychus was actually intelligent, although 5 seconds was enough for her to dodge an attack. After she was recycled into the black hole, the teleportation point could not move. The Deinonychus had already begun to master the time pattern of her disappearance, and the interval between the second charge was getting shorter and shorter. If the Deinonychus had stayed in place, it would have just caught the time point when she was forced to be kicked out of the black hole. She would have been stiff for 0.1 seconds after moving out of the black hole, and at that moment she would have been directly hit head-on. At this time, the mammoth changed direction again. After several collisions, a 300 square meter open space was cleared in the middle of the forest. Xian Li had almost no place to hide. The nearest tree was almost 100 meters away from her. It would take her at least 10 seconds to run 100 meters, but for the mammoth, it would only take 5 steps. Even if she could fly, she couldn't outrun the mammoth. She was afraid that she would be smashed to pieces halfway. Having said that, Xian Li's speed did not slow down. She rushed towards the tree like a sharp arrow. The impact behind her was like a shadow. When the figure as tall as a mountain was about to step on her, her figure disappeared again. 5 seconds later, the figure appeared again, and the mammoth that had been waiting not far away rushed towards her without hesitation. But the figure jumped up like a spring, leaving it empty. It turned out that when Xian Li returned to the black hole, the rope in her hand shot out a retractable rope towards the tree at the 6 o'clock direction according to her memory before entering the black hole. When she appeared, the rope also came out with her, and just wrapped around the highest branch. Even though she was stiff, she was able to swing forward with the force, avoiding the second collision behind her, and landing steadily on a high place. Chapter 70. Xian Li stood on a branch as thick as her arm. The tree was so tall that she had to lower her head to see the huge body covered by layers of branches and leaves. At this time, the Deinonychus raised its nose and neighed, stomped its front feet, and rushed over like a wild bull. Xian Li was in a high place, so she was no longer at the mercy of others like before. She could jump between the branches, and every time she avoided a collision, a tree fell down. After colliding back and forth 4 or 5 times, the Deinonychus stopped moving and stood there panting, but its eyes became redder and redder. It stood up, stepped on the trunk of the tree where Xian Li was, and reached up with its nose, trying to roll her down. Xian Li guessed what it was thinking, and climbed up while always keeping a distance of several dozen centimeters, so that it could not reach it, but was reluctant to leave. Little elephant. She hung on the highest branch and shouted to the Deinotherium below, "Little elephant, don't you remember me?" Xian Li responded with the air from the Deinotherium's nose, which almost sprayed snot on her face. Xian Li was a little confused. This Deinotherium should be a mutation of the baby elephant. Some animals will show atavism after mutation. Deinotherium belongs to the same branch of the Miocene mammoth Proboscidea, but it has long been extinct. She felt a little sad that the naughty and cute baby elephant had turned into such a tyrannical and brutal behemoth. Although she could throw dozens of grenades and hide in the black hole to blow up the Deinotherium. But Xian Li didn't want to kill it. On the one hand, Xian Li couldn't bear to get along well with the baby elephant. Secondly, after the mutation, the survival rate of animals in the apocalypse will be greatly improved, so the baby elephant has the ability to protect itself. This is its own opportunity, and Xian Li has no way to interfere. After all, she was the first to step into its territory, and it is reasonable for it to expel her. The only problem now is how she can slip away. The Deinonychus seemed to have realized that it could not reach Xian Li, so it could only stay under the tree, raising its nose from time to make a deterrent roar, or rolling up something and throwing it in Xian Li's direction, sometimes a boulder, sometimes half a tree trunk, and sometimes scattered broken ice. The man and the elephant were in a stalemate. Xian Li tried to walk in the direction she came from, but the Deinonychus kept staring at her, as if it would not stop until she came down. Xian Li tried to implant ideas into the Deinonychus, but its skull was like its body, as if there was a copper wall and iron wall, and her mental power could not penetrate it at all, let alone implant ideas. It seems that the Deinon will not think of her human friend. Xian Li sighed, concentrated and activated her talent, using light and shadow adjustment to brighten the Deinon's vision. The frightened Deinon stood up, its bucket-like nose stretched straight, and its front feet stepped in the air. Xian Li took this opportunity to flexibly shuttle between the branches with a retractable rope, leaving the Deinon far behind. Swinging from the branches is more than 10 meters, and the speed of coming out is much faster than the speed of entering. 10 minutes later, Xionli left the woods and returned to the Wanxiang Spring. Just as she was considering whether to take a break first or take a helicopter directly back to Nyolan village, her ears moved. There was a lot of noise in the woods behind her. Some creature followed her in the direction she had just come from. Every step made the ground under her feet vibrate, and even the surface of the hot spring was shaking slightly. The Deinonychus followed her scent. It was then that she realized that elephants had very poor eyesight, and were almost all nearsighted, and could only see things within 10 meters of them. They relied more on smell and hearing to understand the surrounding environment. Although her visual adjustment could scare it, it could still follow the smell she left after the scare to find her. Xionli frowned, thinking to herself that it was not good, and regretted why she did not fly the helicopter in the opposite direction. If the Deinonychus came to the Wanxiang Spring, it could collapse the spring with 1 foot if it wanted to. How could she take a hot spring bath in the future? But it was too late to take out the helicopter at this time. Xionli could already see its huge body rushing out of the woods. Hide in a safe house? No, it was even taller than her safe house. If it crashed into her safe house, it would probably trigger the self-destruct system and blow up the entire mountain. By then, not only the Deinonychus, but even she herself would be in danger. Her brain was spinning rapidly. It seemed that the only place nearby where she could hide was the cold storage at the resort. The ozone in the cold storage had an oxidizing effect and could isolate the smell on her body. It would take time to run over there. Xionli did not hesitate and turned to run towards the cold storage. At the same time, the Deinonychus flattened the artificial forest behind him and roared angrily when he found Xionli. This tiny human had escaped from it again and again. The tyrannical aura it exuded told Xionli that she had completely angered it. The Deinonychus' eyes were bloodshot, and the roar it made was even more piercing. Even Xionli's earplugs could not block the impact on her mental power. It was as if a huge speaker was installed in her brain. The sound was deafening, and it slowed her pace down a bit. It was these few steps that allowed the Deinonychus to rush behind Xionli from 200 meters away in the blink of an eye. Its nose wrapped around Xionli's body like a steel bar. In its eyes, the human body was like a matchstick. With a little force from its nose, it could cut Xionli in half. However, under the dual effects of Xionli's strong physique and firewall, its relatively degraded nose tightened again, and Xionli's body was as safe as if it was made of diamond. The Dainon's trunk swung several times in the air, trying to knock Xionli unconscious, and then threw her heavily to the ground, with its front feet raised high, trying to trample Xionli to death to vent its anger. However, just before its feet were about to fall, its body seemed to stiffen for a moment, which lasted for a second, but this short second was enough for its huge body to lose balance. Its cylindrical hind feet retreated a few steps on the ground, trying to keep balance, but at this time its huge body became heavy and became a burden. At the critical moment, Xionli activated the locking talent she had just obtained from Dongzi, and locked the Dainon's body for a second. And because of that second, the Dainon could no longer keep its balance, and fell down like a small mountain. And the place where it fell was the cold spring in the Wanxiang Spring. When the huge body fell, the splashes of water became huge waves, soaking Xionli from head to toe. The body of the Dainon just filled the cold spring, and the spring water overflowed, soaking the surrounding land at once. After the already cold spring water left the cold spring, the surrounding rock ground quickly turned into ice crystals in the -30 degrees weather. Xionli's heart tightened, and she didn't dare to think about how likely the spring of the cold spring could be preserved under such heavy pressure. She was soaked all over at this time, and her clothes had been frozen stiff in the low temperature weather. When she stood up, a little frost fell. Just when she wanted to take this opportunity to go to the lawn to take a helicopter to leave, she just ran forward a few steps, but found that something was wrong behind her. After the Dainon fell in the cold spring, the body was motionless, and there was no struggle at all. Did it faint from the fall? Xionli was a little uncertain, so she stopped and kept a distance of 50 meters. She tried to use her mental power to probe the Deinonychus, but to her surprise, the violent aura on it just now disappeared without a trace, and the whole elephant calmed down. Xionli was a little confused, and carefully moved forward 10 meters. No response. Another 10 meters closer. Still no response. Xionli simply walked 10 steps away from it, picked up a piece of gravel, and threw it at the Deinonychus, but the latter seemed to be dead and did not move at all. Xionli was puzzled, and she seemed to have never heard of elephants pretending to be dead to lure prey. Could it be that they really fell to death? She walked around the Deinonychus worriedly, fearing that the other party would suddenly attack and be ready to take herself back to the black hole at any time. Just when she got around the head of the Deinon, she saw in the moonlight that the Deinon's eyes were closed as if it was asleep, and its nose, like a steel bar, was casually placed on the rock on the bank of the cold spring. Exionly was about to move forward, but suddenly the nose twitched, and she was startled. She was about to retract herself into the black hole, but found that the other party seemed to have just sniffed and did not move. Just when Exionly was relieved, the mouth and nose of the Deinon began to vibrate. Her heart was lifted, and when she was about to turn around and run, a huge exhalation sound came from its mouth and nose, like thunder, which made Exionly have the urge to turn around and run. However, soon that urge disappeared completely, because at the same time as the sound rang, the tip of the Deinon's nose also stretched and shrank, and combined with the regular ups and downs of its body, she realized that the sound was very much like snoring. Exionly twitched the corner of his mouth, thought for a moment, took out a closed pole from the black hole, and tentatively knocked on the head of the Deinon. The latter just moved his ears impatiently, and the snoring continued. It was not until Exionly boldly stepped forward and pinched its ears, and the other party did not react at all, that she was sure that the Deinon was really asleep. Most of the spring water had overflowed, and the Deinon, as tall as a hill, lay sideways in the cold spring, and the water line just covered its 2 feet one behind the other. If it said that it fell asleep after knocking itself unconscious, Exionly would not believe anything. Then the problem can only be this cold spring. Today she came to Wanxiang Spring early, and soaked in the cold spring for half an hour, when the temperature was still high during the day. But apart from cooling down, she did not find any other uses. The Deinonychus fell into the cold spring, not only falling into a deep sleep, but also becoming calmer, without the terrifying sense of crisis. This was definitely not a coincidence. Just as Exionly was struggling to decide whether to leave it here or move it to the black hole and randomly drop it somewhere else, a faint red light appeared on the horizon, and a sun was about to rise. It was dawn. Seeing that the temperature was about to rise again, Exionly decided to leave first and wait for the Deinonychus to wake up before leaving. After making up her mind, Exionly turned and walked towards the lawn of the resort. Just as she took a few steps, a childish voice came from behind her. "Xiao Exion?" Chapter 71. Exionly was startled and looked back. The only living creature behind her was the Deinonychus, who was still lying on the ground. She released her mental power, with some doubts, and swept the entire hill. She did not see any other intelligent creatures. When she was wondering if it was her hallucination, the voice rang again. "Xiao Exion." The childish voice sounded as happy as if she had seen a relative. Exionly was sure that the voice came from her mind. "Who are you?" Exionly's response was a little cautious. No one would have a good attitude towards a strange voice that suddenly appeared in their mind. The child's voice suddenly became a little aggrieved. "Xiao Exion, don't you remember me? Why does this sentence sound so familiar?" Exionly tentatively asked Little Elephant. The little elephant became happy again. "It's me, it's me." Exionly turned around and looked at the Deinonychus behind her that could crush her to death with one foot, with a strange expression. The matching degree of this voice and the body made her feel a sense of separation, as if she saw a muscular man with a clipped sound. She walked back to the cold spring, looked at the elephant still lying in the cold spring, and asked hesitantly, "Is this you?" As soon as she finished speaking, she saw the elephant's eyes, which were as big as copper bells, suddenly opened. Unlike the red eyes just now, the elephant's eyes were clear and transparent after waking up, and even Exionly could see a trace of innocence. At this time, the elephant saw Exionly coming, patted the ground with its nose happily, and then inserted it directly into the spring to suck a tube of water, and sprayed it on Exionly's head like a shower. It was just that because the temperature was too low, the water column turned into icicles in the instant it was sprayed out, and hit Exionly's head one by one. Exionly was silent. This familiar mischievousness was undoubtedly the little elephant. Too many questions lingered in her mind at this time, but what she cared about most was, "How did you become like this?" The little elephant spoke in a baby voice, and at this time there was a sense of confusion in his tone, and he was a little confused about the situation. "What is it like?" Exionly took out his mobile phone, stepped back a few steps, and then stepped back a few more steps, until he stepped back 20 meters away, and opened the wide-angle lens to stuff the whole body of the little elephant into the viewfinder of the camera. With a click, the photo was taken. Exionly was afraid that it could not see clearly, so he put the phone screen in front of the little elephant's eyes. "Look! What is this?" The round eyes blinked, and when they saw the photo on the phone, they were stunned for a moment, and screamed, "Ah, so scary. Exionly, this is you." The little elephant obviously did not recover from the shock just now. He was stunned for a long time, rolled up the phone with his nose, and his eyes were almost sticking to the screen. The soft voice in my mind had a hint of crying. "The little elephant is so ugly, woo 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 woo." The eyes as big as copper bells blinked, and even shed 2 drops of sparkling tears. Exionly supported her forehead. Although she didn't think it was very good looking, it was full of wild charm from a certain perspective and a symbol of strength. "Tell me first, what have you done these days?" Its voice was a little confused. "I don't know, I just remember that the weather was very hot, and the little elephant fell asleep in the cold spring. I forgot what happened afterwards until I woke up and saw Xiao Xian." Exionly remembered that before the solar storm, the little elephant always liked to stay in the cold spring. Could it be that this cold spring is the key to the baby elephant's mutation? Exionly was silent for a moment, then thought of something and said, "How can you speak?" The baby elephant, who was immersed in the sadness of becoming ugly, was immediately distracted when he heard this, and there was some inexplicable dissatisfaction in his eyes. The baby elephant has always been able to speak. After a pause, he added, "It's just that Xiao Xian didn't understand it before. Why do you understand it now?" It seemed to think seriously. The baby elephant felt that there were a lot of white things in his body. If he exerted force, those small dots could drill into Xiao Xian's brain. White things. Could it be mental power? She recalled that when she fought with the baby elephant just now, she did feel the existence of mental power from it. After the animal mutates, there is a chance that mental power will awaken, and the baby elephant's roar just now can affect her talent effect, which should be a kind of control talent. Now her expression became a little serious. Could it be that the function of this cold spring is to increase the chance of awakening a creature's talent? Then it would explain why she had no effect after soaking for a long time, because she was already an awakener. Then the value of these 2 springs is not just as simple as keeping warm and cooling off. Hot springs can increase mental strength, and cold springs can promote the awakening of talents. In this end times, it is hard to find money, and may even cause great unrest. But before that, why don't you move? The little elephant was still lying in the cold spring like before, motionless except for his nose. The cold spring pressed under it. "Can't get up." The soft and sticky voice was very aggrieved. It was not that it didn't want to get up, but that it couldn't get up at all. The body after the transformation was so heavy that it couldn't move at all after falling to the ground. It tried to exert force, and its 4 round legs just bent in vain in the air. Exionly was speechless. It seemed that it had forgotten that it had just chased her, and was knocked down by her tricks. She compared it, and looked at the body that was 5 times as tall as her. It was really difficult. Even if she was strong, she couldn't lift up the dozens of tons of Deinonychus. Exionly went around behind the baby elephant and tried to push the majestic body. The hard skin felt very rough, but there was no better point of support. Even though Exionly had used all her strength, the baby elephant's body seemed to be firmly stuck in the cold spring, motionless. What was even more frustrating was that even if the baby elephant was put into the black hole and released, it was still in the same posture. Exionly was a little helpless. "Can you become smaller?" She had seen some mutant creatures that could change their shape and size, but she didn't know if the baby elephant would do this. After hearing her words, the little elephant tried to close his eyes, recalling his previous appearance in his mind, and silently said in his heart, "Change back, change back, change back." Just when Exionly was considering whether to copy a few jacks from the black hole, a soft white light emerged from the depths of the little elephant's body, covering it like a thin and soft gauze. Through the gauze, Exionly saw that the burly body slowly changed from 3 floors to 2 floors, 1 floor, and finally stopped at the same size as before. As the white light disappeared, the shrunken little elephant reappeared in Exionly's field of vision. "Xiao Xian, I'm back!" The little elephant shouted crisply, with excitement in his voice. At this time, it bit its legs, and its nose also cooperated with Exionly's force from behind, and finally stood up from the cold spring. Not bad. Exionly looked at the smaller version of Deinonychus, which looked the same as before, and decided not to ruin the atmosphere. The little elephant flapped its ears happily, and walked around Exionly. Seeing that the little elephant was not seriously injured by the fall, Exionly checked the cold spring. The water in the cold spring had overflowed, and it looked a little empty, with only 1/5 of the original water level. She reached out to the direction of the spring, and could vaguely feel a stream of water gushing out. It seemed that it was not damaged or collapsed by the accident just now, so Exionly was relieved. Xiao Xian, you haven't been here for a long time. I'm bored here alone, and Xiao Qiao is not here either. The little elephant, who had regained his freedom, began to feel like playing with Xian Li and continued to suck water with his nose and spray it on her. The temperature has risen a lot with the rising of the sun, so it doesn't feel cold when sprayed on her body. Xian Li thought about it and said, I'll move here in a few days. These 2 springs are now worth a fortune. If they are left idle here, it would be a shame to leave them here. If we move here, we don't have to run back and forth, and it's convenient to soak every day. Maybe we can also let Sha Qiao and Ant Hua come here. Although Sha Qiao has awakened his talent, his mental strength is obviously insufficient. It's good for him to soak in hot springs more often. And Ant Hua can also soak in cold springs. If she can also awaken her talent, she will have the power to protect herself in the end times. Hearing what Xian Li said, the little elephant's voice was full of surprise. He cheered, and his 4 chubby feet stepped on the ground, and his little nose danced in front of Xian Li. Really? Really? That's great. The little elephant will never be bored again. The little elephant wants to play with Xiao Xian and Xiao Qiao. After making up his mind, Xian Li said goodbye to the baby elephant and flew back to Nyolan village by helicopter. Back in the safe house, Xian Li told Ball what happened last night. Her eyes sparkled. Let's move over. Ball nodded, his mouth slightly raised. Okay. Since Xian Li had already made up his mind, he naturally had no objection. Peanut, who was sleeping on the sofa, heard Xian Li's movement, stretched out his paws sleepily, raised his butt high, stretched his tail straight, stretched, and then walked lazily to Xian Li's side and meowed. Guiyuan held a yellow chewy ball, and put it at Xian Li's feet, and also called out. Xian Li touched Peanut's head, and threw the chewy ball far away. Peanut purred comfortably, and Guiyuan also took his short legs to chase the chewy ball back, and brought it to Xian Li again. Xian Li smiled lightly. Peanut Longan, let's go to the new home. After lunch, Xian Li walked around the yard. The sunroom didn't need to be copied to the black hole, because there was one at the resort, and it could be used after cleaning up. But she had to do one more thing before moving away. After measuring the location of Sha Qiao's house, she found a suitable position in the yard and activated the talent effect of clearing. Suddenly, a 1-meter deep earth pit appeared in front of her. She placed all the excavated soil into the black hole, and she connected her yard with the cellar of Sha Qiao's house 1 meter at a time, stopping about 10 centimeters away from the wall made of cement board of the cellar, ensuring that it could be kicked open with 1 foot. All this was done quietly, more convenient than an electric drill. Before taking Sha Qiao and others to Wanxiang Spring, this tunnel will become their retreat, so as not to encounter danger. There was nothing special to pack. The safe house in Wangxiangquan was a 1-to-1 replica of the safe house in Yolan village. As long as she brought Ball peanuts and longans, she could feel at home wherever she went. Chapter 72. The first time Xian Li took Ball, Peanut and Guiyuan out, he did not let them stay in the black hole, but boarded the helicopter together. Peanut sniffed around in the cabin, and then found the most comfortable place to nest as usual. Guiyuan whimpered in fear, and felt safe only when Xian Li held her. However, this made it a little inconvenient to operate the helicopter. When Xian Li was still thinking about whether to put Guiyuan back into the black hole, he saw Ball had already walked into the cockpit. The silver machine code teardrop mole on Ball's face flashed, and without him moving, the helicopter entered the takeoff preparation state, and soon it slowly climbed steadily in the air. Until the helicopter rose to a high altitude, Xian Li did not feel a particularly large shaking. Xian Li was a little surprised. How did you do it? After successfully taking off, Ball handed over the driving rights to the automatic navigation. It nodded gently. My main brain can connect to the helicopter's driving and navigation system. Compared with manual human driving, the instructions issued by the machine will be more accurate. Xian Li praised sincerely. Bear is a must-have for home travel. With Ball, Xian Li was happy and relaxed. He held Guiyuan in the cabin and admired the sky and mountains outside. The sun was scorching in the sky, and the hot air was churning, covering the surface like a pot of hot soup. There were almost no vehicles and pedestrians in the village roads, county roads, and national roads. During the day, people usually stay at home to avoid sunburn. After 7 o'clock in the evening, when the temperature drops to around 0 degrees, it is time for humans to travel. Xian Li's vision can see things within 2 kilometers when he concentrates. The helicopter was not flying high at this time, so she could just see the situation on the ground. From time to time, she could see rotting corpses lying on the ground. Some of them had been charred by the sun, and yellow corpse oil was flowing out. There was a little white stuff flowing from the eye sockets. Looking closely, it turned out that countless maggots that looked like meat strips were gnawing on the brains of the corpses. The strong corpse odor could be smelled even at an altitude of 2,000 meters. Exionly took out the telescope and could see more clearly. Around those corpses, huge mosquitoes and flies could be vaguely seen flying up and down, and their abdomens were surprisingly bulging. She put down the telescope. Her expression was a little solemn. She did not forget the rampant poisonous mosquitoes in Chung City. After returning, every time she took a helicopter to and from Nyolan Village and the resort, she would release her mental power to monitor the two places for signs of zombies. But even if she had absorbed the mental power of 5 awakened people, the range she could monitor was always limited. After the solar storm, the poisonous mosquitoes in Chung City should usher in a wave of outbreaks. It's just that the network and communication were paralyzed at this time, so the news didn't spread so quickly. 3 days have passed since the solar storm, and 3 days is enough for a city to fall. Chung City has a dense population, which creates good conditions for the spread of the virus, and it may even have spread to neighboring counties and cities. Xian Li opened the offline map on his phone and moved his finger back and forth between Linchuan City and Chung City. The administrative boundary of Linchuan City is like a triangular zone, with the sea in the south, Ninglan Mountain where Nyolan Village is located in the northwest, and not far from Chung City in the northeast, but there is a Hongshui River in the middle. After the natural disaster, transportation was inconvenient, water transportation was completely stopped, and the bridges connecting the two cities were blocked. In addition, Linchuan City is remote, and has not yet opened a branch of arc biology. If it is to be deployed manually, the priority should be ranked after other provinces and cities. Moreover, there are not many survivors in Linchuan City, and they have basically moved to Nanshur. It stands to reason that the spread is not that fast, but Xian Li is always a little uneasy. Her eyes stayed on the 3 cross-river bridges on the Hongshui River, and a hint of danger gradually emerged in her eyes. Ball's intelligent driving is obviously better than the automatic navigation of the helicopter, and it takes 10 minutes faster to reach the resort than usual. After the helicopter landed, Xian Li took them to the safe house. The intelligence system in the house was connected when Ball landed. As soon as you enter the door, you can feel a cool breeze blowing on your face, which relieves the afternoon heat. Ball had already consciously started to clean up the house, and put the food bowls, toys, and urine pads of Peanut and Longan in place. They had their own smells on them, so they didn't need to adapt to the new environment for too long. The Wanxiang Spring was surrounded by bamboo forests, and the temperature felt a few degrees lower under the shade of the trees, especially around the cold spring. Xian Li turned around and saw Peanut and Longan playing by the cold spring. Peanut was still lazy as always, lying on a rock next to the cold spring that was not covered by the shade of the trees, basking in the sun. It seemed that it liked staying there more than the artificial constant temperature environment in the house. Longan ran with his short legs. It had always been kept in a safe house. Even though Ball would take it to the yard every day, the space was still limited. At this time, Peanut can finally release its nature in the bamboo forest, running back and forth happily on the edge of the bamboo forest, with its ears clacking on its head. Xian Li smiled knowingly. She returned to the bedroom and changed into a black and white swimsuit, which outlined her healthy and well-proportioned figure. Her calves were longer than those of ordinary people, and her proportions could even compete with those of supermodels. She casually rolled up her hair, and the shorter hair fell behind her neck, looking casual and lazy. Xian Li took a bath towel and walked to the cold spring, ready to go in and soak to cool down. Seeing the movement, Peanut's squinting eyes opened slightly, and when he saw that it was Xian Li, he closed his eyes again. With the sudden rise in temperature, Peanut also entered the molting season ahead of time. Even though Ball combed and cleaned the hair every day, a tuft of orange cat hair could be seen from time to time at home. At this time, Peanut just changed his posture on the stone, and the place where he was lying was covered with a layer of shed fluff. Xian Li swam to Peanut and said seriously, "Peanut, is it time for you to take a bath?" Peanut has never liked taking a bath. When Xian Li brought Peanut to the bathroom for the first time, as soon as the shower was turned on, Peanut hid in the corner and refused to let the water get on his body. One time, it came back from a battle in the community, and even the pads on its paws were dirty. Xian Li had to give it a bath. When the shower was poured on its body, it screamed like a pig being slaughtered. It stood straight in the small bathtub prepared by Xian Li, with its back arched like a shrimp, and it couldn't be pressed down. Later, every time Xian Li held it close to the bathroom, it would jump out of her arms vigilantly. But every time Xi came out of the bathroom, she could see Peanut waiting at the door, observing her with worried eyes, as if saying, "You didn't drown?" After Xi was reborn, there were too many things to take care of, and she didn't think about giving Peanut a bath. At this time, although Peanut's body was not dirty, it was already a little greasy and tangled because of licking and oiling. It also felt dry and greasy. The hair was layered, especially the hair on the tail formed triangles, like a little dinosaur. Hearing Xianli's words, Peanut wanted to run, but Xianli was faster. She grabbed Peanut's round body, touched the solid meat of its belly with one hand soothingly, and put her fingers together with the other hand, with the palm in a bowl shape, and gently poured spring water on its body. Peanut's fluffy body was hot in the sun, and it was even a little hot to touch. When the cold spring water was poured on it, it shuddered at first, but soon felt a hint of coolness, and its struggling movements became much smaller. Xianli noticed this, and slowed down his movements even more, soaking every strand of Peanut's cat hair with spring water. Soon, Peanut's hair was all stuck to his body, but his body size didn't shrink much. Xianli was content to touch Peanut's round body, while doing PUA to the kitten with evil intentions. "Kitten, you have so much meat, if you go out, you will be caught and eaten, who else can afford to keep you except me?" Peanut meowed in dissatisfaction, but under Xianli's skilled massage technique, he quickly turned into a pile of cat cake. After the cat's hair was soaked, Xianli took out a bottle of cat bath gel from the black hole, rubbed bubbles on his hands, and smeared it on Peanut, which looked like spreading bread. The back, tail, belly, and cat paws were all covered. Except for Peanut's round head, the rest of the body was covered with white foam. Xianli rubbed Peanut for a long time, and only stopped when Peanut's eyes revealed a sense of despair. "You can't just use your hands to wash off the foam." She took out a kitchen water spoon from the black hole, which was just enough to scoop water from the cold spring, and pour it on Peanut. 1 spoon, 2 spoons, 3 spoons. The foam on Peanut was getting less and less, but Xianli felt more and more that something was wrong. She heard some voices vaguely, but she couldn't hear what they were saying. After she washed the bubbles off Peanut thoroughly, she finally heard the words clearly. "Smelly Xianli, why haven't you recovered yet?" The voice sounded like a little boy, pure and without impurities, with a childish tone, but a somewhat old-fashioned tone, like a little boy pretending to be an adult, and getting angry after being played around by adults. And the source of the sound was in her hand. Xianli stopped her movements and turned Peanut's body with a strange expression. The latter looked no different from usual, but when Xianli stared at it without blinking, his eyes seemed to reveal a hint of understanding. The little boy in his mind seemed to proudly put his hands on his waist, with an expression of "I knew it, human, you are fascinated by the beauty of this cat again. Then there were some how can you covet the beauty of the cat? It's not impossible to exchange it with 2 cat strips. Why is the hairless human still in a daze?" Xianli looked at Peanut at eye level, and said lightly, "Today's cat strips have been overdrawn. Tonight, no, there will be no tomorrow." When on the helicopter, in order to appease Peanut, she made an exception, and fed it 2 cat strips. At this time, Peanut's eyes were full of shock. Little shit shoveler dared to deduct this cat's cat strips. "Where is Ball? Ball? Ball?" Xianli was silent for several seconds. It turned out that this was how she looked in Peanut's eyes. She pinched the fat on Peanut's cheek expressionlessly. "It's no use calling Ball. Ball listens to me." Peanut was even more shocked, and put his 2 paws on Xianli's face, and pushed her away. "How can humans understand what I say? No. This must be a coincidence." "It's not a coincidence, I can understand it." Then Peanut's 3-petal mouth opened slightly, and he finally realized that Xianli was talking to him, and his expression froze instantly. "Ah, help me, humans are talking like cats." Chapter 73. Xianli manually closed Peanut's wide-open jaw. "You can speak human language now." The little boy in his mind couldn't hide his shock, repeating, "How is it possible? Stupid humans, don't try to deceive this cat," and mixed with a few meows that Xianli couldn't understand, probably the dialect of the cat world. Xianli's brain automatically blocked Peanut's nonsense, and when Peanut calmed down, Xianli said, "Peanut, feel carefully, are there some small white spots in your body?" After a few seconds, the boy hesitated and said, "It seems to be." "That's mental power. With them, I can understand what you say. Try to use it, and see if there are any other effects." Peanut tried to use the small white spots in his body as he said, but because there were too few, even if he used the strength of shitting, he didn't see any effect. Xianli fell into thought. She already knew that the reason why the little elephant could awaken his spiritual power must have an important connection with the cold spring. However, She previously thought that it was an effect that could only be achieved after a long period of soaking, and that using spiritual power to communicate with her was one of the skills that came with awakening the talent. It was just an accident that she used the spring water to bathe Peanut, but she didn't expect that it would also awaken Peanut by accident. Xionly used her spiritual power on Peanut's body, and did feel a trace of weak spiritual power from it, but it was at most the size of a sesame seed, far less than the little elephant. And as Peanut said, the spiritual power in its body was not enough to support its awakening of special talents, so it should only be able to communicate simply for the time being. But this is already an unexpected surprise. Although Peanut's image of a pretentious and mature boy does not quite match the image of a soft and sticky little dumpling in her mind. But thinking of the towering body of the baby elephant after it mutated into a Deinonychus, Xionly became nervous again. If Peanut also mutated, does that mean that it will also revert to its ancestral state? What did the ancestors of cats look like? Caracals? Xionly thought of some creatures with hard hair and ferocious fangs. Compared to them, she still prefers Peanut's soft, white and fat appearance now. She checked Peanut's body up and down, and did not see any changes beyond her imagination, so she breathed a sigh of relief. Being tossed back and forth like this, Peanut was obviously a little angry again. Ignoring the intermittent hateful humans, this cat will sooner or later unify the blue planet, turn all the hairless stars into slaves of this cat in her mind. Xionly called Guiyuan over. Since Peanut can awaken, she will make it equal, and let Guiyuan awaken as well. Xionly hugged Guiyuan's small body, and put it into the spring water. Guiyuan was not afraid of water, and was submerged half of her body in the water. About 3 minutes later, Xionly tentatively called out, "Guiyuan?" And Guiyuan just tilted her head and woofed, which was no different from before. 10 minutes later. "Guiyuan?" Woof woof. 20 minutes later, Guiyuan was still a dog who could only bark. Peanut understood what she was doing, so the little boy in Xionly's mind laughed at her unceremoniously. Ha ha ha, how can a stupid dog compare to this cat? She silently put Guiyuan on the shore, and threw a ball far away, and the latter jumped and ran away. It seems that awakening talents vary from person to person. Animals with high IQs are more likely to awaken. It can't be an ordinary cat that can save her from danger in the end of the world, so Peanut can successfully activate his mental power, while Guiyuan is just an ordinary country dog, so there will naturally be a gap. Xionly speculated in his heart. When the sun was about to set, the temperature dropped, and Xionly scooped a spoonful of hot water from the hot spring and poured it on Peanut. The little voice in my head meowed and exploded. "Stinky Xionly. You actually sneak attacked me." Xionly ignored Peanut's resistance and stretched out his hand to cover Peanut's belly, so that he could more easily feel the fluctuations of his mental power. Maybe it was because Peanut's mental power was too little, and a spoonful of water was not enough to increase Peanut's mental power. But seeing Peanut's resistance, Xionly decided to wait until it slowly accepted it before taking it to soak together. After it got dark, Xionly returned to the safe house with Peanuts and Longan. Ball had prepared dinner. Today they were having cold dishes. On the table was a pot of steaming tofu soup, a bowl of cold noodles with special hot sauce, and a small roll of seaweed rice with meat floss and crab sticks. Xionly shared what happened with Ball, while slurping Korean noodles. I think the role of cold springs is to strengthen mental power. After analysis, Ball concluded, hot springs can increase the volume of mental power, which is the difference from 1 to 2. Ling Chuan gathered the scattered spiritual power in the body, just like twisting a single thread into a rope. As you said, the little elephant and Peanut may have the possibility of awakening talents, but Ling Chuan accelerated the process. It has no effect on Longan, who does not have the awakening talent. Xionly nodded. This view is more reasonable than the explanation that Ling Chuan can directly awaken people's talents. She turned her head to look at Peanut, who was facing away from her with his round buttocks, licking the empty cat bowl again and again with his little tongue. In her mind, the voice of the young boy was constantly chanting, "I want to eat, I want to eat, I want to eat, give me food, give me food, give me food." Since Peanut could communicate with her, Xionly felt that it was much noisier, and even considered keeping a volume barrier in her mind to filter out those meaningless cat dialects. Anyway, they were either trying to add food or narcissistic. As a robot, Ball could not hear Peanut's voice, because the spiritual power itself was a kind of original power. A robot without life will naturally not awaken spiritual power, nor will it receive Peanut's spiritual power signal. But Bar seems to be able to judge not only the mood of humans through expressions, but also the emotional information of animals, and judge whether the animals are in a high or low mood. Now I have learned to make low-calorie cat food with chicken breast, pumpkin, carrots, or egg yolk and fish. When Peanut entangles its legs and prevents it from walking, I serve it a small bowl to satisfy its craving. After dinner, the temperature outside dropped to -10 degrees. Seeing the state of the corpse on the road and the helicopter in the afternoon still made Xianli uneasy, and he always felt that something bad would happen. Ball saw her fidgeting and asked gently, "Are you worried about something, Xianli?" Xianli was caught off guard by him. After hesitating for a while, she nodded, "I want to go to the city of Linchuan. From Yolan village to the resort, there is no city on the way. Most of the roads are villages and small towns, and there is too little effective information. If you want to understand the current situation in Linchuan City, you can only go to the city." But she also knows that Linchuan City is now equivalent to a dead city. It is like an isolated island on land, full of dangers and unknowns. And she had just returned from Mingxi City, and had to go out a few days later, which meant that Ball and Huashan Guyuan had to stay at home again, and she also missed the warmth of home. But in addition to investigating the situation, Xianli had another reason to go. There is a well-known local technology company in Linchuan City. It operates an app called Chichaki. Its main business is to provide services for domestic enterprise information query. Senior members can also use their own channels to conduct investigations on a certain enterprise within the scope permitted by law. The offline map records the specific location of this technology company. Perhaps she can find clues about the Dillon Center electronic parts processing plant from there. Peanut heard what she said and moved his ears. The voice in his mind sounded very arrogant. "Humph, go if you want. I have Ball and the stupid dog to accompany me at home." Ball sat opposite her. Normally, he should not have any special expression, but Xianli saw trust and sincerity in it. "Xianli, you are free. You don't need to change your decision for anyone." The departure time was set for the next morning. The equipment for this trip was much simpler, and a waist bag that was big enough to hold a gun would satisfy her needs. Now that the awakened have appeared in people's vision, a woman who travels alone and has nothing seems more unpredictable than a fully armed one. Xianli did not intend to conceal the existence of her space. On the contrary, she wanted others to simply think that she was an awakened person with a spatial talent, which would allow her to seize more opportunities in the battle. If an awakened person with ill intentions, like Hongli, came to her, that would be just what she wanted. Xianli was worried about where to collect gene fragments for Ball to upgrade the system. If Ball could activate the security and comprehensive mode, it would mean that she had one more teammate who could be relied on, which was much better than her current single-handed fight. Before going out this time, Ball put something in her hand. This is a signal transfer device with a special signal frequency that will not be affected by the residual particles of the solar storm. It can be connected to my main brain. After plugging it into the computer, I can use it to remotely control the cracking of the password and transmit it to your mobile phone. It was a black square the size of a finger, with a USB port at one end. Xianli looked at Ball's right index finger, where there was obviously an empty space, which was probably the original position of the signal transfer device. "I know, thank you, Ball. Even if Chichaki Company should have stopped working long ago, it does not mean that the company's internal information can be retrieved at will. Usually, it is encrypted layer by layer to prevent commercial rivals from invading and stealing." Although Xianli is not completely ignorant of computers, cracking passwords is not professional enough after all. This signal transfer device can really help Xianli a lot. For convenience, Xianli can actually make a second copy of Ball and back up a brand new Ball in the black hole. But she didn't want to do that yet. Perhaps it was because of Ball's human-like appearance that she unconsciously regarded it as half-human, and subconsciously didn't want to copy a similar robot without its consent. There can be many K-82s, but there is only one Ball. At dusk, in the abandoned resort, a helicopter slowly rose to the sky and flew towards the urban area of Linchuan City. Chapter 74. When she was about to reach the city of Linchuan, Xianli landed on a relatively flat hill in the suburbs. In order to prevent heat stroke, Xianli changed into cycling clothes for outdoor activities, which were close-fitting and breathable, completely covering her skin, and sprayed cold spray to keep her body cool and dry. She did not cover her facial skin at all, but only applied a thin layer of sunscreen with a low SPF value. Proper exposure to radiation of various wavelengths in the air helps to enhance mental strength. She took out an off-road vehicle from the black hole and slowly drove into the city. Even though she was mentally prepared, she still felt a sinking feeling in her heart when she entered the city. The whole Linchuan city was surrounded by a dead air. The sun was high and the buildings collapsed. The cracked wall skin spread to every building like a huge spider web. After being soaked in the flood and exposed to the sun, the corroded foundation, the dilapidated walls, and the cracked road surface. The vehicles that were abandoned in the flood were parked on the main roads of the city, with half-open doors, dust on the roofs, and rust on the bodies. The residential buildings were all closed, and the people had long gone. Most of the glass on the exterior walls of office buildings and shopping malls was broken, and looking through the empty windows, one could only see darkness. Lee looked out of the car window, and could see charred earth pits on the roadside from time to time, with traces of burning inside. Perhaps the crematorium was not enough, so they simply dug a pit on the spot and burned the unclaimed bodies together. While driving, Lee released his mental power and circled the city along the expressway. The residents in the city have basically moved out. She can feel the breath of living things in the city, mostly mutated insects and plants. But at this moment, they are all curled up in the corners of the building where there is no sunlight, waiting for the arrival of night. Everything is so quiet that you can hear the slight sound of the building's outer wall being heated, and so quiet that the air is condensed into solid. The only thing that can break the silence is the engine sound of Lee's off-road vehicle, and the roar of the air conditioner in the car. There is no breath of zombies in the city, so she decided to check the company first to see the situation, and then leave before dark. Her intuition told her that she couldn't stay here at night. Since the GPS has failed, Lee can only judge her location by the surrounding buildings. She rushed all the way, and she broke through the guardrail where she needed to turn around, and forced to drive between the left and right lanes. Anyway, she didn't have to worry about the problem of deduction now. Gold Brick Building, number 11, Chungsheng Road, Industrial Park. Lee was still using the icons on the offline map to match the environment one by one. It showed that the fastest route was to go straight through the intersection in front, turn left, bypass a vegetable market, and pass through a park to reach the destination. As a result, when he looked up, he was blinded by a building a few streets away. Between the low-rise residential buildings and the park, an office building with at least 30 floors stood out from the crowd. What was more unignorable than the height was that the entire facade of the building was decorated with yellow glass curtain walls. The whole building was golden and shone brightly under the sunlight, even a little dazzling. From a distance, it looked like a huge golden brick standing in the center of the city. Now Lee finally knew why it was called the Golden Brick Building. She silently put down her phone and drove directly to the building. In front of the Golden Brick Building is a small square. There are usually some artistic statues in the center of the square, and this place is no exception. The appearance of the statue is very consistent with the temperament of the Golden Brick Building. It is a golden egg that is 2 people tall. Lee, who was shocked by the local tyrant temperament of the Golden Brick Building, was not too surprised when she saw the equally shining golden egg. She walked around the Golden Brick Building, found the entrance to the underground parking lot, and drove in smoothly. The underground parking lot was pitch black, without a trace of light, so dark that it made people panic. While driving in, Lee released his mental power and could sense the existence of mutant creatures in those invisible corners, but because his mental power was too weak, he could ignore it. Those mutant creatures don't like light, so wherever her car lights go, there are rustling sounds, and they scramble to avoid the dazzling light. There were no obstacles along the way, but the weird feeling in my heart lingered. Lee had to be extremely alert, took a deep breath, and put on the mask she had prepared. After opening the car door, the underground parking lot was even hotter than outside. The heat wave rushed to her face, and her ears exposed outside were steamed slightly red. After the car lights were turned off, Lee adjusted the visual brightness to 65%, and the interior of the parking lot was visible at a glance. There were a few cars parked in the parking spaces, and the car logos were expensive. Limited information showed that the entire top floor of the Golden Brick Building was the headquarters of Chachaki Technology Company. She needed to go through the glass door of the underground parking lot, enter the safe passage, and climb to the 35th floor. Then she found the independent power distribution room, started the backup generator, turned on the main power switch, and finally found the archives and chairman's office of Chachaki Technology Company, and inserted the signal transfer device given to her by Ball into their internal computers to obtain information. The parking lot and the interior of the building were separated by an automatic induction door. Lee reached out and pushed the door, but it didn't move at all. It was locked. She saw some white marks on the glass, as if someone wanted to break in violently but failed. It must be said that the security work of the Golden Brick Building was done very well. The glass door used the thickest bulletproof glass, which could not be cut even with an electric saw. She looked up and found a motor above the induction door. There should be an electromagnetic stop device inside, which can control the switch of the induction door. It's just that it's in a power-off state at this time, so the switch is closed by default and cannot be opened. Xianli released her mental power, covering the entire underground parking lot. After confirming that there were no humans present, she took out the safety hammer that was always available on the bus from the black hole. In order to prevent accidents, there is usually a relatively weak spot on the bulletproof glass that can be broken by a blunt object. Xianli used her mental power to find that spot on the edge of the glass door, and used a small hammer to hit it hard again and again. Under her extraordinary brute force, cracks spread outward with the point where Xianli hit as the center, and finally shattered with a bang. Although it was still connected to a layer of membrane, Xianli could easily kick the door open with her foot. Xianli stepped into the building. Because the glass door was closed, and the central air conditioner had stopped working for a long time due to power outage, the air inside the building could not circulate, forming a closed space, and the smell was really not very pleasant. The decoration inside the building was the same as the exterior, luxurious with a hint of rusticity. The diamond floor tiles under your feet were covered with high-profile golden patterns, and there was a huge European-style crystal chandelier on the ceiling. There were 2 golden elevator doors on the left and right sides of the door, and you could see the fire door if you walked forward. The fire door was not locked, and Xianli could push it open with a little effort. Xianli first went to the 3rd or 4th floor, found the main distribution room in the building, and pulled down all the switches below the 35th floor to prevent the entire building from lighting up when the power was turned on, causing unnecessary trouble. Then she returned to the safety passage and continued to climb up. After practicing hard during this period, her physical strength has been greatly improved. She walked briskly in the stairwell and climbed to the 35th floor in less than 20 minutes without taking a breath. After opening the fire door, she could see a semicircular reception desk with the words Chichaki Technology Company on the wall behind. This was her destination. Xianli was determined. She used the same method to break the sensor door of Chichaki Company, stood at the door, and quietly covered the entire floor with her mental power. Perhaps because the entire building was mostly financial and technology companies, the most valuable things were the computers used for office work, and it was unlikely that food, clothing, daily necessities, or usable fuel would appear here, so there was no sign of anyone searching the building. There was a half-open register on the front desk, a powder and lipstick for touch-up were placed under the desk, and a blue water cup with the lid opened was placed on the corner of the desk. All signs seemed to indicate that the people here had just left not long ago. But Xianli could clearly sense that there was a green insect lying in the blue water cup, with bright wings and venom on its mouthparts. When Xianli approached, it lay dormant motionlessly, as if it wanted to take advantage of her unpreparedness to give her a fatal blow. So when it was about to fly out, Xianli took the lead to cover the cup and threw it aside. Chichaki Company is considered large in Linchuan City, otherwise it would not be able to rent an entire floor of an office building. Bypassing the front desk, you can see hundreds of cubicles neatly arranged in the hall, with black and gray glass used as partitions between different departments. At the end of the corridors on the left and right are 2 rows of independent rooms, which are probably exclusive offices for managers and above. Xianli used her mental power to easily locate the power distribution room on the 35th floor, right next to the elevator. However, the generator in the building was not in the power distribution room, but in the generator room on the roof of the building. Fortunately, Chichaki was on the top floor, so it was very convenient to go up. Xianli returned to the safety passage and took 2 steps at a time to the roof. Although the roof was locked with an anti-theft door, she directly used an electric saw to violently cut the door lock. After pushing it open, the view was illuminated by the sun. It was noon, the sun was shining, and the ground on the roof was even steaming hot. Xianli felt hot when she stepped on it. The location of the generator room was very conspicuous. The door outside was locked with only a padlock and could be kicked open directly with a foot. After a rough inspection, the generator set, control panel and other components were intact, and there was no sign of looseness in the cable and wire connectors, but there was not much diesel left. Xianli filled the tank, and it could be used normally. She turned on the operation display, checked it, and selected manual, and clicked the green button to start the machine. The fan blades of the generator began to rotate. Perhaps it had not been used for too long, and it made a few da-da-da noises, but it still worked as usual. The roar of the generator was a bit loud, but the golden brick building was high enough that even if someone stood downstairs, they could not hear the movement on the roof. Xianli breathed a sigh of relief, turned around and gently closed the door, and the sound of the generator became even smaller. Just as she was about to go down to the 35th floor, she saw a white thing in the corner of the roof from the corner of her eye. She paused and turned around. When she got closer, she found that it was a drone, with excellent workmanship and smooth lines, and it looked more expensive than all drone products on the market. Xian Li picked it up casually. The wing of the drone was damaged. It seemed that it hit the guardrail on the edge of the roof because of signal interruption or insufficient power. The 3 letters GPR were printed on the fuselage, which was the company that manufactured K-82. GPR technology not only produces intelligent robots, but also has other product lines, and drones are one of them. She turned the fuselage over, and a transparent tube was tied to it. When she saw what was inside, her pupils shrank suddenly. In the transparent glass tube, a mosquito with a swollen abdomen was lying quietly inside. Chapter 75. Xian Li had never figured out why the vast Yin country could fall overnight after the appearance of the poisonous mosquitoes. Now the answer to this question finally came. UVs are equivalent to the carriers of biological weapons. The poisonous mosquitoes that can cause mutations in human genes are transported to all parts of the country, and even the world through the carriers to carry out gene catalysis on the entire human race. The resulting large number of failed products have evolved into zombies. And the drone in her hand has an infrared sensing system. When the program was executed and released to Linchuan City, the infrared system could not sense human activities, and could only hover over the city according to the program settings. Until the solar storm came, the electromagnetic fluctuations caused the drone signal to be interrupted, so the release failed and just landed on the roof of the Golden Brick Building. This also means that before the solar storm came, these poisonous mosquitoes had been released on a large scale, and after the sunspot activity ended, it would usher in a full-scale outbreak. Because the urban area of Linchuan was severely affected, the survivors were transferred to surrounding cities in advance. Before the solar storm came, it had become an empty city, interrupting the transmission path, and became the only remaining pure land. Xian Li took down the transparent tube containing the poisonous mosquito. The transparent tube seemed to be made of some special material that could block radiation and ultraviolet rays, so the poisonous mosquito inside did not die from the exposure to the sun in the past few days. When Xian Li got closer to observe, the poisonous mosquito seemed to sense the breath of humans, and its sharp mouthparts tried to penetrate the transparent tube and pierce her skin. She put the transparent tube into the black hole and waited for time to study it later. Xian Li returned to the 35th floor. The whole floor was already powered on. She walked to the power distribution room next to the elevator and turned on the switch. Soon, the lights in the office area lit up one by one, the attendance machine turned on automatically, the heating lamp of the water dispenser in the tea room lit up, and the air conditioner started running again. She walked to the end of the corridor on the left. The acrylic sign next to the door was printed with the corporate logo of Cha-Cha Enterprise, and the 3 words Archives Room were printed below. She reached out and twisted the locked door handle, pushed the door open and walked in. A smell of moldy paper and ink hit her face. Xian Li touched the wall with her hand and pressed the light switch. The light tube sizzled before it lit up. What came into view was an archive room of about 30 square meters. There were 10 rows of intelligent movable dense archive cabinets against the wall opposite, which were used to store paper archives. There was a vertical touch LCD screen against the wall on the right, which was probably used for archive search. She ignored the rows of filing cabinets and walked directly to the innermost part, where there was a desk with an old computer on it, connected to the company's server, which should be where the digital files were stored. In order to avoid the leakage of company information, these computers usually do not have networking functions, but use the company's internal LAN to start the internal office system to save and back up the information. Xian Li turned on the power. Although the computer model is a bit old, it has no problem starting. After the computer screen lit up, a face scanning box appeared, connected to the camera on the display. Xian Li did not hesitate to insert ball signal transfer USB into the computer host. The display screen was stuck for a while, and went black. After about 10 seconds, the computer automatically restarted, and Xian Li's phone lit up. Good afternoon, Xian Li. I have successfully connected to the internal system of Cha-Cha Enterprise. You can log in directly without the identification program. It was a message from Ball. After the boot screen, you can enter the system desktop directly. Without Xian Li's operation, Ball remotely controlled the mouse to move on the desktop, clicked on the icon of Cha-Cha Enterprise's internal office system, and logged in directly with the administrator's account. Opening the system window, the dialog box showed that the system data was stored in the G drive, which recorded the public information of all domestic companies registered on the Cha-Cha Enterprise website, including personnel composition, equity information, address and phone number, business scope, corporate financial reports, risk monitoring, etc. Xian Li thought about it, entered Dillon Central Electronic Parts Processing Factory in the search bar, and pressed enter. As expected, the search results were empty. She entered Dillon alone, and this time there was a result, but it was a cosmetics company that popped up. Clicking in, it turned out that this company had a perfume called Alpha the Ocean. Xian Li re-entered Electronic Parts Processing Factory, and found 382,920 relevant results. There are more than 500,000 companies that have produced reset pins. It would be too much work to check them one by one. If he had known that it would not be so easy to find the results, Xian Li would not be very frustrated. If there is no relevant information about the factory on the website, then there are two possibilities. One is that the factory is an overseas enterprise, and the other is that the factory does not have a business license and is a black factory, so there will be no relevant records on the public website. Xian Li came to Chichaki not only to check their internal information, but also because they have their own channel to conduct special investigations on the company. After she asked Ball to back up the internal information of the Chichaki system on the Safe House server, she stood up from the computer and walked to the vertical touch screen. Xian Li tapped the screen, and the display automatically lit up. The page was very simple, with only search options. You could enter the file number, name, position, and business to search for information. She released her mental power, covering the entire office area, found the acrylic board with the chairman's office printed on it, and entered the name on it, Lu Xiuwen. After Ball cracked the identification system, the encrypted information could also be directly retrieved. The first smart filing cabinet against the wall slowly moved in front of Xian Li, and a file box popped out automatically on the top row, which was the personnel file of Chairman Lu Xiuwen. The chairman's resume is very impressive. After graduating from university, he joined a well-known state-owned enterprise. At the age of 25, he resigned from the state-owned enterprise and returned to his hometown Linchuan City to establish Chichaki Technology Company. The following year, it was rated as one of the top 10 companies in Linchuan City. However, Chichaki's individual membership income only accounts for 30% of the company's turnover, and the remaining 70% is the expansion business exclusively customized for each company. And the chairman Lu Xiuwen is the person she is looking for. Putting aside other things, Lu Xiuwen himself is a very capable person. His foresight can be seen from the fact that he gave up the iron rice bowl of a state-owned enterprise and established a corporate search company that no one was optimistic about at the time. In the information age, the most important thing is data and high-end talents, and he obviously has both. Such talents will naturally not die so early in the apocalypse. When Xian Li was taking on a mission in the base before, she had seen a team named Cha-Cha 7 recruiting members. In her impression, the captain's surname was Lu. Xian Li speculated that the captain of this Cha-Cha 7 was originally Lu Xiuwen, the chairman of Cha-Cha Enterprise. His awakened tracking talent can obtain key information about the target by analyzing a certain item. Therefore, although the task completion rate of the Cha-Cha 7 team is very high, it lacks a little bit of blood and passion, which is slightly inferior to other various power-type teams. Her plan B is to find Lu Xiuwen and let him find the specific location and relevant information of the manufacturer Dillon Center Electronic Parts Processing Factory through the reset needle. This should not be difficult for him. Xian Li flipped the information in her hand back and found Lu Xiuwen's ID number. Before the solar storm, the official Huimin Point's free material supply almost covered the whole country. She decided to take a gamble and bet that Lu Xiuwen also received the materials and left a record of receiving them in the official system of the Huimin Point. She can find Lu Xiuwen's material collection record through his ID number and then get his current location. Due to the network paralysis, Huimin Point cannot connect to the official system. If you want to find the complete material collection record, you need to go to Fangzhou Biological's Material Supply Center. Xian Li wrote down the address of Fangzhou Biological's Material Supply Center when he was at Huimin Point in Mingxi City. It was just in case at that time, but he didn't expect it to come in handy at this time. Fangzhou Biological's largest material warehouse is in Chong City, which is across the river. Chong City is the transportation hub center of the entire southern region of Yin Country. After Xian Li got the information she wanted, Ball also finished downloading. She took out the USB, turned off the computer, and walked towards the chairman's office. The chairman's office is located in the center of the top floor, occupying the best view of the Golden Brick Building, and the scenery of the entire Linchuan city can be seen. Xian Li pushed open the heavy wooden door and stepped on the soft carpet. The office area is generally low-key dark gray. The furnishings in the room are meticulous, and the decoration is simple and textured. It can be seen that Lu Xiaowen is a very tasteful person. She went straight over the desk, opened the third cabinet door, and saw a safe at the bottom. If she remembered correctly, the Cha-Cha 7 team had issued a task, and the task content was to go to his office to retrieve the safe. However, due to the long distance and low remuneration, and the fact that there was no influence from Xian Li in the previous life, Linchuan City had already become a zombie siege, so this thankless task has been hanging for a long time without anyone to claim it. Now that she is here, she will take the safe with her. After returning the safe to the black hole, Xian Li searched the office in accordance with the principle that a thief should not leave empty-handed. Lu Xiaowen had quite a lot of wealth, so there might be some valuables hidden in the office. But what disappointed her was that the chairman seemed to be clean-handed, and the most valuable thing in the office should be the computer on the table. She opened all the drawers and cabinets in the room in disbelief, but still found nothing. Just when Xian Li was about to move the entire computer away, she took away the keyboard and found a business card lying underneath, which seemed to have been accidentally pressed underneath. Xian Li's eyes swept over the name on it, Lin Dong, and the position on it showed that he was an ordinary researcher. She was very familiar with the company, GPR Technology Company, and this was the second time she had seen GPR Technology today. She remembered a document she had seen in the filing cabinet when she was rummaging through the boxes and cabinets just now, and went back to take it out and take a look. The above is about a science and technology lecture arranged by Cha-Cha 7 Company in March this year. Dozens of industry giants from the science and technology, medical, and financial sectors were invited to discuss cutting-edge fields such as genetic technology, artificial intelligence, and biopharmaceuticals. GPR and Art Bio are both on the invitation list. Chapter 76. It is normal for a technology lecture to invite two giant companies at the same time. GPR and Art Bio are both leaders in the industry, but the time of the lecture made Xian Li a little sensitive, just 1 month before the end of the world. She was careful and found the text and video materials about the lecture in Lu Xiaowen's computer and put them into the black hole. Just when she was considering whether to go downstairs and search the entire building, the alarm on her mobile phone rang. Before coming, Xian Li set the alarm on her mobile phone for 3 o'clock, leaving a buffer time of 3 hours before sunset. At this time, she was not in the mood to stay here, so she simply went to the rooftop, where there was enough space to take out a helicopter and leave directly. The sun at 3 o'clock in the afternoon was even hotter than at noon. After half a day of scorching, the temperature on the rooftop was expected to exceed 60 degrees. At this time, the sun was due south and west of the golden brick building. The whole building was facing north and south, and the south side had the longest sunshine time. Xian Li looked down unconsciously and found that the entire building of the golden brick building was slightly curved, like a pair of hands holding the square at the bottom of the building in the palm of their hands. The yellow glass curtain wall was like a huge reflector, reflecting the sunlight from all angles onto the golden egg statue in the center of the square. The golden egg was like a bottomless pit, absorbing all the sunlight, and the light on the eggshell flowed, as if it was about to come alive. Just as Xian Li was observing the golden egg intently, the smooth eggshell seemed to have a faint crack under her gaze. Xian Li just blinked, and the crack disappeared out of thin air, as if it was all her illusion just now. At this moment, the strange feeling she had just entered the city surged up again, and her premonition of danger made her take out the helicopter immediately. Xian Li quickly selected the destination, and switched to the autopilot mode on the control panel, anxiously waiting for the system's countdown to end. Flying Eagle will take off in 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 1. Xian Li breathed a sigh of relief. The rotor blades on the top of the helicopter had begun to rotate. She had never felt that the takeoff process of a helicopter was so slow and painful. Just as the helicopter left the roof and was about to rise to a high altitude, a sudden change occurred. A few black mutant flying insects appeared in the distance, the smallest of which was the size of a ping-pong ball. In addition to the two huge compound eyes on the head, there were additional eye sockets on the dark hard shell on both sides of the body. Each compound eye was covered with highly evolved retinas and photoreceptors. These compound eyes are more sensitive than the most advanced infrared photosensitive device. They can accurately identify all creatures that invade the territory and see through any advanced camouflage. They are the most terrifying scouts among insects. Xian Li, who was sitting in the helicopter, paused slightly. The light in the cockpit suddenly dimmed. She looked up and saw a dark cloud slowly floating in the sky. No, it was not a dark cloud, but a dense and endless swarm of insects. Xianli was a little lucky at this time. The black cloud formed by a large group of flying insects was still some distance away from her. As long as she could take off safely, it would not be difficult to get rid of the swarm of insects behind her. She had already left the roof, and was about to speed up and fly to the suburbs. Xianli suddenly felt something in her heart and took over the driving rights of the helicopter manually, twisting the joystick to the side as much as possible. At the same time, the helicopter that was climbing was hit violently. A sense of weightlessness came over it, and the fuselage of the helicopter sank and suddenly dropped more than 10 meters. A hole appeared on the other side of the cockpit under the impact, and hot air rushed in frantically. If it weren't for Xianli's twist just now, she would have been hit. It was this move that avoided this fatal attack, and the rumbling rotor blades above her head continued to rotate. Xianli looked at the hole, and saw a scene that made her heart palpitate. It was a huge flying creature that was as high as a floor. Its abdomen grew with patterns like ghost faces, and its spider-like wing veins were like 4 roof ridges on its back. Every flap could almost bring a hurricane. And its legs were like 2 steel knives that deeply penetrated the helicopter cabin. The heavy military helicopter was like a toy in its hands, and its huge compound eyes were looking in Xianli's direction through the hole in the cockpit. It was a ghost-face insect. Xianli cried out in his heart. The ghost-face worm is a terrifying existence in the apocalypse. According to statistics, the survival rate of zombies is twice that of ghost-face worms. Its steel knife-like forelimbs are sharper than any metal. The flying eagle that can withstand artillery attacks without any damage can be cut by it like cutting vegetables. But the most frightening thing is its talent. It can spray a kind of vicious venom to make the enemy lose mobility and cause physical mutations. Then it swallows the mutated creatures into its stomach and hatches them into new larvae. In the apocalypse, wherever there are ghost-face worms, no creatures will survive within a few kilometers. There have even been cases where ghost-face worms called for insectides to attack the base, and the base with hundreds of awakened people was completely wiped out under the attack of countless insectides. From then on, the ghost-face worm became a being superior to the first-level zombies, and its combat power was comparable to that of the second-level zombies. Judging from its size, it was still a king worm, and Xianli secretly groaned in his heart. At this time, Xianli had no time to think. The helicopter's flight path was sliding down under the pressure of the ghost-face worm, and it seemed to be disturbed by the rotor blade that made a huge roar. The ghost-face worm raised its right front leg and scratched the connection between the rotor blade and the fuselage. The fuselage that was cut by the sharp object made a tooth-chilling sound of cutting. After a loud bang, black smoke filled the air, the rotor blades flew out instantly, and Xianli fell straight down with the only remaining cabin. Through the glass window of the cockpit, Xianli could see that she was getting closer and closer to the ground, and she had to jump out before the cabin landed, but the ghost-faced insect lying on the fuselage was still staring at her, and its mouth parts stretched inward, ready to shoot venom. Xianli had no time to think, and before the venom was about to cover her body, blue light flashed wildly on her fingertips, and countless mud oozed out from her fingertips. It was the mud that she had emptied into the black hole when digging a tunnel in Nyolan village. Although the venom was contagious, it was not a corrosive liquid, and it was isolated by the mud before it fell on Xianli. At this time, Xianli bought herself a second, just before the cabin landed, which was enough for her to put herself into the black hole. When Xianli entered and exited the black hole, she was stiff for a second. When she was about to successfully enter the black hole in 0.5 seconds, the helicopter hit the ground like a ball of fireworks, causing a violent explosion. At this time, Xianli's vision was floating between reality and the black hole. In the semi-bright and semi-dark, she saw from her peripheral vision that the place where the helicopter landed was exactly the center of the square, where the golden egg statue was located. The shock wave generated by the violent explosion swept towards the golden egg. Crack amid the loud noise of the helicopter explosion, the flapping of the wings of the insect hide in the dark clouds, and the meaningless chirping of the ghost-faced insects, a slight cracking sound was heard. Although the sound was small, it could cover all the sounds in the world. The world seemed to have pressed the pause button and suddenly became quiet. That was the sound of the eggshell breaking. The golden egg was hit by the explosion of the helicopter, and it actually cracked one by one, and every time a crack appeared on the eggshell, a ray of golden light flashed from it, shooting towards the insect hide in the air indiscriminately. And Xianli, who was closest to it, was the first to bear the brunt. Her body had already entered the black hole half a step, turning into a translucent figure, stuck between reality and the black hole, and the ray of golden light passed through her body and chest. The power brought by the ray of golden light made Xianli feel that her consciousness had a violent shock. She felt a sweetness in her throat, and a trace of blood overflowed from the corner of her mouth. What shocked her even more was that, after the golden light penetrated the cockpit where she was, it was like some force that instantly turned it into a skeleton with only a shell on its surface. When the wind blew, the cabin made of the most advanced materials turned into ashes, like a clay sculpture, and flew away with the wind. Xianli was blocked by the golden light, and could not go any further into the black hole, but fortunately, this also meant that half of the attacks directed at her would be dissolved by the black hole, so the golden light that had turned the cabin into sand did not put her life in danger after passing through her body. At this time, the ghost-faced insect in the air was still chirping, and the insectide behind it gathered around it with its chirping. The insectide that covered the sky and blocked the sunlight behind it, and countless insect chirping lingered in her mind, even acting as a mental attack. Xianli felt a stronger sense of crisis, and the countless compound eyes and sickle-like forelegs in the air pointed at Xianli one by one. The golden egg beside her? Xianli then realized that the target of those insects was not her, but the golden egg. At this time, she was less than 1 meter away from the golden egg. At such a close distance, she could see that the base supporting the golden egg was made of the most common silver metal, which was completely different from the material used for the golden egg. It turned out that the original sculpture was destroyed by some creature, and the golden egg was placed here. And the golden brick building was actually used as a reflector so that the golden egg could receive the most sunlight. And the ghost-faced insect set its sights on the golden egg and wanted to destroy it, but for some reason, it failed repeatedly. When Xianli arrived in Linchuan City, she was discovered by the scouts around the ghost-faced insect, and it borrowed Xianli's helicopter and tried to blow up the golden egg with the explosion of the helicopter. But the shell of the golden egg was harder than it thought. Under such impact, it only cracked a few cracks and was about to be forced out of the shell. But the ghost-faced insect had achieved its goal. It was enough to prevent its natural hatching. It was obviously a struggle between the two, and Xianli was just an innocent passerby, and was involved in this dispute. At this time, she was in a dilemma, and could only watch the golden eggshell shatter piece by piece in front of her. Chapter 77. When the eggshell was completely broken, the golden light inside reached its peak. The brilliant light seemed to replace the sun, and become the only light in the world. The chirping of insects around also reached its peak at this time. Those lewd sounds were like Sun Wukong's tide hoop curse, and the high and low whispers kept echoing in her ears. Xianli subconsciously covered her ears, and closed her eyes. The sound of insects, like waves, showed no sign of weakening under her physical block, making her head buzz. She could still feel the brightness of daylight in front of her eyes. She had to adjust the light and shadow visually, so that her eyes would not feel so painful. Under the extreme ravage of vision and hearing, Xianli had an illusion of soul leaving her body. Although she did not open her eyes, she could clearly see that a black shadow slowly emerged in the strong light. It was an unknown creature that Xianli had never seen before. His body was naked and human-shaped. She couldn't see his face, but she could see 3 pairs of golden wings growing on his back. Slowly, as the creature broke out of its shell, Xianli gradually felt the harsh insect chirping getting smaller and smaller, and something was falling from the sky. Until she couldn't help but open her eyes against the golden light, she realized that the source of the thing that kept falling was from the endless swarm of insects above her head. And the falling insect corpses were charred and smoking, as if they were spontaneously combusting without fire, and turned to ashes like her cabin. She subconsciously looked towards the light source, and saw that the sky above the creature's head, which was covered by the swarm of insects, was burned out by it. Even though the strong light stimulated her eyes to shed physiological tears, Xianli did not close her eyes, because she saw a scene that she would never forget in her life. The whole world seemed to be slowed down. The wings behind the figure slowly unfolded like a scroll. No matter how expensive the jewels in the world were, they could not compare to the brilliance of the 3 pairs of golden wings. When the golden wings were fully unfolded, they were nearly 10 meters long. The smaller pair of golden wings at the bottom were enough to take Xianli, who was close at hand, under their wings. The other 2 pairs of golden wings trembled slightly, bringing the breathtakingly beautiful sculpture-like body into the air. As it waved, a few golden feathers fell in front of Xianli's eyes. She couldn't help but reach out to take them. The feathers were softer than all the duvets she had touched. The touch was so good that she thought she was touching a golden cloud. There was still a slight body temperature on it, as if it had been exposed to the sun, emitting a warm and clean smell. It was not until the dazzling light returned to nothingness that she saw his face. At this time, the dusk was setting in the west, and his face was reflecting the dazzling light in the dusk. His long eyelashes were like the first light of dawn, and his two vertical pupils were also shining with golden light. Almost his whole body was dazzling golden yellow, except for his skin. The bronze skin covered with golden tattoos shone brightly in the sunset, making people feel a rich and primitive life force. The ghost-faced king insect obviously did not expect that this creature still had such a powerful force after forcibly breaking out of the shell. He didn't even move at all, and the thousands of thundering insects were already defeated. The moment they touched the golden holy light, they turned into ashes and had no power to resist. It made anxious cries, but it was obviously over. If the insect tide just now was like an endless black cloud, then now, the insect tide has become a black cotton wool full of holes. The golden light did not neglect one thing while neglecting the other. Instead, it focused on it. The golden light columns were superimposed layer by layer until they even turned into platinum. It could only lower its head and use its hardest and thickest back shell and wings to resist the amazing force. But its wings became as thin as cicada wings under the shining of the golden light, and it was about to turn into ashes. The ghost-faced king insect was forced into a dead end. Its sharp mouthparts split into two, standing upright in the air like tentacles and trembling. It emitted some kind of sound waves that human ears could not hear, as if calling something in the distance. Exionly looked to the west with a sense of something. 3 seconds later, a black shadow appeared there. As if in response, waves of sound waves, as if they were real, came from the direction of the black shadow. Exionly, who was already close to tinnitus, was suddenly attacked by the sound waves and almost had a headache. She clenched her teeth and tried to use her mental power to block the ear canal, protect the eardrum and brain, and prevent herself from fainting under the attack of the sound waves. When the shadow flew closer, Exionly saw that it was a ghost-faced insect twice as big as the king insect. Its body moved in the air like a ray. Its tail was full and large, filled with green liquid. Its tentacles were like two antennae, standing up at this time, as if there was an invisible force surging among the insects. When it arrived, Exionly also found that the speed of the insect corpses falling from the top of her head was slowly decreasing. She looked up and saw that the insects seemed to have been given some kind of buff by the insect mother. There was a layer of strange green light on the black shell. When the golden light covered it again, there was no more damage. It seems that the worm mother from the ghost-faced worms has arrived. The worm mother of the ghost-faced worm is a legendary existence in the end times. Almost no living people have seen the real body of the worm mother. The reason why there is information about the worm mother is that it was obtained from the videos sent back by a certain unlucky base. Generally speaking, the worm mother is a role of reproduction among insects, but the ghost-faced worm is different. The ghost-faced king worm bears the responsibility of the mother in the ordinary sense. It hatches more ghost-faced worms through infection and swallowing. In general battles, the worm mother often does not need to show up, and it is over. Only when the ghost-faced king worm is at stake will the worm mother suddenly appear. Its ability is not only to add defense to the swarm of insects, but also has an unparalleled attack power among power-type awakeners. The venom in its tail can corrode everything, and the sharp blades on its forelimbs can cut iron like mud. In the terminology of the game, it is to max out spells and melee expertise at the same time. What's more terrifying is that when the situation is unfavorable to itself, it will devour the king worm and merge the two into one. After evolving into a ghost-faced worm, it retains its own attack power and integrates the reproduction ability of the king worm. It transfers the unhatched larvae in the king worm's stomach as its own energy source, and achieves infinite regeneration while the limbs are damaged, making it invincible. And the base that was targeted by the swarm of insects in the end of the world sacrificed dozens of awakened people. When the king worm was about to be killed on the spot, the dying king worm called the worm mother. After the worm mother ate its remaining body, she wiped out all the humans in the entire base in anger. How tragic. However, judging from the performance of the Golden Birdman just now, he is not a character to be messed with. Exionly could only pin her hopes on the Birdman, hoping that he would have the strength to fight, and it would be best if both sides were injured, so that she could have a glimmer of hope. At this time, the two sides were on the verge of a fight, and Exionly tried to minimize her presence. Even if one of the two sides just wanted to attack her, even if she could use the black hole to dissolve half of the attack power in her mysterious state, the remaining half would be enough for her to drink a pot. Fortunately, both sides only had each other in their eyes. The tail of the insect mother stood up like a leg, and the spikes at the end of the tail shot the green juice like a needle towards the direction of the Golden Birdman. Xian Li, who was close to the birdman, was unfortunately implicated. Fortunately, she remained vigilant and jumped to the side before the green juice fell on her. When she landed, she looked at the place where she had just stood. The cement floor had been corroded by the green venom, and a big hole was exuding a pungent smell. Xian Li wiped the sweat from her head with lingering fear. She had to find a place to hide, otherwise she would be injured by the range attack. To these two big guys, she was obviously not even an ant. She looked around. At this time, the lower half of the golden egg was right at her feet. The half of the eggshell that was not broken. She didn't have time to think about it, and she lifted the eggshell with one hand to cover her body. The size was just enough to cover her body. Looking at the deep hatred between the ghost-faced insect and the golden birdman, it seems that they have tried to destroy its eggshell countless times before. It can be seen how powerful the defense of this eggshell is. It is perfect to use it as her shield at this time. She tried to recycle the golden feather that she had been holding in her hand into the black hole, and it succeeded. Her ability to recycle items has not lost its function. Xian Li decided to wait until their battle was over and put all the eggshells he could see into the black hole, whether it was used to replace the inner core of the bulletproof vest or to exchange for supplies and points with others later. They were all rare and precious materials. At this time, the battle between the golden birdman and the ghost-faced insect mother was still going on. In Xian Li's opinion, the green juice was more poisonous than sulfuric acid, but the golden birdman just used his wings to block it, and blocked its attack. The ghost-faced insect mother naturally had more than one trick. While it was shooting venom, it also commanded the insect tied behind it to attack the golden birdman. Although in Xian Li's opinion, such a suicidal attack was like a moth flying into a flame, and every ghost-faced insect that hit the wings would quickly turn into ashes, but because of the unknown enhancement of the insect mother, the insect swarm could also win by quantity, and actually left a faint black mark under the golden wings. Although the black mark was shallow, the insect tide that could not withstand the suicide attack seemed endless. It aimed at that point, and rushed up frantically. Gradually, the wing that left the black mark seemed to be rusted, not as flexible as before, as if it was anesthetized, and it was a beat slower when swinging. Xian Li suddenly remembered that those ghost-faced insects that were like cannon fodder were not useless. They seemed to be able to release a kind of juice in their mouthparts that could anesthetize creatures. In the end times, there was a task to collect ghost-faced insect corpses. By collecting their sacks and extracting the juice in them, a special anesthetic bullet could be made. Just one bullet could make a creature the size of a mammoth fall into sleep. Seeing that this move was effective, the ghost-faced insect mother pursued the victory, and called the remaining insect tied to crash into his other 5 wings. The golden birdman had to wrap up his body, and soon, black marks were left on all 6 wings. With another wave of attack from the ghost-faced insect mother, the 6 wings were forced to spread out, revealing the fragile body inside. At this time, the dazzling golden light was also covered by countless insect corpses and ashes, and it could no longer use the golden light for range attacks. The ghost-faced insect mother did not hesitate to raise 2 steel knife-like forelimbs, and the wings left a residual shadow, and in an instant she came to the front of the golden birdman. The forelimbs were like a sharp blade with a cold light, and it was about to pierce the heart of the golden birdman, only to see the light flash in his golden eyes, and the light around him also dimmed. Did he give up the resistance? Xian Li's heart trembled for some reason. If even this golden birdman couldn't beat the ghost-faced worm mother, wouldn't she just have to wait for death? She felt a sense of crisis. Although she and the golden birdman had no cooperative relationship, the enemy of her enemy was her friend. Helping him at this time was like helping herself. The distance between the ghost-faced worm mother and the golden birdman was getting closer and closer. Just when it thought it was going to win a great victory, its body suddenly froze for some reason. At the same time, a blue light flashed from Xian Li's fingertips. She had just activated the lock talent. Fortunately, this talent had the same effect on the ghost-faced worm mother. And just at this moment, a beam of platinum light descended from the top of its head and enveloped it. The light produced by the golden birdman after breaking out of the shell was as dazzling as summer, but the light at this time was restrained and gentle, as warm as the morning sun in spring. But Xian Li had no doubt that this beam of light was more terrifying than all the previous lights. Sure enough, the wings behind the ghost-faced worm mother instantly charred into ash, and it was about to turn into bones and disappear, and its tentacles trembled at the same time. Xian Li suddenly realized that she had not seen the trace of the king insect for a long time. At this moment, a residual image passed by her eyes, and the king insect almost instantly appeared in front of the ghost-faced worm mother. The worm mother opened her huge mouth parts, and swallowed it into her stomach without hesitation. It turned out that the king insect that had disappeared just now was accumulating strength for the worm mother, ready to appear in her hands as its food at any time. The worm mother, who swallowed the king insect, grew up greatly, completing the transformation from worm mother to worm queen, more than twice as big as before, and the ash-colored wings behind it also grew out at the same time. The regeneration ability of the worm queen is working. With the ability to regenerate, the ghost-faced worm queen once again raised her sharp forelimbs against the beam of light. Is the golden birdman's fate over? Xian Li's heart tightened, and she hid under the eggshell, constantly activating her recycling talent, trying to completely put herself into the black hole, but all other objects could be recycled, except herself. The man stood there, his face, which was not as beautiful as a human, was calm, as if he didn't care about life and death. Looking at the front limbs of the insect mother that were about to pierce his body, a kind of compassion appeared in his eyes. He didn't try to struggle anymore, but slowly closed his eyes. Just when he was about to calmly accept his death, the light column from top to bottom trembled slightly, and he seemed to open his eyes, with a sense of something. The light column suddenly shone brightly, and the terrifying power burst out completely. The light was so dazzling that even he couldn't look directly at it, and the whole world turned into pure white. This was the first time Xian Li used light and shadow adjustment in a non-visual place. She strengthened the beam of light to 100%, and just this one move quickly drained all her mental power. The strengthened beam of light was obviously no longer the same as before. The speed of the insect mother's regeneration was far behind the damage caused by the beam of light, and its forelimbs could not move forward. First its wings, then its head, limbs, and finally only the sharp forelimbs fell to the ground with a snap, and like its undead insect soldiers, they were all broken into powder and disappeared with the wind. What surprised Xian Li was that the familiar electronic sound rang in her mind. Talent, control. Effect obtained, save, B-level. Save, B-level. You will save the current state of your body and read it when needed. How to use, press Ctrl and S. In theory, only when the same kind fights can you seize the other party's talent, and humans cannot absorb the talents of alien insects when they kill them, otherwise humans would have slaughtered the alien insects long ago. But at this time, she added her talent to the talent of the golden birdman, so when the ghost-faced worm queen died in the light column, she also became the ultimate beneficiary. Xian Li, who had just opened the eggshell in a hurry, looked back at this time, and the pair of golden vertical pupils behind him were looking at her from a distance across the endless flying ashes of the worm queen. It was a strange beauty that made people feel no heartbeat. This birdman wouldn't repay kindness with enmity. She just saved him twice. Just when Xian Li was about to use F5 to refresh the status and fight him to the death, the owner of the pair of golden eyes opened his thin lips and uttered a deafening sound. Wow wow Xian Li. What bird language? If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Xian Li would find it hard to imagine that the voice that matched the peerless face was so rough and hoarse, and even a little noisy. This reminded her of the annoying crow that often lingered on her way to work. Every time it saw her from a distance, it would fly over and shit on her head. Many times when Xian Li chased it in a rage, it would make this hoarse sound to laugh at her. The birdman flapped its wings and floated towards her, and the airflow brought by its wings almost blew her away. But there was no hostility in him. Those golden pupils should have been very strange, but they complemented his handsome face that was not like a human, with a kind of soul-stirring beauty. Xian Li stopped running abruptly, just because she saw something in those golden pupils. Admiration and dependence? While seeing that Xian Li did not respond, the birdman seemed a little anxious and kept correcting his accent, from wow to woo wow, then to wah ah ma ah. Until later, he kept howling numb as if his brain had a seizure, and Xian Li suddenly had a strange guess. Could this birdman be calling her mother? Chapter 78. It is said that newly born chicks will recognize and follow the first moving object they see. After the golden egg was broken, the creature closest to him was obviously Xian Li. In fact, when he opened his eyes and saw the world, the first thing he saw was two creatures. One was Xian Li, and the other was the ghost-faced king worm. It was just that the appearance of the ghost-faced king worm was really eye-catching, and it looked like it wanted to kill him, so he naturally thought that Xian Li was his mother. Xian Li was a little complicated to be a mother at such a young age. What's more terrifying is that this strange bird can't speak. Xian wanted to leave, but as soon as she moved, the strange bird with big golden wings followed her step by step. Even if she took out an off-road vehicle, he could easily keep up. She couldn't stand it any longer, and leaned out of the car window. I'm not your mother. The strange bird flapped its wings, wow wow. Although there was no one around, This naked golden strange bird kept following her, which was really immoral. At this time, the strange bird was covered with black ash from insect corpses, and even its golden wings were much dimmer. Xianli remembered that she had a temporary residence in Linchuan City before, and found an unfinished building to accommodate Jiangning, which was not far from here. She simply took the strange bird there, but when she entered the apartment building, she was a little embarrassed. "Can you fold your wings?" Wow, Xianli's face was full of black lines. Could this strange bird not understand human language? She pointed to the wings on his back, compared the size of the apartment door, and then pointed to the location of the 21st floor. "Your wings are too big, and the door is too small, so you can't get in. Do you understand?" After Xianli scolded him countless times along the way not to make noise, he seemed to finally understand that he would make Xianli unhappy if he spoke, and he stopped wow. At this time, he just looked at Xianli, and then looked at the top of his head, and a trace of confusion appeared in his golden eyes. "Forget it. It's better to expect her to learn a foreign language by herself than to expect a bird to understand her." Seeing that Xianli didn't want to pay attention to him, the strange bird was a little anxious, and just opened his mouth and closed it when he remembered something. He tilted his head and thought for a while, and then looked at the window on the 21st floor that Xianli pointed to just now, and then he had an idea. "Oh! So my mother wanted him to take her there. It's really inconvenient without wings." Xianli wanted to step into the unit door by herself, and felt a hand gently holding her, and then her body became lighter, and she was taken into the air by the strange bird. "It's easier to go upstairs this way." From the first floor to the 21st floor, it was just a matter of flapping its wings for the strange bird. He gently placed Xianli on the balcony of the 21st floor, and Xianli's feet landed on the ground. The strange bird wanted to follow her into the room, but once it flew inside, its wings would be stuck by the walls on both sides, so it had to stay in the air, showing a blank expression again. Xianli looked back, and saw that dust was falling from its golden feathers, and its light golden hair and eyelashes were also dirty. The whole bird looked like it had just crawled out of a pile of coal. She herself should not be much better. Xianli thought about it, and found a high-pressure water gun and a bucket for washing cars in the black hole, so she simply assembled it, and poured clean water into the bucket with one hand, and sprayed the strange bird with the other hand holding the water gun nozzle. Although the water pressure from the high-pressure water gun is high, the wings of the strange bird are not afraid of even venom, so this water pressure is naturally no problem. He was just startled by the sudden spray of water, but soon he found that the water rushed to his wings, bringing a sense of coolness. So he became happy again, and even moved up and down in the air to match the direction of Xianli's water spray. After she washed the feathers of the strange bird, he shook his wings to shake off the water droplets on them, then flew to the top of the building, sat on the edge of the roof, and concentrated on combing his feathers one by one with his hands. Xianli breathed a sigh of relief, so he returned to the room and took a shower as quickly as possible, changed into clean clothes, and climbed onto the roof. At this time, there was only a light orange-red color left on the horizon, and the strange bird was on the edge of the roof, with its golden eyes carefully and attentively watching the last rays of the setting sun. Xianli walked to his side, and the strange bird felt the movement behind him, turned his head, and opened his mouth, but no sound came out. He still remembered that Xianli didn't like him to talk. Xianli couldn't bear it. "It's okay, you say it." "Wow," Xianli said coldly, "stop it." The strange bird blinked innocently. His golden eyelashes trembled up and down with his movements, and there was some mist on him. His face was androgynous, with a deep face, a mysterious and elegant temperament, and his beauty seemed to come from another dimension. His bronze skin gave him an elf-like beauty, and he had a soft light. Provided that he didn't speak. After the end of the world, creatures that were exposed to radiation, including humans, would undergo different degrees of mutation. Humans who awakened their talents were called awakeners. Animals that have mutated usually revert to their ancestors, just like the baby elephant reverts to become a Deinotherium, and some of them will inherit the blood talent of ancient creatures and are called blood species. In addition, plants that have mutated are called spirit species. When blood species evolve to the second level or above, they will also speak human language, and some low-level alien birds even deceive humans by imitating human speech. Being able to mutate into a human form at birth means that his mature body is at least the 4th level, which is equivalent to the 3rd-level zombie. Before her death in her previous life, the 3rd-level zombie was just a product of human speculation. Maybe it was because of the incomplete congenital growth and development caused by breaking out of the shell early, so he didn't learn to speak. Xianli thought that when she met Deinotherium before, she could also communicate through mental power, so she tentatively extended her mental power tentacles and connected to the strange bird. "Hello, can you hear me?" Wow. A large wave of garbled code hit Xian Li's brain, and Xian Li's head was briefly blank. She was a little upset. This stupid bird couldn't even communicate with her mental power, but fortunately, from the excited expression of the strange bird, it can be seen that he can understand what she said. Xian Li stretched out his hand. "Stop! The strange bird's mental power is not the same as hers. If he continues to send a large number of garbled characters in this excited way, her mental power may be affected. Simply put, it's like the incompatibility of accessories with computers. I'll ask a question and you answer it." The strange bird nodded obediently. "What kind of creature are you?" "Golden wings, black skin." Even if Xian Li is knowledgeable, he can't guess what kind of bird he is. "Crow." After describing it, the strange bird found that Xian Li was still confused, so it pulled off a feather, used the feather shaft as a pen, and rubbed it on the ground to draw a few strokes. When he finished drawing, Xian Li looked out. It was a bird-like creature with 3 legs, and the traces drawn by his feathers were also golden, so it looked like a golden bird. It was just that the shape of the bird's beak looked like a crow. Xian Li racked his brains, and finally thought of a similar ancient creature name, 3-legged golden crow. In her impression, the 3-legged golden crow was a mythical bird, and there were related records in the history of Yin State. As early as the Eastern Zhou dynasty, there were bronze sculptures of the 3-legged golden crow, and the figure of the 3-legged golden crow was also common in the unearthed murals. Some scholars believe that the 3-legged golden crow is a bloodline left over from the dinosaur era, and there is another saying that in the ancient book there is a 3-legged crow in the sun. Crow represents sunspots, and it is believed that the 3-legged crow is a symbol of the ancients' observation of sunspot activities. Regardless of whether the above 2 statements are right or wrong, the current solar storm is the product of the intense activity of sunspots. It is not impossible that the crow eggs are affected by sunspots and transformed into the sun messenger 3-legged golden crow. The golden pupils of the strange bird lit up and nodded frantically. The man and the bird were finally able to communicate. Xian Li found that although the strange bird, no, it was the golden crow, although he could not speak, his painting skills were quite high, at least she could understand it. So she asked him to describe the whole story before and after the egg hatched with a painting. The first painting was a fat and big crow, a golden building, and a small black insect. The second painting shows a crow fighting a black bug, and the crow narrowly wins and occupies the golden building. The third painting shows a crow laying an egg in front of the golden building. The fourth painting shows a black bug with a ghost face fighting a crow. The crow disappears in the fifth painting, and the black bug starts to attack the golden egg. The sixth painting shows a black bug holding a plane and smashing it at the golden egg. The seventh painting shows a winged man and a stickman fighting a black bug. Xian Li half guessed, and restored the truth of the matter. Before the solar storm came, a crow and a black bug both took a fancy to the feng shui treasure land of the golden brick building. The black bug was no match for the crow, and the crow forcibly occupied the land. Then it laid an egg on the statue in the square. After the solar storm came, the irradiated black bug mutated into a ghost-faced bug, and brought a group of brothers to try to occupy the golden brick building, and the crow didn't know whether it escaped or was eaten, but disappeared anyway. The crow's egg also mutated after being exposed to high-intensity solar radiation in the golden brick building, becoming a golden egg. The ghost-faced worm probably felt the threat of the creature inside to their tribe, and tried to attack the golden egg to prevent it from hatching. At this time, Xian Li appeared. The ghost-faced worm used Xian Li's helicopter as a throwing object and tried to destroy the golden egg. Unexpectedly, the golden crow's vitality was so tenacious that even if it broke out of the shell in advance, its strength was much stronger than the ghost-faced worm. It was just because it had no combat experience that it was suppressed. Fortunately, Xian Li saved him twice, and he finally wiped out the opponent. Xian Li, who completed the whole incident, couldn't help but hold his forehead. No wonder she had a weird feeling when she drove into the city. It turned out that the scouts of the ghost-faced worm had already targeted her at that time. The observation distance of the scouts can reach more than 2,000 meters, and they can monitor her remotely outside her mental range. When she was about to leave, she notified the king worm to use her helicopter as a weapon to give the golden crow a heavy blow. And she herself was just a pitiful cannon fodder. Suddenly, Xian Li thought of something. Aren't you a 3-legged golden crow? Why do you only have 2 legs? The golden crow squatted on the ground and drew another picture with grievance. There was a circle on the picture, which was a golden egg. There was a winged man in the eggshell, which was himself. When the winged man was about to grow a third leg, a helicopter fell from the sky. The leg was gone. Chapter 79. Faced with Jinwoo's eyes that said, "You are responsible for making me a disabled bird," Xian Li coughed unnaturally and decided to put the matter aside for the time being. Actually, 2 legs are enough. When Xian Li explained that she and the crow that laid the egg were completely different species, the other party had an attitude of "I don't want to listen, I don't want to listen, I don't want to listen," and still firmly believed that she was her mother, which could be seen from the fact that Xian Li rescued and protected him twice. After all, what mother would watch her child get hurt? This is obviously a manifestation of maternal love. Xian Li was speechless and choked. There was really no way to explain to a stupid bird what it meant to be in the same boat. She had to reluctantly accept the fact that she had become a mother painlessly, and began to exercise her parenting responsibilities as a mother. In her earnest teachings, Jinwoo finally understood that 2 legs were the mainstream aesthetics of the human world. When Xian Li couldn't help but diverge her thoughts and imagine where Jinwoo's third leg should grow, she discovered something that could not be ignored. She was silent for a while, then pointed at her clothes. As a normal human being, first of all, we can't run around shirtless. Jinwoo understood this time. He plucked a few feathers, and with a golden light flashing from his fingertips, he transformed into clothes. He decorated his chest with gold ornaments and feathers, and hung a necklace around his waist. His bottoms were exquisite and elegant, which complemented the golden tattoos on his skin, full of strong Western colors. Finally, Xian Li demonstrated from many angles that humans generally do not grow wings. Jinwoo nodded obediently. He was a good boy who listened to his mother. However, he tried hard, but it seemed that he could not make the wings disappear completely. He could only shrink them to the same height as himself. Xian Li looked at the large golden wings on his back, and had to hypnotize herself that it was just a pendant. But finally he could see people. She looked up at the sky, and the last twilight disappeared. She still remembered the purpose of this trip. If she wanted to find Lu Xiaowen, she had to go to the logistics warehouse of Arc Biology to find Lu Xiaowen's material collection records. This matter was the highest priority, and could not be delayed. Xian Li took out a helicopter by herself. When she turned around to say something, she saw Jinwoo staring at her with wide eyes. He probably thought that the helicopter was Xian Li's detachable wings. When she took it out, he was shocked, then turned his head to look at his wings, and gestured with his hands. He hesitated for a long time, but still couldn't make up his mind. Then he looked at Xian Li with a little more admiration and respect. Xian Li, She paused, then said, "I still have things to do." What surprised her was that Jinwoo did not mean to leave, but stepped into the cabin with her. "You want to go with me?" Jinwoo said well softly, then squatted on the ground and drew a picture. It was a winged man nestled next to a stickman. Xian Li frowned, and wanted to say something, but then she saw Jinwoo draw a broken leg next to the stickman, and then looked at her innocently. "I know." Xian Li sighed, and seeing that she could not get rid of Jinwoo for a while, she could only acquiesce to let him go with her temporarily. Jinwoo entered the cabin happily, touching and rubbing like a child. "If you want to go with me, let's make 3 rules first. First, don't call me Mom. Ma. Even Mom is not allowed. Wow. Second, don't talk in front of outsiders. Wow. Third, learn Mandarin well." Wow. Xian Li stood up, declined Jinwoo's request to enter the cockpit, took out a tablet, opened a previously downloaded movie, and threw it to him, asking him to learn Mandarin well by watching the movie. Chong City is east of Linchuan City. As long as you drive along the Chengdong Expressway to the end, you can reach the Hengshui River. Xian Li pressed a few buttons on the console, started the autopilot program, and drove towards Chong City. The helicopter slowly climbed to a high altitude. In the dark night, Xian Li suddenly saw a face appear outside the windshield of the cockpit. Her heartbeat stopped immediately. When she came to her senses, she slowly looked back. The cabin door behind her was wide open. Jinwoo, who was supposed to be learning Mandarin on the tablet, was nowhere to be found. At this time, a curious stupid bird was flying in the air, looking into the cockpit through the windshield. His face was flattened by the glass, but he was still in the mood to show a bright smile to Xian Li. Xian Li coldly transmitted his mental power. "If you don't come in, I will cut off your wings and make them into grilled chicken wings." Although the stupid bird didn't know what grilled chicken wings were, he could accurately feel the murderous intent in Xian Li's eyes, so he shook his wings and flew back to the cabin in a huff. The Human Bird Convention added a 4th article, "No flying, Try to keep a safe distance of less than 10 meters from Xianli. 20 minutes later, the man and the bird finally arrived at the border of Linchuan City and Chong City. At the end of the Linchuan City West Expressway, there are 3 bridges across the Hengshui River. From north to south, they are Hainan Bridge, Baichuan Bridge and Xingyuan Bridge. Xianli and Jin Wu took a helicopter and looked down from the air. The riverside was misty in the middle of the night, and the sound of water was endless. The surging river water collided with the reefs on the shore, as if sighing. Hengshui River is as its name suggests. The color of the river water is slightly reddish, and there are shadows on both sides, and ships can be vaguely seen moored. The 3 bridges connect Linchuan City and Chong City. As an important transportation channel connecting the 2 cities, the bridge decks that usually have cars coming and going are silent at this time. They are like 3 silent giants, waiting for guests who will never return. Because the water level of the Hengshui River surged during the typhoon period and completely submerged the bridge piers, in order to avoid safety accidents, the authorities took emergency measures to implement a comprehensive blockade of the 3 cross-river bridges, prohibiting vehicles and pedestrians from passing. Even after the solar storm, the traffic restrictions were not lifted. At this time, there were still signs and warning tapes prohibiting passage on both sides of the bridge. Xianli carefully released her mental power and observed the situation on the bridge and the shore. The imagined danger did not appear, but there was a long-lost calm. She was a little worried. Chong City was the first place where the poisonous mosquitoes were released, and there was a high probability of zombies. She had to act carefully. Because she was afraid that the sound of the helicopter was too loud and would attract zombies, she simply landed in an open space at the bridge head and took out a top-level car famous for its high speed and low noise as a means of transportation. After she entered the driver's seat, she signaled Jinwoo, who was staying in place, to get in the car from the other side. Jinwoo followed suit and opened the car door. He stepped on the car with his left foot and was about to enter sideways when he got stuck. Although his golden wings had shrunk, the passenger seat still couldn't fit them. Xianli fumbled on the roof of the car, and with a slight sound, the canopy above his head opened. Jinwoo then happily stepped into the car and sat on the top of the seat, with his wings firmly resting on the back seat. Xianli started the engine silently. Fortunately, there was no need to obey traffic rules now, otherwise Jinwoo, the stupid bird, would definitely be caught. She held the steering wheel and looked at the offline map on her phone, zooming in on the location of Chong City. Fangzhou Biology's logistics warehouse was in the north of the city near the airport. They could bypass the city and go there from the ring road. Xianli was somewhat fortunate that the current situation in the city was not under Xianli's control. If they wanted to pass through it, they might encounter danger, so it would be best to take a detour. She had only driven forward for less than 5 minutes when she saw a woman's high-heeled shoe lying alone in the middle of the road. Then, she realized that she was too happy too early. Xianli bypassed the warning tape and walked forward for less than 100 meters. From time to time, she saw abandoned vehicles parked in place with their doors wide open. Until she drove close to the toll station of the Ring Expressway according to the instructions on the map, the vehicles in front of her were already tightly blocked, completely blocking her way. She had to stop the car, stand up and look far away. Her mental power swept forward. From the toll station, the Ring Expressway went towards the airport, and the traffic jam extended to the farthest place that Xianli's mental power could detect. The highway was blocked by abandoned vehicles, and there was no one on the road. There was no sign of any life, and it was as quiet as death. Messy clothes and luggage were scattered on the cracked highway road surface. Broken and rotten limbs appeared from time to time on the seats, roofs, and wheels. The guardrails of the highway were covered with dried blood, and broken internal organs were even thrown at the foot of the signal tower. It was like a scene in a horror movie, bloody and terrifying. One can imagine what kind of catastrophe the people here have experienced. And all the fronts of the cars were uniformly facing the direction outside the city. Looking back, they extended all the way to the city. It was as if something terrible happened in the city, causing people to flee out of the city in panic. Judging from the situation, the vehicles on the road should be blocked for at least more than 10 kilometers. It would be too unrealistic to collect all those vehicles into the black hole one by one. According to the development in general movies, the protagonist at this time should choose to turn back and pass through the city in desperation, killing through the entire city to reach the destination. Xianli looked back at the city. Across the more than 10 kilometers of roads and dense woods, she seemed to smell the rotten and foul smell again. After estimating the population of Chong City as the largest city in the southern region, there are at least 5 million zombies inside, if not tens of millions. It is simply a fantasy to want to pass through unscathed. Jinwoo, Xian Li said calmly, take me there. She pointed in the direction of the airport. Jinwoo understood what she meant. Although he didn't understand why Xian Li didn't use her detachable wings again, he still nodded obediently. Then, Jinwoo embraced Xian Li's waist, and the wings behind him flashed with golden light, slowly opened, and the gilded feathers glowed slightly in the dark night. He bowed his body lightly, and took off. Jinwoo, a fully automatic manned space vehicle. Chapter 80. The Golden Crow has 6 wings and flies much faster than a helicopter. Xian Li considered hanging a hanging basket around his neck in the future, which would make the ride more convenient and comfortable. After flying towards the airport for 15 minutes, Xian Li saw a logistics park in the sky, which was the largest warehouse of Arc Biology. The Arc Logistics Park covers an area of about 250,000 square kilometers, and is the largest logistics park in Chong City. It has transportation routes covering 90% of the provinces and cities in the country. At this time, the interior of the park can be seen from above. The park is clean and tidy, and the logistics vehicles are parked in an orderly manner. From a distance, you can see that the doors of each logistics warehouse are locked. Her mental power is limited, and cannot cover the entire logistics park. However, the Arc Logistics Park is roughly the same as the logistics warehouse structure of Xian Li's previous Nori company, so it is easy to locate the comprehensive office building where the Warehouse Management Department is located. The Warehouse Management Department is the central command center of the logistics park, responsible for recording important intelligence such as incoming and outgoing shipments, inventory management, and order management, and classifying and recording various types of goods. Because Arc Bio donated a large amount of supplies after the typhoon, the warehouse system is connected to the official system, and the records of material collection can be directly retrieved. The comprehensive office building where the Warehouse Management Department is located has 5 floors, facing the main entrance of the logistics area. One of the first floors is a courier service point, the second floor is the employee cafeteria, and the third floor and above are the office areas of various administrative departments. The Warehouse Management Department is located on the top floor. After landing in front of the comprehensive office building, Xian Li asked Jinwoo to follow her. She first went around the first and second floors. The courier service points on the first floor were basically closed, and the employee cafeteria on the second floor didn't even have a bottle of chili sauce left, and the cold storage was empty. But it didn't look like it was looted, but more like the internal staff evacuated in an orderly manner. Xian Li went directly to the Warehouse Management Department on the 5th floor and pried open the lock. There were only a dozen desks in the first office, and the documents in the filing cabinet had been packed and taken away, leaving no useful items. She pried open 5 offices in a row, all of which were no different from the previous ones. She finally got something in the last one. The last room was probably a utility room, where some cleaning tools and office supplies were placed. Xian Li found a dusty desktop host in the cabinet in the corner. It should be a machine that had been replaced but not yet processed. Xian Li moved the computer to the office, plugged in the network cable and power supply, and then remembered that the comprehensive office building was also out of power. She was about to take out a household generator from the black hole to make do, when she heard Jinwoo, who had been silently observing her, let out a short wow. She turned her head, and saw Jinwoo put his hand on the power cord. The golden light on his hand flickered slightly, and she saw the computer started up normally. Xian Li was stunned, and immediately remembered the talent that Jinwoo used when fighting the ghost-faced insects before. It was clearly a light talent, which was rare even in the end times. The most practical thing about the light talent is that it can be used as a backup energy source. The body of a creature with a light talent is equivalent to a huge battery. While receiving sunlight, it can collect sunlight for its own use and convert light energy from the body into electrical energy when needed. This stupid bird is quite useful. Facing Jinwoo's eyes asking for credit, Xian Li could only praise, well done. When the former heard this, he was so proud that his feathers seemed to light up. This obsolete desktop host started up slowly. Although it was not equipped with a monitor, the host alone could directly enter the operating system. Xian Li plugged the signal transfer USB into the interface. 3 minutes later, Ball successfully took over the computer. Because there was no monitor and mouse, Xian Li entrusted the work to Ball. Bear, help me find the records of the materials donated by Arc Biology to the Huiman Point. Okay, please wait. Ball's main brain can be used as a monitor. Through the USB signal transfer, the computer system desktop can be directly displayed in its main brain and operated according to his consciousness. About 10 minutes later, the records of material collection in June this year have been retrieved for you. totaling 79, 4256, 8495, and the number of people who received them is 8, 1385, 1202. Xian Li couldn't help but be amazed. According to official statistics, the number of casualties in the first wave of typhoons was about 20 million, and the number of missing people was more than 30 million. The death toll from the second wave of typhoons reached an astonishing 45 million, and the number of missing people reached 60 million. It is conservatively estimated that about 100 million people died during the typhoon period. Before the solar storm came, there were 1 billion survivors left in Yin country. And 80% of these 1 billion survivors received the materials donated by Arc Biology. This can no longer be described as rich and powerful, but simply rich enough to rival a country. Not only is the financial strength strong, the corporate reputation of Arc Biology has also accumulated rapidly after the disaster, becoming the existence second only to the state machine. Perhaps it had already grasped the country's economic lifeline without people knowing it, and after the state machinery was paralyzed after the disaster, it naturally became the actual person in power. What kind of wolfish ambition is this? Xian Li's heart sank. She thought she could see the big picture from the small details, but she didn't expect that she only touched the tip of the iceberg. She calmed down and reported Lu Xiaowen's ID number. Help me find out if there is a record of this person receiving the supplies. After a moment, Ball responded, yes. Xian Li was happy to hear this. This logistics warehouse was finally right. Send me all the records of him receiving supplies. A few seconds later, Xian Li's phone lit up. Recipient, Lu Xiaowen. ID, LC0019896665. Place of origin, Linchuan City. Contact number, 13XXXX. Receipt time, 16:45 on June 9/12:33 on June 10, 8:53 on June 29. Location, Huimin Point, Sherdai Road, Lianhua District, Chong City. It was really hard to find the right place. Xian Li was a little surprised. There were less than 500,000 survivors in Linchuan City, and they were transferred to the surrounding Nanshur, Chong City, and Daliang City to the north of Linchuan after the disaster. It was reasonable for Lu Xiaowen to appear in Chong City. In addition, there was another thing that caught her attention. Xian Li's fingertips tapped on Lu Xiaowen's receipt record. From June 9 to June 25, Lu Xiaowen would go to Huimin Point to collect supplies every day. Xian Li had received a supply package before, which was enough for a family of 3 to eat for a day. Then she had reason to guess that there were 2 people around Lu Xiaowen, perhaps his wife and children. After June 25, a week before the solar storm, Lu Xiaowen began to collect supplies every 2 days, until the last time on June 29. Xian Li remembered that Huimin Point was open until July 1, but there was no record of him collecting supplies on that day. Could it be that Lu Xiaowen had met with an accident? She thought of the dangerous atmosphere coming from Chong City just now, and she became a little uncertain. Even for herself, it would be very difficult to get out of Chong City unscathed. Even if Lu Xiaowen was an awakener, he was only an auxiliary awakener with limited attack power. Could he really survive in such a harsh environment? Xian Li took a deep breath. Although Lu Xiaowen's life and death was already an unknown, even if there was only a 50% chance, it was worth her going to Chong City to find out. Wow! Just when Xian Li made a decision, Jinwu beside him suddenly made a sound. He had been curiously looking at the glowing cube in her hand, but he couldn't understand the symbols on it, so he quickly gave up and squatted on the table with his back to Xian Li, one foot standing, the other foot curled up in front of his lower abdomen, buried his face in his wings, and fell asleep. At this time, his head suddenly raised and shouted to the outside. Xian Li released her mental power alertly. Something was approaching them 2 kilometers away. And there were quite a few. When they walked into Xian Li's mental power range, she saw that those people had twisted bodies, stiff movements, torn and dirty clothes, and suspicious bloodstains. Some people had half of their skin on their faces falling off, revealing the blackened tissue nerves and bones inside, and some had broken ankles, but they could still drag their broken feet and walk forward without feeling any pain. It was a huge group of first-level zombies coming from the direction of Chong City. There were at least hundreds of them. According to their walking speed, it would take less than half an hour to reach the location where Xian Li and the others were. Xian Li immediately put the things in her hand back into the black hole and called Jin Wu, "We have to leave here." She checked the map and found the location of the Lotus district of Chong City, which was in the central urban area of Chong City. She secretly said that it was unlucky. If they were to fall directly from the sky to the central urban area of Chong City, it would probably attract zombies from all directions. But at this time, she had no better choice. While it would take some time for the zombies to come, Lee took 10 minutes to find a hanging basket of suitable size from the black hole, and then connected it with a thick rope and hung it on Jin Woo's neck. Although Jin Woo objected and screamed 3 times, he soon succumbed to Lee's iron-blooded and ruthless threats. "Go quickly, or I'll make you into roasted chicken wings." Jin Woo had no choice but to accept his fate and carry the hanging basket and soar into the air. The airport is about 50 kilometers away from the city, and it takes 40 to 50 minutes to drive. However, in order to avoid facing zombies directly, Lee commanded Jin Woo to detour from the west bridgehead. The perception distance of zombies is limited. Generally, the perception distance of a level 1 zombie is 200 meters, and the perception distance of a level 2 zombie driver is 2 kilometers, which is a 10-fold increase. According to this trend, the perception distance of a level 3 zombie is at least 20 kilometers, but this is not within Lee's consideration. Although she didn't know why the zombies suddenly went to the logistics park of Arc Biology, with the height and speed of Jin Woo's flight, it could get rid of the zombies on the highway. But things were exactly the opposite of what she thought. Along the way, the zombies seemed to smell some delicious food and never gave up following. And the traces of zombies appeared on the highway at some point. When Lee and the others passed over the high-speed ring road, they joined the queue one by one, and the team behind them became larger and larger. From a distance, they looked like a huge tail hanging behind Lee and the others, and they couldn't get rid of it. Chapter 81. Lee estimated that there were nearly 10,000 first-level zombies behind him. However, their behavior logic was very strange, which was different from the zombies Lee had known before. She had never seen a zombie so persistent and unified in following a target. The problem could only be with Jin Woo or herself. Because of the existence of a large tail behind him, Lee did not let Jin Woo rush into the city, but found a lighthouse on the outskirts of the city to land. This lighthouse was close to the river, and was called the Revolving Ladder. A circle of spiral stairs led from the ground to the viewing platform on the top, with a total length of about 2,000 meters. The stairs were narrow, and only allowed 2 people to pass. The 2 people landed on the platform, which could buy some time before the zombies climbed up to the viewing platform. Lee looked down through the guardrail. There were already 2 or 3 zombies gathered near him. They looked up at Lee's direction. Their gray eyes were lifeless. The blue veins on their necks had turned black and gray, and they let out a hoarse roar from their throats. Their stiff legs and feet tried to climb the stairs, but were tripped. They fell on the stairs with a bang, but they didn't feel any pain, and climbed up with their hands and feet. The ones farther away seemed to be driven by something, and ran towards them regardless of everything. "Stupid bird, do you have a way to get rid of them?" Jin Woo looked at Lee, shook his head first, and then nodded. Lee suddenly understood what he meant. He meant that if he was alone, it would be easy to get rid of these zombies. But if he wanted to carry Lee, he had to consider the height and speed of the flight. After all, she was still a human body. The low temperature and low air pressure at high altitude would cause her to fall into a state of hypothermia and brain hypoxia. Without proper protection measures, she would soon fall into a coma, which would then endanger her life. "You go in the direction we came from first." Jin Woo was stunned, and resolutely said wow, shaking his head wildly, indicating that he could not accept the practice of abandoning her. Lee paused, and said sincerely, "You are holding me back here." Jin Woo was too big in the sky, and might have attracted the attention of something else. Wow, Jin Woo was unhappy, and flapped his big wings on Lee's face. Lee comforted him a little, and he reluctantly shook his wings and rose into the air, but still hovered in the air for a long time. Seeing that Lee still did not change her mind, he had to fly to the other side as she said. Without Lee's burden, Jin Woo disappeared on the other side of the river in the blink of an eye like light. And the result was as Lee expected. The zombies on the ground did not change because of Jin Woo's departure, and they still ran towards her direction with all their strength. For zombies, mutated animals and plants are far less attractive than fresh humans. But they chased after her closely. Was it because of the human breath on her body, or was there a more terrifying existence behind them, directing them to act in unison? Whatever it was, before that, she had to get rid of these zombies and sneak into Chung City. In just a few minutes, a large group of zombies had gathered under Lee's feet. There were about 200 zombies, and the fastest one had climbed to 1/3 of the lighthouse. Lee took out a barrel of gasoline from the black hole, and she poured the barrel from the top step. The endless flow of gasoline merged into a pale yellow waterfall. In a moment, the entire lighthouse was poured with gasoline into a huge translucent lava cake, and Exxon Lee was the fondant doll in the center of the cake. Because of the obstruction of gasoline, the zombies who climbed up with their hands and feet were somewhat slippery. They lost their balance and slid down. The zombies behind them climbed up his back impatiently and stepped on him. As they pushed and shoved, the zombies were covered with gasoline, but they lost all their 5 senses and could not smell the pungent smell of gasoline at all. In the middle of the lighthouse building was a thin lamp post, and the stairs circled up on the lamp post. At this time, more and more zombies went up the stairs. Exxon Lee even felt that the platform under his feet was shaking a little, and the screws were creaking. Obviously, it would soon be unable to bear the weight. But at this time, there would be more and more zombies running from the periphery, and they had to find a way to disperse them. Exxon Lee remembered that after she solved Suja before, she kept Suja's blood sample in order to unlock the pocket watch space. She took out a whole pig's head from the black hole. This was what she bought from the vegetable market before. She copied Suja's blood on it, and instantly became a blood-red pig's head. She pinched her nose in disgust, and kicked the pig head away. In the past, when searching for supplies in a building, in order to avoid being attacked by zombies, they would first smear blood on unused items as bait. Zombies have a sensitive sense of smell. When they smell blood, they will come out in droves and get into the traps prepared by humans. This trick works every time. Of course, there have been accidents where too many zombies were lured and buried by themselves. At this time, when the bloody pig head fell to the ground, the zombies around paused. The smell of human blood came from the pig head. It can be seen that the delicious food so close made the zombies entangled for a while, but soon decided to follow their primitive desires and pounced on the pig head. When one zombie moved, the zombies around it did not want to be outdone, and they all rushed forward. The first one to grab the pig head meat was a flat-headed zombie. His mouth was surprisingly big, and the intestines in his stomach flowed out, but it did not delay his action at all. He hugged the pig head and ate it with big mouthfuls, and the zombies around him did not want to be outdone. They threw him under them like a human pyramid and tried to snatch the meat from him. The pressure on the lighthouse was relieved a little. This trick works. Seeing this, Exxon Lee threw out a dozen pig heads in the same way. Every time she threw one out, a group of zombies rushed forward, making her feel like a zombie breeder. Exxon Lee put aside the random thoughts in her mind and took out the car-washing water gun that she had used for Stupid Bird before from the black hole, but this time she replaced the water with gasoline. She pressed the nozzle, and endless gasoline sprayed out, like a small-scale shower, evenly pouring on the zombies around. Although there were more zombies in the distance that had not been taken care of, the conditions for the first wave of attacks had been perfectly met. Just when she wanted to use the lighter, a wonderful idea suddenly emerged in her mind. Exxon Lee paused, put the lighter aside, took out a silver needle from the black hole, and stabbed it into her fingertips. When the sharp needle touched the skin, it bit violently as if it had pierced a steel plate, and did not even leave any marks on the skin. With her skin strength, ordinary knives and guns could not cause much damage to her, let alone a small needle tip. Exxon Lee replaced the silver needle with an electric saw, and hardened her heart, and put her finger on the crazy rotating saw blade. A slight stinging pain came, and the electric saw that should have cut off the entire finger could only leave a shallow cut on her index finger. But this was enough. She squeezed out a drop of blood with her thumb, and then dripped the bean-sized blood drop onto the ground. Like a thunderclap, almost as the blood dripped out, all the zombies raised their heads and looked in the same direction. Even the zombies, who had grabbed the pig head, stopped chewing and turned 360 degrees. Before tonight, they had always wandered aimlessly in the streets, corridors, and roads, waiting for their prey to come to them like a rabbit waiting for a rabbit. Although their consciousness was dead, their brains were still controlled by an unknown virus. It didn't matter if their hands and feet were broken or any part of their bodies except the brain had fatal injuries, their nerves could still execute the brain's instructions. And just an hour ago, in their chaotic consciousness, there was a faint voice telling them that if they followed the marked person and ate her, they would have unlimited power. All the zombies in Chung City received this instruction. They followed the marked figure closely. And now, this drop of blood seemed to drive away all their chaos, and a kind of emotion called fanaticism appeared in the gray eyes. No words could describe the sweet smell of this drop of blood. Even the most delicious food they had eaten in their lives could not compare to it. Almost at the same time, all the zombies moved. They were like corpses that had been starved for decades, and once they smelled the ultimate deliciousness, they fell into madness completely. They ran at the fastest speed in the direction where the drop of blood fell. But it was too far and too crowded. They could only watch the drop of blood with a deadly fragrance being swallowed by a rotten mouth. It was a lucky guy at the bottom of the stairs. He was wearing a basketball sportswear, with long limbs and well-developed calves, like a sports student who had just returned home after playing basketball. When he smelled the scent of the drop of blood, his muscle memory suddenly seemed to awaken. His originally stiff body came alive in an instant, climbed onto the stepping stones in front, and jumped up with all his strength. Just like every time he grabbed a rebound, he stretched out his purple-black tongue and rolled the drop of blood into his mouth. He seemed to have paused in the air for a second, licked the corner of his mouth with satisfaction, and then his eyes exuded a more greedy look, accurately locating the owner of the drop of blood on the top of the lighthouse. However, when he fell to the ground, before he could move, the rotten zombies around him cast their eyes on him one by one. His brain, which had been out of work for a long time, seemed to be out of control at this moment, and finally began to rotate on its own. But before he could react, a hand with nails stuffed with unknown organizations reached out to him. An old and dry hand clamped his neck like an iron claw, and a hand with rotten flesh exposed and fingernails turned out went to dig into his eye sockets. In less than 3 seconds, the lucky one who swallowed the blood was eaten up by the zombies around him. Chapter 82. If Suja's blood made the zombies swarm up, then Xian Li's blood could make them go crazy. Her blood was eaten by a sports student zombie, and the zombies around him, who were eating him, moved even faster. The zombies later were no longer willing to walk up the stairs, but stepped on the bodies of their own kind eagerly, trying to climb directly to the top and catch Xian Li and eat her. Xian Li didn't know what the difference was between her blood and Suja's. She only knew that she was in a very dangerous situation now. The viewing platform was shaking more and more, but there were more zombies gathering here in the distance. Even if the gasoline was ignited at this time, it would not be able to get away quickly. Xian Li looked at the completely crazy zombies below, stretched out her hand to hold the guardrail of the lighthouse, and the blue light kept flashing. Her mental power had just recovered completely, and it was extracted by 1/3 again. The entire lighthouse seemed to be suddenly lit up, enveloped by a faint blue light. Soon, it suddenly rose from the ground like a sapling, and the base expanded outward. The lighthouse, which was originally more than 100 meters high, gradually grew to 120 meters, 150 meters, 200 meters. It grew all the way to a height of 1,000 meters, becoming a real rotating ladder. Xian Li activated 2 talent effects at the same time for the first time, copying and amplifying. While she stretched the height of the lighthouse, she also copied the circles of stairs upwards. The ladder, which was originally about 2,000 meters long, has now become a 20,000-meter natural chasm. Even if the zombies can climb up at the fastest speed, it will take half an hour to climb to the top. She calmly copied barrel after barrel of gasoline and poured it down gracefully. The gasoline waterfall fell down the stairs, and on the towering lighthouse's spiral staircase, the dense zombies were like moving lumps of rotten meat. They stepped on each other, their skulls shook, their shoulder blades shattered, their nails turned, and they climbed up desperately, but it seemed that they could never reach the end. After Xian Li's expansion, the platform on the lighthouse was 10 times larger than before, enough to accommodate a helipad. She took the helicopter out of the black hole again, started the autopilot program, left the hatch half open, and when the helicopter rose to midair, she poured the last barrel of gasoline on the viewing platform. Until the first zombie climbed onto the viewing platform, the stars of fire also fell on the slippery gasoline on the platform floor. The flame, with an absolutely high temperature, fueled by gasoline, was like an invincible fire snake, igniting the towering lighthouse with the momentum of burning everything. The dark night was instantly lit up. With a bang, the flame shot up into the sky, and the lighthouse became a fire tower, guiding those inhuman monsters to their end. The billowing smoke was carried farther by the wind, and even Xian Li, who was sitting in the cabin, seemed to be able to smell the pungent smell. Countless twisted black shadows jumped in the flames, making shrill howls, and countless charred and carbonized human figures fell from the stairs like meteors, falling heavily to the ground, and wherever they went, a sea of flames ignited, endless, until finally returning to silence. Under the reflection of the jumping flames, the helicopter that had long been in the sky also flew away quickly. Xian Li sat in the helicopter cockpit, and the drone monitoring screen was displayed on the screen of the console. Although about 20,000 zombies were dealt with in the lighthouse just now, most of them were zombies wandering around the city, and the zombies in the central area were more dense than those in the periphery. She found that after the helicopter rose to an altitude of 5,000 meters, the zombies no longer sensed her existence and resumed their routes within a fixed range. So Xian Li decided to use the drone for remote monitoring first, and then land when she found an opportunity. She found the new military drone that was reproduced in the military museum before. It has both reconnaissance and attack functions, and is widely used. Moreover, because it uses a turbojet, the aircraft can reach a maximum distance of 10,000 kilometers. The drone's monitoring screen can be directly transmitted to the helicopter's high-definition display. Lee vaguely sensed that there were fluctuations in mental power in several places in the city. When humans are on the verge of death, they are more likely to stimulate their potential, thereby awakening their talents and reversing the situation. But miracles are called miracles because they are rare. From the picture sent by the drone, we can see that tragedies have occurred in every corner of the city. In the dark alley, a young man still wearing work clothes ran into a dead end, and 2 zombies were chasing him more than 10 meters behind him. He turned on his phone with shaking fingers and left a last message in the memo in the last 3 minutes of his life. In the dilapidated residential building, a mother with bite wounds on her arms used her body to stop her zombie husband, and her daughter behind her cried desperately. When her father was about to bite off the flesh on her mother's neck, she trembled and raised the fruit knife in her hand. In the messy kitchen, a young female student stuffed a towel in her mouth, which was soaked with blood. Her sweaty hair stuck to her forehead, tears flowed from her eyes. She held a kitchen knife and resolutely cut the rotten flesh that kept spreading up her legs, while her other leg had already exposed the white bones. In the dark bedroom, a little girl who had just started elementary school hid in the closet, covering her mouth tightly and not daring to make a sound. With a creak, a hand with a childish handmade plastic bracelet opened the old cabinet door and slowly appeared in sight. It was the familiar yet unfamiliar face of her mother. On the dim rooftop, the couple who were running away were blocked in a dead corner. Seeing that the creepy monster was about to pounce, the former lover pushed the woman forward, and the blood from the artery of the person he loved deeply splashed on the corner of his clothes, and he jumped off the roof. Death, fear, panic, hatred. People in desperate situations brood the most extreme emotions, and all those dark extreme emotions continue to expand and shrink. Something turned those emotions into the most fertile nutrients, condensing into the devil's fruit. 5,000 meters above the sky, the helicopter's propellers roared. The door of the cabin opened, and a person stood behind the door. Her hands were supported on the handrails beside the door. She looked down, and could not see clearly because of the layers of clouds and mist. The airflow in the sky was surging, and the wind was whistling in the air, mixed with frost and hitting her face. A layer of white frost immediately condensed on her helmet. Lee tightened the straps on her body, and a blue light flashed at her fingertips. The huge roar of the helicopter suddenly disappeared, and before it disappeared, she jumped. Her heart was still in the clouds, but her body was already in free fall, falling straight from a height of 5,000 meters. The thin oxygen in the sky made her lungs feel burning, but her expression remained unchanged, like a sharp sword breaking through the air, splitting the clouds. When she could barely see the outline of the city, she took off her gloves, and a thin blade stuck in the gap of her skin. The wounds around it had healed, and the blade and skin seemed to be integrated. As if she didn't know the pain, she used her other hand to tear the blade apart, and the skin underneath was torn, and blood oozed out. The sweet smell that human noses could not smell suddenly filled the sky above the entire city. The umbrella cover on Lee's back stretched out like a huge petal, and she wiped the blood from her fingertips on her sleeves. She fell slowly from the air with a parachute and landed accurately on the roof of Chongsher Huanyu building. In the dark alley, the young man waiting for death opened his eyes. He could almost smell the stench from the zombies. Just when the fangs were about to pierce his flesh, the monster stopped moving and looked up at the sky. In the dilapidated residential building, the fruit knife in the girl's hand pierced her father's throat. The latter was blocked by her action and stopped biting. However, the mother who had turned into a corpse grabbed her hand. The fruit knife in her daughter's hand fell to the ground weakly. At this moment, the couple who had been together for half their lives looked out the window at the same time. In the blood-red kitchen, the girl's legs had no good flesh. Her pupils had lost their luster. Her body kept twitching, and she struggled to climb out of the building. In the dark bedroom, the gentle mother became hideous at this time. The little girl was stunned and forgot to breathe. The hand wearing the bracelet she made in the handicraft class stroked her neck. When she was thinking about where to start, her hand suddenly loosened and slowly closed the cabinet door. On the bare rooftop, the woman's broken limbs moved spontaneously. She followed her lover and jumped down from the rooftop. However, she did not jump to the bottom of the building, but jumped and fell from the rooftop not far away, running at full speed towards the figure falling from the sky. Zombies in the whole city gave up their prey at the same time, found new targets, and rushed to the tallest building in the city. They thought it was a dead end, but they broke through at the same time. After the people who escaped from death recovered, they all looked up at the sky. What was there that attracted these inhuman monsters? Shirdai Road, Lotus District. In a city full of crying, screaming, and fighting, this place can be said to be as quiet as a tomb, with almost no trace of living things. In the deep corridor, the rotten smell almost turned into substance, and there seemed to be a subtle distortion in the air. In the corner where the light could not reach, corpses piled up like a mountain. Their bodies were incomplete, and their eye sockets, ear canals, and nostrils were crawling with white maggots. Judging from the degree of decay of the corpses, they had been dead for at least a week. A man sat in the corner, and although he was still breathing, he was no different from death. His left hand was placed at his side, with unknown bloodstains on it, and his right hand was interlocked with another hand. That hand was pure white, and the fingers were like green onions. There were subtle mental fluctuations flowing between the two hands. The owner of the hand had skin as white as cream, her black hair was like a waterfall, and her lips were red, as if stained with blood. Her appearance looked no different from that of a normal person, except for her eyes. Her eyes were like a drop of red ink dripped into the dark night, and the bloodthirsty desire was crawling behind the dark night. Her face was still as delicate and charming as before, but her voice seemed to come from the Avicii hell, and her rose-like lips once again made a request that he could not refuse. "I'm hungry. Bring her here. Shielwan, I promise, this is the last one." Chapter 83. Xianli stood on the top floor of the 58th floor of the Huanyu building and looked down. All the zombies rushed to the building like water. The building was made of steel and concrete, and could not burn like a lighthouse, so the same method could not be used to deal with millions of zombies. Therefore, she had to use her own blood as bait. Xianli took out 3 syringes from the black hole, and drew 3 tubes of blood from the wounds that had not yet healed. As she moved, the fragrance of the blood became more fragrant. Then she tied the 3 syringes to the fuselages of 3 military drones, and controlled the drones to rise to high altitudes. Then her figure disappeared and hid in the black hole. The weakness of zombies is their brains. This not only means that their brains are fragile and can be easily destroyed, but also means that their IQ is not high and they are not good at thinking. Just like now, even if Xianli entered the black hole, the tube of blood she just drew still has great attraction for them. The zombies didn't notice anything wrong, and they didn't stop, still running into the building regardless. So, Xianli dragged a lazy sofa in the black hole, used the terminal controller to control the drone remotely, and had time to take out 2 chocolates to replenish her energy. After the zombies rushed to the roof of the Huanyu building, she operated 3 drones, arranged in a triangle, and began to move, keeping a distance from the zombies. The closest ones were some strong zombies, with no obvious wounds on their bodies. They jumped up while running, but they couldn't reach the blood vessel. Xianli operated the drone to move outside the building. The zombies who had finally climbed to the top floor stretched out their hands helplessly, unconsciously stepped over the rooftop guardrail, and jumped out with 1 step. Of course, they didn't touch the things. The zombies fell downstairs one after another, smashing the slow zombies at the bottom of the building into a pool of mud. Just operating the drone to perform such a simple displacement action, dozens of zombies were solved. But as more and more zombies fell, corpses gradually piled up at the bottom of the building. Later, the zombies that fell no longer died immediately, and they still followed the drone mindlessly. Xianli slowly operated the drone along the Victory Avenue that runs through Cheng City, maintaining a height of 100 meters, gathering the zombies on various roads in the city together, and flowing out of the city. In this doomsday, a strange scene appeared in Cheng City. People in the city were either separated by glass, or leaning against the wall, or through surveillance. Seeing this scene, almost everyone was dumbfounded and dared not breathe. The countless zombies scattered in the city walked to the streets, as if they had made an appointment. Victory Avenue, which used to be packed with vehicles, is now crowded with inhuman monsters, shoulder to shoulder and bustling. Whether it was the young man who collapsed on the roadside due to exhaustion or the seriously injured and dying, they never looked at them. In their gray eyes, there were only the 3 drones flying steadily in front. Those zombies, like possessed, followed those drones closely. Many years later, whenever the natives of Cheng City mentioned that scene to others, their expressions were proud and confused. What happened next? Zombies running at night? Are you kidding? Whose drones are they? There are 3 of them. It must be from the military. I've bought drones before, but they can't fly that far. Victory Avenue is at least 40 to 50 kilometers, and the signal range of ordinary drones is within 20 kilometers. It can't be from the military. I've seen the Savior machine on display. There is no such model in China. The military said it was privately owned. Whoever it is, he saved the whole city directly. The first-class national departments have already recruited internal personnel, right? After the global loss of contact period, in order to better eliminate failed experimental subjects, bases were established in various regions. In Yinhua, Chong City took the lead in establishing a survivor base, which is also the only official base in the country, and the awakened people in the base, who are subordinate to the official, are classified as first-class departments. In addition, the bases in other regions are respectively controlled by enterprises, and several chaotic forces headed by inferior citizens. At this time, except for emergency periods, the internal power supply of Yinhua base has not started normally due to limited available energy. After the mission was over, the only entertainment for people was to gather together and tell anecdotes about their adventures in the apocalypse. At this time, the audience around had 10,000 questions. Zhu Baoquan successfully whetted everyone's appetite. Seeing that his story attracted everyone's attention, he finally said, "Then the zombies died." "Dead? How many died? How did they die?" "You can't say they died." Zhu Baoquan scratched his head. They all walked to the Cross River Bridge, and then jumped down one after another like crazy. Recalling the scene of that day, Zhu Baoquan was also very puzzled. His family opened a small supermarket not far from the river. Because they had been robbed before, they had always taken good anti-theft measures, and the anti-theft doors they used were the most expensive and thickest ones. After the flood receded, he and his family were busy counting the losses and putting goods on the shelves. Because they had enough food reserves, they thought about not causing trouble for the country, and they didn't even go to collect disaster relief supplies. Later, they were busy for a whole month to clean up the small supermarket and prepare to reopen, but then the solar storm came. During the 3 days of the solar storm, he and his family hid in the small supermarket and never left the house. Until the solar storm ended, a monster that could not be killed and would bite people suddenly appeared in Chong City, just like the zombies he often saw in movies. He and his family were even more afraid to go out. Fortunately, they had imported a large amount of supplies before the natural disaster, enough for their family to eat for half a year. Moreover, he suddenly awakened his earth-related talent and could build a highly defensive earth wall to surround the small supermarket. Just when they thought they would be trapped in the supermarket forever, they heard noises outside one night. The footsteps were as loud as thunder, and even the ground seemed to be shaking. There must be at least 1 million people walking outside. When Zhu Baoquan curiously poked his head out and saw the zombies passing by like a ghost army, he was so scared that he almost wet his pants. He had never seen zombies move so uniformly, and thought that the zombies formed a legion and were ready to capture Chong City, and their family would not live long. Unexpectedly, the zombies did not stop at all when passing by their small supermarket, but went straight out of the city. After they waited timidly for the messy footsteps to go away, he relied on his earth-related talent and walked out carefully. When he was about to reach the river, Zhu Baoquan heard the sound of something falling into the water. The sound was not loud, but it continued, and was particularly obvious in the quiet night. Zhu Baoquan took out the telescope he had used for travel before, and saw an unforgettable scene. The 3 cross-river bridges leading to Linchuan City were crowded with dark zombies. They were like dumplings, jumping from the 500-meter-high bridge deck into the water one after another, and splashing several meters high when they fell into the water. Damn, are those zombies short-circuited? I would like to call them resentful zombies. Why are they following the drone? Although, zombies won't die if they fall into the water. A thin man couldn't help but speak. Before the end of the world, he was a professional black fan, and he could earn more than 10,000 yuan a month no matter how little he earned. But now is different from the past. He can only do some physical work in the base. Although he won't starve to death, the conditions are much worse than before. So when he heard Zhu Baoquan say that, he couldn't help but say a few more words. "You know shit." A bearded man in the audience cursed. He was a member of the Flying Eagle team. He had killed at least 800 zombies. Although he didn't understand why these zombies jumped into the river to commit suicide, he was absolutely convinced by the person who operated the drone behind the scenes. This was a feat that saved the entire Chong City. How dare Hushogo, a scum who only knew how to hide in the base and eat and wait for death, be so nagging? Seeing that someone was paying attention to him, the thin man got angry instead. "That's right, zombies don't have lungs. How can they breathe? They can't drown at all. Why didn't you make such a loud noise when you met a zombie?" Finally, a kind-hearted bystander came out to smooth things over. "Zombies have stiff limbs. They can walk, run, and crawl, but they can't do fine movements. Many ordinary people can't swim, let alone zombies, and the basin near Chong City is the deepest part of the Hengshui River. The shallowest is 200 meters deep. If a zombie falls into the water, even if it can climb out, it will take several years. As long as you don't get too close to the river, the zombies in it are no different from water ghosts. After being interrupted like this, everyone didn't want to listen anymore and dispersed. Hey, I haven't finished yet, Zhu Baoquan said anxiously. We already know what happened next. The next day, the sun rose, the zombies were gone, and Chongqing was alive. Otherwise, how did the Chongming base come about? Chongqing's tomorrow has arrived. You Chongqing people, everyone tells different stories. The most exciting one I've heard was from a young man. He said he was trapped in a corner, and then the zombie ran away. You? Hid in your own supermarket from beginning to end. What's so good about it? It's obviously not exciting. Let's go! Hey! Zhu Baoquan was stunned. Telling a story is telling a story, but is there any discrimination? Fortunately, there was a girl who stayed at the end. She had a dimple at the corner of her mouth, which was faintly visible when she spoke. She asked curiously, "What's on the drone?" Seeing that it was a sweet-looking girl, Zhu Bichuan's bad mood was better after being interrupted, and he said patiently, "I heard that the drone was from the military and was finally recovered by the official special police force. I only heard that it seemed to have something tied to it. Aren't there 3? I don't know about that." Zhu Baoquan was stunned. He had never paid attention to this problem before. Maybe 2 of them fell into the water? Oh. The girl nodded, added a few words to the notebook in her hand, then looked up and smiled brightly. "Thank you, the story is very exciting." The fateful night of Chong City. The whole city was silent. On the empty Huanyu building, a person appeared out of thin air on the top floor. Xianli looked at the Hengshui River. The 3 drones were parked under the 3 cross-river bridges. In order to get the tube of blood, the zombies jumped down one after another, but they sank to the bottom of the river like a weight and could never return to the table. Now that the area has been cleared, I finally have time to look for someone. Chapter 84. Xianli opened the offline map on her phone. The Huanyu building where she was located was in the Lotus district of Chong City. The Huimen Point on Shidai Road is in the middle of Shidai Road, and Lu Xiuwen's records of receiving supplies show that he received most of his supplies in the morning. Combined with the distribution map of the Huimen Point, it can be inferred that his residence is within a radius of 3 kilometers from the Huimen Point on Shidai Road, and can be reached on foot. The victims transferred from Linchuan City are usually placed in schools, hotels, BNBS, etc. Considering that Lu Xiuwen has certain economic conditions, he is likely to give up free but poor accommodation such as schools. Xianli is more inclined to believe that he will live in hotels or BNBS. Then the search range is greatly reduced. Her eyes stayed on the only 4-star hotel on Shidai Road, which is only a 10-minute walk from the Huimen Point. For Lu Xiuwen, who has a relatively good taste in life and is likely to have a family, this should be the place he would give priority to. Xianli took a few steps back and started running, easily crossed the guardrail on the top floor, and jumped from the 58th floor. As she approached the ground, her figure appeared and disappeared, and she landed steadily on the ground. When she landed vertically, she only needed to retract herself into the black hole when she was close to the ground, so that the gravity acceleration generated during the fall would disappear at the moment of entering the black hole. When Xianli came out of the black hole again, she would recalculate the landing distance from the place where she just disappeared. In other words, as long as she operated properly, she would not die from the fall. Xianli landed almost without a sound, and she flipped her palm, and a dagger appeared in her hand. She silently put the tip of the knife against the throat of the man in front of her and asked in a deep voice, "Who are you?" Just now she found that there was a person at the bottom of the building who had been looking at this side intentionally or unintentionally, so she took the risk of jumping down from the building and let her catch him in the act. There was a weak mental fluctuation on this person, and it was obviously an awakened person. The other party seemed to be startled by her, and did not speak for several seconds. Name. Xianli slightly exerted force on his throat. Lu Xiuwen. Lu Xiuwen. As if afraid that she would not believe it, the other party took out an ID card from his pocket. The ID number recorded on it was the same as what she saw in the information, and the photo was also him. It was Lu Xiuwen. Xianli paused for a moment, and put down the knife in his hand. The man in front of him wore gold-rimmed glasses, and looked gentle and refined. He was wearing a down jacket outside. Although the white shirt inside was wrinkled, the collar exposed was clean. "Why are you here?" Xian Li frowned. The person she was looking for just happened to appear in front of her, which made her suspicious. Do you know me? The other party seemed to be more surprised than her. I followed here because I felt the mental power fluctuations here. He asked tentatively, are you an awakener? Xian Li did not deny it, but asked, what does this have to do with you? I am also an awakener like you. Seeing that Xian Li's expression still did not change, he took the initiative to explain, you know the current situation. Many people in the city have become monsters. I suddenly awakened my talent a few days ago, and I can sense the existence of other awakeners, so I thought about gathering some capable people to rescue the people in the city as much as possible. Tonight I suddenly felt a mental fluctuation in the city. I wondered if there was a new awakener, so I came out to see. Unexpectedly, the monsters gathered here in groups. I was afraid of something happening, so I hid nearby and watched. Unexpectedly, the zombies went out of the city for some reason, and then you appeared. Xian Li didn't say anything. She was thinking about the truth of his words. Lu Xiaowen formed the Cha-Cha 7th team. There was nothing wrong with his statement, but she always felt that something was strange. You haven't answered yet, how do you know me? The dagger in Xian Li's hand turned around along her fingers, and suddenly put the tip of the knife against his neck again, with malicious eyes. You are Lu Xiaowen, right? The chairman of Cha-Cha Enterprise Company on the top floor of the Golden Brick Building? Lu Xiaowen's throat tightened. He didn't know why she asked this, so he nodded in confusion. Because I didn't find anything in your company, I was hungry all day. Can he be blamed for this? Lu Xiaowen breathed a sigh of relief, but raised it again. Looking at Xian Li's ferocious look, Lu Xiaowen had no choice but to say, I'm sorry. Are you hungry? I still have some dry food in the hotel. I can share some with you. Xian Li simply put away the knife and said briefly, forget it. She didn't want to hurt him, she just needed his help, but his appearance was too coincidental, and she still hadn't dispelled her doubts. How many awakened people did you find? Lu Xiaowen paused and said helplessly, although there are many awakened people in Cheng City, there are not many who are willing to clean up the zombies together. The people who were with us before left, and now I am the only one left. What a team. Now there are no zombies in the city. You don't have to clean them up. Did you do it? I don't have the ability to do that. Xian Li shook her head decisively, but I saw a birdman with wings on the other side of the bridge just now. The zombies might be heading for him. Birdman? Lu Xiaowen didn't expect her to say that, and was stunned. Yeah. Xian Li nodded without any psychological burden, and then turned around and left without caring about Lu Xiaowen's reaction. I'll leave first if there's nothing else. She walked forward a few steps, and Lu Xiaowen behind her finally couldn't help but speak. Wait! If you are also an awakener, help me. Finally here. Xian Li stopped and turned back with a little interest. What do you want me to do? It seemed that he didn't expect Xian Li to agree to help so easily, and Lu Xiaowen was stunned. But he couldn't care less at this moment. He was half believing and half doubting what Xian Li had just said. An hour ago, Cheng City was still surrounded by zombies. She was able to come from Linchuan City unscathed. She must not be an ordinary person. I want you to help me kill someone. Who? My wife. A month ago, the typhoon period ended, and Lu Xiaowen's family moved to Cheng City with the official rescue ship. On the deck of the rescue ship, Yu Qiaohui gently stroked her bulging belly and looked towards Cheng City with worry. Xiaowen, what should we do with our baby? Lu Xiaowen hugged his wife from behind. Although his expression was a little sad, his eyes were gentle and firm. Believe me, I will keep you and your child safe. He grew up in the countryside, and was always the top student in his class. After graduating from university, he joined a state-owned enterprise. Through the introduction of his family, he met and fell in love with his current wife, Yu Qiaohui. However, the salary of the state-owned enterprise was not high. In order to give his family a better life, he resigned and started a successful business. He then brought his wife and parents from the countryside to the city. Qiaohui also got pregnant with their child as he wished. He thought that their family would live happily together forever. But he didn't expect that the good times would not last long. On April 1st, Typhoon Zhushur swept across the country. His father died in the flood, but for his still living mother, his young wife, and his unborn child, he endured the grief and used all the connections he could. Finally, the family boarded the rescue ship transferred to Cheng City. Qiaohui was pregnant and had difficulty moving, and his mother was old, so the food, clothing and expenses of the family of 3 fell on Lu Xiaowen alone. He would go out every day to collect supplies, not only for the 3 adults, but also for the children's future diapers and milk powder. He ran around various emergency departments. However, even food was in short supply, and daily necessities for infants and young children were even more scarce. He was worried about this every day. At first, in order to save money, Lu Xiaowen's family moved into the school's rescue point under the arrangement of the rescue department. One day, Xiaohui couldn't stand it anymore and couldn't help complaining to him. "Xiaowen, mosquitoes bite me every day, and I can't sleep." The mother beside him was a little annoyed when she heard it. "You really think you are a city person after moving to the city? There were more mosquitoes in the countryside before. Why didn't you spoil it so much?" Xiaohui bit her lip and looked at her husband helplessly. Looking at Xiaohui's delicate face, he couldn't help but feel distressed because she had lost weight due to running around. "Okay, Mom, stop talking. Xiaohui is still pregnant with our Lu family's child." Lu Xiaowen turned around and comforted her. "There are so many people here, and it's really inconvenient for you and Mom. One is a pregnant woman, and the other is an old woman. Xiaohui has been pregnant for more than 8 months, and she will give birth in a month or 2. Afraid of making any mistakes, Lu Xiaowen gritted his teeth and took out all the money he had saved over the years, and lived in the best hotel he could choose at this time of soaring prices. But even if he lived in the hotel, Xiaohui's mosquito bites did not get better. One of the red spots was on her belly, growing bigger and bigger from a sesame seed spot, and it itched every night, causing her to scratch her skin. But looking at Lu Xiaowen's busy figure, she didn't dare to say anything more to trouble him, and she was also afraid that her mother-in-law would dislike her even more. The mother-in-law felt sorry for her son, who was busy every day, but she, a pregnant woman, spoiled him and spent the money for her future grandson in advance. After Lu Xiaowen went out, she was particularly nervous every time she was alone with her mother-in-law. The baby in her belly seemed to feel her mood and kicked her from time to time, giving her a little comfort. That day, the mother-in-law was making soup in the hotel's own kitchen, and she kept muttering, "This is the fresh old duck that my son bought with great difficulty." In addition to the smell of old duck soup, there was also a pungent smell of blood in the kitchen, and a bowl of uncoagulated duck blood was placed on the cupboard. Xiaohui covered her nose, and was irritated by the smell and wanted to vomit. When the mother-in-law cooked the soup and brought it to her, the smell of duck blood left on her body made her feel her stomach churning. Xiaohui reluctantly took a sip. "Mom, I don't have much appetite today, I don't want to drink." Unexpectedly, her mother-in-law put the soup bowl heavily on the bedside table with an angry face, and the boiling soup splashed on her skin, burning her and making her shrink. "How can you not drink it? Do you want to starve the baby in your belly to death?" Xiaohui didn't say anything. Similar scenes have happened many times. For almost a month, every time Lu Xiaowen went out, she and her mother-in-law would have a conflict, and then when Lu Xiaowen came back, they pretended nothing happened. Seeing that Xiaohui didn't say anything, her mother-in-law went back to the kitchen and started to deal with a bowl of duck blood. The strong smell of blood came. Xiaohui felt the contents of her stomach rising up, and vomited with a wow. The mother-in-law's voice came from the kitchen, "You're still vomiting after 8 months. Do you think I've never been pregnant?" Xiaohui stood up, and was horrified to find that her belly was bulging, as if something was struggling to get out of her belly. At night, Lu Xiaowen returned to the hotel from outside, but his mother was gone. "Xiaohui, where's Mom?" Xiaohui was standing in the kitchen at the time, and she trembled when she saw Lu Xiaowen coming back. "Mom, yes. Where's Mom? Isn't Mom with you? Why is Mom with me?" Lu Xiaowen was a little confused. "Hasn't Mom always been by your side to take care of you?" "Oh yes, I forgot." Xiaohui was a little absent-minded. "Mom just said you were out for too long, wanted to find you, and then went out alone." Lu Xiaowen's face changed. "How could you let Mom go out alone?" Lu Xiaowen's mother gave birth to him late, at the age of 40, and now she is nearly 70 years old. He had clearly told them, the old and the young, to wait for him at home and not to worry, so why would his mother go out to look for him? Xiaohui obviously knew that her words were full of loopholes. She stammered for a long time and finally couldn't help crying with her hands covering her stomach. "Xiaowen, Xiaowen, I'm so scared." "What's wrong? What happened?" Seeing his wife crying, Lu Xiaowen was anxious and took a step forward to hug her to comfort her, but she shook her head and took a step back, subconsciously raising her hands covering her stomach to block his approach. As he blocked her, he found spots of blood on her bulging abdomen. Chapter 85. "Xiaohui, you are injured." Lu Xiaowen was anxious, and was about to examine Xiaohui carefully, but she shook her head. "I'm fine, Xiaowen, this is not my blood." Lu Xiaowen saw Xiaohui's expression was sad, but she was moving freely, and there was no sign of injury. He was relieved, but he immediately remembered Xiaohui's abnormality just now, and his missing mother, so he became furious. He said anxiously, "It's not yours? Whose is it? Where did our mother go? Is Mom injured?" "No." Her eyes were filled with crystal tears. "Mom seems to be crazy." Lu Xiaowen couldn't understand Xiaohui's words for a while. "Mom is crazy? Mom is fine. How could she be crazy?" He couldn't help but hold Xiaohui's shoulders tightly and almost shouted, "Where is Mom? What happened to her?" Xiaohui seemed to be frightened by Lu Xiaowen. Her lips trembled and she couldn't speak. She raised her hand tremblingly and pointed behind Lu Xiaowen. Lu Xiaowen was so concerned that he didn't notice the noise in the bathroom behind him. At this moment, the two of them were silent, and he heard the obvious scratching sound of nails in the bathroom. Xiaohui looked in the direction of the bathroom, fear in her eyes. Lu Xiaowen slowly turned his head and saw a chair in front of the glass door handle, with the back of the chair firmly stuck to the door handle. The translucent glass sliding door was shaking at this time, as if something was trapped inside and trying desperately to get out. Looking at the somewhat hunched figure reflected on the translucent glass door, he felt familiar and strange. How could he not recognize the mother who raised him for 28 years? But her state was really strange. She seemed to be constantly hitting the door with her body, and there was a faint ho-ho sound coming from the bathroom. Lu Xiaowen called softly, "Mom?" The movement in the bathroom stopped slightly, but then there was a sound of hitting the glass door even harder. Lu Xiaowen held his breath. Even he himself couldn't explain why he didn't open the glass door directly, but went around to the other side near the bed. The hotel's bathroom was against the wall on both sides. One side was a translucent glass sliding door, and the other side facing the bed was a transparent glass wall, but it was usually covered with a shower curtain. At this time, Lu Xiaowen saw some obvious bloodstains on the glass wall. The pulled-down shower curtain covered the situation in the bathroom, but there was still a gap of about 10 centimeters that was not completely covered. At that time, his mother complained about a 4-star hotel. How could people use the bathroom if it was made transparent? Even if the shower curtain was put up, it couldn't be completely covered, so every time she went in to relieve herself, Xiaohui always had to turn her back. The older generation is always very conservative about this. Lu Xiaowen approached the gap. Because it was night, the light in the bathroom was dim. He could only barely see the figure inside swaying, and could not clearly see the other person's condition. He took out his mobile phone, which still had some power, turned on the screen and shone it into the gap. A gray-white eye appeared motionlessly in the gap, as if it had been staring at him in this posture since just now. Lu Xiaowen was caught off guard and was frightened to the point that his scalp exploded, his whole body stiffened, and he could not move at all. Behind him, Xiaohui's somewhat sad voice sounded. She sobbed, with great fear in her tone, "Just now I was washing dishes, and my mother suddenly rushed in. She just wanted to pour the soup secretly, but she didn't expect her mother-in-law to rush in and scold her, saying that she didn't know how to understand Xiaowen's hard work. Now that food is so scarce, she has the nerve to waste food." She had a hard time speaking, and her mother-in-law seemed to be very angry, and she rushed over to force the soup into her mouth. When she struggled, she had more strength in her hands and accidentally pushed her mother-in-law down. The mother-in-law had her back to the bathtub, and her head happened to hit the edge of the bathtub when she fell. She watched a large pool of blood pouring out from behind her mother-in-law's head, and she was silent at that time. Xiaohui was so scared that she subconsciously looked under her mother-in-law's nose, but the latter had no breath. She screamed and fell to the ground. Her scalp suddenly exploded, and her mind was blank. She killed someone. She killed her mother-in-law. She wanted to get up and call for help, but her legs were weak, and she couldn't use any strength. When she finally got up, the body on the ground, which should have been dead, actually moved. She looked back and saw that her mother-in-law's cloudy eyes suddenly opened, and her whole body twitched unnaturally, with her eyeballs rolling up wildly. She called out in panic, "Mom?" The mother-in-law on the ground did not answer her, but sat up straight in an unnatural posture, staring at her with gray eyes. The bones of the mother-in-law creaked, and the blood vessels on her neck showed a strange blue-gray color. She let out a low roar similar to that of an animal at Xiaohui, then bent her knees, and stood up without supporting her body with her hands. Xiaohui was very scared. She was afraid of facing the fact that she had killed her mother-in-law, and she was even more afraid of facing her mother-in-law who had become inhuman at this time. Xiaohui rolled out of the bathroom, and just when the resurrected mother-in-law was about to pounce on her, she screamed and closed the glass door, dragged the chair over and stuck it in front of the sliding door. Lu Xiaowen took a few steps back, and saw him through the gap, slapping the glass wall with his bloody hands, and making an inhuman roar with his mouth wide open. "You, what did you do?" Xiaohui's voice behind her seemed like a dream, without any sense of reality. I really didn't mean it, Xiaowen. Xiaohui's body trembled, and the strange figure of her mother-in-law just now seemed to appear in front of her again. Mom turned into a monster that won't die. Lu Xiaowen fell into a brief silence when he said this. Xi only thought that a week before the solar storm, Lu Xiaowen's cycle of collecting food became every other day, and it seemed that the incident should have happened at that time. But she was still a little puzzled. Why then? It was his mother who turned into a zombie. Why did Lu Xiaowen want her to kill his wife? Lu Xiaowen smiled bitterly. It was Xiaohui. She lied to me. It took Lu Xiaowen several days to accept the fact that his mother had turned into a monster. At first, he was still lucky, thinking that his mother had hysteria. He tried to open the door and wanted to send her to the hospital. But his mother, who was almost 70 years old, was stronger than him at this time. Her hand suddenly grabbed his arm, like an iron claw, and was about to bite it. In a panic, Xiaohui beside him inserted the dagger for self-defense into his mother's chest, and blood flowed all over the floor. Being blocked by her action, Lu Xiaowen quickly pulled his hand out and closed the door again in time. Through the gap in the shower curtain, he saw that his mother, who had a dagger stuck in her chest, had no feeling at all, and was still banging against the door. Only then did Lu Xiaowen believe that his mother had really turned into a monster. But even if his mother was no longer human, blood was thicker than water. If he sent his mother to an official institution, she would either be dissected or shot. How could he bear it? He already had no father, so how could he lose his mother? Lu Xiaowen could only temporarily block the glass door with tables and cabinets, and draw the curtains in the room. Without light, his mother's movements would be smaller, and would not attract other people's attention. He deceived himself like this, thinking that maybe his mother could recover on her own in the future, or that other patients with the same strange disease would appear and turn his mother back to her original appearance. But when the solar storm came, the noise in the bathroom became smaller and smaller, and the sound of banging against the door was also weak. As a son, he could only watch his mother struggling to death, with tears in his eyes, and fall into the abyss of pain. Xiaohui hesitated for a long time before saying, "Mom, can't hold on any longer?" He lowered his head and said nothing. Xiaohui bit her lip. Although Xiaowen didn't completely ignore her because she was still pregnant, she knew that she was also half responsible for her mother-in-law's behavior. Perhaps to remedy the situation, she came up with a solution that was not a solution. "I think Mom might be too hungry." Seeing that Lu Xiaowen still didn't respond, she simply said it all at once. "Xiaowen, I know you feel bad. But Mom is like this now. Don't you think she looks like a zombie? I think if I want Mom to survive, I have to feed her. A lot of people died of sunburn and freezing outside these 2 days. If we can drag all their bodies back." Lu Xiaowen finally reacted. He turned to look at Xiaohui. She looked strange to him. "You Xiaohui, are you still human? How can you say such things?" If it wasn't you, how could Mom become like this? You killed her, and you want to turn her into a monster." Yu Qiuhui's tears burst out, and he finally spoke out. "I admit that I was wrong. But Mom will really die if she doesn't eat. Do you really want to watch your mother die in front of you? Even if she becomes a zombie, it's better than dying." Seemingly hurt by her words, Lu Xiaowen was speechless. He turned his head and stared blankly at his mother lying in the corner, whose life or death was unknown. She slowly sat down beside him. Her bulging belly made her body look even weaker. Her voice was bewitching, and "It's just a corpse, not a living person. What's the matter?" It seemed that from that day on, he went out to find food for his mother. At first, it was a corpse that had been dead for a long time, and his mother didn't even look at it. Later, he began to look for those bodies that had just died and were still warm. His mother did react, pounced on the body, and bit it a few times, and then recovered a little. But later, things slowly developed in an uncontrollable direction. From the bodies that had just died, to him preferring to watch people die without saving them, silently waiting for people to die and then dragging the bodies back. Then he used his talent, in the name of the rescue team, relying on the power of the awakened people in the city, to find those seriously injured and dying people in the city, and secretly drag them back when they only had one breath left. Then he told his teammates that those people died of serious injuries. Until the end, ordinary people could no longer satisfy his mother. And his wife, without his knowledge, asked his teammates to come to help, but pushed his teammates to his mother, who had completely turned into a zombie. When he finally came back from going out, his wife was chewing the bones of his mother, who was about to be raised into a second-level zombie in the moonlight, and wiped the blood from the corners of her mouth with an elegant movement. "Xiaowen, you're back." Chapter 86. I know, I'm not innocent. Lu Xiaowen was a little depressed, with a look of determination in his eyes, but I can't let Xiaohui continue like this. Although it was not his intention, he had done too many wrong things, and it was irreversible. Since then, he knew that Xiaohui was the first to mutate. After her mother's corpse transformation, every time she ate, she could increase her own strength. After her strength was about to reach the threshold of breaking through the second-level zombie, Xiaohui absorbed her mother's accumulated power into her body at once, and jumped to the top of the food chain. Xiaohui is no longer a human being. The moment she killed my mother, she had become a complete monster. I can sense the powerful mental power in you, and I know you can definitely help me. Lu Xiaowen's eyes were filled with pleading. Xian Li's expression did not change at all. She said lightly, "Why should I help you?" Lu Xiaowen was stunned. Yes, they are not related. Why would he think that Xian Li can help him? But apart from Xian Li, he did not see the possibility that anyone could compete with Xiaohui now. He gritted his teeth. If you are willing to help me, I can extract my mental power for you. Xian Li was stunned. Extract? Yes. Lu Xiaowen took a deep breath. I have a way to extract the mental power. The mental power in the awakened body is flowing, and can be driven by his own consciousness. When he activated his talent once, he accidentally discovered that his mental power could be materialized into a thumb-sized chip. After saying that, Lu Xiaowen stretched out his hand, and there was indeed a small chip floating under the skin of his palm. Xiaohui can use it to absorb my mental power and maintain the energy necessary for survival. Lu Xiaowen smiled bitterly. After Xiaohui absorbed her mother's energy, ordinary people and ordinary awakeners could no longer meet her energy consumption, so she regarded him as a sustainable source of energy. This was also the reason why Xiaohui had not killed him. Xian Li's breath was choked. The chip under his skin was exactly the same as the blue chip she picked up from Hongli. Lu Xiaowen's mental power level was actually equivalent to Hongli. This was really a pleasant surprise. Ball's system upgrade required 9 chips, and she also needed Lu Xiaowen's talent. Xian Li pondered for a while, and agreed to take a risk. She had reason to believe that after absorbing the energy of Lu Xiaowen's mother, Xiaohui was now equivalent to a second-level corpse driver. Before today, Xian Li could not ensure that she could escape from the corpse drive unscathed, but after absorbing the power of the ghost-face worm, she had a new talent effect, which was enough for her to fight against the corpse drive. However, the second-level corpse drive is a comprehensive improvement for the first-level zombie, and it can go out to hunt by itself. Why does Xiaohui still need to drive Lu Xiaowen, an unnecessary awakener? Perhaps there is another hidden reason. Xian Li secretly kept a watchful eye. According to Lu Xiaowen, Xiaohui's power will be weakened before dawn. Now it is less than an hour before the sun rises, which is the best time to act. Xiaohui has been getting weaker, and weaker for some reason these days. My mental power can no longer meet her needs. She had already sensed it when you entered the city. Let me capture you and provide her with a new source of energy. So Miss Xian, I need your cooperation. Seeing that Xian Li nodded without minding, Lu Xiaowen gestured to her to lie down on the cart behind him with some apology, and then pretended to be knocked unconscious. Lying on the cart, Xian Li remembered that when she was transported to the cave by Rongwan, she was already quite skilled in the role of a captive. The hotel where Lu Xiaowen lived was a 10-minute walk from here. When turning into another street, Xian Li found that the surrounding environment was surprisingly quiet. She secretly released her mental power to explore the surroundings of the Rose Hotel. There was no sign of life, and the hotel was shrouded in a thick fog, and she could not sense the situation inside. As they were about to enter Xiaohui's warning area, Lu Xiaowen whispered, Miss Xian, we are almost there. Xian Li immediately gathered his mental strength to avoid attracting Xiaohui's attention. The Rose Hotel is a chain of 4-star hotels. The environment and conditions are incomparable to ordinary B&Bs and hotels. Lu Xiaowen had some tricks to find such a place to stay after the disaster. After entering the door of the Rose Hotel, Xian Li first felt the heavy corpse gas. The heavy corpse gas almost penetrated into her pores, making her brain a little dizzy. The strong smell of blood tightly wrapped her, making her feel extremely uncomfortable. There was no breath of living people in the hotel either, and there was almost no light in the hall. The front was only illuminated by the mobile phone in Lu Xiaowen's hand. The corridor was narrow, with a thick carpet on the floor, so you could hardly make any footsteps when walking on it. With her eyes closed, Xian Li could hear Lu Xiaowen's nervous breathing, and the subtle sound of the cart rubbing against the carpet. The suite at the end of the corridor was filled with an ominous atmosphere. The closer she got to there, the more uneasy she felt, until Lu Xiaowen pushed open the door of the suite, and her uneasiness reached its peak. Xiaowen, you're back. As soon as the door opened, Qiao Hui's sticky and tender voice rang out. Even without releasing her mental power, she could smell the strong corpse odor on Qiao Hui's body, and even more so, she could feel the unusual and strange energy on her body. The energy fluctuations carried a swift malice that attacked her brain in an instant. This is definitely a powerful force that can crush all the zombies in Cheng City. Xian Li closed her eyes and endured the discomfort that slowly rose from the bottom of her heart. Qiao Wei, the person, is here. Lu Xiaowen's heart was beating like a drum, and there was a subtle tremor in his voice, not just because he was with Xian Li who pretended to be unconscious. For Qiao Wei now, the love he had in the past was almost gone, replaced by unspeakable fear and disgust. Xian Li felt as if a pair of evil eyes were looking her up and down. Qiao Hui's evil thoughts seemed to be crushing her body, staring at her every move, and she would be caught by the other party immediately if she moved a little. Lu Xiaowen's heart tightened, and he pretended to be calm, controlling his eyes from looking at Xian Li, for fear that Qiao Hui would see the flaw, and he only dared to secretly pay attention to Xian Li with his peripheral vision. Under this pressure, Xian Li did not move, breathing slowly, as if he had really fainted, and knew nothing about everything around him. Well done, Xiaowen. The other party seemed to finally believe that Lu Xiaowen had completed her task, and Xian Li's pressure was relieved. Although the other party's eyes had clearly moved away, she was still worried. Don't forget what you promised me. Lu Xiaowen breathed a sigh of relief without leaving a trace, and his tone was a little anxious. Of course. Qiao Hui's charming ending tone rose, exactly the same as when she acted coquettishly in front of him before, but Lu Xiaowen knew that she was no longer the Qiao Hui of the past. I promise you, I will let you go after you catch her. Qiao Hui slightly raised the corners of her red mouth. She looked like a beautiful woman with a charming smile, but Lu Xiaowen felt a chill in his heart. Her abdomen was bulging, but her figure was still slim. She was also wearing a lotus pink skirt, which made her skin look whiter, but also made her belly look surprisingly large. Lu Xiaowen vaguely remembered that it seemed to be bought by them together before she got pregnant. Xian Li couldn't hear Qiao Hui's footsteps, but her voice seemed to be right next to her ears, and the stench from her mouth almost sprayed on her face. But I didn't promise you to bring people to kill me. She was like a poisonous snake spitting out her tongue, saying the words that scared Lu Xiaowen the most. As soon as the voice fell, the green hand was about to touch Xian Li's neck. Lu Xiaowen's face suddenly turned pale, and it felt like a sledgehammer hit him hard in the head. His heart was shocked, and before he could stop it, he saw Xian Li lying on the cart flipped off the cart at an incredible angle, narrowly avoiding the hands of the evil ghost who was taking his life. Xian Li finally opened his eyes. A woman stood in the middle of the room, her long hair draped behind her like silk, her fair skin slightly shimmering, her lips like delicate rose petals. Just looking at her appearance, she couldn't be associated with zombies at all. But when she saw her eyes, she realized that she was not human. The eyes, which should have been black and white, were now replaced by thick black, and the pupils were like round red agates falling in the deep ink. Xian Li's eyes moved down. Her limbs were so slender that they seemed to break if bent, but her belly could not be ignored, and her high belly stretched her clothes tightly. Qiao Hui held her waist with one hand, and her belly with the other, looking at Lu Xiaowen with a sad look. Xiaowen, you lied to me. Lu Xiaowen's tense nerves seemed to break at this moment, and he roared uncontrollably, you are a monster, you should have died long ago. He was overwhelmed by hatred. He remembered how Qiao Hui devoured his mother bit by bit, and how she used the child to threaten him, and let her drive him. There was a flame burning in his heart, completely burning his reason. He rushed towards her with a dagger in his hand, roaring, with deep hatred in his eyes. However, the awakened ones with auxiliary talents are often vulnerable to attack and defense. In front of the second-level corpse drive, the small dagger in Lu Xiaowen's hand did not pose any threat at all. Xian Li saw it and wanted to stop it, but it was useless. Lu Xiaowen was very close to Qiao Hui, and she was inconvenient to move, and it was almost impossible to avoid it. But just as Lu Xiaowen's dagger was swung towards her throat, the space around her body seemed to twist, and the tip of the knife went straight through her body and missed. Then, Lu Xiaowen was thrown aside by an unknown force. He flew backwards against the wall with a loud noise, and then his body slid softly to the ground, unconscious. Qiao Hui's eyes were filled with emotion. She looked at him for a while, then turned her gaze to Xian Li, took a deep breath of the fragrance of blood coming from her body, licked her red lips unconsciously, and smiled slightly. Food should look like food. Xian Li suddenly realized that the fog around him had become thicker than before, and the thick fog had even entered the room, making Qiao Hui's figure dim. This was obviously the effect of the fog talent. Xian Li's heart was alarmed. It's not like she had never seen a second-level corpse drive before. The zombies can obtain mental power by eating awakened people. When accumulated to a certain level, they will complete alienation in the body and advance to a second-level corpse drive. Although the corpse drive inherits the original memory of the body, it is actually a virus parasitic in its body that has self-awareness. Although the corpse drive is powerful, its brain capacity is limited, and it cannot have the same wisdom as humans. So naturally it cannot use talents like fog that require complex thinking, and it is more about turning mental power into speed, strength, and regeneration. Now Xiaohui is not as simple-minded as ordinary corpse drives. Instead, she has clear thinking and can even turn her body into mist, making all attacks ineffective. But the pungent corpse smell on her body, Xian Li is sure that it is not fake. Chapter 87. The damp and cold mist made Xian Li shudder. The mist was everywhere, and the dimly lit room was swallowed by the thick fog. Xiaohui, who was only a few meters away from her, lost her whereabouts in an instant. Almost at the same time, Xian Li also put herself into the black hole. Xiaohui seemed to have a tracking effect in the mist. As soon as Xian Li entered the black hole, Xiaohui appeared at the place where she disappeared. Seeing that the target was not here, Xiaohui asked in confusion, "Huh?" She took 2 steps with her belly bulging, but still could not see Xian Li. She was confused, but she was sure that Xian Li could not escape from her mist range. When her mist talent was activated, it could construct a maze. No one could enter or leave without her permission. She did not sense the breath of anyone leaving. In the thick fog, Xiaohui's red lips curled up slightly. This was the first prey that she found interesting. Is she playing hide and seek? Very good, she can practice before Pepe is born. Hide well, don't let me find you. Xiaohui heard a noise not far away and walked over there. After she left, Xian Li appeared in the same place. But just as Xian Li took a few steps outside, a sense of danger took her heart. Her body squatted down for some reason, and then a slight puff sound came from the air, and the mist above her head seemed to be split by a sharp weapon. If she hadn't dodged in time, it would have been her head that was split. Xian Li escaped a disaster, and before she could remember to be happy, she felt the strong stench of corpse coming in an instant. The mist behind her instantly solidified into a solid body. Who else could it be but Xiaohui? I've got you. Xiaohui's voice was close to her ears. She leaned forward slightly, and could bite her neck with one mouth, but at that moment, Xiaohui felt her body stiffen uncontrollably. When she was able to move, Xian Li disappeared without a trace again. In the thick fog, she tilted her head and smiled like a girl. In the crisis, Xian Li activated the locking effect. Before her hand touched him, he retracted himself into the black hole again. The current situation is very unfavorable to her. Although she is invincible in the black hole, she cannot move in and out. As long as she comes a few more times, Xiaohui will know that she can catch her by waiting. She has to find a way to attack Xiaohui. The current situation will only be like cutting meat with a blunt knife, which cannot fundamentally solve the problem. The night before sunrise is still very dark. The entire Rose Hotel is shrouded in misty water. Xian Li once again activated her save talent, read the previous body data, and removed a shallow wound on her arm. She couldn't remember how many times she tried to attack Xiaohui, but she was easily dodged. She was like a ghost, able to turn her body into mist at any time. And when her attack missed, a blade made of mist would cut her body. Although Xian Li's physical fitness was far beyond that of ordinary people, and the firewall strengthened her defense, she could still be injured by the mist blade, which was like a double attack of magic and physics. She could see that Xiaohui wanted her blood just like those first-level zombies. So she had to activate her talent again and again to read the physical data recorded by Save before, which made her mental power consumed at a very fast speed. Save can only record her physical data, and mental power is not within this range. Whether it is physical attacks using swords and guns, or replicating the high-temperature flames of red carp, they can't hurt Xiaohui at all. She seemed to be deliberately playing tricks on Xian Li. Every time Xian Li thought she was about to succeed, she instantly misted her body, making her attack opportunity that she had finally found fall through. Xian Li came out of the black hole again, and typed on the keyboard that lit up in the air. She locked Xiaohui's body in place, and at the same time, her left hand replicated the high-temperature flames, and her right hand held a gun and accurately fired 20 rounds of bullets at her abdomen. This was the maximum number of shots she could shoot. This time, Xiaohui seemed to be completely tired of the game of hide-and-seek. After she turned her body into mist, all of Xian Li's attacks were in vain. Xian Li, who wanted to put herself into the black hole, felt that the mist around her body became sticky like glue, which made her fingers move a little slower. The moment Xiao Hui's body materialized, several mist blades were fired at the same time as if they were a response to her previous bullets, leaving several deep and shallow scars on Xian Li's body. Xian Li's left hand seemed to be glued, and she couldn't move on the keyboard at all. Although her talent effect is strong, she still needs her fingers to tap on the light and shadow keyboard, and Xiao Hui saw through this and turned the mist around her hand into glue, so that she could no longer activate her talent by tapping the keyboard. Xiao Hui looked at the deepest wound on Xian Li's collarbone, which exuded the scent of blood that made her intoxicated, and her red agate-like pupils revealed a few traces of joy. At this time, Xian Li, who was unable to activate her talent, lowered her head. The wounds on her body that could heal instantly were still exposed, and she was slowly repairing them by relying on her own strong body recovery ability. She always seemed to be in a good mood. Are you curious why I, as a zombie, can use the talent that only humans have? Xian Li pursed his lips, was silent for a moment, and asked as she wished, why? Seeing Xian Li's cooperation, Xiao Hui's eyes showed satisfaction. Of course, it's because I am also an awakener. Xian Li was slightly startled. Xiao Hui chuckled, lowered her head, and stroked her bulging belly, but her face did not have the loving eyes of a mother, but some disgust. She was seen to lift up her shirt halfway without any scruples, revealing her towering belly. Xian Li saw that the skin under the clothes had been stretched to the extreme, swollen as if it would burst at any time, and the belly seemed to have become translucent, and there was a ball of thing shaking inside. The strong stench of corpse on Xiao Hui's body came from the thing in her belly. His name is Lu Suixing, and he's a boy. I met Xiaowen through a blind date. At that time, he was very famous in the state-owned enterprise. He was handsome and capable. My father is a businessman. After meeting Xiaowen, he thought he was a good candidate for business. Since then, Xiaowen has quit his job in the state-owned enterprise. Facts have proved that he is indeed very talented in business. I believe that even without my father, he would have no problem starting from scratch. But after I got pregnant, I asked him whether he liked boys or girls, and Xiaowen said girls. Later, when he learned that it was a boy, he hesitated again and decided on this name. Later, I learned that before me, Xiaowen had a childhood sweetheart next door. They had been together for 10 years. He was in school, and the girl worked in a factory. Their family was poor. Xiaowen's major was computer science, and the family couldn't even afford a computer. At that time, computers with good configurations were not cheap. The girl lived frugally, and saved 2 months' salary to buy Xiaowen a laptop, but someone cheated her money online. 2 months' salary was wasted. She was absent-minded while working and had an accident. She couldn't be saved. You should have guessed that the girl's name had a star in it. How could I bear that my child was treated as a souvenir by his father? I wanted to abort the baby at one point, but this was the boy their family had been waiting for a long time, and I was obstructed by his family in every way. At that time, the child was already 6 months old, and the risk of induced abortion was very high, so I kept delaying it. As a result, not long after, a typhoon came. I thought this was an opportunity. When the flood came, I pretended to fall into the water accidentally, hoping that the child would leave by himself. But in order to save me, or to save the grandson of the Lu family, my father-in-law was washed away by the flood. If it weren't for the child in my belly, my mother-in-law would have wanted to kill me. Later we came to Cheng City, and I always wanted to find a chance to get rid of the child, but my mother-in-law kept a close eye on me, and there were people coming and going in the school, so I had no chance, so we moved here. When I got here, the only person I had to avoid was my mother-in-law. I always find opportunities to be alone in the bathroom, and then use various methods to try to kill this child. But even if I slam my stomach against the sink, there is no sign of miscarriage. Once I even brought a knife and wanted to pierce my stomach directly. But just like now, she said, clenching her fist and hitting her abdomen fiercely. And just like every time Xian Li attacked her, her stomach instantly misted, and her fist went straight through her own body, looking inexplicably weird. So I knew that this child had become an unkillable monster. I don't know when I started to have the ability to mist. I only know that every time I was attacked, it was this monster in my stomach that controlled my ability to activate. I was very scared. That day, when I was in the bathroom, and was about to get rid of this child, my mother-in-law suddenly broke in. She saw me pouring the freshly boiled soup on my stomach, and she was crazy to come up to stop me. In the tearing, she touched my stomach. As a result, she suddenly froze and fell straight back. Then she turned into a monster like this child. And what happened afterwards was just as Lu Xiaowen said. When he came back, he saw his mother-in-law turned into a monster. Seeing his pain, I felt so happy. She had a weird smile on her lips, and a happy hatred in her eyes, so I no longer wanted to kill this child. I wanted to give birth to him. Didn't Lu Xiaowen want this child? Then let him see what a terrible monster this Lu Suisheng is. Until later, he began to communicate with me. He told me that because he had already become a zombie when the embryo was formed, he was able to survive because he relied on my spiritual power as an awakener as nutrients. As long as I don't die, he won't die. If you want to peel him off, you need more spiritual power. So I began to absorb Lu Xiaowen's spiritual power, but this was just a drop in the bucket for him. Until you came to Chong City, this child set his sights on you. Your spiritual power is pure, and your blood has an inexplicable attraction. By absorbing your power, he can completely separate from my body. Xiaohui smiled vaguely. So, in order for me to live, you must die. Chapter 88. My story is over. Do you have anything else to say? Xiaohui's expression was somewhat compassionate, as if she was kind to Xianli, the unlucky person who suddenly bumped into her, and allowed her to leave her last words. Xianli saw her staring at him, thinking that she wanted him to comment on the story, so he thought for a while and commented pertinently, "It's really. The dog blood comes from life." She didn't know if it was Xianli's illusion, but she felt Xiaohui's expression froze for a moment. Fortunately, she quickly adjusted herself and walked towards Xianli step by step. And on her bulging belly like a frog, there were 2 small black palm prints. The stench of the corpse was so strong that Xianli couldn't breathe. The formed fetus in her belly seemed to be looking at her with ill intention through the thin skin. The overwhelming malice swept towards Xianli, making her mind appear dazed for a moment. Just as Xiaohui was 1 step away from her, and the 2 small black handprints on her belly were about to touch Xianli's skin, a sound of breaking air came from behind her. A dagger flew from nowhere, and the cold tip of the knife rushed towards her, with enough force to pierce her throat. Xiaohui's body was atomized when the tip of the knife touched her. If the mother died, the fetus would also die. In order to avoid the mother's injury, Lu Suisheng controlled Xiaohui's body to atomize and avoid the attack. But this also meant that he could not touch Xianli. The dagger passed through Xiaohui's atomized body and fell on Xianli. Xianli was entangled in the gelatinous mist, and she was too lazy to turn her head away. The dagger could not leave even a trace on her. Xiaohui looked back and saw that Lu Xiaowen had woken up at some point. Blood was flowing from his forehead. The dagger he had just thrown had already consumed all his strength. Xiaohui murmured, "Did you hear it?" Lu Xiaowen nodded. His expression was painful. His voice was hoarse. "Xiaohui, why didn't you tell me earlier?" She laughed at herself. "Will things change if I tell you?" Lu Xiaowen was silent for a moment, with pain in his eyes, and shook his head. "But my parents are innocent. Did they treat you badly? My father died in the flood for you, and my mother would rather starve herself to make you full, for fear of hurting the child. Don't you have any fault at all?" His face was full of confusion, and he didn't understand why it got to this point because of a name. It's just a name. Is it that important? No matter what he is called, he is our Lu family's child. If you told me earlier, we can find a way together. Xiaohui sneered, with a look on her face that I knew it. Lu Xiaowen was still the same, and never considered it from her perspective. In the past, he thought it was the most important thing to keep the child, and now even if he knew that the child was a freak, he still subconsciously aimed at her throat when attacking her. What are you thinking of? Are you thinking of a way to kill me? Xiaohui. Listen to me. Shut up. Xiaohui's expression was twisted, and she shouted excitedly. Her towering belly bulged, and the black shadows seemed to sense the mother's emotional instability, and kept bumping out through the transparent skin, as if it was about to get out. Xiaohui's face turned pale. She endured the pain, patted her abdomen to comfort her, and the shadow calmed down. No matter what you think, I need her blood now. Xiaohui pointed in the direction of Xianli. This is the only solution. No, Xiaohui. Lu Xiaowen said anxiously. Do you really want to give birth to this monster? He killed my grandmother, and ate so many people. How do you know if he will let you go? Listen to me, I have a way to save you. I can bring you back to life. As long as you believe in me. Xianli, who had been watching from the sidelines, heard this, and his heart moved. What do you mean come back to life? Do you think I'm a child? How can I come back to life after I die? Why don't you let your mother come back to life? Xiaohui cried out hoarsely. She felt her heart thumping, as if something was burning. Her emotions involuntarily collapsed, and her pupils were as red as dripping blood. You just want me to die, and want me to die with this child. Lu Xiaowen could see that Xiaohui's current state was not right, and it was partly due to the contents of her stomach. Xiaohui, calm down. Don't be affected by him. Xiaohui had tears in her eyes, and she was panting. She suddenly felt much weaker, and even the mist around her became much lighter. The severe pain in her stomach made her sit on the ground. Her face was much paler than before, and even her rose-like lips had lost their color. Xianli saw a weak mental power flowing through her body, and the place where it gathered was the black shadow on her stomach. The black shadow was absorbing her mental power. Lu Xiaowen's expression changed. Xiaohui needed to absorb spiritual power almost every 12 hours. Calculating the time, it was time to eat now. Without him, as an energy source, the monster had to absorb nutrients directly from the mother body. He didn't care about much, and walked quickly to Xiaohui, interlocking his hand with the chip with Xiaohui's fingers. Soon, his face began to turn pale, and his breathing became much faster. The spiritual power he had just recovered flowed into Xiaohui's body through his clasped hands. With Lu Xiaowen sharing, Xiaohui's face was not as ugly as before, and her mood calmed down a little. She looked up at Lu Xiaowen, and her eyes finally revealed the fear of death. She trembled and said, Xiaowen, I don't want to die. No, no. Lu Xiaowen was anxious, and at this time, regardless of Xianli's presence, he told her all his plans. Listen to me, there is a safe in my office, and the things inside can help you reshape a body. At this time, a sense of danger seized Xianli's heart, and she subconsciously stopped him. Wait a minute. But it was too late. Seeing Xiaohui's expression loosen up, Lu Xiaowen breathed a sigh of relief, and before he finished speaking, he felt a strange feeling in his abdomen. He was slightly stunned and looked down slowly. He was very close to Xiaohui, and Xiaohui's abdomen was close to him, and now there was a strange bulge on the abdomen, which was in the shape of a small hand. The black little hand was close to his body through a layer of skin, and the blood in his body was like a rushing river, rushing to that place uncontrollably. His hands, which were clasped with Xiaohui's, seemed to be stuck together by glue, and they couldn't get rid of it. Xiaowen. Xiaohui opened her mouth, but the words that followed were like the mute button, and she couldn't hear anything. For a moment, her face was distorted, but she couldn't make any sound. But she heard something clearly making a sound inside her body, and that thing seemed to be speaking for the first time, like a child learning to speak, with unclear words and slow speech. Thank you, Dad, Mom. Lu Xiaowen's pupils suddenly dilated, and in an instant, the whole person looked haggard. Xiaohui looked at her abdomen in horror. Her head was covered with cold sweat, and her waterfall-like hair suddenly lost all its luster and became like dry grass stuck to her face. Her skin, which was originally as delicate as a girl, also aged at this moment, and the whole person was wrinkled, as if she had aged by dozens of years, with sunken skin, a distorted expression due to fear, and nostrils moving weakly. Having absorbed the blood and spiritual power of two people, the blood vessels on Xiaohui's abdomen were clearly visible, and the skin became thinner and thinner, until it was almost as thin as a cicada's wing, and the black shadow inside could slowly see the shape of a baby. Finally, the thin skin slowly cracked under her gaze. A pair of pale little hands stretched out from it, peeling off the transparent skin, first a huge head, and then a weak body that did not match the head. The aura of the corpse reached its peak at this moment, and even the surrounding fog stopped flowing. Although it was a baby, his face was no different from that of an adult, and it looked very weird. He inherited Lu Xiaowen's face shape and nose, and his whole body was covered with sticky tar-like transparent mucus. His two short arms waved involuntarily on the side of his face like lotus roots. When he sensed the danger, Xianli had already retreated to a safe range. Lu Xiaowen's expression at this time remained in shock and fear. He had been sucked to death by the freak, and the chip in his palm had been completely absorbed. Xianli was heartbroken. That was the chip that Lu Xiaowen promised to give her. Although she had thought about saving Lu Xiaowen just now, she could feel that there was a special bond between them, parents and children, forged by blood relations. Whether it was her mental power or her body, as long as she touched Lu Xiaowen, her blood would also be drained by the freak. Xianli stared at the culprit, who had just crawled out of the mother's body with anger. She had to teach this freak his first lesson today, to let him know what it meant to pay for his father's debt. Xiaohui was still alive. She was puzzled and asked in a dying struggle, why? Why? Didn't he say that the mother and the fetus are in a symbiotic relationship? Why did she die and he was still alive? The fetus's mucus-stained eyes slowly opened, and with an adult face, he laughed like a child, which was creepy. That was before, Mom. His eyes, which were exactly the same as Xiaohui's, turned around, and his blood-red pupils stared at Xianli tightly, As long as she is here, I can live. At the same time that Xianli shuddered, a flash of inspiration flashed in her mind, and she finally connected all these things. She finally understood why Lu Xiaowen would issue the task of retrieving the safe. In the previous life, the freak could not be separated from Qiaohui because he would die if he did not have continuous mental power after being forcibly born. He could barely survive by relying on the mental power provided by Qiaohui and Lu Xiaowen, and Qiaohui became weaker and weaker. It was probably when Qiaohui was the weakest that Lu Xiaowen found an opportunity to kill his wife, and finally discovered the existence of the freak. Because of regret, he decided to revive his wife, and he needed to get the things in the safe. But at that time, the golden brick building had become the nest of the ghost face bug. As an auxiliary awakener, he was powerless and had to issue the task in the base, hoping that someone would help him retrieve it. But in this life, because of Xianli's participation, the freak was aware of her existence and had the hope of rebirth. So he bewitched Qiaohui and drove Lu Xiaowen to bring her over. So Lu Xiaowen had to bring forward the plan to kill Qiaohui, and the freak obviously only regarded the two of them as sustainable power banks. Now that Xianli was a backup, he did not hesitate to suck them all dry. The blood and mental power of the two awakened people, Lu Xiaowen and Qiaohui, were at best appetizers, but they were enough for him to be born as a second-level corpse driver. And Xianli in front of him was his main meal. Chapter 89. Don't worry, Mom and Dad, I will definitely live well for you. The huge head turned slightly, and took a last look at the remains of Qiaohui and Lu Xiaowen, with a natural cruelty in his tone. Just as he was paying his last respects to his dead parents, with a bang, a bullet pierced his brain and hit the floor. Xianli held the gun, and there was still a little gunpowder smoke at the muzzle. Just now she thought that the newly born corpse driver might be the weakest, so when would she take action if not now? After Qiaohui died, the sticky fog on her hand also dissipated, and she shot Lu Suishing without hesitation. But just like her countless failed attacks before, Lu Suishing in front of him was unharmed, and he also had the ability to atomize. After missing the target, Xianli turned around and ran away without looking back. She was now certain that this second-level corpse driver had completely inherited Xiao Hui's talent for mist, and Lu Suishing behind him used two short arms to support his weak body, and his head, which was several times larger than his body, turned in another direction. Although the bullet did not hurt him at all, it obviously angered him. Anyone who was interrupted during mourning would be angry. He stared at the direction where Xianli left, with a vicious light flashing in his eyes. Xianli had been wandering in the mist for half an hour. The mist that had begun to fade when Xiao Hui's mental strength was exhausted did not dissipate after being absorbed by Lu Suishing, and became thick again. The newborn Lu Suishing seemed to have not learned to walk yet, and could only crawl on the ground. Although she was faster, the sound of her body dragging on the floor followed her closely like a thorn in her side. She was originally at the door of the suite. As long as she turned around and walked straight for 30 meters, she would be able to reach the lobby of the hotel. On the right was the staircase leading upstairs. Before, the thick fog covered the entire Rose Hotel. Although Qiaohui could locate her in the thick fog, she could still recognize the layout of the Rose Hotel through visual light and dark adjustment, and hide and escape up and down the stairs. Now Xianli has been running straight in the thick fog for 10 minutes. According to common sense, at her speed, she should be able to run from the suite of the hotel to the other end. But now, let alone the stairs, she didn't even touch the wall. She also tried to put herself into the black hole, but for some reason, the effect of this talent failed. Xianli could take things out of the black hole, but she couldn't recycle any objects, including herself. The baby corpse behind her, crawling with a huge head, seemed to sense the abnormal movement of her talent, and let out a string of silver bell-like laughter, which echoed in the thick fog. Give up, your realm is useless. There can only be one realm. Realm, a strange word. Xianli did not stop running. Judging from the sound, the corpse driver was still some distance away from her. She decided to ask, "What is a realm?" The corpse driver behind her paused, and the strange child voice was a little surprised. "You don't know what a realm is?" The newborn baby is simple, and he is still a corpse driver, so his IQ is not very high. Lu Suishing didn't mind explaining these questions to her. Anyway, she would always be his food. When the talent is upgraded to a certain level, you can generate your own realm. Isn't that what you just used? Xianli thought as he ran. The boundary of the thick fog seemed endless and boundless. And the boundary that Lu Suishing mentioned, literally speaking, is roughly an independent space. He said that the clearing and recycling she used was a kind of boundary, so that means that the black hole is the boundary she generated, and the boundary he mentioned can only exist one, which means that the thick fog she is in now is her own boundary, which may be upgraded by absorbing the spiritual power of Qiaohui and Lu Xiuwen, and has the same attribute as her black hole. She is equivalent to. After being put into the black hole by him, she naturally could not use her own world. She was trapped in his cage. Xianli thought of her control over the black hole, and her heart sank. If the current thick fog has the same properties as her black hole, then it means that Lu Suixing can also control the speed of time in the fog. That is to say, she has been running for so long now, maybe only 1 second has passed in reality. Seemingly realizing that Xianli finally realized the nature of the thick fog, the corpse driver laughed even happier. I am the master of this world. Not only the speed of time, but also the size of space are all controlled by me. As soon as the voice fell, Xianli felt that the thick fog, which originally had no boundaries, became more and more difficult as she moved forward, until the thick fog in front of her became a solid, with an invisible air wall in the middle, and she could not move forward any further. The baby corpse driver was proud in his heart. In order to adapt to his newly grown hands and feet, he did not limit the boundaries of the fog. And now, he has gradually become proficient in using this body, and naturally he is tired of playing the chasing game with Xianli. I'm so lucky to have met a turbid blood awakener before I was born. Another new term. Xianli leaned against the fog wall, looked at the big-headed baby not far from her, and asked calmly, "What is turbid blood? Why don't you know anything?" The huge head tilted, and then suddenly realized, no wonder, only corpses and above can inherit the memory in the blood. Humans don't understand what kind of power they have. The corpse species that digested turbid blood can become the strongest source of pollution. Awakeners are simply the product of failed evolution. Corpse species are the correct evolution of humans. And you have turbid blood and pure spiritual power at the same time. If I eat you, I can become a complete body, advance to the 3rd level, and it is not impossible to become the master of corpse species. Xianli felt a chill in his heart. The corpse species he mentioned was probably the general term for himself by zombies. In the previous life, the official announced that the 3rd level zombies might appear in the 6th year of the apocalypse, and Xianli had died before that, so naturally he couldn't know the direction of that timeline. Now it seems that the 3rd level zombie Sherming does not only exist in human speculation, but what shocked her even more was that there was a higher existence above the 3rd level Sherming. That is the zombie master mentioned by Lu Suixing, which is undoubtedly the zombie king in human understanding. When the 1st level zombies appeared, humans generally believed that zombies had no intelligence, so they could often rely on traps to ambush zombies. But after the appearance of the corpse driver, people began to find that the corpse driver would never be fooled a second time after being fooled once. This also makes people realize that the brain of zombies can evolve. Some people even suggested that if zombies are allowed to evolve, perhaps in the end, zombies with improved intelligence and physique will directly replace human existence and become the new masters of Blue Star, the real new humans. Lu Suixing's words confirmed this possibility. Since intelligence can evolve, does it mean that zombies in the future can also generate emotions? By then, can zombies really become a species that can compete with humans? Xianli didn't have time to think, and the mist around her turned sticky and gelatinous, wrapping her body like paste. She suddenly lost her balance and fell to the ground, unable to move. Lu Suixing in front of her was holding the adult-sized head and slowly crawling towards her. He grinned and showed all his teeth. He grinned and got closer and closer to Xianli. "Thank you for the hospitality." He opened his bloody mouth, and the stench in his mouth hit Xianli's face, making her almost nauseous. The turbid blood awakener in front of him had become a lamb to be slaughtered, and could only lie on the ground obediently and become his food. Perhaps because humans are afraid of the cold, the food in front of him had changed into thick clothes at some point, and his body and limbs were wrapped tightly. Lu Suixing's body had just been born, and although he looked no different from an adult, the development of his teeth was out of his control. It would take time to grow a full mouth of teeth, and at this time, he had only grown 2 front teeth. The newly pointed teeth were not sharp enough, so he tried to take a bite of the food leg that was wrapped like a zonzi, but he only bit a mouthful of cotton wool. This outrageous human. He actually wore a thick cotton coat, cotton pants, woolen pants, gloves, cotton boots, and a helmet on his head. Xianli breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this. When Lu Suixing was talking to his parents just now, his mouth opened and closed, and Xianli had to pay attention to his teeth. The mouth was black and there were only 2 front teeth, which was ridiculous with an adult's face. And the zombies wanted to suck blood only through teeth. So she had an idea, and while running and spinning in the fog, she did not forget to put on the thickest clothes in the black hole, wrapping herself up like a dumpling with 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. I didn't expect it to work. Lu Suisheng looked at his undeveloped little hands, which were only the size of a mineral water bottle cap, and could not peel off the shell of food at all. He was very angry, looking up and down at Xianli, and finally found that there was no place on her body that was wrapped. Perhaps because he was not paying attention while running, the scarf wrapped around him had loosened, revealing his slender neck. The scent of turbid blood had penetrated his nose through the thin skin. The human's hands were still protecting his face, as if he wanted to wrap the scarf again. Lu Suisheng smiled again, showing his 2 front teeth. I'm going to start eating. He opened his mouth again, showing his 2 small and sharp front teeth. As if to retaliate against Xianli's teasing, he bit the small piece of skin that was exposed viciously. Smash! The sound of teeth colliding with metal sounded, followed by a tooth-chilling shattering sound. Lu Suisheng raised his head in disbelief. One of his 2 sharp front teeth had completely shattered and fell to the ground, and the other was also shaky, with only a piece of flesh left connecting it to the gums. He looked at Xianli's neck. The skin that should have been exposed was now blocked by something, and that thing was harder than his teeth. If the atmosphere wasn't inappropriate at this time, Xianli would really burst out laughing. The reason why she protected her neck with both hands was to take out something from the black hole to block the bite of the corpse driver. And the hardest thing in her black hole was undoubtedly the eggshell she pulled from Jinwu. This eggshell has amazing defense power, and it can even resist the venom of the Ghost-Faced Queen, which is the same as the second-level corpse driver. So it's not so strange that it can go head-to-head with the teeth of a newly born second-level corpse driver. Chapter 90. Lu Suisheng crawled around Xianli angrily. You? Shameless. The toothless Lu Suisheng spoke with a little leak. Xianli chuckled, you are toothless. Lu Suisheng became even angrier, and a hoarse roar came out of his throat, but he could do nothing to Xianli. The forced birth had consumed 70% of his mental power absorbed from his parents, and the formation of the fog world consumed half of the remaining mental power. He thought that Xianli could replenish it quickly, but he didn't expect that the little mental power left would need to be used to regenerate teeth. Xianli was actually a little embarrassed. Her talent needed to operate the light and shadow keyboard to activate, and the gelatinization of the fog made her unable to move. The only thing she could do was to take items out of the black hole. Is there any way to clear the fog? If it was normal, the sunlight and the rising temperature would dispel the thick fog. Originally, Xianli wanted to delay the time until sunrise, and the fog would naturally dissipate. But Lu Suisheng adjusted the flow rate of time in the fog world, and the sunrise was far away. If Jinwu was here at this time, it would be great. His light talent should be able to restrain the fog of the corpse drive. Thinking of this, Xianli recalled that after Jinwu broke out of his shell, a feather fell, and was taken back into the black hole by her. And then Jinwu used the feather to carve golden handwriting on the ground when he was drawing. Then maybe his feathers would also have the effect of his light talent left? She glanced at it with her peripheral vision. The big-headed corpse drive was still concentrating on using his mental power to regenerate teeth. At this time, a little white tip had already appeared on the gums. In about a few minutes, he would grow a good set of teeth. Xianli was certain in her heart. She calmly took out the golden feather from the black hole. With the cover of the thick fog, the golden light on the feather was well hidden. She tried to use her mental power to inject into the feather. The fluff on it trembled a little. Xianli was happy and continued to inject, but there was no reaction except that the fluff trembled a little. Xianli thought to herself that it was not good. If she had known earlier, she would not let the golden crow retreat so far. Not long after, she heard movement from Lu Suisheng. The big-headed corpse turned around and licked with its purple-black tongue. Xianli clearly saw that his teeth had grown into 3 neat rows in his mouth, which made her scalp numb. I wanted to chew it slowly and savor the taste of the turbid blood, but I didn't expect you to dare to hurt me. Thinking of his miserable appearance with all his teeth falling out, Lu Suisheng's face became even gloomier. Now it seems that I have no choice but to swallow you whole. He stared at her with a cracked mouth sinisterly, and Xianli found that his mouth was much bigger than before, and the corners of his mouth were almost cracked behind his ears, and he could bite off half of Xianli's head in one bite. The 3 rows of teeth were like steel forks, and even if she covered herself with eggshells, he could swallow her firmly. When he opened his mouth to the limit and was about to eat Xianli's head in one bite, he felt a burst of heat and saw a ball of fire in Xianli's hand. Lu Suisheng couldn't help but sneer. Don't you understand? All attacks are useless to me. No matter what attack touches him, his body will be directly atomized, and this is still thanks to his mother Qiaohui. Of course I know. Xianli's lips curled up, and her gesture was indeed not directed at him. Then you. Before Lu Suisheng asked, he knew her plan. The flames did not burn him, but herself. The down jacket and cotton trousers Xian Li was wearing had good warmth retention, but they were also very flammable and flammable. They burned very quickly when exposed to open flames. When a down jacket was worn on a person, it would come into contact with the oil on the skin, and the fire would be even more fierce. The high-temperature flame of the red carp was ignited at the first touch. As soon as she took out the flame, she felt the roots of her exposed hair curl slightly. The outermost layer of down jacket immediately burst into flames, and her skin felt a burning sensation, but it was still within the tolerable range. In an instant, Xian Li's body was ignited by a blazing flame. Although Lu Suisheng was not afraid of fire, when the flames touched him, his body vaporized directly, and he opened his mouth and bit nothing. Xian Li was surrounded by flames. For the first time, she knew how painful it was to be burned by flames. Every inch of her skin seemed to be pierced by thousands of needles. It is said that people who are burned to death first feel the shocking pain, but after the muscles and bones under the dermis are burned, the skin will not hurt, the heart rate will increase, the circulatory system will not be able to support the load of the heart and brain, the brain will become dull, and then they will slowly die. You are crazy. I didn't expect that as a corpse driver. One day I would feel that humans are crazier than myself. Lu Suisheng could certainly see how dangerous the flames were. He had no doubt that if his body touched the flames, he would turn into a charcoal in an instant. This man would rather burn himself to death than become his meal. But soon, Lu Suisheng knew he was wrong. A trace of imperceptible blue light flashed in Xian Li's hand. Because of the existence of the firewall, after the clothes on her body were ignited, her body was not burned. But because of the high temperature generated by the flame, her skin still blistered all over her body, and she was in so much pain that she couldn't speak for a while. But it was also because of this flame that the temperature around her body rose, bringing light and heat, and the gelatinous mist dissipated and evaporated into smoke. Xian Li's hands were finally able to move. She endured the huge pain, and the physical torture almost interrupted all her thoughts. She used up all her strength to manipulate the light and shadow keyboard and reread the previously saved body data. So her skin, which had been burned off a layer and exposed flesh and blood, instantly became smooth again. He remembered that when Lu Xiaowen attacked Xiaohui just now, Xiaohui's body was also atomized, so she was a step slower and didn't touch Xian Li. Obviously, she saw it at that time. She didn't want to burn herself to death, but to use his atomization characteristics to make him unable to touch her at all. Guessing Xian Li's plan, she would not die for a while, so Lu Suisheng was not in a hurry. He sneered, "I want to see how long you can last." In order to keep Lu Suisheng in the atomized state, she had to repeat the process of burning a layer of skin, repairing, burning another layer of skin, and repairing again to keep the flames on her body. But that was just a dying struggle. Where did she think she was? She was in his fog world. The mental power consumed by the formation of the fog world was one time. As long as he didn't remove it, the fog world would exist forever. And how many times can her mental power support her to repair her body? When her mental power is exhausted, he can enjoy his dinner in peace. Don't worry, I will die later than you. After repeating the burning and repairing process again and again, Xian Li was numb to the pain, and even felt like talking back. She only had 20% to 30% of her mental power left, and the wound on her skin was large, which consumed a lot of mental power. She could read her body data at most 10 times, and each time could last about 5 minutes. That means she had at most an hour to think of other ways. She looked up inadvertently, and there was still heavy fog there, without any changes. She had been burning for almost an hour. Lu Suisheng had been looking forward to it with his limbs at the beginning, and then he laid down, and now he even had his head on the ground and yawned. He underestimated the endurance of this human, who was the cruelest human he had ever seen. Since he was formed, he has seen quite a few humans, most of whom were sent by his father to supplement his food reserve grandmother. Some of those humans were dying, and they were scared to death when they saw the grandmother's appearance. The most patient person he had seen was a human woman, who was also an awakener and seemed to be his father's teammate. His mother tricked her into coming here, saying that her amniotic fluid broke and she seemed to be about to give birth, and it was inconvenient for his father, a man, to take care of her. As soon as she entered the door, he controlled the corpse-like grandmother to pounce on her and bite her to the ground, and ate her raw. Human flesh and blood are indeed the most delicious when fresh. She was imprisoned by her mother's mist and gelatinized, unable to move, and he thought she had given up resistance. Unexpectedly, she had been using her mental power to protect her brain and stay awake. When her mother's mental power was somewhat relaxed, she stabbed Grandma's eyes with a knife and crushed her brain. That female awakener actually endured the pain of skin and flesh being separated soberly, just to hold on to the end and give Grandma a fatal blow, and then she died. He was not yet born at that time, so he had to let his mother eat the reserved food for Grandma, otherwise he would wait until Grandma developed into a second-level corpse drive before eating it, and with the blood and mental power of the two awakened parents, it was enough for him to be born. And the turbid blood in front of him was even more cruel than the human woman before, who can endure the pain of being burned by fire for an hour, but he could also see that the man could not hold on for long. If he used the repair again, she would be helpless. Although the roasted meat was more woody, and the blood would coagulate, it was not as delicious as fresh meat, but fortunately the effect was the same. He was a good child, and his mother said that good children would not be picky about food. He sat up again, his thin neck supporting his brain with difficulty. His nose moved, as if he had smelled the aroma of cooked meat. His mouth kept secreting saliva, which flowed down from the corners of his mouth. He watched the flames on the man disappear, and the man was half dead with only one breath left. However, the charred skin was indeed not repaired again. He knew that his wait had come to an end. However, just as he approached the man, the turbid blood awakener, who was supposed to become a pile of cooked meat, actually raised her hand tremblingly. Her hand, which was burned black and exposed the pink flesh inside, was holding a gun, and the black muzzle was facing him. He was a little impatient. "I've said it so many times, this trick won't work on me." And the charcoal-like person actually split her mouth. Her lips were half burned off, revealing her teeth. That's not necessarily true. With a loud bang, the bullet that should have passed through his head actually hit him solidly. He was repelled by the huge impact force, took a few steps back, and his weak body fell to the ground, unable to turn over like a turtle. Before he could be shocked why his atomization effect didn't work, he saw that the charred human figure in front of him had completely restored its original appearance. He felt the mental power wandering around every inch of her skin, and it returned to its peak in an instant. Only then did he realize that the fog around him had disappeared at some point, and the fog world also disintegrated. Lee grinned. Although he used F5 to refresh the status, his physical status and mental power values had been restored to full, but his skin still had the illusion of being burned. Refreshing the state was her last retreat for herself. Although there was a side effect of having the talent effect, it was enough to deal with this corpse. She squinted slightly, and the soft light splashed down like the sunshine in the early morning, dispelling the thick fog. After the fog dissipated, Lu Suishing's fog world no longer existed. And there was a figure flapping its wings in the air. It was Jinwoo, who received her message and rushed over quickly. In the halo, he was as handsome as a god descending from heaven, but this atmosphere was soon broken. Wow 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 wow, a series of sharp crow calls came, stinging Lee's ears that had just been repaired not long ago. Her ear canal had been burned in the helmet just now. Jinwoo's call was sharper than ever. Lee could almost translate it. He was saying, "It's okay, Mom. I'm here, Mom. Don't die, Mom." When Lee injected mental power into the feather just now, she felt that the feather had produced a kind of mental power fluctuation, and that fluctuation was in the same frequency as Jinwoo. She could use this feather to convey information to the golden crow. Lee then took a deep breath and cried frantically, "Mom! Help!" Although the information was transmitted, due to the different speed of time, it might only take a few minutes for the golden crow to fly over, but she needed to hold on for several times longer in the fog world. So she chose to use Lu Suishing's body's ability to atomize, and use flames to separate him, and finally support it until the golden crow arrived. After using F5 to refresh the state, although her talent effect can only exert half of its power, with the strong light of the golden crow, it is enough to deal with the corpse drive. "Golden crow!" she shouted loudly, and the golden crow in the air also made a cry, and a beam of strong light shone on Lu Suishing's body. Lee activated the light and shadow adjustment, and injected all his mental power into the beam of light. The world in his eyes turned into nothingness. Ding! The familiar electronic sound rang in Lee's mind. Chapter 91. Talent, Manipulation. Effect obtained. Search, F level. Search, F level. You can search and locate items. How to use. Press Ctrl plus F to search and locate items within the specified range. What she got was not Xiaohui's Miss Talent. She was very envious of the automatic Miss Talent effect, but probably because of the debuff effect after using the refresh state, the probability of obtaining the talent decreased by 50%. Lee thought about it, and guessed that this should be based on Lu Xiaowen's tracking talent. Lu Suisheng inherited Xiaohui's Miss talent, and naturally inherited Lu Xiuwen's tracking talent. The luck is not bad. Although it is only an F-level talent, it is enough for her. Originally, she needed Lu Xiuwen's tracking talent to track down the specific source of the reset needle. As a result, Lu Xiuwen's family all died tragically, which can be regarded as a reunion in the underground. Now it was daybreak, and after finishing her business in Cheng City, Xian Li was about to go back to Linchuan City with Jin Wu, but she found that electronic sound rang again, and a long row of text appeared in her mind. Talent level increased. Current talent level, Level 1 control. Eligibility for the first-class certificate, non-professional. Additional explanation. The first-class certificate, non-professional, is divided into levels 1, 2, 3, and 4. The second-class certificate, professional, is divided into elementary, intermediate, and advanced, and the third-class certificate, employed, is divided into entry, proficient, and master. Do you want to apply for the exam? Exam, assessment? Xian Li's eyes went dark. Now even awakeners have to hold a certificate to work. The reason why she gave up architectural design and turned to graphic design was because architectural design requires a registered architect exam, which takes time to accumulate. Graphic design pays more attention to design ability and works, and is the best choice for her at the moment. She didn't expect that she couldn't escape the certification at the end of the world. Xian Li began to wonder if the strange electronic sound stationed in her mind was a system that had not evolved completely. As for talent upgrades and mental power values, she never had a specific display in her mind, and she relied purely on her own estimation. Soon, she found that below whether to apply for the exam, there was also a description of the assessment plan. Attached assessment plan. Registration time, 1 minute countdown. Application requirements, awakened mental power value reaches more than 10,000. Assessment date, midnight on the 100th day of the Eozoic era. Assessment time, 24 hours. Assessment purpose, assess the awakened person's basic knowledge of manipulation talents and the initial ability to use manipulation talents. Assessment rules, after meeting the application requirements, the certificate assessment can be started. Each level certificate has only one assessment opportunity, and the difficulty of the assessment increases in sequence. Please apply carefully. Those who fail the assessment will bear the consequences at their own risk. Warm reminder, new applicants have only one makeup exam opportunity, and the makeup exam fee is expensive, so please choose carefully. Xian Li was a little stunned. She had some impression of the assessment date above. The development history of Blue Star is divided into 5 stages, namely the Archean, Proterozoic, Paleozoic, Mesozoic, and Cenozoic. On July 2, 2053, the sunspot storm swept the world, and the creatures ushered in a comprehensive evolution, which also marked that the blue planet entered a new era, that is, the Eozoic era. She calculated that the 0 point of the 100th day, that is, October 9th, is still 3 months away, so there is still plenty of time. In the previous life, she had not heard of the assessment among the awakened, and the first-class certificate was unheard of. The only related thing was the official establishment of the first-class national department after the base was built. However, because she was just an ordinary person at the time, she knew very little about the first-class department. She only knew that there were many capable people in the department, which was the main force of awakened people working for the official. As for higher secrets, she didn't know. And from the name, the first-class department may exist for this first-class certificate assessment. However, judging from the application requirements, she killed so many awakened people to barely reach the threshold of 10,000 mental power written above, which can be said to be strict. Xian Li dare not say that she is the top awakened person, and she should be the leading one at present. She guessed that maybe she would receive the assessment invitation only if her mental strength reached the required level within the specified time. Based on her many years of experience as a social worker, she could sum it up in 8 words. With a certificate in hand, I have everything in the world. Of course, the more certificates the better, but the line "those who fail the assessment shall bear the consequences themselves" in the examination rules was highlighted in red and bold, which was obviously not a good thing. After Xian Li finished reading the assessment plan, she found that the number in the registration time column was decreasing, with only the last 4 seconds left. Just when the countdown was about to jump to 0, she almost subconsciously quickly clicked the green check mark in the column of whether to apply for the exam. A series of da-da-da sounds first rang in her mind, a bit like the sound of a printer when she was a social animal, and then there was an electronic sound prompt. Spiritual power audit passed. Apply successfully. Current number of applicants, 2. Today's new applicants. 1. Your overall strength ranking. 2. Xian Li was startled. There was actually one person who signed up before her. Her thoughts turned. It seemed that she could check the number of new applicants every day at any time. In other words, before the test date, as long as the mental power met the requirements, she could participate in the test. However, she still knew nothing about the location, content, method, and evaluation method of the test. Isn't this equivalent to a closed-book random test? If so, the difficulty will be greatly increased. Before she could figure it out, she felt a furry touch on her hand. She looked down and saw Jinwoo nudging her hand with his head, probably because he saw that she hadn't moved for a long time and was bored. Since it was impossible to see the flowers for a while, Xian Li simply sat in the hanging basket exclusively for Jinwoo and flew to Linchuan City with the wind. Even if it was an exam, there were still 3 months left, so she had enough time to prepare. She would just deal with it as it came. When the sky was bright, the man and the bird returned to the Xingfishu community in Linchuan City. Xian Li decided to take a break here for now and make plans later. Jinwoo was finally able to squeeze into the room from the balcony, but he seemed to prefer sitting on the edge of the balcony to look at the sky and bask in the sun. He was not afraid of the heat, but rather enjoyed the feeling of basking in the sun. From time to time, he spread his wings and circled the community, but the noise he made was a bit annoying. Maybe it's the nature of birds. A big battle made Xian Li hungry, so she took out a table full of morning tea from the black hole. Southerners have the custom of eating morning tea. Each portion is served in a fist-sized steamer and a small bowl. There are many varieties, which can be eaten delicately or happily. It is perfect for breakfast. She first picked up the shrimp dumplings with chopsticks. The crystal-clear skin wrapped the whole shrimp. The shrimp meat was delicious and juicy, and she ate one in one bite. The quicksand custard bun was small, with thick egg yolk and sweet custard. There are also chicken feet and black bean sauce, which are fresh and smooth. You can remove the bones with a light suck, and they are soft and tasty. Food is not only for filling the stomach, but also for healing oneself. After eating and drinking, Xian Li felt that she was back to full power. Of course, tea is indispensable for morning tea. Xian Li took out a set of tea sets, heated the water in an electric cup, and then rinsed the tea sets with boiling water. Then she took out a can of pu'er tea, and used a small spoon to push the tea leaves into the pot 1/3 of the way. Finally, she brewed it with boiling water for 5 minutes, and got a cup of good tea. It was a little hot, but refreshing and refreshing. When she put down the teacup, she saw that Jinwoo had flown back at some point, and was squatting on the balcony, staring at her eagerly. Xian Li paused. Are you hungry too? While Jinwoo's eyes were filled with accusations, clearly saying, you actually eat alone. Sorry, I forgot. Xian Li was a little embarrassed. Jinwoo traveled thousands of miles to save his mother. No, thousands of miles to save her. Without him, she probably wouldn't be able to absorb the spirit power of the corpse so easily. It was just that her train of thought was interrupted by the strange test for a while, so she didn't remember that Jinwoo also needed to eat. But what should a creature like Jinwoo eat as a staple food? Xian Li took a few baskets of still warm snacks from the table and handed them to Jinwoo. Jinwoo just leaned forward to smell them and shook his head. Could it be that he doesn't like cooked food? Xian Li took out a piece of raw steak from the black hole again. Jinwoo still shook his head. He said wow, took out a golden feather, and drew small dots in the air. Xian Li studied it for a while, and took out a small handful of melon seeds, wheat, and peanuts from the black hole. Jinwoo was happy now, and nodded repeatedly. Xian Li put the grains in a bowl, and handed it to him in silence. He didn't expect that as a high-level blood species, the food he ate was so simple. Jinwoo doesn't need to use his hands to eat. Compared with his hands, his wings seemed to be more flexible. He used the smallest wing to pad the bottom of the bowl, and the other wings blocked his face. Then he lowered his head slightly, and when he returned the bowl, it was already empty. He ate very elegantly. Xian Li put away the bowl and asked casually, would you like some water? Jinwoo understood and nodded. She was about to pour him some tea, but she paused. Suddenly, she remembered the story of the crow drinking water in her elementary school textbook, and thought this was a rare opportunity for Enlightenment education. Once upon a time, there was a 3-legged crow. He was thirsty, and looking for water to drink. At this time, he found a bottle. Xian Li took out a narrow-mouthed, large-bellied glass bottle. The bottle was only half full of water, but the bottle mouth was too small for Jinwoo to reach in. The bottle was half full of water. It wanted to break the bottle to drink water, but it didn't expect the stone to fall into the water bottle. She took out a jade stone instead of a pebble, and threw it into the water bottle. A magical thing happened, the water line rose. She copied a bunch of jade and agate, placed them next to the bottle, and said excitedly, "Then the question is, how can we let Jinwoo drink water?" Jinwoo sat on the edge of the balcony, looked at Xian Li's expectant eyes, and then looked at the glass bottle half filled with water. He tilted his head and thought for a while, then he stretched out his hand, his fingertips flashing with a faint golden light, and he brought his fingertips close to the glass bottle. With a pop, he poked a hole in the bottle. Pure water flowed out of the small hole in the bottle. Jinwoo flapped his wings excitedly, with an expression of seeking praise, and pointed at the glass bottle and said, "Water." Chapter 92. After the man and the bird were repaired, Xian Li took out a safe from the black hole. That was the important item that Lu Xiaowen said could revive Qiao Hui. She wanted to give it to Lu Xiaowen as a reward for his help, but the original owner was dead, so she took advantage of it. The safe was not as big as a computer host. The shell was silver, and the box was very heavy. The shell was probably made of cement and steel. It was the best anti-theft safe on the market. It can be opened by entering a password or using a key. If it is forced to break open, the program will automatically alarm. Xian Li picked it up with both hands and shook it. She could vaguely hear the sound of something shaking. She took out an electric saw from the black hole, gestured, found an angle that would not damage the contents inside, and cut the safe from the side. The outer shell of the safe was a thick steel plate. The electric saw made a huge noise when cutting, and there was also a series of beeping alarms. Xian Li turned a deaf ear to it. She had already put on noise-canceling earplugs. The golden crow behind her was startled and quickly covered his ears with 2 wings, while the other 4 wings flapped to take him away from the source of the noise. The steel plate of the safe is not so easy to cut, and ordinary electric saws can easily bend the blade. Xian Li used 3 electric saws in a row before successfully cutting off one side of the cabinet. She reached in with a screwdriver and destroyed the power supply, and the shrill alarm stopped. Through the uneven gap, she saw a square-shaped object lying quietly inside. Xian Li reached in and took the object out. It was a cube-shaped Rubik's Cube, black all over and cold to the touch. All 6 sides of it have messy and complicated dark patterns, which seem to be disrupted. You can faintly feel that there is spiritual power flowing in the patterns. She tried to twist it a few times, and the disordered pattern on the shell would change every time she twisted it. After observation, she found that this was a special device. The real thing should be embedded in this Rubik's Cube. The pattern needs to be restored to the correct appearance before it can be opened smoothly. Xian Li had black lines on his head. There is another layer of safety device in the safe. Is this nesting dolls? Although this Rubik's Cube is small, the metal of the shell is extremely strong. It can never be cut with an electric saw like a safe. When she shook it, she could feel that the things inside fit the Rubik's Cube tightly. It was probably specially made for it. Xian Li thought that Jinwoo poked a hole in the glass cup with his fingertips just now, so he said, "Jinwoo, do you want to try to see if you can poke a hole in it?" Jinwoo nodded, picked up the black Rubik's Cube and looked at it, but did not detect any dangerous breath. There was a light spot on his fingertips, and he approached the black magic cube. When he approached, the lines on the black magic cube suddenly lit up, and Jinwoo felt that the mental power in his body was like a drop in the ocean, and was completely dissolved by the black magic cube. He continued to inject mental power without giving up. Seeing that the lines on it were getting brighter and brighter, he seemed to be unable to stop. His golden pupils turned vertical, and his mental power was like seawater pouring back. It seemed that the black magic cube was about to drain it. Xian Li realized something was wrong and kicked the black magic cube in Jinwoo's hand away. The black magic cube fell on the floor and rolled a few times, and then stopped. There was no flaw on the smooth surface, but it added a bit of danger. Jinwoo. She looked back nervously. "Are you okay?" Jinwoo was fine except that his mental power was a little weaker than before. He saw smoke coming out of his fingertips. If Xian Li hadn't acted quickly, his mental power would have been absorbed by the strange pattern on it. Xian Li frowned. The pattern on the black cube could actually absorb mental power, and the shell was a bit harder than Jinwoo's eggshell. She still had a debuff that reduced the effect by half after refreshing the state, so she didn't inject mental power directly. Unexpectedly, Jinwoo's mental power was much stronger than hers, and he was almost sucked out. While Jinwoo felt the threat at this time, there was anger in his golden eyes, and the feathers on his wings exploded, completely spreading out and covering the entire living room. He stared at the cube on the ground with some fear, and made a demonstrative cry. "I'm sorry, it's my fault." Xianli felt a little guilty. She was too careless. She didn't expect the black cube to be so powerful. But she also found that things were not as simple as she thought. Lu Xiaoying got the black cube before the solar storm. At that time, he should have been just an ordinary person. However, the mechanism on the black cube seemed to be targeting the awakened, and it could absorb and decompose all mental attacks. She comforted Jinwu, took out a small bag of grain porridge from the black hole, and took some catnip balls that Peanut liked, which made him relax. She tentatively picked up the cube again. The touch was even colder, but it could still rotate normally, no different from the beginning. The lines on it are probably just a defensive means. As long as you don't inject mental power, it will just be a Rubik's Cube with a delicate mechanism and will not attack actively. It seems that the violent disassembly method is not feasible, and the device can only be unlocked by restoring the pattern. However, there is no regularity in the lines on it. Even if you get the original picture, you have to distinguish it for a long time before you can restore it one-to-one. You can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. Xianli has no need to reshape his body for the time being, so he can only put the Rubik's Cube aside. Decided to seize all the fragmented time in the future and turn it around when he has nothing to do. Maybe he can solve it when he is lucky. Xianli exhaled and put the black Rubik's Cube back into the black hole. With this little accident, Xianli decided to wait until her state was restored before doing what she was supposed to do. When the debuff that reduced the talent effect by half disappeared the next day, everything was ready, and Xianli solemnly took out a silver-white cone from it. The thickest part of the cone was about the size of a thumb, and the top and bottom were extremely thin. I was afraid that a slight poke of the tip into the skin would cause bleeding. Her eyes were somewhat complicated. This reset needle was the reason why she came to Cheng City, and now there was finally a way to obtain its source. Xianli moved her fingers slightly, and a blue light flashed at her fingertips, using her search talent. She closed her eyes involuntarily, and her body felt a little light, as if she had become the center of the world. Her mental power separated from her body like pulling out silk from a cocoon, and slowly, her consciousness separated from her body and gradually rose, able to look down and observe from midair. The whole world turned into a 3D panoramic map model, closer to a real planet, with the equator, longitude, latitude and other blue star coordinates drawn on the sphere, and highlands, mountains, rivers and oceans on the ground, just like the blue planet. At this moment, the blue planet was slowly moving in her mind. But most of the surface was dark. Xianli could feel that the places that were not lit were areas she had never set foot on. There was only a small light on the surface in the southern part of Yin country. As soon as she thought about it, the place where the light was located was slightly enlarged with her consciousness. The map of Linchuan City, where she was located, was extremely clear in her eyes. She could overlook every street and high-rise building in the city. The closer she was to the place, the clearer it was. She could even clearly see Jean was sitting on the edge of the balcony. The fine hair on his face, he was squinting at the moment, and his eyelashes were trembling. Suddenly, he seemed to feel something, raised his head, and looked in her direction with his golden pupils. Xianli's heart tightened, thinking that she was discovered, but she saw a golden light flashing at the fingertips of Jinwu, and she saw a small flying insect falling from the sky, and Jinwu opened his mouth to catch it below. He chewed it, and it seemed to taste bad. His face wrinkled with bitterness, and he spit a few times. Then he looked carefully in the direction of the living room. It was herself sitting inside. Seeing that Xianli didn't notice him, he felt relieved and closed his eyes to bask in the sun again. It was the first time she saw herself from a third-party perspective. The continuous sunshine for several days made her skin darker. It was not as white as before, but it made her facial lines deeper and full of healthy vitality. Xianli's consciousness continued to float higher, and she found that the farther away from her, the less clear it was. But on the ground, in addition to Linchuan City, there were also places such as Mingxi City and Chong City that were slightly lit. Those places were the areas she had reached after the solar storm, and the description of the talent effect of searching was can search and locate items within a specified range, which was roughly the place she had set foot on. Xianli injected her mental power into the reset needle in front of her. She felt a shock in her mind, and her consciousness instantly passed over the sky of Linchuan City, searching for the place where the reset needle had appeared. She saw a thin silver-white line extending from her grandmother's small house in Nyolan village, following the mountain road to the highway, and the surrounding mountains and rivers flew past her behind, and stopped abruptly just before entering the border of Nanshur. Xianli suddenly realized that this was searching for the location where the reset needle first appeared along its trajectory. This reset needle was brought by Suzhou, and his starting point was Nanshire at the time. However, because she had not been to Nanshire after the solar storm, the area belonging to Nanshire on the current map was still dark. She needed to go to Nanshire to activate the map before she could continue to follow the thin line and find the place where the reset needle had been. Although she hadn't completely found where the reset needle came from, she finally had some clues. Xianli calmed down and came out of the state of meditation. When her consciousness completely returned to her body, she found that her full mental power had been drained by 1/3, and an hour had passed since she activated her talent. She couldn't help but be shocked that this F-level talent actually consumed such a huge amount of mental power, but fortunately the result was not bad. Xianli took out her mobile phone, opened the navigation map and looked at it. Her eyes stayed on the map of Nanshire for a few seconds. The last time she went to Nanshire was when she was replicating the helicopter, and it had been half a month. The current situation in Nanshire should not be much better than the previous Chongshire, and it would probably be another hard battle. But no matter what obstacles there were ahead, she would not avoid them, and insisted on going forward. Chapter 93. It takes about 3 hours to fly from Linchuan City to Nanshire. On the way, they will pass Wanxiang Spring, so Xianli thought about going back to take a look. Before landing, Xianli gave Jinwu a shot of prevention. Be polite when you return home. Don't talk too much, understand? Jinwu opened his mouth, then nodded. Taking Jinwu home, firstly, Wanxiang Spring is surrounded by mountains and forests, which is more suitable for Jinwu's life. Secondly, with the little elephants, Peanuts and Longan as company, Jinwu will not be too bored. Thirdly, Jinwu can also learn Mandarin from Ball, which can be said to kill 3 birds with 1 stone. Therefore, after the door opened, Ball saw the birdman behind Xianli. Its tone was very calm, as if the birdman with wings was common. Xianli, is this your new friend? Xianli evaded the question vaguely, and did not want to say that this was her new godson. I picked him up in Linchuan City. His name is Jinwu. Xianli signaled Jinwu to fold his wings. Before entering the door, Jinwu looked back at the hot springs and trees in the yard reluctantly. Birds are naturally close to nature. In addition, he has been living in the city with tall buildings since he was born, and has never seen such lush grass and long forests. Seeing Ball at this time, Jinwu looked at him with some curiosity, but always remembered Xianli's instructions to be polite and talk less, so he just nodded in a reserved manner. A simple greeting was considered an acquaintance. Xianli was about to find Peanut, but saw an orange-yellow cannonball flying over and hitting Jinwu's wings. Meow. Peanut. Wow wow wow. Woof woof. The safe house was in chaos. 5 minutes later, Xianli finally pulled Peanut off Jinwu's wings, and Jinwu also smoothed the feathers messed up by Peanut with tears in his eyes. Guiyuan looked at Xianli and Jinwu with wide eyes. Bear brewed a pot of cold tea and poured a cup for Xianli and Jinwu. Peanut, this is a new friend. Don't be naughty. Xianli held Peanut's neck with one hand and put the other hand under its round buttocks, messing up its cat hair as a punishment. Xianli heard a voice of a boy pretending to be calm in his mind. Useless 2-legged beast, you went out hunting for so long and brought back such a broken thing. He is not prey. Xianli couldn't help but hold his forehead. She forgot that cats and birds are probably natural enemies, and even genetic evolution cannot easily change this fact. However, in the end, Xianli still used a handful of freeze-dried food, 2 cans, and a piece of raw meat to coax Peanut to reluctantly accept the existence of the golden crow. Peanut buried his head in eating the canned food, and his voice was a little unclear. For the sake of the canned food, he generously said, then let him stay temporarily. The rent is 1 can per day. Xianli rolled his eyes, and the safe house finally became quiet. After a while, Xianli told Ball the whole story of encountering the golden crow, and also made a backup of the Chongshire matter with Ball. So, I'm going to Nanshire next. Xianli sat on the sofa with Guiyuan in his arms, drank a bar of herbal tea, and paired it with salted preserved fruits, and immediately felt his appetite opened. Xianli took out something, which was the wreckage of the drone she got on the roof of the golden brick building. Bear, do you remember this? She tried to use her search talent to search for the drone's activity path, but found that its activity range was within Linchuan City. Probably because it was always flying, and could not be deployed, the remaining breath was twisted into a mess of wool, and it was hard to figure out where the end of the thread was. Thinking that this was a product produced by GPR, then perhaps Ball, who was produced by the same company, would have relevant information. Ball scanned the model of the drone into the main brain and analyzed the drone's information. This is a customized production line of GPR, focusing on high-end technology, and is generally not sold on the market. Xianli thought, is there a way to get a list of customers? The customer groups we face include companies and individuals. This is not public information, but as far as I know, Arc Biology is also one of the key customers. Although it was known that the release of poisonous mosquitoes was inevitably related to Arc Biology, Xianli was still a little speechless after it was confirmed. GPR's intelligent technology and application technology are among the best in the world, and it is reasonable for Arc Biology to purchase drones from GPR. But she didn't understand why Arc Biotechnology did this. They use Blue Planet as a petri dish, and all human beings as experimental subjects. Did they want to let human beings go to extinction? But what good would this do to them? And Fantang Ecology gave her the feeling that it was the minions of Arc Biotechnology. They did all the dirty things that Arc Biotechnology was not convenient to do. I have checked the information of Chichaki's technology lecture in March. Except for the list of participants being a little suspicious, the minutes and videos of the meeting showed that there was nothing unusual in the content. Xianli had already roughly browsed the information she got from Chichaki on the helicopter, and there was no reactionary speech as imagined. On the contrary, the content of the lecture was serious and positive, decoding several high-end technologies, gaining insight into the forefront of the industry, and helping companies grasp the correct policy direction. In general, it was a very successful lecture. Chichaki's lecture on future technology in March, GPR did participate. Ball's eyes flickered slightly, and he was reading the information in the database. In the database, GPR's employee work log in March did list the arrangements for participating in the future and unknown technology lecture, and the location was in the southern city of Yanhua. Ball is an independent intelligent robot, and its main brain system can be connected to GPR technology. After a moment, it said apologetically, but because the host mode is not activated, I don't have the permission to view it. Xianli was stunned and felt sorry. Originally, Lu Xiaowen's chip could be given to Ball as a material for system upgrades, but now, he can only think of other ways. But she quickly realized, Nansher? Xianli was stunned. If she remembered correctly, the meeting material she checked clearly stated that the location was in Chongsher. She took out the hard drive she got from Lu Xiaowen's office, connected it to her laptop, opened the meeting video, and moved the progress bar to the front. On March 3rd, Chichaki's Future and Unknown lecture focused on future technology directions such as genetic technology, artificial intelligence, and biopharmaceuticals. This lecture invited Professor Wei Min, Dean of the Institute of Life Science and Medicine of Peking University, as the keynote speaker. At the Chongsher Conference Center, more than 100 companies. Xianli pressed the pause button, and the iconic building of the Chongsher Conference Center flashed by. The video footage showed that the lecture was held in Chongsher, so why didn't it match the footage Ball read? Guessing what Xianli wanted to ask, Ball took the initiative to explain. GPR's employee logs are filled out and submitted manually by each employee of GPR, and are only used as auxiliary references for monthly performance appraisals. The handwriting has been confirmed to have no traces of modification. In other words, the actual location of the lecture was in Nansher. Then the footage she found in Lu Xiaowen's office. She enlarged the screen on the player, and checked it frame by frame. When the video was halfway through, Ball paused and pointed out, there are obvious traces of editing here. Xianli looked at the screen, and the speaker's speech ended, and the screen switched to the question session. When it was cut back, the speaker's microphone was placed in a different direction. Given the situation at the time, she had no need to move the microphone. The footage of the meeting record is usually a real shot, and this is more like the screen was accidentally mirrored during editing. So this video was edited? Bar nodded. I don't rule out this possibility, but I think there may be more to this lecture. Xianli was stunned. What content could be deliberately cut out? Bar, send me a copy of the employee log that records this lecture. Xianli quickly sorted out her thoughts. She needed to go to Nansher to get clues about the reset needle anyway, so she might as well investigate the lecture. She always felt that the missing content in the video might help her find clues about this human crisis. In the afternoon, Xianli prepared to leave for Nansher. Jinwu, you stay in Wangxiangquan. Jinwu doesn't need a bed to sleep, nor does he need to lie down. He only needs a branch to rest. However, Xianli still found a huge tree for him, hung 2 ropes on it, and tied a thick wooden stick in the middle, which became a simple swing. Jinwu swung on the swing happily, flew around the forest, and then landed in front of Xianli with a short wow. Xianli knew that he was afraid that he would encounter an unexpected situation, like the second-level corpse drive again. Xianli's expression softened a little. Don't worry, I can contact you with the feather if there is anything. She took out the feather that fell from Jinwoo from the black hole. This feather seemed to be able to break through the limitations of the realm and convey information to Jinwoo no matter where it was. Seeing her say this, Jinwoo seemed to finally feel relieved and cried a few more times. Xianli tried to hold back, but finally couldn't help it. You can also learn Mandarin from Ball. She greeted Ball, and Ball promised her that he could teach Jinwoo some daily expressions every day. The IQ of ordinary crows is equivalent to that of human children of 5 or 6 years old. Jinwoo is a mutation of crows. Xianli can also see that his IQ is actually equivalent to that of humans in these days. As long as he is willing to learn, simple communication is no problem. Although she can roughly understand Jinwoo's crow language, it is still too noisy. After all, Xianli is not Jinwoo's biological mother. If Jinwoo wants to go out and explore in the future, it will be beneficial for it to master a human language. After replenishing the resources of the safe house, Xianli waved her hand and took a helicopter directly to Nanshire. Chapter 94. The highway to Nanshire was originally famous for its picturesque scenery. Now the green belts on both sides of the road are unattended, and the green plants have died. It is barren, and the land is also showing a trend of desertification. There are a few scattered figures on the road. They have strange postures, gray skin, and stiff movements. They walk aimlessly in the middle of the road. Whenever a car passes by, they try to block it with their teeth and claws. If they succeed, they can have a good meal today. Although sometimes they can't keep up with the speeding vehicles because of their slow movements. But most of the time, drivers often panic and tremble when they see them. As long as the other party steps on the brakes, they rush up and smash the car windows. The screams in the car gradually become smaller, and gradually, the screams turn into roars, and they have new members joining them. At this moment, a black SUV is driving forward quickly in the distance. A zombie in work clothes was crookedly blocking the route of the vehicle, and the other zombies behind him seemed to be rubbing their hands, waiting for the car to stop. But when the black SUV saw those scary zombies, it didn't even slow down, but stepped on the accelerator. Bang, bang, bang. After a few consecutive collisions, the zombies blocking the road turned into a pool of rotten flesh and blood in an instant, while the perpetrator honked and drove away. If there were people who knew cars, they would definitely think that the owner of the car was either rich or noble, because it was an explosion-proof and bulletproof SUV, a private customization from a world-renowned brand, costing at least $8 million. The person sitting in the SUV is naturally Xianli, but it is obvious that she is neither rich nor noble. This is a display car that appeared at the Auto Expo. It was originally provided for wealthy people who pay attention to safety and privacy, but it was copied by Xianli without anyone noticing. Xianli does not need to start the car with the car key. Just plug the signal converter into the USB port of the starter, and Ball can directly connect to the vehicle's built-in system. Set Xianli as the owner, and you can open and close the door, drive, and other operations through pupil recognition. It is called indestructible armor. It can not only pass the worst road conditions, but also effectively resist the attack of weapons. The bulletproof glass with a diameter of 5 centimeters cannot leave any traces of sniper bullets. The base of the car uses a special composite material, and is equipped with a fire extinguishing function. The explosion and impact of grenades cannot hurt it at all. The weight of the car reaches 5.2 tons, and the door alone weighs 230 kilograms, ensuring the absolute safety of the people in the car. Therefore, ordinary first-level zombies can be crushed directly. Even if a second-level zombie wants to break the glass or car door with bare hands, it is not an easy task. Xianli looked at the crushed zombies in the rearview mirror, and whistled with satisfaction. Although there were some scattered zombies on the highway, the number was much less than she expected, and it felt like they had been cleaned up. Before the solar storm, there were military troops stationed in the exhibition center in Nanshire. When the zombies broke out, the troops should have participated in the cleaning and control of the zombies. The soldiers' strength and willpower are much better than ordinary citizens, and they have a greater chance of awakening their talents, which is more than enough to deal with first-level zombies. But it also means that if a soldier mutates, he will advance to the second-level zombie drive faster, and will be more difficult to subdue than ordinary zombies. When about 100 kilometers away from the urban area of Nanshire, in order to prevent the incident in Chongshire from happening again, Xianli switched to a different means of transportation. The turbid blood she possessed seemed to be a great tonic for zombies. Now Xianli finally experienced the feeling of a child carrying gold through a busy city. If her blood aura is not restrained, the scene of zombie chasing will definitely reappear. The first-level zombies are like mosquitoes to her now. Although they can be killed easily, they will be annoying if there are too many of them. Driving straight along the highway will reach Nanshire. Xianli safely switched the vehicle to automatic driving and activated the search talent in the car. She once again felt the feeling of consciousness leaving the body and floating lightly in the air. On the blue star model in front of her, the location of Nanshire in the Yin country map was no longer gray, and it was lit up with her arrival. As she expected, Xianli was about to take out the reset needle to inject spiritual power, but she found that a jeep was approaching 2 kilometers behind her. How long will it take to get to Nanshire? A woman in the jeep asked. Her face was clear and beautiful, her hair was neatly tied behind her head, and there were some cracks on her delicate and smooth hands. She was a typical Jiangnan beauty, but her expression inadvertently revealed a trace of haggardness. It can be seen that after a long journey, her body is almost unable to hold on. It's almost there, Miss Li, at most half an hour. A man sat in the passenger seat, with dark skin and a tired face, but his posture was still upright. Li Yin sat in the back seat, her hands clasped together somewhat uneasily, her brows furrowed, looking at the scenery passing by the window. She was picked up from Whooping City, and her heart was always tense. She didn't know whether this trip was right or wrong, and she didn't know what would greet her in the future, but she couldn't help but look at the man sitting next to her again. It was a thin figure, with delicate and perfect features, a high straight nose, and thin lips, but his temperament was a bit sloppy. The pair of dark brown eyes seemed affectionate, but in fact, it was unpredictable. At this time, the man was looking out the window in a daze, but he seemed to notice something soon, turned his head and looked at her. His eyes seemed to be seductive. Li Yin quickly looked away, her heart pounding, as if to cover up. She randomly found a topic. It's so quiet. The man smiled at the corner of his eyes, as if he was agreeing with her, and said seriously, it's very quiet. It was even a little too quiet. Xiao Hei, he said, how long have we been in Nanshire? Seeing him say that, the man called Xiao Hei in the passenger seat checked the travel record. 1 hour. They came from Whooping City, and spent 3 days walking through mountain roads and forest paths, but in order to save time, they finally decided to take the highway. They had to stop several times because of zombies blocking the road, and then they had a hard fight. Once they encountered a second-level zombie driver, and that battle killed 2 of them, but fortunately Li Yin was safe. Their mission this time was to send Li Yin safely to the base. Xiao Hei looked at the man behind him in the rearview mirror. The man was called Gu Feiqi, and it seemed that he was a foreign aide invited by the higher-ups. Just looking at his appearance, it was impossible to tell that this man's strength was unfathomable. If he hadn't been there, Li Yin might have been swallowed by the zombie. But when the first-level zombies harassed him before, Gu Feiqi never took action. Zheng and Quanzi thought he was a useless person, strong on the outside but weak on the inside, and he didn't do anything at all along the way. As a result, when he met the zombie, Zheng underestimated the enemy and was scratched by the zombie. The scratch quickly turned black, and the poison spread to the whole body with the blood. The speed of the corpse transformation was faster than they had seen before. Only then did they know that it was not an ordinary zombie, but a second-level zombie, which was much more powerful than the zombies. Just a touch would make people mutate and become new zombies. At that time, Quanzi fell to the ground unconscious, and Xiaohei himself was also at the end of his strength, with ammunition exhausted and his legs injured. If the zombie digested Li Yin, his strength would definitely be even more terrifying. Just when he thought the mission was going to fail, this eater finally took action. Only then did he know that the person sent to them by the superiors was actually an awakener, and not an ordinary awakener. He recalled the scene at that time. The man didn't move, and everything around him floated up, including vehicles, rocks, tree trunks, and even Zheng's body. It was as if gravity failed, and his body also became light and floated in the air, looking very weird. But the corpse was different. It seemed to be pressed to the ground by some force. Its hands and feet were struggling in vain. Its bursting eyeballs bulged out and stared at Li Yin, who had fainted from fear. Under the heavy pressure from nowhere, the corpse sank deeply into the ground and could not move. Gu Feiqi walked over step by step and cut off the head of the corpse easily. Bag. He stretched out his hand, but no one answered. He looked behind him and found that Xiao Hei and the others were still floating in the air, looking at him as if he were a monster. Sorry. Gu Feiqi seemed to have just remembered that he had not released the boundary, but although he said sorry, his tone did not mean any apology. Because Xiao Hei and Quanzi were thrown heavily to the ground, Li Yin seemed to be gently placed on the ground by a pair of invisible hands. It was hard for Xiao Hei not to think that he was taking revenge on them for saying that he was just eating and not doing anything. But he still got up resignedly and searched in the car, only to find a black plastic bag and handed it to him. Gu Feiqi put the bloody head of the corpse into it without changing his expression, and threw it in the trunk of the jeep, saying that he would take it back for the researchers in the army to examine. He did not spare a Zheng's body. Even though Xiao He understood that he was trying to prevent a Zheng from mutating into a new zombie, when Gu Feiqi shot him in the head, Xiao He still looked away reluctantly. Since then, they have tacitly accepted that Gu Feiqi has become the leader of the team. Especially Quan Zi, who is simply a fence-sitter. Before, he would even say a few words when Gu Feiqi ate a bite more, but now he has become a complete fanboy. Thinking of this, Xiao He's eyes were dark. If the squad leader? No, if Shuizhu was still there, he must have been an awakener long ago, not worse than him. Gu Feiqi sat in the back seat and thought, we haven't seen zombies for a long time. Xiao He thought about it, and realized that after entering the urban area of Nanshur, there were no zombies on the highway. It was so quiet that people were a little uncomfortable. Xiao He asked uncertainly, did the army send people out to clean it up? Gu Feiqi shook his head, no. He saw the broken limbs and rotten flesh on the road from time to time. He thought they were human corpses, but now he thought they were zombie limbs. But it didn't look like the military's method. Instead, it looked like something had run over it. Just when he wanted to stop the car to check, Quanzi, who had been silent, spoke, there seems to be a car in front. Gu Feiqi paused, looked forward, and saw a black SUV driving steadily not far in front of him. Chapter 95. When he saw the car, Gu Feiqi's heart moved. He was almost certain that the person sitting in the car must be an awakener. Follow him. Yes. Quanzi sped up, and the two cars drove side by side. Xiao He rolled down the window. The windows of the black SUV were pure black, and the scene inside the car could not be seen from the outside. Xiao He looked for a long time, but could not see anything. He had to smile socially, hey brother. However, the black car seemed to be unable to see him. It did not respond to his words, and continued to move forward steadily. Xiao He looked at the position that should be the driver's seat. Although he could not see anything, he still tried to get close to him. What a cool car. Where did you get it? Although most of the cars in the apocalypse were picked up on the roadside, even if he did not know much about cars, he could recognize the familiar car logo. This car was worth a lot of money, and it was not something that could be picked up casually. Until his mouth was stiff with laughter, the owner of the car opposite still seemed to ignore him. Just as he was about to say something, he heard Quanzi next to him remind him, there's something ahead. Xiao He turned around, and saw a zombie finally appear on the empty highway. It was a skinny zombie with a limp. Perhaps because of this, he was the last one to come. He was staggering towards them. Generally, when encountering such scattered zombies, Quanzi would speed up in advance to avoid collision. But in his peripheral vision, the black car's route was still unbiased, with no intention of bypassing. Two cars driving side by side, no matter which car hits the zombie, as long as one car is unstable and the front of the car tilts, the two cars may collide and cause a car accident. Not to mention whether they will be injured. If the car breaks down, they will have to walk to Nanshur on the highway. There are still 10 kilometers ahead. They are also with Li Yin, and they may be surrounded by zombies who smell the smell. Seeing that the distance with the zombies is getting closer and closer, Quanzi stared at the front and said nervously, it's almost hit. Xiao He couldn't help swallowing his saliva and looked in the rearview mirror, but the people in the back seat were calm and had no intention of letting them avoid it. Hey! Just when he was about to remind the black car next to him, he saw that the black car suddenly accelerated and surpassed them by one parking space. In just a few seconds, the black car rushed towards the zombie like a rocket. With a loud bang, the skinny zombie was hit into a beautiful parabola and was crushed by the black car while falling to the ground. If Xiao He hadn't closed the window in time, the dark red blood and rotten meat residue would have almost splashed on his face. Xiao He finally knew where the piles of meat patties along the way came from. His eyes almost popped out, awesome. The black car that crushed the zombie finally slowed down. After the jeep caught up, Gu Feiqi in the back seat rolled down the window. Are you going to Nanshur? Gu Feiqi said. His eyes seemed to be able to penetrate the glass and look accurately at the person in the driver's seat. We are on the way, but it's not easy to get into Nanshur now. After a while, the car window finally showed a crack as if it was a charity, and a pair of cold eyes appeared there. Why is it so hard to get in? 5 minutes later, two cars stopped by the roadside one after the other. A girl in cool clothes got out of the black SUV. She wore sunglasses and a wide-brimmed hat. She wore overalls under a tight vest. Her arms were thin, but her muscles were clearly visible in every move. Xiao He was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the person who could knock down and crush the zombies so neatly was a girl. Xiao He got out of the car first. He stepped forward and took the initiative to introduce himself. My name is Xiao He. Then he pointed to a sturdy man who got out of the car with him. He is Quanzi. The latter nodded politely to her. Xian Li. Xian Li spoke briefly and extended his hand to Xiao He. Xiao He was stunned, looked at her outstretched hand with a little flattery, and then reached out and shook it. Xian Li was wearing sunglasses, so he naturally couldn't see that the eyes under the sunglasses were slightly curved and stayed on him for a while. She remembered Xiao He. When she came to Nanshur to infiltrate Shuizhu's army, she modified Xiao He's idea file to make him think she was a training soldier to cover for her. However, after leaving, she modified Xiao He's idea file back. Now, of course, she couldn't recognize her and only thought she was a stranger. Another person got off the jeep behind Xiao He. He walked in front of Xian Li, with a flash of surprise in his eyes, and then a smile filled his eyes in an instant. See you again. The corners of his mouth curled up. Xian Li looked up at him. It was a face exactly like Ball's, but it was not confusing at all. Except for his dark brown pupils, his temperament was also completely different. Ball was always serious and modest, but this person was quite flamboyant. Xiao He's eyes wandered between the two of them, and he hesitated. You know each other? Xian Li shook his head and denied, we just met once. At the K82 press conference, when she was recreating Ball, the person who approached her. She could sense his spiritual power since then, and now, he gave her a much stronger feeling than then. Although Xiao He was a little confused, but this was not the point, so he had to say, this is our leader. Gu Feiqi did not show any displeasure at Xian Li's indifference, and some interest appeared in his eyes, saying, Gu Feiqi. Xian Li nodded coldly as a greeting, and then her eyes turned to the girl, who got out of the car last. The girl was wearing a Chinese-style modified cheongsam with a slit at the hem, and a pair of closed sports pants inside. At first glance, it looked a bit out of place, but she had a graceful temperament and soft eyebrows. She looked at Xian Li with a timid expression. I'm Li Yin. Xian Li took off his sunglasses, repeated his name, and smiled friendly. The girl seemed a little shy, huddled behind Gu Feiqi, and didn't say anything. Xiao He was still as talkative as ever, and started to get close to Xian Li. Miss Xian, are you going to Nanshur? Are you looking for a place to stay? Or are you coming to the Nanshur shelter? Seeing Xian Li's expression was a little strange. He remembered that he had not explained the origins of their group clearly. We are from the 3rd team of the Nanshur shelter, belonging to the military unit, and this time we came out to carry out a mission. Xiao He stopped here. Although he was talkative, he knew what to say and what not to say. But even if he didn't say it, Xian Li knew that their mission must be related to the girl behind them. She glanced at the girl and then said nonchalantly, I heard that there is a shelter in Nanshur, so the village sent me to check the situation. If there is no problem, see if we can move here together. After the solar storm, there is no harvest in the fields. This is half true and half false. She just learned from Xiao He that a shelter has been built in Nanshur. When Xian Li used the search talent just now, she found 2 familiar people sitting in the car behind her. Gu Feiqi is obviously a member of the Arc Biology, but now he is mixed with the military. It is suspicious no matter how you look at it. Seeing that Xiao He obeyed Gu Feiqi's words, do they also know Gu Feiqi's true identity? Have the people of the Arc Biology been corrupted into the military? Or does the Arc Biology have a cooperative relationship with the military, but the reason that prompted her to stop was the girl named Li Yin behind Gu Feiqi? Not sure if it was her own special sense, she realized that the girl, like her, had turbid blood flowing in her body that was eagerly sought after by the corpses. But this sense seemed to exist only on her side. Li Yin did not respond to the signal she sent just now, probably because she did not know that they were of the same kind. And seeing how Li Yin relied on Gu Feiqi so much, she could probably guess that it was nothing more than rescuing and caring for him along the way. An old story of a hero saving a beautiful woman. Seeing that their car body was dirty, Xiao He and Quanzi had many scratches on their bodies, and there were some bloodstains on their chests and trouser legs. She could see how they fought hard to make a way and escort Li Yin here. Being able to get the Arc creatures and the military to work together means that both sides have noticed the turbid blood. She also wanted to know what the difference was with this blood. Moreover, Xian Li wanted to enter Nanshur, and she also needed Li Yin's turbid blood to cover her. With Li Yin around, groups of zombies would naturally come, and no one would suspect her. Xian Li turned his attention back to Gu Feiqi. You just said that Nanshire is not easy to enter? Gu Feiqi said, yes, Nanshire is flooded with zombies. Entering the city directly from the highway will cause chaos among zombies, even if it's like what Miss Xian did just now. He curled his lips, as if he remembered the scene of Xian Li riding a horse and knocking a zombie into the sky. You will also be drowned in the tide of zombies. Xian Li didn't say anything, waiting for him to continue. Gu Feiqi continued, the military in Nanshire controls a small part of the northern part of the city. It's safe there. If you want to go into the city, you better go with us. Afraid that Xian Li didn't understand, Xiao He beside him explained, there is a shelter set up by the military in the northern part of Nanshire. The situation in Nanshire is not optimistic now. In order to avoid harassment from zombies, a warning zone has been set up around it. As long as the zombies get close, they will be killed directly, so it is easy to be injured by mistake. The only entrance and exit is in the northern suburbs. There is an air raid shelter there that leads directly to the shelter, but someone needs to guarantee it. Xiao He smiled innocently, since Miss Xian knows our boss, there shouldn't be any problem. Is that so? But Xian Li was still a little puzzled. Why do you want to help me? Just because she met Gu Feiqi once? Although he had no hostility towards her at that time, it seemed like a deliberate reminder to let her know that there was more than one awakener before the end of the world. The shelter needs to be expanded, the zombies need to be cleared, and the city needs to be recaptured, but there is a shortage of personnel now. Gu Feiqi paused, and seemed a little helpless. Although I am a consultant for arc biology, I am also forced to do this. Gu Feiqi looked at Xian Li with a sincere look. What the shelter lacks most now is awakened people like Miss Xian. Xiao He said with a surprised expression and respect in his eyes. Is Miss Xian also an awakened person? He knew how short of awakened people there were in the shelter now. Just look at how the top military leader was replaced after Shui Zhu disappeared, and the team structure was completely reorganized. The superior sent Gu Feiqi to become their boss, and they valued his talent. Chapter 96. Gu Feiqi's open disclosure of his identity surprised Xian Li. He didn't seem to care whether Xian Li knew his identity or not, which meant that arc biology and the military had already established a close cooperative relationship, which was a foregone conclusion. The military was deceived. Xian Li put on his sunglasses again, smiled, I'm happy to help. The black SUV and the jeep drove one after the other from the eastern part of South City to the northern suburbs. But on the way there were many more zombies than before. Almost every few hundred meters, you could see 2 or 3 zombies appearing in your sight. This was normal. Xian Li's car was specially made to isolate her breath. But Li Yan's jeep could not completely isolate her blood smell, and more or less attracted nearby zombies. But it was still within the range that Xian Li could handle. So the 4 people in the jeep saw the black car in front of them, rushing like Mario, and they didn't even need to get out of the car to solve the zombies blocking the road. Quanzi looked at the black car with envy in his eyes, but there were 3 people sitting in the car, and one of them was a key protected person, so he couldn't make mistakes. So he had to suppress his eager heart, and decided to play the game of knocking zombies away when he drove out in the future. Xiao He went from being amazed at the beginning to being numb later, and even started counting for Xian Li. Nice. 20! Gu Feiqi in the back seat didn't change his expression, and kept looking at the black car with a smile in his eyes. Li Yan beside him was a little worried, and her eyes were wandering between Gu Feiqi and the black car in front. A team of people arrived at the northern suburbs with their own thoughts. There is a town in the north of Nanshire, called Mabu Town, with dense scenic spots around it. It is the birthplace of the Kuan people, an indigenous ethnic group in the south. There are 3 entrances to the air raid shelter, one of which is less than 1 kilometer away from Mabu Town, one is in the shelter in the north of Nanshire, and the other entrance has completely collapsed when the typhoon and flood came. So the air raid shelter became the only exit of the shelter. Xian Li and his party can go through the entrance of Mabu Town and directly enter the Nanshire shelter through the underground air raid shelter. There are many mountains in the southern region, and the entrance to the air raid shelter is on a hillside with an arched doorway. The soldiers with guns around stood straight and stopped the 2 cars when they saw them from a distance. Although Xiao He called the leading soldier Old Zhen familiarly, the inspection was not slack, and the 4 people in the car got off the car one after another to be inspected. Xian Li followed behind and got off the car. The leading soldier, known as Old Zheng, didn't look old, at most in his 30s, but his hair was a little gray. The soldiers behind him searched the jeep and disinfected the body with alcohol spray. Then, they conducted a one-on-one inspection of the 3 people except Li Yan, took out a special instrument to scan their whole bodies, and when the instrument showed a green light, He nodded to old Zheng, indicating that there was no problem. Old Zheng's serious expression eased. Congratulations on completing the mission. He glanced at Xiao He and the other four, and although he had a bad feeling in his heart, he still asked, "Where is Ah Zheng?" "He has died." Perhaps he had accepted the death of his comrade along the way. Xiao He's expression was very calm. The body has been cremated. For the fallen comrades, at first they chose to transport the bodies back to their families, but since there was an accident where the body was resurrected, there was no sign of zombie bites on the body, but the body still turned into a corpse, and the combat power after the corpse was extremely strong, and many soldiers were injured. In order to avoid similar things from happening again, they usually cremate the bodies of comrades directly on the spot. Old Zheng was silent for a while, looking at the girl who got off the black car behind. Before, he was still lucky, thinking that Ah Zheng drove a black car alone, and after seeing that the girl got off the car was a girl, he realized that one of the 5 people was missing. He walked up to Xianli, looked at her with a scrutinizing look, and asked in a stern tone, "Who are you?" Before Xianli had time to speak, Xiao He in front squeezed over. "It's an acquaintance of our consultant." Xiao He pouted at Gu Feiqi. "When I was on a mission, my superiors asked me to keep an eye out for any suitable awakeners, and here I am." Gu Feiqi smiled. "I bumped into one." "Awakener?" Old Zheng was stunned, stood up straight, and said a few words to the soldier behind him. He still had a businesslike attitude, but he was no longer as stern as before. "You need to undergo a full physical examination and registration to enter the shelter. After verification, you can go to the service office to get an access card." Xiao He explained in a low voice. The shelter is quite strict about the entry and exit of personnel, and there have been quite a few disturbances before. Xianli nodded, without objection. A short-haired female soldier came behind old Zheng and motioned the 2 ladies to follow her. The 2 followed her to a checkpoint built with a tent. "Hello, I am a medical worker from the 3rd detachment of the Nansha shelter. My name is Ban Hui. Now I will give you a basic full-body check." Ben Hui motioned Li Yan to follow her into the compartment, and Xianli waited outside. About 10 minutes later, the 2 came out of the compartment, and Xianli followed Ban Hui in. Under Ban Hui's instructions, Xianli took off her clothes. Ben Hui confirmed that she had no wounds on her body, and asked her a few simple questions. Xianli answered accurately. After confirming that she was in a normal mental state, Ban Hui took out something similar to a metal detector and scanned it at Xianli. Xianli asked, "What is this?" Ben Hui looked at the detector in her hand, and when she saw the green light on it, she replied, "This detector can check whether you are carrying dangerous items on your body." Xianli was startled. Dangerous items? She was only left with underwear. Yes, someone once hid a small piece of infected skin tissue in the private parts of the mouth, causing a small-scale chaos in the shelter, so since then, the inspection has been much stricter. Ben Hui didn't say much. Finally, after using ultraviolet light to disinfect Xianli's whole body, she gave her a registration form. After Xianli filled it out one by one, she took the form and went out. Xianli put on her clothes and walked out of the cubicle, and saw Li Yan waiting outside. Li Yan heard the movement, turned her head and looked, and saw Xianli looking at her, so she turned her head quickly. Xianli didn't say anything, leaning against the edge of the tent, closing his eyes to rest on the surface, but actually using his mental power to detect Li Yan. As she saw, Li Yan was just an ordinary person, except for having turbid blood. She had not awakened any talent, and her physical fitness was average, or even very poor. She covered all the places on her body that might be exposed to the sun with clothes. Even so, her lips were still a little pale. She was like a daughter. She had no talent, which meant she had no ability to protect herself. She had turbid blood, but she could not protect herself in this doomsday, and could only rely on others for protection. "Excuse me." A voice interrupted Xianli's thoughts. She opened her eyes, and saw Li Yan looking at her timidly. When she saw her looking over, she couldn't help but grab the corner of her clothes. "What?" Xianli right? Because the temperature was too high, Li Yan's face was a little red. She mustered up the courage to ask, "Excuse me, are you familiar with the consultant?" "Consultant?" Xianli reacted for a moment and realized that she was talking about Gu Feiqi. A consultant happened to have the last name Gu. She was distracted for a moment, then she remembered Li Yan's question. "I'm not familiar with her, I've only met her once." Li Yan uttered a small awe. She didn't know why. Although she knew that Xianli was definitely not an ordinary person, she just felt an inexplicable closeness to Xianli. She didn't even know where this feeling came from. She just relied on her intuition to judge that she would not hurt herself. So regardless of what Xianli thought, Li Yin mustered up the courage to say, "When we were in the car, the consultant said he had seen you a long time ago. He said you are very powerful now." The consultant helped me a lot. Xianli didn't have any special expression, just waiting for her to continue. Seeing this, Li Yin felt relieved and more certain of her thoughts. She said intermittently, "I am from Whooping City. My family members are dead. I hid in the sewer. There are zombies outside. It was the consultant who found me. He said I was very special and asked me to come here with him, saying that the shelter would guarantee my personal safety, but I also had to cooperate with the shelter's work." Xianli nodded. These were similar to her guesses, but she didn't quite understand why Li Yin specifically told her this. "We encountered many zombies along the way, and I was able to survive thanks to the protection of the consultants. The consultant is very powerful. Even the evolved zombies are not his opponents. He can generate a space. In that space, he is a godlike existence, can change the weight of people and objects. I can become very light there in an instant." Xianli's pupil shrank. The information Li Yin said was very important to her. She only knew that Gu Feiqi was an awakener now, but she didn't know what talent he had. If, as she said, Gu Feiqi can also generate a world now, it means that his mental power is comparable to hers. When she was at the exhibition center, she could feel that his mental power was very weak, far less than hers, so she could react immediately when he approached. Now that his mental power is equal to hers, it means that he must have received an invitation to apply for the first-class certificate. Xianli's mind popped up a window for applying for the first-class certificate, where the number of applicants changed from 2 to 3 at some point. She was hesitant. Was he the first applicant or the third? According to Li Yin, he had the boundary that could change the weight of people and objects. Xianli thought carefully. It's not that he didn't have the talent to change weight, but she felt that Gu Feiqi was not that simple. He could make people light. Xianli felt that this was more like being able to control gravity, which meant that he had the talent of control like her. Xianli's thoughts were running fast, while Li Yin was still talking. "Did you feel that after we went together, zombies appeared more frequently? I'm unlucky, zombies always chase me." At this time, there was movement outside the door. Probably Ben Hui checked the registration form and came to find them. Li Yan's speech speed increased a lot. If Xianli hadn't had amazing hearing, she wouldn't have heard what Li Yin said. "If you are the same, then don't let him find out." Chapter 97. Verification completed. You two can go in. Ben Hui lifted the curtain and said to Xianli and the others. "Okay, thank you for your help." Li Yin immediately stood up and walked past Xianli with her eyes fixed on him, as if she had not said anything just now. Xianli also pretended not to know. She did not look at Li Yin, and naturally lowered her eyes to cover up the shock in her heart. When they first met, Li Yin seemed to be very dependent on Gu Feiqi, but her attitude towards her was cold. She mistakenly thought that she was the only one who had a special sense of turbid blood. But the fact is obviously not the case. If she did not have the same sense of turbid blood, Li Yin would not have warned her just now. This does not seem to be a person who relies on and trusts Gu Feiqi at all, but more like she has no choice but to do so because she is unable to protect herself. Maybe Li Yin also knows that her situation is dangerous. She said that Gu Feiqi will provide her with protection, and she also has to cooperate with their work. Gu Feiqi undoubtedly represents the arc biology. So what does the arc biology need Li Yin to do? Collect blood samples? Study how to control zombies? Or use turbid blood to cultivate the zombie king and realize the secondary evolution of zombies? These ideas are like a mess in Xianli's mind. Just when Li Yin was about to walk out of the tent, Xianli's fingertips in the pocket of his overalls flashed slightly. After walking out of the tent, Xiao He and others had been waiting in the car for a long time. Xianli walked towards his black car, which still smelled of disinfectant. The gate in front of the air raid shelter opened. The entrance was very large, and there was room for a car to enter. The jeep and the black SUV drove into the cave one after another. It was pitch black inside the cave, and Xianli turned on the headlights. There was a checkpoint at every distance ahead, and the identity was verified and scanned one by one. Only after confirmation was the card allowed to pass. The security was so tight that not even a mosquito could fly in. The air raid shelter started by going down to the depths, and as the distance went deeper, it gradually began to go uphill. After turning a few corners, some light was finally seen in front. 15 minutes later, Xianli officially entered the area of the Nanshire shelter. From the layout point of view, the shelter in Nanshire is a huge factory. Nanshire is an old industrial city. In recent years, due to the backward industrial development, some factories have been closed down. The steel factory where the shelter is located is the old Nanshire Steel Factory that declared bankruptcy a few years ago and is currently liquidating its assets. The internal equipment of the factory is quite comprehensive. Not only are there ready-made energy, generators, office equipment and venues, but also employee dormitories and family courtyards are in the factory, which are enough to accommodate tens of thousands of people. After parking the vehicle, Gu Feiqi needs to take Li Yin to report to the superior department. He said to Xian Li, "Go to the service office with Xiao He first to get the access card. I'll take you to report after I'm done here." Xian Li said yes. Gu Feiqi then turned around and left with Li Yin. She saw Gu Feiqi leaned over and said something to Li Yin, who nodded nervously. "Miss Xian, let's go. I'll take you to the service office." Xian Li retracted her gaze. "Just call me Xian Li." Xiao He touched his head and smiled innocently. "Xian Li, this name is really good. Horizontal is horizontal, vertical is vertical. No detours at all." Xian Li smiled. "Tell me about the shelter." "Okay." Xiao He agreed readily. In the shelter, the most useful part is the service hall, which is responsible for the allocation of accommodation, the collection of tasks, the exchange of materials, and this access card. Xiao He took out a card the size of a bank card. After passing the full body check, you can go to the office to get this access card. When you enter and exit the air raid shelter, just swipe this card to the security guard. For those of us who go far away, it is more troublesome to come back and have to do a new check. The access card can also be used as an access card. The houses in this old factory area are also divided. We live in ordinary employee dormitories, and the awakened people live in the family quarters. There is a door control downstairs. After the consultant takes you to the Special Operations Department to report, you will be issued a special bracelet. When you accept tasks or exchange materials in the future, just swipe the bracelet. Xian Li listened to Xiao He's explanation while walking through the center of the factory area. People were in a hurry, and there were many awakened people among them. Everyone's face was full of fatigue. Those who were covered in dust probably just came back from a mission, and there were some unknown bloodstains on their bodies. Most of them were ordinary people without mental fluctuations. Their expressions were calm and almost numb, doing the most basic work in the factory. Xian Li asked, "Do ordinary people need to accept tasks?" Xiao He shook his head. "It's not mandatory. Those who have a skill don't need to accept tasks. Doctors, engineers, programmers, repairmen, etc. will be assigned corresponding positions to maintain the daily operation of the shelter. People without special skills can do some physical work, such as moving goods, building buildings, repairing roads, digging holes, etc., but the pay is very low, just enough to make ends meet. But many people still choose to fight. The reward for cleaning up zombies is much more generous than doing physical work in the shelter, and the danger is also greatly increased accordingly. But we will organize the Awakened to lead the team together, which can effectively increase the survival rate." Xian Li nodded. Except for the addition of the arc creatures, the construction progress of the shelter in Nanshire is similar to what she knew in her previous life. The interior is in order, and has taken shape. As long as the zombies outside are cleaned up and expanded outward, when the number of survivors reaches a sufficient number, the base can be built quickly by gathering everyone's strength. Xian Li said, "Are you a soldier?" "Yes." "Then why is the consultant your leader?" "He is not from your military." At this time, Gu Feiqi was not there, and Xian Li finally asked the doubts in his heart. Xian Li's question involved confidentiality, and Xiao He was not easy to speak. He originally planned to fool around, but his eyes suddenly became confused for a moment. Xian Li's fingertips behind her back flashed blue light, and she added an idea file to Xiao He. Her voice was like magic. "Gu Feiqi will take me to report in a while. We are all teammates, and we will know it sooner or later." "That's right." Xiao He thought about it, and realized that this was the truth. He couldn't help but tell Xian Li the whole story. After the solar storm, the senior military officials could not be contacted one by one, including our squad leader Shui Zhu. Everyone in the team said that they were deserters. But I don't believe it. The media previously reported that the squad leader was a hurricane hero and a legendary figure. In order to rescue supplies and evacuate disaster victims, he almost risked his life. How could he be a deserter? But the top military officials seem to have disappeared from the face of the earth, and there is no news about them. With no leader, the military personnel have been reshuffled. Now the Central Force no longer exists, replaced by the Security Bureau. All our military personnel have been incorporated into the Combat Operations Department of the Security Bureau, and the awakened people of the original military have been classified as the Special Operations Department. Xianli was stunned. The disappearance of the top military officials is not a trivial matter, but no news has been leaked so far. Instead, they changed their identities silently and became the Security Bureau. She met Shuizhu on the second night of the solar storm, and she remembered that he was injured at that time. She saw clearly that the wounds were not caused by zombies, but were man-made. If he was a deserter, why would he run to a remote place like Yan'an village? So Shuizhu was not missing, but someone wanted him to disappear. Why did the Arc creature appear here? There is a special department in the Security Bureau, called Security Section 9. Gu Feiqi represents the Arc creature, and becomes the Biological Safety Consultant of Security Section 9. Since the disaster, in order to help all mankind overcome difficulties, research on human awakening and zombies has been carried out. As she thought, this shelter has been controlled by the Arc creature, and the military has been completely infiltrated. At this time, she regretted why she was only concerned with killing zombies in her previous life and did not notice the power change above. In her memory, when the base was built, Shuizhu had become the strongest awakener and the second in command of the military. At that time, although the Arc creature was valued by the official and participated in the research on zombies, it was definitely not as strong as it is now, and could directly airdrop consultants to interfere with the construction of the base and mission operations. The key to this change was obviously Shuizhu. The reason why she did not rescue Shuizhu at that time was to minimize her own influence on the timeline. But due to various coincidences, Zhong Jun got involved and changed Shuizhu's original fate. Now, can he still stand at the top of the Awakeners again? Xianli didn't want to think deeply. She got the opportunity to restart this world and wanted to control her own destiny, but she accidentally let the timeline deviate from its original course. The more she wanted to correct and repair it, the more she went against the original course and led to an unknown direction. This is your access card. The accommodation is arranged in C4404. The consultant has already explained that you can check in early. The staff at the front desk of the office gave Xianli a sweet smile and handed her the access card and a piece of paper with entry instructions. Xianli thanked him, and Xiao He was happy. No. C4, the same building as the consultant. This is the best family compound in the factory area. It was just built a few years ago. It is similar to a residential building. Only the top awakened people can live in it. Ordinary people can't get it. The consultant seems to recognize you very much. Xianli frowned slightly, thinking that Gu Feiqi had bad intentions. Coming out of the office, Xianli saw another building next to it. The sign at the door read Nansher Steel Factory Worker on the Job Training Office. Looking in from the first floor window, you can see that there is a tiered classroom inside, which is full of people, and someone is giving a lecture on the stage. She asked with some curiosity, "Is this a classroom?" "Yes. Because the Safety Department 9 has made many new progress in the research on awakened people and zombies, it has opened a propaganda and learning department to popularize relevant knowledge to citizens. Awakeners can choose to study special courses. I don't know the details, but it should be related to the use of talents and combat methods. You can come and listen when you are free." Xianli lacks understanding of awakeners. She decided to come and learn when she has time. After a tour of the factory, Xiao He took Xianli to the bottom of Building C4, where there is an exclusive parking space. Building C4 has a total of 8 floors, and no elevator is installed. From the outside, the building looks very new. When going upstairs, Xiao He muttered Xianli's room number, 404. 404. The two stopped in front of the door, with the room number written on it. Xiao He looked at 404 in a daze, then looked at 402 opposite 404, and said, coincidentally, the consultant's room is opposite. Xianli's brows furrowed even deeper. Xianli didn't have much luggage, and she basically put all her things in the black hole. But in order to conceal her identity, she also took a suitcase. After Xiao He sent her there, he said goodbye, saying that he was going back to write a mission report. After sending Xiao He away, Xianli had time to look at the furnishings in the room. This is a 2-bedroom and 1 living room house. It is indeed the same as Xiao He said, similar to a residential house. There are traces of paint on the wall, and some inconspicuous bloodstains can be seen if you look closely. It is obvious that there has been a fierce battle here. It is not difficult to see from the furnishings in the house that it should be a family of 3. Next to the master bedroom is a children's bedroom. Xianli pressed the switch of the living room light, but there was no change. It seemed that the power was not turned on. Then he went to the kitchen and turned on the faucet. Although the water flow was small, it was better than nothing. Such conditions are already top-notch in the shelter. Gu Feiqi arranged her in such a position, giving people the feeling that he was taking care of her, but in fact Xian Li knew that he just wanted to arrange her in the closest place to monitor her. He knew that she was an awakener, so he would test her in the next few days. She had to think of a way, otherwise when the zombies smelled the smell of turbid blood and swarmed in, she would not be able to explain it anyway. Xian Li sat in the room for a while, and felt a familiar spiritual wave approaching downstairs. A moment later, he heard a knock 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 at the door. It was Gu Feiqi outside the door. Xian Li opened the door quickly. Gu Feiqi raised his eyebrows when he saw her. "Miss Xian, it seems that you can't wait to report." Xian Li showed a polite smile. Of course, everyone is responsible for building the shelter. Gu Feiqi stepped aside and made a gentleman's gesture. "I think Xiao He has already told you that the awakened are managed by the Special Operations Department. Now we have to report there." Xian Li said him. "You can see that the treatment of awakened people in the shelter is quite good. Corresponding to the treatment, the workload is also relatively large. In addition to leading the team to clean up zombies every day, sometimes you have to accept special tasks. However, Miss Xian has just arrived. In order to ensure safety, you will not be allowed to act alone, but the experienced awakened will lead you to conduct a comprehensive assessment. After you are familiar with the process, you can take charge of it on your own." As they talked, the two walked to a huge white cabin, about 2 stories high, with a temporary doorplate printed on it using a 3D printer, which read Special Operations Department. This cabin seemed to be made of some special material, which had the function of isolating mental power, and Xian Li's mental power could not penetrate it. Gu Feiqi stopped at the door, and after the facial recognition was passed, the door of the cabin slowly opened. Inside was a long corridor, which was powered at this time, brightly lit, and with emergency lights hanging on the wall. There were different rooms on both sides of the corridor, and the doors were all closed. The door plates read Personnel Department, Logistics Department, Security Office, Information Department, Propaganda Department, Equipment Department, etc. Gu Feiqi took Xian Li straight down the stairs, and Xian Li discovered that there was another floor underground. After another facial recognition, they went down to the deepest part of the cabin and stopped at a door, with a sign of Special Operations Management Department. Gu Feiqi pretended to knock on the door, but without waiting for the person inside to speak, he turned the handle directly. "White Whale, I brought you a new person." Over Gu Feiqi's shoulder, Xian Li saw the furnishings in the room clearly. What surprised Xian Li was that this place was more like a ward than an administration department. The strong smell of disinfectant filled the air. There was no natural light in the room, but the incandescent lamp above was dazzlingly bright. The room was large, with a bed in the center. A man with silver hair and snowy skin was lying on the bed, so white that he almost blended into the bed. He was an albino. His expression was smiling, but because of the disease, his pupils were like faded glass beads, looking cold and making people feel no warmth. "Gu Feiqi, you are still the same." His voice was as soft as a spring breeze, without any offensive power. Xian Li's heart trembled. This voice made her very familiar. In addition, Gu Feiqi had called him White Whale before, and she quickly remembered that after she came out of the underground clinic at Yaolin resettlement site, she received a call. The beluga on the caller ID means White Whale. This frail albino patient was the person on the other end of the phone. Gu Feiqi twisted his mouth, stepped aside, and asked Xian Li behind him to come forward. White Whale, the director of the Management Department of the Special Operations Department of the shelter. Xian Li's expression did not change at all, and he did not show any surprise at this ward-like management department. He said, "Director Bai, I am Xian Li." Although White Whale was half leaning on the bed, a tube was inserted into his arm, and the other end was connected to a drip. There was a mobile table in front of him with a computer on it, and he was probably working before. His eyes stayed on Xian Li for a while, and he said lightly, "Gu Feiqi said that he found an awakened person on the roadside. Is that you?" "I didn't say I found it on the roadside." Gu Feiqi corrected, "I said I happened to meet you on the roadside." Xian Li's expression did not show any displeasure. She smiled lightly. "Yes, I met the consultant on the way to Nanshire. I heard that the shelter was short of staff, and the awakened people were treated better, so I came." "Did Gu Feiqi say that there are conditions for entering the Special Operations Department?" "First, unconditionally accept the tasks assigned by superiors. Second, if there is an unexpected danger during the mission, you must sacrifice everything to protect yourself, because the awakened are important assets of the shelter. Third, after death, the Special Operations Department has the priority to dispose of the body. The pupils of the white whale seem to be covered with a layer of mist, becoming translucent, and stared directly into Xian Li's eyes. Can you do it? Xian Li thought about it seriously and said, yes. These 3 rules were not difficult for her to follow. The first one was needless to say, and even if he did not require the second one, Xian Li's personality would of course prioritize her own protection. The third one was not within her consideration. Her goal was always to survive. If her consciousness had already disappeared, what was the point of worrying about the ownership of her body? Gu Feiqi on the side smiled. I said it long ago, Miss Xian is not an ordinary person. The white whale glanced at him, and was too lazy to talk nonsense with him. He looked at Xian Li again, straightened up slightly, and his glass-like eyes exuded a strange luster. Before joining the Special Operations team, we need to test your mental power. Miss Xian, don't you mind? Mental power test? Xian Li had a bad feeling for some reason, but she remained calm. Of course not. Baiji paused, leaned back on the bed, and said, come in. The door handle behind him was turned from the outside, and a boy of 17 or 18 walked in from the outside. He was shorter than Xian Li, his hair was soft and a little yellow, and the ends of his hair were slightly curled. He had a baby face, and his brown eyes looked at Baiji on the bed, and he called out obediently, Minister. Anemone, do a mental power test for Miss Xian. Chapter 98. Haiku had looked pale, as if she had never seen the sun. He turned his eyes to Xian Li, paused for a while, and said, Sister, I'm sorry. As soon as he finished speaking, Xian Li felt a sense of being locked by something, as if his eyes could see through her body and into the depths of her soul. Xian Li then knew why Haikue was so valued in this organization. He has a perceptual mental power. Awakeners with perceptual talents have super 5 senses, which can achieve extremely long-distance vision, hearing, and sound transmission. They can not only be used for reconnaissance, but also make it easier to find the opponent's flaws in battle. At this time, Gu Feiqi looked at Xian Li as if he was looking at a turtle in a jar. There was an ambiguous smile on the corner of his mouth. Haikue's talent is identification. Identification? Xian Li's consciousness was a little fuzzy, and she stretched out her right hand uncontrollably, with her palm facing up. In her sight, she could see a faint green light around Haikue, and he covered her palm with his hand. He can trace the source, identify the attributes, effects, strength, and even the source of your talent, and conduct a comprehensive assessment of your mental power. Xian Li's expression remained unchanged, but his heart sank. Generally, awakeners have 2 to 3 talent effects, and only those who absorb the mental power of others can have more than 3 talent effects. If the identification can trace the source, then her talent is equivalent to being exposed in front of this talent, and the talent she obtained from Honli will be discovered. All her trump cards will become open cards in front of them, who are neither friends nor enemies. A somewhat cold mental force was transmitted from Haikue's hand to Xian Li's palm through the contacting skin. She could feel a sense of oppression. Under Haikue's suppression, her mental force tended to be more and more violent, and she tried her best to squeeze out this foreign invader. Haikue didn't seem to expect Xian Li to have the power to resist. Xian Li's mental force suddenly invaded his body. His thin body stiffened slightly, and his face turned pale. Don't be nervous, sister. This is a necessary process for identification. My mental force will not hurt you. Xian Li smiled apologetically. I'm sorry, it's a conditioned reflex. Xian Li calmed down, relaxed her body, and let it flow to her limbs. After a long time, when Xian Li regained control of her body, she saw Haikue in front of her looking at her with a pale face. Gu Feiqi and Bai Jing both looked unclear. Xian Li was a little puzzled and asked, Is there anything wrong? Gu Feiqi glanced at her strangely and said nothing. Instead, Bai Jing smiled at Gu Feiqi. Ms. Xian is indeed not an ordinary person. He emphasized the word ordinary. Xian Li was getting more and more curious and asked, What is the result of the appraisal? Bai Jing smiled and looked at Haikue, who was distracted for some reason and paused before saying, Xian Li, control talent. Talent effect is copy. Talent level is A. Potential talent level is S. The mental power value is nearly 9,000, and it is in the comprehension stage. Seeing that Xian Li was a little confused, Gu Feiqi said, Ms. Xian should not know the level division of awakened people yet, right? Xian Li nodded. Gu Feiqi said, The learning department has training on the basic knowledge of awakeners. You can go and listen to it when you have time. In short, there are 4 stages of awakening. You are in the first stage of comprehension. Xian Li understood a little, but she still didn't know what was wrong with her. Haikue continued, your talent level and mental strength level are both rare and excellent. But the appraisal results show that you have no attribute talent. What's the problem? No attribute talent means that you can only comprehend one talent effect, which is relatively. Haikue considered it for a while, and chose a more peaceful wording, a mediocre one. In fact, a more appropriate expression is that this is a garbage talent. Just like when playing a game, others have 2 or 3 skills, so using them alternately will generate more combinations. Only one talent effect means that you will be in a passive situation most of the time. Gu Feiqi looked at Exionly with a strange look, as if she had won the lottery, but your talent effect is copying. You can copy the talent effects of others and use them for yourself. It is this talent effect that makes the originally inferior non-attribute talent turn over and become a perfect talent. In battle, you can copy the enemy's talent and use it with the same power, which is equivalent to using his spear to attack his shield. Exionly was stunned. Is this good or bad? There are pros and cons. Gu Feiqi said, the advantage is that your talent is equivalent to having unlimited possibilities. The disadvantage is that the copied talent effects are only effective at the moment. When the enemy is an ordinary person or zombie without talent, its effect will be greatly reduced. But fortunately, the Special Operations Department can equip you with the most suitable partner. By copying the partner's talent, you can maximize the attack. White Whale smiled slightly. Welcome to join the Special Operations Department, Exionly. After coming out of the Special Operations Department, Gu Feiqi asked Exionly to walk around the factory by herself. He had other tasks to perform. Let her get familiar with the environment today and understand the relevant concepts of the current awakeners, and then officially take up the post the next day. Exionly is of course happy to see it happen. After Gu Feiqi left, Exionly first went to the Material Trading Center to learn about the price level of the shelter. The current currency unit circulating in the shelter is work points. Work in the factory can earn work points. For ordinary physical work, the salary level is between 1 and 5 points per hour, depending on the intensity of the work. And the salary level for jobs that require a certain level of technical skills is between 3 and 10 points per hour. For example, accepting tasks such as going out to clean up zombies and collect materials is a high-risk collective labor. Depending on the size of the cleaned area, the salary level is based on the number of times. For each cleanup, each team member can get 15 to 30 points. The awakened in the shelter have a 1.5 times points coefficient, and the awakened in the Special Operations Department have a points coefficient of up to 1.8. In other words, for the same work, the awakened can get a corresponding multiple of work points. Exionly looked at the price list of the food area. The cheapest instant noodles require 2 work points. According to the 8-hour work system, ordinary people can earn at least 8 work points a day, which can be exchanged for 4 packs of instant noodles. Although eating too much will make you sick, it is completely enough to fill your stomach. The work points required for various types of fast food such as rice noodles, vermicelli, bread, and small cakes are the lowest among all foods, and the work points required are basically no more than 4 points. Better are root foods that are easy to grow, such as potatoes, sweet potatoes, taro, etc., which are fresh and easy to fill the stomach. The price is slightly more expensive than fast food, and 1 potato requires 0.5 work points. Fresh vegetables and meat are light luxury goods in the end times. Especially after the solar storm, most of the pigs, cattle, chickens, ducks, etc. in farms around the world died in the extreme temperature difference between day and night. The meat currently supplied by the shelter is mostly frozen meat. The work points required for 1 pound of frozen pork are as high as 15 work points. Other daily necessities such as towels, toothpaste, toothbrushes, washing powder, shampoo and other daily necessities range from 1 to 10 work points. The most expensive is sanitary napkins. A piece of ordinary brand daily cotton sanitary napkins requires 1 work point. In addition, Exionly also saw the charges for domestic water on the price list. The family quarters have a free water quota of 2 tons per month, and the excess needs to pay 20 work points for each ton. Ordinary people's water consumption is directly calculated at 25 work points per ton. The real luxury is medical products. Basic cold and fever medicine requires 40 work points, iodine, alcohol, gauze require 50 work points, and antibiotics, penicillin, cephalosporin and other anti-inflammatory drugs require 80 work points. After leaving the material center, Exionly turned into the factory training center. She needs to have a systematic understanding of the awakened. Entering the training office, I saw on the floor guide map that the first floor is an explanation of the basic knowledge of zombies, with one class every day at 9 in the morning. The second floor is for combat and self-defense training, with classes held every 3 days at noon, and most of the teachers are soldiers from the original unit. The third floor is dedicated to awakeners, with a systematic explanation once a week, including but not limited to the research progress of ARC creatures on awakeners, talent application and combat simulation. Exionly looked at the time, and the next class was just in 10 minutes. She went straight to the third floor. There was a small conference room directly opposite the stairs on the third floor. Probably because there were fewer awakeners, even if the conference room was small, there were not many people sitting in it at this time. Exionly looked up and saw that there were only 4 people in the conference room, including her. Sitting in the second row was a hedgehog-headed neutral girl with a lip stud and a somewhat careless look. When she saw Exionly coming in, she just glanced at him lightly and put her eyes back on a booklet in her hand. Sitting in the last row was a thin young man with glasses. He would look up when someone came in. When Exionly looked back, he lowered his head in fear, and it was unknown what he was doing under the table. The person sitting in the middle was wearing a fluorescent green sports skirt. There was a protrusion on his throat, which was clearly an Adam's apple. He was carefully painting his nails with a layer of pink nail polish. When he saw Exionly looking over, he glared at him and said unhappily, "What are you looking at? Have you ever seen a man painting his nails?" Without waiting for Exionly to answer, the hedgehog-headed girl said, "Ignore him. He's like that. He gets crazy intermittently." The man with nails raised his eyebrows and shouted, "Who are you talking about, man?" The hedgehog-headed girl scratched her ears. "Who should talk about who? You ugly man, look at what you are wearing. It's a regression in aesthetics." The young man with glasses in the last row trembled. "Stop arguing." Exionly, Just as Exionly was hesitating whether to stop the quarrel that seemed to be caused by her, a figure rushed in from the door. "It's so lively today." Exionly looked back and saw that it was also an acquaintance. Xingtai clenched his fists and coughed at the corner of his mouth, interrupting the quarrel between the two, and said with a smile, Okay, freshmen, get ready for class. Please take your seats." Exionly glanced at him lightly, and found a seat by the side to sit down. Xingtai, standing on the podium, felt a dull pain under his shoulder for no reason. He reached out and rubbed his shoulder. Could it be that the injury he received in the zoo before the disaster has not healed yet? It seems that someone's healing talent is just a name. But he didn't have time to think about it at this time. Xingtai's face was smiling again. "Good afternoon, freshman. My name is Xingtai, and I work in the publicity department of the Special Operations Department of the shelter. I believe that everyone came here to understand the awakened and the inexplicable power in themselves. Today, I will tell you about the known information about awakened people and talents." The man in his 30s didn't look very reliable, but after all, practice makes perfect. It was obviously not the first time that Xingtai taught the new generation of awakened people. He explained what Exionly wanted to know in a simple and clear way. It turned out that the earliest awakened appeared earlier than Exionly imagined. 2 years ago, ARC Biology discovered that a strange human body data appeared in the physical examination data of its own hospital. He was far superior to ordinary people in terms of strength, speed, memory, and 5 senses, which attracted their attention. The man was called Fuyu, an ordinary office worker. He woke up and found that his myopia was cured without treatment, and a strange power appeared in his body. And that power was later called mental power. That was the first generation of awakeners discovered by ARC Biology. He did not awaken any kind of talent effect, but his physical fitness was strengthened by an unknown power. After that, several similar awakeners appeared, but they were all like Fuyu. Except for the enhanced physical fitness, there was no difference from ordinary people. ARC Biology thought it was just an accidental genetic evolution, but just 1 month before the typhoon that swept across the country, the second generation of awakeners appeared. This time, they found that those awakeners began to have powers of different attributes. So their research on awakeners began 2 years ago. In order to distinguish, they divided the talents of awakeners into several different attributes. They are physical, mental, strengthening, elemental, conceptual and non-attribute talents. Each talent has its own advantages and disadvantages. As the awakener's power increases, after countless complex calculations, they divide the mental power level into 4 stages, from low to high: comprehension, right awakening, insight, and divine understanding. From the moment of obtaining the talent, it is in the comprehension stage. When the mental power reaches more than 10,000, it is called the right awakening stage, more than 50,000 is the insight stage, And if you want to reach the divine understanding stage, you need more than 100,000 mental power. The current population of the shelter is already 20,000, and it is still increasing. It is estimated that there are more than 100,000 unrescued survivors in the South City area, but currently, there are only 38 awakened people in the shelter. Of course, starting today, it's 39. Xingtai said, looking at Xianli vaguely. Okay, you can ask any questions you have at any time. The hedgehog-headed girl raised her hand and asked, how can I know if my mental power level has increased? A good question. Xingtai praised, there will be an obvious prompt for the increase in mental power level. This is our latest discovery. After reaching the corresponding value, the certificate assessment will be unlocked directly. We guess that the awakened in the comprehension period will be able to advance to the right awakening period after passing the assessment. Recent discoveries? Yes. Consultant Gu Feiqi of the 9 Security Department is the strongest awakened person we know. He has unlocked the certificate assessment. What kind of assessment? There is no data yet. Xingtai said regretfully, there is no prompt except for the invitation to apply for the exam, but we will conduct a comprehensive monitoring of the consultants and communicate with everyone at any time if there is any new discovery. Xianli was startled. She retrieved the application information page from her mind again, which clearly showed the exam time and the number of candidates. This data is not a secret, and Gu Feiqi has no reason to conceal this information. The only possibility is that Gu Feiqi did not display this information. Why? They are both awakened people who are about to enter the stage of enlightenment, so why doesn't he show the detailed information of his application? What is the difference between him and her? Suddenly, Xianli had a flash of inspiration. If Gu Feiqi did not conceal this key information, then the problem is likely to be the way Gu Feiqi's talent awakened. She had learned from Hongli that the rarity of a native awakener, like her, was about 1 in 100,000. It was rare to begin with, and it was even rarer to reach 10,000 spiritual power points early. Gu Feiqi was probably an artificial awakener like Hongli, so after reaching the spiritual power standard, although he could enter the assessment, it was equivalent to cheating to some extent. So the application system showed that it was not complete. Xianli was relieved. At least she was in the dark now, and Gu Feiqi was in the light. I have a question. The man with nail polish raised his hand delicately. There are only a few dozen awakened people in the shelter at present. Is there no way to make ordinary people awaken as well? Star Snapper's eyes darkened a little, and he shook his head with regret. There is no other way for the time being, but we are more inclined to believe that genetic mutation is the trend of the future. One day, humans will achieve full awakening. At that time, whether it is zombies or mutant creatures, they will be eradicated by humans. But what if they are eradicated? The young man with glasses spoke. After this catastrophe, the population has dropped sharply, and the living environment will continue to be bad. Blue Star is no longer suitable for human survival. Recover the lost land from those monsters. Without resources, humans will sooner or later go to extinction. Who said that humans will only focus on Blue Star? Star Snapper said softly, and the young man with glasses was stunned when he heard it. Star Snapper did not continue to speak, but looked around the entire conference room and asked, any other questions? He looked at Xianli's eyes, and blinked gently. Any questions are fine. Xianli pondered for a long time and said, I have something I want to know. Xingtai's eyes lit up, you say? She looked at Xingtai steadily. What happened to the first-generation awakener? The smile on Xingtai's face froze. Why have I never heard of any reports or information about him? The smile on Xingtai's face faded, and he was a little flustered. The first-generation awakener? He. Before he finished speaking, a voice came from outside the door. He's dead. Everyone in the conference room was stunned and looked out. Gu Feiqi didn't know when he stood outside the door. He looked at Xiang Xinli with interest. Xinli was slightly stunned. Dead? Yes. Gu Feiqi's mouth curled up, but the smile did not reach his eyes. The gift given by fate is always paid. According to internal information, the longest lifespan of the first batch of awakeners is only 2 years. The death of each awakener is sudden, without any signs. Even if it's me, I might suddenly die when I wake up one day. Gu Feiqi sighed lightly. Xianli said calmly, so, we can also understand that the awakened ones have overdrawn their future lives in advance to gain such extraordinary power. Gu Feiqi nodded, you can say that. Even if it's me, I might suddenly die when I wake up one day. At this time, the conference room was dead silent, and soon it became chaos. How could it be? Aren't we the chosen ones? Why has no one ever told us before? Gu Feiqi. Xingtai rubbed his forehead on the podium. This ancestor. How can you just say top secrets? He was not communicated with in advance. Now, he believes that after class, everyone in the shelter will know that the lifespan of the awakened will not exceed 2 years. There are so many things waiting for the awakened to do, and now it's all over. Xian Li felt a chill all over her body. No wonder the third rule of the Special Operations Department was that they had the priority to dispose of corpses. It turned out that their death had already been a foregone conclusion. Gu Feiqi seemed very satisfied with the uproar he had caused, leaning against the door with his arms folded. Xian Li quickly realized that something was wrong. If all awakeners were destined to die within 2 years, he would say it so easily, which meant that there must be a solution. She asked, "Is there no way to circumvent it?" Gu Feiqi raised his eyebrows and looked at her with some appreciation. He nodded yes. Now, the chaotic meeting room was silent for a moment, and everyone looked at each other, and then glared at each other. "Since there is a way to avoid it, why didn't you tell me earlier? Why scare us?" Gu Feiqi smiled innocently. "It's not my fault. I thought the same as you did before. But according to the data provided by the Ark creatures, killing zombies is the only way for awakened people to extend their lifespan. In the brains of zombies, we found the existence of crystal cores, and each crystal core can extend the lifespan of awakened people by 1 day. The crystal cores of level 2 zombies are enough for awakened people to live 1 more month. That is to say, if conditions permit, awakened people can even achieve immortality." The conference room was completely quiet, and breathing became heavy. Gu Feiqi. "Is this true? The mouth of the star bream is so big that it can fit an egg." Gu Feiqi glanced at him lazily. How can what he said be false? Xian Li's heart was in turmoil. In her previous life, she had never heard of crystal cores in the brains of zombies. This information obviously broke through her cognition, and her mind was in a mess, and she couldn't figure it out at all. "I will compile more detailed information into written materials, and send them to you." Gu Feiqi's eyes flashed with a strange light. Today's class ends here. Xian Li returned to the family compound. The information she obtained at the training center today can be said to have completely exploded her brain, and she needed time to sort it out. Not long after she entered the door, a voice suddenly came to her ear. "Little sister Xian." Xian Li took a deep breath, put the complicated information aside, and focused on her mind. Anemone. At this time, the anemone didn't know where it was, but it could convey the voice to her. When she was in the zoo, she consumed all her mental power, activated her talent, formatted the consciousness of the anemone and the star bream, and overwrote the file about her thoughts. In addition to completely erasing her memory of killing the red carp, she also implanted a file in the subconscious of the anemone and the star bream. That is, they were undercover agents she sent to Fantang Ecology. So when Haiku had launched the appraisal on her just now, the reaction of her mental power directly activated the thought file in Haikue's subconscious mind, so he did not tell her the real appraisal result. At this time, words appeared in Xian Li's mind one after another, which were the real appraisal results transmitted by Haikue. Chapter 99. Talent Manipulation. Talent Attribute. No attribute. Talent Effect. Copy, Geometry, New File, Eliminate, Firewall, Refresh, Light and Shadow, Lock, Save. Spiritual Power 11235/9999, Comprehension, Level Rating S+. Xian Li asked Haikue to adjust all his talent data to a medium to high state. The reason why the copy talent effect was exposed to the Special Operations Department is that this effect is the most difficult to hide, and it can be used flexibly without other effects when used. The talent without attribute can only have one effect, but the other talent effects are absorbed by Xian Li from other awakened people and mutant creatures, so they can exist at the same time as the copy. But the talent without attribute is not as mediocre as Gu Feiqi said. The clones awakened by Shui Zhu in the previous life also had the talent without attribute, but each clone could master different talents, so it was also another level of full attributes. Thinking of Shui Zhu, Xian Li was a little worried. Shui Zhu was originally a major general of the Central Army. It is unreasonable for Shui Zhu to be able to remain unscathed when the senior military officials are missing. Xian Li guessed that it was most likely that Shui Zhu escaped when the other party attacked. Now that the military has been integrated into the security department, Shui Zhu's position has obviously been replaced by Gu Feiqi, and the beneficiary is the Ark creature. In the previous class, regarding the problem of the poor living environment on Blue Star, Xinghai said that humans will not only focus on Blue Star. That means that the Ark creature has already listed the resources of other planets as a target. Xian Li increasingly felt that the Ark creature launched this revolution of human gene mutation and awakening in order to eliminate inferior genes and encourage evolved humans to plunder more resources. However, No matter how powerful the Ark creatures are, they are just a company created by hundreds of thousands of humans. The universe is mysterious and unpredictable. How can they manipulate solar storms and magnetic field changes? Exionly prefers to believe that this series of natural disasters is a disaster that Blue Star should have experienced. And the Ark creatures just took advantage of this, took advantage of the opportunity, and finally realized their bloody plan based on countless human corpses. As for what Gu Feiqi said just now, the lifespan of the first-generation Awakeners did not exceed 2 years. It is known that the abilities obtained by the first-generation Awakeners are only physical enhancements, which have burned the vitality of the next few decades in advance. Then, will the lifespan of the second-generation Awakeners be less than 2 years? Zombies are actually failed experimental subjects of awakening. Humans have always known that to kill zombies, they must destroy their brains. If the crystal core is in a zombie's brain, then in the process of ordinary humans transforming into zombies, does it mean that their future lives are transformed into crystal cores and stored inside the zombie's brain? Therefore, the Awakeners can extend their lifespan through crystal cores, which is actually absorbing the vitality in the crystal cores. Zombies feed on humans, but in fact, they have become food in another sense. As a result, humans are divided into 3 factions: awakened spontaneously and awakened artificially, experimental subjects, who mutate into zombies after failing to awaken, and ordinary people who have neither awakened nor mutated. Anemone, how much do you know about the Ark creatures? After I awakened, I was only responsible for qualification identification within the organization, selecting humans with potential to enter the Special Operations Department to better perform tasks. I don't know much about Ark biology. I only know that the white whale directly obeys the person of Ark biology, and that person is called Tanchijo. Tanchijo. Exionly muttered silently. This is the first time she has seen this name directly. In the past, she always treated Ark biology as a whole. As for Tanchijo, the soul of Ark biology, he has never really appeared in front of her. In her impression, Tanchijo is a senior who has pursued Su Yuqing for 4 years. They didn't have much contact. Su Yuqing was present in the few times they met. After graduation, there was no trace of this person. She used to think that he was a person who could not get the love, but now she knows that he is not that simple. He founded Ark biology, and he is the one who planned behind the scenes. It's just that High Anemone doesn't know more information. In contrast, as a trainer, Xing Hai should know. For more information, she had to wait for Xing Tai to contact her. But Xing Tai didn't wait, but she waited for Gu Feiqi. A slow knock on the door woke Exionly up from the deep sea of thoughts. Exionly opened the door, and Gu Feiqi's face appeared in front of her. The same face, Ball looked flawless, and his mechanical brain made people ignore his appearance and feel rational and reliable. But on Gu Feiqi's face, she could only see the narrow-mindedness and indecent, which was annoying. Gu Feiqi raised his eyebrows. Although the person opposite looked peaceful and polite, he inexplicably felt that he was hated. Sorry, I came uninvited, but I think you should be very interested in this thing. Gu Feiqi had a booklet in his hand, which looked a little rough and should have been just bound. Exionly took it. There were only 4 words on the booklet: top secret information. Exionly, She flipped it open, and saw that the first page was the information of the first-generation Awakener Fuyu, including his personal background and the data before and after the physical examination. There were several more people behind him, who should all be first-generation Awakeners. Then, there was the dissection and research of zombies, and the discovery process of the crystal core was recorded with pictures and texts. Gu Feiqi was right. She was indeed very interested in this information. Exionly raised her head. You gave me this top-secret information so easily? What else? Gu Feiqi looked strange. You are the one I took in, gifted and unique. Of course I have to please you, otherwise what if you run away? Exionly was speechless, and pulled the corner of her mouth. Thank you. In any case, she really wanted to know more about the Awakeners. By the way, Gu Feiqi showed an excited expression. What is the scope of your copying? For example, can you copy living people? The appraisal results given by Hai Kuei showed that she could copy the effects of talents. But she could not copy ordinary items. Otherwise, she would be used as a tool to produce unlimited materials. However, Gu Feiqi did not think about it in that direction, but wanted to know if she could copy living people. So Exionly shook his head honestly, and told him that she could not. Is that so? Gu Feiqi was disappointed, and there was a bit of regret in his eyes. Later, a clearer and more integrated version will be sent to all awakened people. Although the information in your hand is a draft version, it is also the most complete. He gestured. "I won't bother you for now, neighbor." Then he turned around and opened his door. When he was about to close it, he suddenly remembered something and stuck his head out again. "By the way, tomorrow is your first mission. Your partner has also been found." He pointed at himself and showed his white teeth. "It's me." Xianli expected it, and his expression was not too surprised. "Then I'll trouble you, consultant." Gu Feiqi nodded with a smile, and then closed the door. Xianli thought for 2 seconds and closed the door as well. Back in the room, Xianli was still thinking, although Gu Feiqi's words just now were in a joking tone, but when he mentioned copying a living person, his expression was a bit concerned. Who would Gu Feiqi want to copy? When the moonlight lit up the night, Xianli also closed the information in his hand and breathed a sigh of relief. As Gu Feiqi said, the draft version in Xianli's hand was indeed very detailed. In her opinion, this information should be edited, but it answered most of Xianli's questions. First, it was about Fu Yu, the first awakener. The information showed that Fu Yu was an ordinary office worker. His company had a cooperative relationship with the hospital under Arc Bio, and they would organize physical examinations every year. During a physical examination, the hospital found that Fu Yu's physical examination results had changed dramatically compared with the previous year. His vision increased from the previous high myopia to 5.0, and the medical records showed that he did not have laser surgery. More importantly, when taking a blood test, it was found that his blood activity was 10 times higher than that of ordinary people. It takes about a year for most human cells to renew once, but Fu Yu's cell renewal speed is dozens of times that of ordinary people, and it only takes 1 month to renew all the cells in the body. This not only allowed his wounds to heal faster, but also brought about a huge change in his physical fitness. His physical strength, endurance, power, speed and other aspects have exceeded existing records. It's like a different person. Arc Biology even investigated whether Fu Yu was replaced by someone else, but the results showed that he was the original person. After obtaining Fu Yu's consent, Arc Biology began to track, monitor and study him. Finally, the existence of mental power was discovered in his body. Since many similar cases have appeared around the world, some people say that this is another evolution of human genes. So such people are called awakeners. Since the research on awakeners in various countries is conducted in secret, the relevant personnel are strictly controlled and the news is blocked internally, so ordinary people know nothing about this. Although the data shows that Arc Biology's monitoring of Fu Yu has always been within a reasonable and legal range. But who can guarantee that other countries can also keep their bottom line? Which country doesn't want to know how this kind of fully evolved human in terms of physical fitness came into being? If we can research a method to promote human gene mutation and use it on soldiers, wouldn't it be possible to have super soldiers and super armies? Xianli saw in the data that the first awakener of the free country was directly supervised by official agencies after his appearance and has never appeared since then. If you fall behind, you will be beaten. She has reason to believe that Arc Biology's research on Fu Yu is not limited to this. Xianli suddenly thought of something, took out a laptop from the black hole, connected it to the signal transfer USB, and sent a message to Ball. "Send me the company report of Arc Biology in the past 5 years. Before, in Lu Xiuwen's Cha-Cha Enterprise Company, Ball had downloaded all the information in the server and saved it in the safe house host. About 5 minutes later, Xianli received the report from Ball. The report showed that Arc Biology was suspended for rectification by the Industrial and Commercial Administration Department in 2051, and the reason for the rectification was related to experimental safety. That time point was exactly 2 months after they discovered the Awakener. This is not a coincidence. Even if those contents were deleted, Xianli guessed it almost right. Maybe the Arc creatures really succeeded. They successfully discovered the secret of human awakening from Fu Yu, and then developed a medicine, and used those medicines on all human beings. Chapter 100. But things soon changed uncontrollably. The faster cell renewal rate is actually compensated by the lifespan of the next few decades. The first-generation awakener, Fu Yu, was found dead in the laboratory 1 year and 2 months after awakening. The awakeners found later did not live more than 2 years. The awakening research fell into a stagnation until the emergence of the second-generation awakeners. Compared with the first-generation awakeners, the second-generation awakeners can use their mental power to do many things that are beyond the reach of many people. They even have the effect of violating physics and changing space, which is closer to the superpowers in the ordinary sense. The blood activity and cell renewal rate of the second-generation awakeners are several times faster than those of the first-generation awakeners. So they speculated that the lifespan of the second-generation Awakeners would be shorter than that of the first-generation Awakeners. Since then, studying how to extend the lifespan of Awakeners has become an independent topic. After the appearance of zombies, the research on ARC creatures has taken a turn for the better. The data showed that when they dissected the zombie's skull, they found fragments of crystal core in the brain. Attached to the picture are the fragments of crystal core, which are crystals like broken diamonds. Putting those fragments together, they form an irregular body, like a broken ice crystal. According to the analysis data, there is a kind of energy left in these ice crystals, and this energy can be absorbed by the awakened. After many experiments, they found that after absorbing the crystal core energy, the awakened people participating in the experiment have accelerated their cell metabolism, extended the telomere length of the control cells, and increased the performance and lifespan of the genes. This discovery is undoubtedly a breakthrough in zombie research. After catching a zombie alive, the researchers performed a live dissection on the zombie under the protection of the awakened person, and successfully took out a complete crystal core from the zombie's brain. The complete crystal core is a spherical glass bead with irregular ice crystals wrapped inside. The shell of the crystal core is like a thin layer of glass, with a certain hardness, but it can be crushed by ordinary people with bare hands. The awakened person's mental power can penetrate the shell and connect to the crystal, and the energy on the crystal can be transmitted to the inside of the awakened person's body. After absorption, the crystal core is left with only a round bead-like shell. Therefore, the energy contained in the ice crystal and the crystal core is called matrix. At the same time, the researchers also used the composition of the matrix to analyze the matrix content currently possessed by the awakened person, so as to calculate the remaining lifespan of the awakened person. Now the research has entered the final stage, and at the latest tomorrow, each awakened person can be equipped with a biological timer to update the remaining lifespan in real time. The method of obtaining the crystal core is very simple. For ordinary people, after removing the zombie's head, they can take out the crystal core in the brain with their bare hands and give it to the Security Department Material Trading Center in exchange for materials. For the awakened, they can directly absorb the crystal core after taking it out. Or when there is not much time left, use the materials to buy the crystal core from the trading center. It is not difficult to imagine that the crystal core will become the currency in the shelter in the future. And such material transactions also improve the status of the trading center, that is, the security department led by ARC biology, and better control the lifeblood of ordinary people and awakened people. Xianli took a deep breath, her eyes looked into the void, and she silently chanted, "Anemone." Anemone's somewhat youthful voice rang in her ears, "I'm here, Sister Xian. Find a chance to open up the spiritual power channel of Star Bream. I need to talk to him." Anemone quickly replied, "I know." Anemone's perception talent belongs to the spiritual system. His super 5 senses can change the frequency of spiritual power, which is equivalent to an operator. Not only can he establish a separate channel between him and Xianli, but he can also open up the spiritual power of other people, allowing Xianli to talk directly to others. Such communication is both hidden and convenient. Anemone's talent is more useful than Xianli imagined. Just after 12:30, Xianli received a message from Star Bream. "Hello." Star Bream's slightly panicked voice rang. Although Star Bream has backbone, he is really not smart. Xianli was afraid that he would behave unnaturally and expose her, so he did not let Anemone tell him her true identity. Xianli didn't waste any words and went straight to the point. "I need the complete experimental data of the first-generation Awakeners." The top-secret information did not give specific experimental data for the first-generation Awakeners, but only recorded some of the results in a general way. And what Xianli needed was the missing part. She needed to know how the ARC creatures developed the potion that induced talents. She had a hunch that this was the key to breaking the deadlock. Xinghai was stunned. "Experimental data? I'm just an ordinary member of the Special Operations Department. If I want to access the core information, I have to be at least a section chief. Then become the section chief." Xingtai looked distressed. "How can it be that easy? The most basic requirement for the team leader is to have S-level talent, and you can only be promoted after completing 3 orange-level tasks. And there are already 2 candidates for the section chief. He is at best a lazy person in the team, otherwise he would not be assigned to the training department to teach new Awakeners. Not to mention that his talent belongs to the auxiliary category. He has no practical experience with Hongli before, and it is simply a fantasy for him to complete the orange-level task by himself. Then squeeze them out." Xianli thought for a while, and made a decision quickly. Compared to herself, Xingtai is the most suitable person to infiltrate the inner circle. She changed her job halfway, and she was specially cared for by Gu Feiqi, and the white whale would pay no less attention to her. But Xingtai is different. He has been in Pantang ecology for several years. The Special Operations Department knows him inside and out, and will not be too cautious. Without waiting for Star Bream to answer, Xian Li added, I will help you. Her tone was firm, as if she had everything under control. In fact, Xian Li was indeed confident. Even if Star Bream's talent level and talent effect had flaws, she had a way to feed him to a higher level. Accumulating practical experience and completing orange-level tasks were a bit tricky for her, but not impossible. Either die or do as I say. Xian Li said coldly, think about it. The reason why Star Bream and Sea Anemone were kept was for today. Now Sea Anemone has proved his value, and if Star Bream does not infiltrate the inner for her, then keeping him alive would be meaningless. His brain was planted with her idea file, and as long as she made a slight change, she could make him die silently. Star Snapper gritted his teeth. I know, I will do as you say. Very good. When the call was about to be cut off, Star Snapper cautiously sent another sentence. Excuse me, what should I call you? The other side was silent for a few seconds, and then the somewhat indifferent voice sounded again, Fisherman. The next morning, Xian Li received a notice, and came to the Special Operations Department again. In addition to her, she also saw the thorny girl, the nail man, and the introverted glasses man she met in the training class last time. She counted, including those acquaintances, there were exactly 20 people present. Probably everyone except the awakened people inside the Ark creatures came. Xing Dai also helped. He counted the number of people, and said to the people standing aside, everyone is here. She looked like a mixed race, with thin and thick eyebrows, upturned eyes, deep eye sockets, and some natural curls of hair, casually draped behind her. Her eyes were a little lazy, and she nodded absent-mindedly and said, follow me. Xian Li and others were taken to the second floor. Xian Li had been to the basement before, which was more like a private hospital, with only Bai Jing as a patient. The first floor was an ordinary office building, separated into offices with different functions. But when you go up to the second floor, the blue sky hits your eyes. The ceiling of the entire second floor is made of glass-like materials, which is completely transparent and can be directly bathed in sunlight. The furnishings in the room are more like a training room than an office building, with various instruments that Xian Li has never seen before. I'm Chimon, the head of the equipment department of the Special Operations Department. She put one hand on her chest, and used the other hand to curl a strand of hair. This is the simulated battlefield and equipment room of the Special Operations Department. If there are new members who need to conduct combat simulations, you can come to me to sign up. Command's eyes lingered on Xian Li. Of course, I gathered everyone here today to inform you of something more important. I believe you have received the latest internal information. The internal information she mentioned was naturally the top-secret information that Gu Feiqi mentioned yesterday. It had been delivered to the hands of each awakener last night. At the same time, they learned that their remaining life was limited, and there were ways to prolong their lives. No matter how big the reaction was, it took a night to digest it. After she mentioned it now, some people started talking in a low voice. Seven Eels scanned the crowd, releasing his mental power invisibly, and the people who felt pressure gradually stopped talking. If you have any questions, you can ask them in the next 5 minutes. No one will be allowed after the time limit. Hearing this, a man with a rough appearance stood up. I have questions. He looked at the people who were whispering just now with disdain, and said directly, I am straightforward and don't know how to beat around the bush. I'll be frank. Since we joined the Special Operations Department, we have been in the zombie group many times, and our contribution to the shelter is much greater than those hourly workers. But the security department has been hiding the fact that the awakened have a limited lifespan from us. What is their intention? Seven Eels frowned at first, but soon raised the corners of his mouth. I'm sorry to hide something from everyone, but in order to avoid confusion, we have to do this. Avoid chaos? The man laughed mockingly. I think they are afraid that we will quit. If they knew they were going to die soon, who would work for the shelter? We are not here to show our love. Those hourly workers are enjoying the fruits of their labor in the shelter, but we have to face those disgusting monsters. Why? Some awakened people obviously felt the same way and echoed, that's right. Clearing zombies, searching for supplies, expanding the factory area, those are not the work of us awakened people. Why can ordinary people enjoy all this in the shelter? In the end, if we want to survive, we have to continue fighting zombies. The security department just treats us as cheap thugs. And the important property of the shelter, ugh. Besides this matter, who knows if there will be other things hidden from us? Seeing the crowd's anger, Chimon maintained a smile on her face, but her eyes were cold. She made a stop gesture and said coldly, "Silence." The voice was not loud, but everyone involuntarily quieted down, and invisible pressure enveloped everyone. Xionli was hiding among the crowd, and she didn't say anything just now. But the mental power released by Chimon made her conclude that her talent level should be above S level, and her mental power value was close to 10,000. Those who can become section chiefs are indeed very capable. Chimon smiled slightly. "I know everyone's concerns." It was precisely because they were afraid that everyone would think too much that the organization concealed it in good faith. So after finding the solution, we notified everyone as soon as possible. In order to express our apology, the organization also agreed to make some compensation for everyone. First of all, the crystal cores of zombies. We have sent out advanced troops to collect crystal cores in the urban area of Nanshur. Now the internal inventory is sufficient. 10 crystal cores can be distributed free of charge every month. 10 crystal cores can extend the lifespan by 10 days, which means that there are 10 days of rest in a month. In the process of cleaning up, everyone can deal with the crystal cores obtained by themselves. If there are excess crystal cores, the material trading center will give double the price when recycling. When the number of crystal cores handed in reaches a certain amount, the organization will also give additional rewards, such as free medical services, more material shares, and permanent residence rights in the future base. Seven Eels was satisfied to see that the angry expressions on everyone's faces had eased a lot. Now zombies have caused global chaos, and leaders of various countries are either missing or dead. Some small countries have been replaced by new forces, and are constantly expanding their territories. Everyone knows that sooner or later there will be no national boundaries. Yin country currently still has the security department to maintain the last order. When the shelter is transformed into a base in the future, the scope of the station will definitely not be comparable to this small factory area now. The awakened people present include ordinary office workers, like Xionli. Some are poor students whose families are struggling to make ends meet, and some have been beaten by society since childhood and become gangsters. Xionli remembered that when counting the awakened people in the previous life, someone found that people with bad backgrounds are often more likely to awaken than powerful people. The vitality of wild grass is always tougher than flowers. They have received the gift of fate, awakened their talents, and have special abilities that ordinary people dream of. Then obtaining permanent residence rights in the base is tantamount to turning over and becoming a superior person. Of course, this is just one of the countless rewards in the compensation plan. Through the research on zombies and awakened people, the organization has also developed more advanced weapons, which will be provided to everyone as soon as possible in the future. Any other questions? It can be said that the compensation plan mentioned by the Seven Eels has met the needs of most people. Even the rough man just now showed a hint of satisfaction on his face, and said nothing. Very good. Then we will equip everyone with biological timers according to the original plan.